Chapter 1300. Engagement. Miss Gu, may I know more about your subordinate? She's really unbelievable, Zhang Shuyuan said in a very unkind tone. Xiaojia just graduated from a famous design academy, and she made it to the top 11 without much experience. I heard that only experienced designers can rank high in such an important competition. Zhang Shuyuan didn't think that Ji Yuning's subordinate was better than Leng Xiaojia. Well, she's worked 2 or 3 years longer than Miss Leng, but she's very outstanding among her peers. Her gown brand is also influential now, Ji Yuning said. Do you mean charm? Yu Yin asked. Zhang Shuyuan didn't think of charm until now. She had definitely heard of charm and she was aware that it was owned by Ji Yuning. Exactly, the subordinate of mine is the designer of charm, Ji Yuning said with a smile. Charm gowns are indeed very beautiful and of high quality. Although it doesn't have much fame now, I think it'll be famous worldwide sooner or later. I just booked 2 formal gowns last week, Yu Yin said with excitement. Aunt Yin, why didn't you tell me that you booked gowns at Charm? I can give you a discount as big as possible, Ji Yuning said. It's a business, so I can't accept a discount casually, Yu Yin said. She knew that Ji Yuning was willing to give her gowns for free. You're my aunt, and I can give you gowns for free if you want them. Well, I can give you a VIP card now and you can have 30% off at Charm from now on, Ji Yuning said and took out a VIP card from her bag. As for Zhang Shuyuan, Ji Yuning had no intention to give her any gifts. They weren't close, and Ji Yuning knew that Zhang Shuyuan disliked her success. Zhang Shuyuan felt displeased and embarrassed when Ji Yuning ignored her. However, if Ji Yuning really gave her a VIP card too, she would refuse to take it. Wow, Yu Yin was surprised. Thanks, Ningning. Although a 30% discount wasn't much, it showed Ji Yuning's kindness to her. Zhang Shuyuan put on a face of disdain. Master Leng didn't think that Ji Yuning was impolite, seeing that she ignored Zhang Shuyuan and treated Yu Yin kindly, because he knew Ji Yuning very well. Ji Yuning would only treat other people nicely when others were polite to her. Therefore, Zhang Shuyuan asked for the treatment herself. During dinner, Master Leng said, Yuanjun and Yin will visit the Tang family in City B with me the day after tomorrow, where we'll talk about the engagement between Xiaoting and Ningning. What? The Tang family in City B? Leng Yuanqin, Zhang Shuyuan, and Leng Xiaojia were astonished and confused. They knew that both Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng liked Ji Yuning very much, but Ji Yuning was only 19 this year. Even if they couldn't wait to be engaged right now, why were they going to City B instead of City F? Leng Yuanqin's family didn't know that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Since Master Leng said that they would visit the Tang family in City B, it couldn't be more obvious that Ji Yuning had a special relationship with it. Leng Yuanqin, Zhang Shuyuan, and Leng Xiaojia thought it was impossible. Father, what Tang family in City B? Zhang Shuyuan asked. The richest Tang family in City B. It's Ji Yuning's family, Tang Yunfan is her father, Master Leng said. What? Leng Xiaojia rounded her eyes in shock. What? Leng Yuanqin and Zhang Shuyuan were also shocked. They couldn't believe that Tang Yunfan was Ji Yuning's father, because Tang Yunfan was the famous Lord Tang of the Tang family in City B and he was also the chairman of Tangguang. The Tang family was the #1 family in City B, and it had both power and wealth. Tang Yunfan's brother, Tang Yunhang, was the party secretary of City B. If Leng Xiaoting had the Tang family's support, he would be a greater threat to Leng Xiaoming. It was unacceptable in Leng Yuanqin's family's eyes. Actually, Leng Xiaoting couldn't easily surpass Leng Xiaoming alone without his future wife's family support. Isn't Ji Yuning's surname Ji Yu? Isn't she from City F? How come she's a member of the Tang family in City B now? Zhang Shuyuan asked. Chapter 1301, An illegitimate daughter. It's the Tang family's family affair, and we shouldn't talk about it. Anyway, Ji Yuning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, which is the undeniable truth, Master Leng said. She must either be a stepdaughter or an illegitimate daughter. Leng Xiaojia blurted it out. Shut your mouth. Master Leng snapped at Leng Xiaojia. Although it was the truth, he was worried that Ji Yuning might feel hurt. Actually, even if Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's love child, she was very important in the Tang family. Am I wrong? Leng Xiaojia argued. Yeah, you're right, but so what? Ji Yuning admitted it with alacrity. She had no intention to hide her history, because she had already become successful on her own. It didn't matter whether she was Miss Tang or not. As long as she wanted, she could change her surname to Tang at any time. However, she kept her name as Ji Yuning, and she was determined to fight for her future on her own. Oh, an illegitimate daughter. It's super embarrassing if the Leng family marries an illegitimate daughter, Leng Xiaojia said with obvious disdain and looked satisfied after knowing that Ji Yuning was an illegitimate daughter. Shut up. Master Leng was angry. In fact, Master Leng didn't think it was embarrassing at all. He appreciated Ji Yuning, not her family background. Leng Xiaojia was a little scared, but was reluctant to give up. Grandpa, I said that for the Leng family's own good. Our family is the top family in the capital. What if? Go back to your room, now. Master Leng interrupted her before she could finish. Grandpa Leng, it's fine. Ji Yuning comforted Master Leng at once. She then turned to look at Leng Xiaojia. You're right that nobody likes an illegitimate daughter, but I'm unstoppable. Do whatever you can, and you'll see who's the winner. Leng Xiaojia opened her mouth, trying to say something, but her mouth was struck by a large piece of meat all of a sudden. It was thrown over by Leng Xiaoting. He remained silent the entire time, but it didn't mean that he wasn't mad. He had promised to let Ji Yuning deal with it herself, but he couldn't tolerate it now and took action right away. The scene shocked everyone around the table, and Leng Xiaojia was totally stunned. Xiaojia, are you all right? Zhang Shuyuan went to help Leng Xiaojia in a hurry. Xiaoting, how could you do that? She questioned Leng Xiaoting in anger. If you dare to say something like that again, I'm able to do anything, Leng Xiaoting coldly said. Although Leng Xiaoting always stayed alone and kept a distance from others, he seldom vented his anger at them. Not to mention Leng Xiaojia, even Master Leng felt a little shocked and frightened. Mom. Leng Xiaojia hid behind her mother's back. She didn't dare to act against Leng Xiaoting anymore. It's fine. Let's go back to your room now, Zhang Shuyuan said and left with Leng Xiaojia. Both of them had lost their appetite. Ningning, please don't mind it. I don't think there is anything wrong with your history, and I can't wait to see Xiaoting marry you. Master Leng said. Right, Ningning, we like you too, and we really hope that you can marry into our family one day, Yuyan said as well. I agree. Leng Yuanjun nodded. Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry. Please accept my sincere apologies. It's my fault that my daughter behaves so badly, Leng Yuanchen said to Ji Yuning. He didn't want Leng Xiaoting to marry a girl with a powerful family background, but it was something out of his control. Even though he had the same idea as Leng Xiaojia and thought that it was humiliating for an illegitimate daughter to marry into the Leng family, he didn't dare to say it aloud. Besides, Master Leng was the decision-maker in the Leng family, and nobody could change his decisions. Leng Yuanchen was a senior official in the government, so he was highly flexible. Even though Zhang Shuyuan forgot her manners in their home, she had no disagreement with her colleagues. Everyone had a different side in different situations. I'm fine. I don't mind it at all, Ji Yuning said. She indeed couldn't care less about Leng Xiaojia. Although Leng Xiaojia was attacking her, she had the courage to face the truth. Seeing that Ji Yuning was fine, the others felt relieved and kept on enjoying the meal. And except for Leng Yuanchen, the others were back in a good mood. Mom, how could Leng Xiaoting do that to me? My mouth is so sore now. Leng Xiaojia complained the moment she was in her bedroom. Chapter 1302, Leng Xiaojia's decision. Leng Xiaoting heavily hit her mouth with a large piece of meat, and her teeth knocked against her lips, which was really painful. All right, keep your voice low. If he hears you, he probably will do something else to hurt you again, Zhang Shuyuan said. Zhang Shuyuan was unwilling to annoy Leng Xiaoting anymore. Although she was angry as well, she could do nothing about it. Leng Xiaoting looked scary when he was mad. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting was willing to do anything to defend Ji Yuning. Mom, I hate them. I hate them, Leng Xiaojia said. So, what can you do about it? Zhang Shuyuan rolled her eyes. Leng Xiaojia was full of hatred now. It seemed that she had to make a decision right now. Mom, I need some sleep. Can you leave me alone? Leng Xiaojia pretended to be tired. Fine, have a good rest. Zhang Shuyuan didn't think further and left. Leng Xiaojia lay down on her bed afterwards. Zhang Shuyuan suddenly thought of something when she was about to close the door of Leng Xiaojia's bedroom. Oh, one of Ji Yuning's subordinates ranked 5th among the top 20 in the competition this time. What? Leng Xiaojia sat up at once in shock. She knew that Yu Zi was the clothing designer of Charm, and Charm was owned by Ji Yuning. If Yu Zi didn't work for Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaojia wouldn't mind it, but unfortunately she worked for Ji Yuning. She really hated the feeling when Ji Yuning could always do better and be more noticeable than her. She made up her mind to overshadow Ji Yuning one day. Zhang Shuyuan understood that Leng Xiaojia would be in a terrible mood after hearing the news, but she couldn't keep it a secret. Once Zhang Shuyuan was gone, Leng Xiaojia took out her other phone and dialed a number. Hi, Amy, have you made up your mind? A foreigner said on the phone. It was obvious that they had discussed it earlier on. Yeah, I'll send her information to you later along with half of the remuneration. I don't want her dead, just disfigured or disabled, Leng Xiaojia said with an evil expression. Because of Ji Yuning, she had tolerated a lot. She was a selfish person and blamed Ji Yuning for everything, but she had actually caused Ji Yuning trouble first. Although Leng Xiaojia was aware of Ji Yuning's real family background now, her hatred got the better of her and she lost her reason. The only thing she didn't dare to do now was to directly kill Ji Yuning. She knew that it was illegal and she might be killed too if those who cared about Ji Yuning found out what she did. She had never killed someone before, and she was scared of murder. Even if Ji Yuning was killed by someone she hired, she would still feel really anxious and have a guilty conscience, which was torture in her eyes. Leng Xiaoting wasn't dumb, and it would be easy for him to find out if she couldn't stay calm. In fact, this wasn't the first time she had contacted a foreigner. She had called him last time, but stopped her plan at the last second. However, she failed to control herself this time. The foreigner was a professional killer from country Y, and Leng Xiaojia kept in touch with him under a fake name. Smith helped her find this killer. Leng Xiaojia only trusted Smith now. Smith wasn't a good man, so he didn't think that it was wrong for Leng Xiaojia to pay a killer to kill someone for her, and he had actually done the same thing before. He knew someone in the mafia of country Y, so he gave Leng Xiaojia a helping hand. No problem, Amy. Please wait for my information with patience, the foreigner said. He didn't tell Leng Xiaojia when he could finish the task, because he needed some time to measure it. Once he made his judgment, he would set a price for it. After hanging up the call, Leng Xiaojia was still very nervous. It was crazy, but she felt excited as well. She believed that Ji Yuning was doomed this time. Without delay, Leng Xiaojia sent a message to the foreigner. Ji Yuning, female, 19, born in City F, shows up often in City B in the capital. Leng Xiaojia didn't know the address of Ji Yuning's home, so she only told the killer the locations of the stores of Charm, Jade Beauty Jewelry, and Kuzi. Chapter 1303, It's the Truth. Other than that, she also gave the killer Ji Yuning's schedule for the day after tomorrow. Although she didn't have a thorough document about Ji Yuning, she had provided the killer with enough information. Zhang Shuyuan went back to the dining hall. Even though she lost her appetite, she still forced herself to eat something. After a short while, they finished dinner and moved to the living room together. Leng Yuanqin said nothing about what had just happened, but he was displeased. He was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning now, so he excused himself and went to his room. He didn't bother to ask Master Leng for more details about Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's engagement because he knew that Master Leng didn't want him to be involved. And honestly, he had no interest in it either. Zhang Shuyuan also made an excuse and left soon. However, nobody cared about them, and the others felt more relaxed when they were gone. Aunt Yin, Kuzi's makeup products were just put out on the market. I've brought a set for you and Xiaoxi. You can give it a try, and tell me your thoughts afterwards, Ji Yuning said, handing Yu Yin 2 gift bags. Although there was a scandal about Kuzi on the internet, Ji Yuning didn't think that Yu Yin would be suspicious of her. She believed that Yu Yin would trust her and Kuzi's quality. At that time, Yu Yin didn't know about what had happened to Kuzi, but she would still choose to believe Ji Yuning even if she had heard about it. Thanks. Yu Yin was surprised and excited. Ji Yuning came to the Leng family's old house with gifts every time, but she had only given Ji Yuning a red envelope at their first meeting. Nevertheless, they would be family soon, so it wasn't a big deal. My pleasure. Ji Yuning smiled. Yu Yin was much kinder than Zhang Shuyuan to Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning was willing to treat Yu Yin well. Ningning, I love your gift, I'll try it tonight. Yu Yin was very excited. Zhang Shuyuan didn't go back to her room, but went to Leng Yuanchen's study. Yuanchen, what should we do now? It turns out that Ji Yuning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. If Leng Xiaoting really marries her in the future, he would have the Tang family's support too. In that case, he will be too powerful to be stopped. Zhang Shuyuan was really worried. She hoped that her son could be better than Leng Xiaoting in every aspect, but unfortunately the reality was the opposite. How would I know? I have no idea. Leng Yuanchen frowned. Even Leng Yuanchen didn't know what to do now, so Zhang Shuyuan was restless. Even if Leng Xiaoting doesn't marry Ji Yuning, he's still more outstanding than Xiaoming, Leng Yuanchen said. It was the undeniable truth, although he was reluctant to admit it. Leng Xiaoting became a major general at a very young age, so Leng Xiaoming was much less noticeable compared to Leng Xiaoting. How could you say that about our own son? Xiaoming isn't bad at all. Zhang Shuyuan said. She was unwilling to hear it. It's the truth. Leng Yuanchen said. Even though Zhang Shuyuan was displeased, she couldn't deny it. All right, you can leave now. I still need to deal with my work now, Leng Yuanchen said. Zhang Shuyuan then left. After she went back to her room, Zhang Shuyuan thought that she should tell Leng Xiaoming the news, so she called Leng Xiaoming at once, and Leng Xiaoming answered. Mom, what's up? Leng Xiaoming didn't want to hear from his mother because she talked endlessly. Xiaoming, your grandfather just said that they're going to talk about Leng Xiaoting's engagement with Ji Yuning, Zhang Shuyuan said. What? Isn't Ji Yuning only 19 this year? Leng Xiaoming was surprised. Yeah, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait, because he doesn't want to miss this great chance, Zhang Shuyuan unkindly said. Do you know that Ji Yuning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter? She has the Tang family's support in City B. Zhang Shuyuan believed that Leng Xiaoting was eager to get engaged to Ji Yuning because of Ji Yuning's family background. Ji Yuning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Leng Xiaoming was shocked. Isn't her surname Ji Yu? Isn't she from City F? When did she become a member of the Tang family in City B? She's an illegitimate daughter, Zhang Shuyuan said. If she can marry into the Leng family, the Tang family can benefit from it as well, so they have to be supportive. Zhang Shuyuan could only see how things would benefit people, and Ji Yuning's marriage with Leng Xiaoting would bring the Tang family a lot of advantages. However, that was her own opinion, and the others didn't actually think of it in this way. Chapter 1304. You don't need to thank me. Although Leng Xiaoming didn't think that Leng Xiaoting would marry for power and wealth, he ached to succeed and always wanted to surpass Leng Xiaoting, so it was bad news for him. If Leng Xiaoting really marries Ji Yuning, he'll be the decision-maker in the Leng family, Zhang Shuyuan said with disappointment. It's still too early to say that. Ji Yuning is only 19 this year, she has to wait for 3 years to legally marry Leng Xiaoting. Who knows what will happen in the next 3 years? Leng Xiaoming said. He stayed calmer than his mother. Zhang Shuyuan's eyes lit up at once. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were only going to be engaged and they still had to wait for 3 years. Anything could happen in the coming 3 years. Maybe Leng Xiaoting would fail to marry Ji Yuning in the end. Even if no accidents happened in the future, Zhang Shuyuan believed that they could cause some accidents if they wanted to. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left when it was about 9 p.m. You can directly take action to shut her mouth if it happens again, Leng Xiaoting said once he drove the car out of the Leng family's house. He was a little dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's tolerance. Ji Yuning actually had her own concerns. If another person had humiliated her, she would have taken action, but it was Leng Xiaojia. Ji Yuning had to consider Master Leng's feelings. However, in order to comfort Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning agreed in the end. After that, she called Tang Haifeng and told him that Master Leng would visit them the day after tomorrow. She told her family earlier so that they could be prepared. Leng Xiaoting wanted to have sex with Ji Yuning after they got back to his house, but unfortunately Ji Yuning was on her period, leaving him utterly disappointed. Although he was eager to have sex with her, he cared about Ji Yuning's body more, so he went to have a cool shower by himself. Ji Yuning was amused by his reaction, but she couldn't do anything about it. Because they couldn't make love, they played on the phone together. Ji Yuning was reading comments about Kuzi on the internet, where many internet users were still arguing with each other. In fact, it wasn't a hot topic on Weibo anymore, so only a small amount of people were paying attention to it. Kuzi's quality problem attracted a lot of attention because of Ji Yuning's influence. Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning later, "Ningning, can you give me more of your magical pills? One of my comrades was injured after this task. Although it isn't serious, I still hope that he can have a quicker recovery." He was running out of Ji Yuning's magical pills, because his job was very dangerous and he often got injured. In the past, they could only rely on time and luck to recover. This was the first time that Leng Xiaoting had asked Ji Yuning for something of his own accord, so he felt a little embarrassed. "Sure," Ji Yuning said without hesitation, and a large bottle appeared in her hand in an instant. "There are 100 pills here. You can share them with your comrades. It can save your lives at the key moment after all." Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting and his comrades were very close to one another and they worked together as a team. They might sacrifice their lives at any moment, so it was understandable that Leng Xiaoting asked for the pills for his comrades. Leng Xiaoting cared about his comrades, and Ji Yuning cared about his feelings. In addition, she had already met many of Leng Xiaoting's comrades. Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng, Xin Bei, Ai Weishan, and Zhao Lang had all left a good impression on her. No matter which one of them was in danger, she wouldn't spare any effort to help. Also, because they were a team, they would affect each other during their work. For example, if any of them were injured in a dangerous mission, the whole team's efficiency would be affected and Leng Xiaoting, the team leader, would be burdened. However, if they had magical pills with them, they would be able to recover within a short time and Leng Xiaoting would feel less stressed. Therefore, Ji Yuning was helping Leng Xiaoting and his comrades at the same time. To be honest, she really wouldn't know how to face or accept it if anything bad happened to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting felt touched and wanted to thank Ji Yuning, but she stopped him. "You don't need to thank me. As long as you want, I can give you anything I have." "Great." Leng Xiaoting listened to her. The next morning, Kei sent Ji Yuning a message about the result. He found the mastermind through the surrogate shoppers. The mastermind was the boss of Corydalus Makeup, and his name was Zhuang Xuanao. Corydalus Makeup was a third-tier makeup brand in City Q, but it was very ambitious. It always tried to improve its reputation and increase its sales. The quality of Corydalus Makeup was fine, and it was very likely for it to get a higher position on the market. Nevertheless, Kuzi overshadowed it and the sales of Corydalus Makeup dropped at once. Chapter 1305. Want to see Ji Yuning? If it continued, Corydalus Makeup would be losing its customers. Zhuang Xuanao was alert to the danger, so he schemed against Kuzi. Ji Yuning definitely wouldn't tolerate it, so she decided to do something. However, she needed to go back to City B with Master Leng tomorrow, so she couldn't collect the evidence herself. Instead, she asked Gao Yi and Chao Ya to deal with it for her. Kei found the mastermind, but he didn't have enough evidence. And even if they knew that it had to be a scheme, the public wouldn't believe them without solid proof. That being the case, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to find more persuasive evidence. It would be very easy for Gao Yi and Chao Ya to solve this problem, so they flew to City Q without delay. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, stayed in the capital. And although Leng Xiaoting was back, Ji Yuning still went to her company every day by herself. In the morning, Leng Xiaoting went to visit his injured comrade at the military general hospital. He needed to give his comrade the magical pills before he went to meet with Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting's injured comrade was Zhao Weixian, who ranked 8th in the Red Flame. Xianxia, the 12th member of the Red Flame, was staying with him in the hospital. Zhao Weixian was shot in the shoulder, and the bullet was already removed, so he was fine now, but normally he would have to stay in bed for at least half a month. Luckily, with the help of Ji Yuning's medicine, he could have a quick recovery. Many of the Red Flame's members were aware of the unbelievable effect of Ji Yuning's medicine, but they were still amazed again when they witnessed it. A few minutes after Zhao Weixian took a pill, he felt a lot less pain from his shoulder. They all knew that the medicine was from Ji Yuning, and they all admired her even though she was only a young girl. They never judged a person from her age, but instead judged her ability. Some people were old, but were good for nothing, while some people had a lot of achievements at a very young age. Although they hadn't met Ji Yuning yet, they had read a lot of news about her on the internet, so they were looking forward to meeting Ji Yuning one day. Zhao Weixian and Xianxia asked Leng Xiaoting when they could meet Ji Yuning in the capital. They had only seen Ji Yuning's photos on the internet, so it didn't feel real. Xu Jinchen had also shown off his meetings with Ji Yuning in front of them, which made them feel envious. Leng Xiaoting didn't answer their question right away, but said that he needed to ask for Ji Yuning's opinions. Zhao Weixian and Xianxia agreed, because they needed to respect Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't free all the time after all, she was the founder of a business empire. In the beginning, both Zhao Weixian and Xianxia had the idea to compete with Ji Yuning in fighting, but they gave up once they heard what had happened to Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng. Leng Xiaoting arrived at the Shengning organization before lunch, because he planned to dine with Ji Yuning later. They didn't dine outside, but instead enjoyed the food from the cafeteria at Ji Yuning's office. Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning that his comrades wanted to meet her if she was free that afternoon. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was more than willing to bring Ji Yuning to see his close brothers. It meant that Ji Yuning was accepted by his small group of close friends, and he hoped that she could get along well with his close friends. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting also wanted her to see his comrades, so she agreed. As Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, Ji Yuning thought that it was necessary for her to meet his close brothers. They decided to have dinner with Leng Xiaoting's comrades that afternoon. Leng Xiaoting then sent a message to his comrades, who were happy to hear this good news. At 2 p.m. Gao Yi and Chao Ya arrived at City Q. They contacted K at once, because they needed to know the key people they needed to follow later. Only K knew how to track their locations through their mobile phones. Seconds later, Gao Yi and Chao Ya separated to take action. At about 5 p.m., Ji Yuning got off work, so Leng Xiaoting booked a private room at the Xianxia Hotel. The Xianxia Hotel was his business anyway. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting called Zhao Weixian and Xianxia. Zhao Weixian felt much better after taking Ji Yuning's magical pills, and his wound was healing fast, so as long as he moved gently, he could leave the hospital. Therefore, he went to see Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning with his arm in a brace hanging around his neck. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the Xianxia Hotel later, where Ji Yuning found it was very easy to see familiar faces at dinner time. Chapter 1306, Don't You Want to Be Famous? Ji Yuning ran into Zhang Xiaoya this time. Zhang Xiaoya was the unimportant actress replaced by Li Miaojia at the filming set of An Empress of Military Blood last time. There were two men with Zhang Xiaoya in the hall. One was a fat, middle-aged man with a plain face, while the other was young, tall and slim. It seemed that the young man was the fat man's secretary. Ji Yuning had no interest in them. Zhang Xiaoya, on the other hand, was embarrassed the moment she saw Ji Yuning, but next second, she was stunned by Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was the most handsome man she had ever seen before. Although she was just an unimportant actress in the entertainment industry, she had played in many TV shows before, so she had seen a lot of good-looking actors, but they weren't comparable to Leng Xiaoting. She was curious to know what Leng Xiaoting's relationship with Ji Yuning was. The fat, middle-aged man followed Zhang Xiaoya's gaze and looked around. He was also amazed by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearances. If he was able to have them work for him, he could easily make a lot of money with their faces. Thinking of that, he walked to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting at once. "Hi, sorry to bother you. My name's Zheng Dingkai, the general manager of Zhaoyang Entertainment. Do you have interest in becoming stars? Given your outstanding appearances, you can easily become famous with my help." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Ji Yuning directly turned him down. Zheng Dingkai, however, was unwilling to give up, because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were too attractive. "Miss, wait a second. Don't you want to be famous?" Before he could finish, Ji Yuning interrupted him. "Manager Zheng, I'm sorry, I own an entertainment company so I can be famous whenever I want." After that, Ji Yuning left Zheng Dingkai behind and walked away with Leng Xiaoting. Zheng Dingkai felt embarrassed when Ji Yuning told him that she owned an entertainment company. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but he knew that he shouldn't bother them again. He only felt that it was a shame that he couldn't have them working for his company. Zheng Dingkai turned around, but he caught Zhang Xiaoya fixing her gaze on Leng Xiaoting's back, and he was mad at once. "Zhang Xiaoya, don't forget that you're my mistress right now." His voice was low, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were still able to hear it. Ji Yuning realized that Zhang Xiaoya had a sexual relationship with the fat man. The man must be her sugar daddy. Ji Yuning grimaced and left. Zhang Xiaoya moved her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting the second Zheng Dingkai warned her, and she explained in a hurry. "Please don't misunderstand me. I was looking at the girl. She's the boss of Fenghua Entertainment, and she let Li Miaojia replace me." Zheng Dingkai was aware of Zhang Xiaoya's dismissal, but Zhang Xiaoya didn't tell him the truth. If she told Zheng Dingkai that she was dismissed because of her bad acting, she would be abandoned. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoya only told him that she was replaced by Li Miaojia under the order of the boss of Fenghua. Zhang Xiaoya was picked by Zheng Dingkai because she was beautiful and not very bad at acting. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaoya accepted the unspoken rules, so he decided to spend money on her. Zheng Dingkai wouldn't sleep with every unimportant actress, only with those who begged him for help. Zhang Xiaoya came to him of her own accord, and agreed to be his mistress. He also promised to give her several roles to see whether she could become popular. If she couldn't become popular, he would dump her whenever he wanted. If she became popular, he could make money as well. Ji Yuning was different, because Ji Yuning was unusually beautiful and Zheng Dingkai only wanted to bring fame to her instead of forcing her to sleep with him. Only the most outstanding people could say no to unspoken rules, because they didn't lack chances. When Zheng Dingkai heard that Ji Yuning was the boss of Fenghua, he was greatly surprised. It turned out that it was true that she really owned an entertainment company. To his astonishment, her entertainment company was Fenghua. Fenghua Entertainment gained a lot of attention in the industry, and it made a lot of money within a short time. The very first film produced by Fenghua Entertainment was a huge box office success. Zheng Dingkai was envious of Fenghua's development. Given Fenghua's ability, he believed that an empress of military blood would be popular and profitable too. Zheng Ding was distracted by Zhang Xiaoya's excuse, and forgot that she had fixed her eyes on Leng Xiaoting just then. However, he still felt utterly embarrassed upon thinking about what he had said to Ji Yuning. Chapter 1307. He isn't superficial. Zheng Dingkai didn't ask about it further, and Zhang Xiaoya felt relieved. These days, she heard that Li Miaojia gained a lot of attention in the crew and even became close to the leading actors, which filled her with jealousy. She was afraid that Li Miaojia would really be picked by the boss of Fenghua Entertainment and become famous before her. Even if Li Miaojia was going to be popular, Zhang Xiaoya thought that she should be more popular than Li Miaojia at an earlier time. Zheng Dingkai had helped Zhang Xiaoya get a supporting role in a new show, and she relied on it to gain some fame. She was willing to accept unspoken rules, because unspoken rules were the rules in the entertainment industry. She believed that she would be fine and safe as long as she kept it a secret. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the private room, Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen were already waiting for them. They arrived about a dozen minutes earlier than Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, but the appointed time was 6 p.m., so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't late. Once the door was pushed open, Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen turned to stare at it, but Leng Xiaoting came in first. They stood up at once because Leng Xiaoting was their leader. And even though they were dining outside now, rules were rules. The next second, Ji Yuning appeared. Both Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen were stunned by her beauty. They had seen Ji Yuning's photos on the internet, but she was much prettier in real life. "Hi, Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng," Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen joked. They knew that Leng Xiaoting was going to marry Ji Yuning in the future, so they directly called Ji Yuning Mrs. Leng. It wasn't the first time that Leng Xiaoting's close brothers had greeted her in this way, but Ji Yuning still felt a little shy. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was very satisfied. He then introduced his comrades to Ji Yuning. "This is Zhao Weixian, and he's Xiao Nanchen. We're in the same team. Nice to meet you." Ji Yuning smiled at them. Since they were Leng Xiaoting's close brothers, there was no need for Ji Yuning to call them Mr. "Have a seat, please." Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen invited Ji Yuning to sit right away and ignored Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting didn't feel displeased at all. After they were all seated, they began to order. When the waiter left with their order, Zhao Weixian said to Ji Yuning, "We've heard a lot about you, and we've always wanted to meet you, but we didn't have a chance. If I weren't injured this time and didn't come to the capital to recover, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to see you today." Ji Yuning was amused and smiled. She understood that they wanted to meet her because she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend and wife-to-be. They cared about Leng Xiaoting and Leng Xiaoting's marriage. Zhao Weixian continued, "Oh, Ji Yuning, thank you so much for your medicine. It's really unbelievably effective. I just took a pill this afternoon and I feel much better now. I think I will probably be fully recovered in a few days." Although Zhao Weixian was very curious to know how Ji Yuning got the medicine, he knew that he shouldn't ask for details about it. "To be honest, we were all curious to know what kind of girl could become our boss's girlfriend at the beginning, but now we're convinced. Ji Yuning, you're not only beautiful, but also outstanding. I think you're one in a million," Xiao Nanchen said. All the members of the Red Flame were extraordinarily strong and skilled, but Ji Yuning was even better than some of them, so they all admired and respected her. "Do you mean Xiaoting is attracted to my appearance?" Ji Yuning said and pretended to be annoyed. She was just joking. However, Xiao Nanchen panicked a little. "No, I didn't mean that. I mean that you're gorgeous." Xiao Nanchen didn't know how to explain it right now. Because he didn't know Ji Yuning very well, he thought that Ji Yuning was really mad at him. Ji Yuning laughed when Xiao Nanchen looked nervous. "I'm sorry, I'm just joking." Hearing that, Xiao Nanchen was relieved. Ji Yuning wasn't dumb. If Leng Xiaoting was a superficial man, she would have seen through him a long time ago. "Why are they so nervous once you're here? Do you scare them often?" Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen couldn't agree more with Ji Yuning, but they didn't dare to say it aloud. "Am I scary?" Leng Xiaoting suddenly stared at Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen. Although he looked innocent, he still sounded threatening. Neither Zhao Weixian nor Xiao Nanchen had the courage to tell the truth. Chapter 1308. The next step. Leng Xiaoting's simple glance scared Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen, and they denied it at once. Of course not. In fact, they weren't scared of Leng Xiaoting, they stood in awe of him. Ji Yuning witnessed everything and rolled her eyes. Before long, dishes were placed on the table and they began to chat with each other casually while enjoying the food. Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen asked Ji Yuning about her experience of starting up companies. Ji Yuning didn't mind sharing her experiences with them, but she kept her jade eyes a secret. She told them that she mostly relied on her luck to be successful. It wasn't a lie or an excuse, because Ji Yuning had indeed been very lucky on her way to building her business empire. Her good luck helped her meet skilled subordinates and make more powerful connections. Although Zhao Weixian and Xiao Nanchen had read about some of Ji Yuning's experiences on the internet, they were still amazed after hearing more details from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said that she mostly relied on her good luck, but her ability mattered a lot as well. Actually, good luck was also a part of someone's ability. As for Ji Yuning's family background, they didn't ask about it, because they didn't think that it was important. They cared more about Ji Yuning than her family. As long as Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were in love and they didn't care about family background wouldn't be important. Leng Xiaoting's teammates were all good men with positive values. They were also used to fighting for whatever they wanted. Zhao Weixian was a major in the army, but his girlfriend was an ordinary white-collar worker. Nevertheless, they had been together for 3 years and they still loved each other deeply. Zhao Weixian even planned to propose to his girlfriend soon. Although Zhao Weixian's girlfriend was aware that he was a soldier in the army, she didn't know that he was a major, because he was only 27 and too young to be a major. The reason why Zhao Weixian could become a major at such an early age was that he had risked his life to fulfill difficult missions many times before. It was not only Zhao Weixian, all the other members in the Red Flame were also ranked high in the army. Zhao Weixian didn't tell his girlfriend his real position in the army, because he wasn't allowed to do that according to the rules. Even Ji Yuning didn't know much about Leng Xiaoting's job in the Red Flame. She only knew that he was a major general and always left to complete dangerous tasks. There were many special corps in the army and Ji Yuning had heard about some of them, but she still had no idea which team Leng Xiaoting was in. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to talk about his job, so Ji Yuning never asked further about it. They all had their own secrets after all. In City Q, Gao Yi was following the chairman of Corydalus Makeup, Zhuang Xuanao, the entire time, while Chaoya kept a close eye on another key person, the head of its factory, Du Gang. Zhuang Xuanao went back home once he got off work, but Du Gang stayed outside. In the afternoon, Du Gang dined with the sales manager of Corydalus Makeup, and they talked about Kuzi during the meal. Chaoya was able to hear their conversation because she had quietly stuck a wireless microphone in a less noticeable corner of the door when a waiter walked into the private room. After that, she booked a private room next to theirs and ordered some dishes. Without delay, she turned on her laptop and recorded their conversation. "Manager Zhao, will Kuzi find out that it was us?" Du Gang asked worriedly. Kuzi had already released an announcement of their intent to sue the mastermind behind the scheme, so Du Gang was afraid that he might be involved in big trouble. He was the head of the factory for Corydalus Makeup after all. The sales manager for Corydalus Makeup was named Zhao Wei, and he was a young man in his early 30s. He was responsible for contacting Du Gang in this scheme against Kuzi. Therefore, Du Gang could only turn to Zhao Wei for help after Kuzi released the announcement. "Don't worry, I don't think Kuzi is able to find out that it was us," Zhao Wei said with confidence. "Even if Kuzi finds out the truth, we will still be fine, because we're already prepared for the next step. We're not dumb, and it's not the end yet." Corydalus Makeup was determined to destroy Kuzi. Zhuang Xuanao was also a successful businessman, and he knew how to achieve his goal. Kuzi would undoubtedly give an official explanation to comfort its customers, because it was being criticized now. However, what would happen next? If Corydalus Makeup stopped scheming against Kuzi, Kuzi would be safe and fine, but what Corydalus Makeup had done before would be meaningless. It would be a total waste of time for Corydalus Makeup to do that then. Therefore, since Corydalus Makeup was determined to move Kuzi out of its way, it had prepared a perfect plan. "Really? What are we going to do next?" Du Gang's eyes lit up at once. "I have the goods on a group leader in one of the Kuzi factories, and he'll admit that this batch of unqualified Kuzi makeup products were produced by them," Zhao Wei said with pride. Hearing that, Chaoya was annoyed. Du Gang, on the other hand, felt relieved, but he asked with curiosity then, "What should we do now?" "You'll know." Zhao Wei put on a mysterious smile. Since Zhao Wei was unwilling to tell him, Du Gang didn't ask about it further. Chaoya immediately sent Ji Yuning the recording. Chapter 1309. You don't need to rush. When Ji Yuning received the voice recording from Chaoya, she had just finished the meal with Leng Xiaoting's friends, but they didn't leave right away. She made an excuse and left to listen to the voice recording in the ladies' room, and to prevent people from hearing it, she put in her earphones. After hearing the voice recording, Ji Yuning frowned. To her surprise, her business enemy could affect her factory. She sent a message to Kay at once and told him to investigate all the group leaders of the Kuzi makeup factory. Because there were several production lines in the Kuzi makeup factory and Xiaoya didn't get detailed information about the guilty group leader, they had to investigate all of the group leaders. It wasn't difficult for them to find the guilty group leader by checking the call records from Zhao Wei. Within a minute, Kay replied to her message and said that he would do it right away. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked out of the lady's room and went back to her seat. They chatted with each other for a while longer before they left the hotel. Xiaonanchan and Zhao Weixian went back to the military general hospital, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting drove home. Although Zhao Weixian's wound was almost healed, he still needed to stay in the hospital for a few days without having permission to leave. He could only leave the hospital if the doctor told him that he was fine after tomorrow's checkup. Soldiers with ranks in the army could have free treatment in the military general hospital, so the hospital wouldn't keep the patients for money. Shortly after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the hotel, Ji Yuning received Kay's call, and Kay told her that he had found the group leader who secretly kept in touch with Zhao Wei. They had contacted each other with their real phone numbers, so it was very easy for Kay to find the truth. The group leader who stayed in touch with Zhao Wei was Wang Zonghang. He was about 40 and had worked in Kulain for a long time. He had worked for Ning Chengkai for years, but still chose to betray him and Kulain, which meant that Zhao Wei had something serious on him. Either way, since Wang Zonghang betrayed Kulain, Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to punish him. Even though Ji Yuning knew that Wang Zonghang was secretly contacting Zhao Wei, she still didn't know what they had talked about with each other, so she couldn't sue Wang Zonghang right now. If Wang Zonghang confessed it before he made a terrible mistake, Ji Yuning might forgive him. However, if he continued to do it, Ji Yuning would wait until it became serious and seize the chance to severely punish Corydalus makeup. If she went to meet Wang Zonghang right now, Corydalus makeup might stop attacking Kuzi and she wouldn't have a good opportunity to defend herself. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to be patient. She needed to know what exactly Zhao Wei had on Wang Zonghang. In addition to that, she also needed to learn more about Corydalus makeup and Zhuang Xuanao. If she was able to find their dirty secrets, she would directly expose them and ruin Corydalus makeup. It wouldn't be easy to find their dirty secrets, so Ji Yuning needed to wait for a while longer. They weren't dumb after all. Although Ji Yuning decided not to see Wang Zonghang right now, she arranged for someone to spy on him. Ning Chengkai had checked the factory once before and he found no problems because Wang Zonghang hadn't done anything back then, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't do anything in the future either. Therefore, Ji Yuning called Ning Chengkai and told him about Wang Zonghang. To Ning Chengkai's astonishment, one of his biggest helpers had chosen to betray him and he felt quite sad about it. Anyway, since Wang Zonghang was the betrayer, Ning Chengkai listened to Ji Yuning and spied on him. The next day, Ji Yuning went to her company in the morning because she would be going to City B together with the Leng family after lunch. Leng Xiaoting was busy, because he had to be well prepared before he went to visit Ji Yuning's family. Master Leng had called Tang Haifeng early that morning and told him that they would visit the Tang family in City B today to talk about the engagement. Tang Haifeng wasn't surprised, because Ji Yuning had told him about it before. He was also prepared for it. Ji Yuning arrived at her office before 9 a.m., and Kay followed her with his laptop to report what he had found out. Kay didn't go back home last night and had only slept for a few hours when it was almost daybreak, because he knew that this matter was very important. Well, you don't need to rush to deal with it. Your health matters more, Ji Yuning said and gave Kay a power crystal. Here, take it. It'll help you get your energy back. Kay had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and Ji Yuning saw that he wasn't in a very good condition. It's fine. I think it's better if we can get the result earlier, Kay said and thanked Ji Yuning. On another topic, I need to go to City B later, so I'm afraid that I can't show up at the release conference, Ji Yuning said to Kay. The release conference of Battle in the Sky was only 3 days away, but Ji Yuning would still be in City B at that time. I understand. Kay nodded. Chapter 1310, Won't Be Merciful. After that, Ji Yuning began to read the result of the investigation. Although it wasn't easy for them to find out about Wang Zonghang's relationship with Zhao Wei, Kei was still able to get enough information about it. It turned out that Wang Zonghang and Zhao Wei came from the same town, and they happened to know each other at a very young age. About 8 years ago, Wang Zonghang was in his 20s and still worked in his hometown. Wang Zonghang drove under the influence once and hit someone accidentally causing their death, after which he fled in panic. However, he was caught by Zhao Wei. It was a small town, and there weren't enough security cameras, so the police failed to find Wang Zonghang, and Zhao Wei also kept it a secret. After the car accident, Wang Zonghang left for the capital and justice hadn't been done. Zhao Wei met Wang Zonghang again by chance later, and learned that Wang Zonghang was working for Kulane now. When the company that Zhao Wei worked for planned to scheme against Kuzi, he remembered the crime that Wang Zonghang had committed. Because Wang Zonghang felt guilty, Zhao Wei successfully threatened him. In fact, even if Zhao Wei called the police, Wang Zonghang would still be fine because it happened too long time ago and there was no evidence. As long as Wang Zonghang denied it, he wouldn't be put in jail. However, people with a guilty conscience couldn't help but panic, and it would be used by others. Zhao Wei didn't have evidence back then, but he had a recording of Wang Zonghang's confession when they talked about it, so Wang Zonghang had to obey his orders. Ji Yuning frowned when she learned about Wang Zonghang's past. Even if Wang Zonghang didn't betray Kuzi, she would still fire him this time. Zhao Wei also had a dirty secret, but it didn't break the law, because he only had a mistress. If Zhao Wei was an official in the government, he might lose his job if his dirty secret was exposed, but he was a businessman with lower moral standards. Zhuang Xuanao, on the other hand, clearly broke the law because he had committed bribery and tax evasion. The sales of Corydalus makeup were quite strong during these years, and it had to pay a lot of tax. Zhuang Xuanao was unwilling to pay so much tax, so he made fraudulent accounts and bribed officials for him to pay less tax. Actually, many companies were doing that, and some officials who had gained benefits from it would turn a blind eye on it. If a company owner didn't offend someone, it would be fine, but he might be in trouble if he annoyed someone who was more influential than him. So Zhuang Xuanao was in big trouble this time. Ji Yuning now had enough evidence in her hands, and she only needed to wait for Corydalus Makeup's next step before she took action. On the internet, people were still talking about Kuzi's quality problem. Although the majority of internet users trusted Kuzi, some still had doubt. Most importantly, the internet water army was inciting people to criticize Kuzi. Master Leng set the departure time at 2 p.m., and they would have dinner with the Tang family. Leng Xiaoting came to pick Ji Yuning up to eat at the Leng family's house at noon, after which they would go to the airport together. They would take a private jet to City B this time. However, even though they would take a private jet, they still needed to communicate with the airport earlier on in case any accidents happened. Therefore, they had to board before 1:40 p.m. Yu Yin didn't hear of the trouble that Kuzi was in right now until that morning, but she undoubtedly supported Kuzi. She believed that it must have been a trap. Once Ji Yuning came, Yu Yin asked her with concern, "Ningning, I just heard about what has happened to Kuzi these days. I believe that there are no quality problems with Kuzi products, but have you found the mastermind yet?" "Aunt Yin, please don't worry. I've already found the mastermind and I'll make it public at the perfect time," Ji Yuning said. "Great." Yu Yin was comforted. "Ningning, don't be merciful. You have my full support," Master Leng said angrily. Yu Yin had told Master Leng the second she heard about it, so Master Leng was mad now. Ji Yuning was very important in Master Leng's eyes, and he was willing to give her his full support no matter what she wanted to do. Although Master Leng was aware that business was like a battlefield, he wouldn't tolerate it when his future granddaughter-in-law was attacked. "I won't be merciful," Ji Yuning said. She wasn't weak or too merciful. "If you need any help, just tell Xiaoting and let him do it for you," Master Leng said. "I will." Ji Yuning smiled. She never hesitated to turn to Leng Xiaoting for help when it was necessary. "Ningning, will it be fine for you to go to City B and leave your company?" Master Leng asked. "Yeah, I don't need to deal with everything myself, my staff can handle everything," Ji Yuning said. She only needed to make the final decision when it was very important. Great. Master Leng nodded. At 12:30 p.m., after lunch, they went to the airport. It took about 40 minutes to arrive at the airport without being caught in a traffic jam, so they reached the airport earlier than the appointed time. Chapter 13:11. She told me to protect you. Other stuff was already delivered to the plane, so there was no need for them to carry anything on the way to the airport. Before 1 p.m., the Leng family was aboard. At 1:40 p.m., its private jet stood in line and was ready for the flight, and it began to take off at 2 p.m. Right at this moment, Zhang Yutong's mother received a call from the direct sale store of Kuzi. The 100 sets of Kuzi products had arrived and she could go to pick them up. They had paid the deposit only 2 days ago and the goods were already delivered. Zhang Yutong's mother was in a bad mood when she heard the news. It wasn't a piece of good news to her. Only this batch of products for Zhang Yutong was delivered, and other customers still needed to wait for a few days. Ji Yuning had actually deliberately prepared the batch of products for Zhang Yutong early on. When it was about 4 p.m., the Leng family's private jet landed at the international airport of City B. And one of Leng Xiaoting's subordinates would come to pick them up. Ji Yuning didn't see the large pile of gifts Master Leng had prepared for the Tang family until they got off the plane. She was greatly surprised and amused. "Grandpa Leng, you didn't need to prepare so many gifts. I don't think there are too many gifts. I think they're not enough," Master Leng argued. In order to show Ji Yuning's importance in the Leng family, Master Leng had spent a lot of time preparing the large pile of gifts. If Leng Yuanjun and his wife hadn't stopped Master Leng in time, he would have prepared more gifts. Fine. Ji Yuning didn't know what else she could say now. Leng Xiaoting arranged for a separate car to pack all of the gifts. However, shortly after they left the plane, Ji Yuning sensed that someone was looking at her with hostility. She didn't turn to search for the person right away, but acted normally and used her jade eyes. Before long, she found the man, who stood in a terminal far from them. He was a foreigner and was staring at her with a telescope. Although there was a distance between them, Ji Yuning had a feeling that the man wasn't an ordinary man. He was highly likely a killer, and Ji Yuning was sure that she was his target. Because he was a foreign man, Ji Yuning thought of Amy first. The foreigner might have been sent here by Amy, because Amy hated her. However, it was only Ji Yuning's suspicion, because she didn't know which country the foreigner came from. Ji Yuning was suspicious of Amy because Amy was the only foreigner she had a grudge against till now, and Amy had tried to attack her many times. Even though the foreign man came here for her, Ji Yuning moved along with Master Leng and other important members of the Leng family. She was worried that they might be involved in trouble because of her. Therefore, she had to separate herself from them. Ji Yuning couldn't tell Master Leng about what she found right now, but she could be honest with Leng Xiaoting. Without delay, Ji Yuning pulled Leng Xiaoting aside and said to him in a very low voice, "Xiaoting, someone is following and spying on me. He's a foreigner, and he stood in terminal number 12. I don't want Grandpa Leng and the others to get hurt, so I need to be alone in another car. You must protect them well, all right?" Leng Xiaoting frowned when he heard that. He was mad at the foreigner who was following and spying on Ji Yuning, and he was also worried about Ji Yuning's safety, but he had to listen to her given the current situation. Ji Yuning wasn't a weak girl, and she could protect herself. Master Leng, on the other hand, was an old man who knew nothing about fighting, so Leng Xiaoting needed to protect his family right now. Fine. Leng Xiaoting agreed. There were 3 MPVs with 7 seats each coming to pick them up. Master Leng came to City B with Leng Yuanjun and his wife and 8 bodyguards. 3 bodyguards along with the gifts prepared by the Leng family sat in the first car. Master Leng, Leng Yuanjun and his wife, Leng Xiaoting and a bodyguard sat in the second car. Ji Yuning should share the second car with them, but now she moved to sit in the third car together with other bodyguards. Master Leng and the others were curious about why Ji Yuning suddenly did that, but Ji Yuning didn't tell them the reason. Master Leng knew that it had to be something abnormal, because he saw Ji Yuning pull Leng Xiaoting aside earlier. "Xiaoting, what did Ningning just talk to you about? Why isn't she sharing the same car with us?" Master Leng asked Leng Xiaoting the moment they were seated in the car. Leng Xiaoting understood that it was impossible for him to fool his grandfather, so he told the truth. Well, Ningning just noticed that someone is following and spying on her. She's afraid that you might be involved in danger because of her, so she told me to protect you. What? Why did you leave her alone since you know that she's in danger now? What if something terrible happens to her? Master Leng was furious. She told me to protect you, Leng Xiaoting said. Grandpa, you don't need to be too worried. She's strong and smart. She can deal with it on her own. But, Master Leng was still concerned. It's fine. She'll be safe, Leng Xiaoting said with confidence. Leng Yuanjun and his wife remained silent. Although they were worried about Ji Yuning's safety as well, Master Leng's safety was more important in their eyes. They indeed liked Ji Yuning, but Master Leng was more closely connected with them. Therefore, it was better for Leng Xiaoting to stay here and protect Master Leng. Chapter 13:12. A car accident. Since Ji Yuning chose to do that, she must have confidence in herself, and Leng Xiaoting chose to trust her. The three cars were started and drove forward. Although Master Leng and the others chose to trust Ji Yuning, they were still worried and kept turning to look at the car that Ji Yuning was in. Ji Yuning sat on the rear seats and fixed her eyes on the foreign man. To her surprise, the foreign man drove a large truck behind them. She thought that he might plan to knock into them with the big truck. Because a big truck was heavy and had greater power, it could easily knock a smaller car over. In that case, Ji Yuning wasn't worried, because she could use her magical power as a defense to stop the truck. Ji Yuning's magical power was strong enough to be used as a defense now, but it would cost her a lot of strength, so she only did it when her life was in great danger. Although there wasn't a lot of traffic on the road and it wasn't difficult for them to avoid the truck, Ji Yuning was still left with no choice. If she moved out of the way, the truck might hit the car that Master Leng was in, which was unacceptable in her eyes. They arrived at an overpass and drove in a line. Finally, the foreign man seized the chance and accelerated. Leng Xiaoting and the others still had no idea what the big truck was going to do because they weren't on the same lane. When the big truck was only a meter away from them, it suddenly changed its course and turned to hit the car that Ji Yuning was in. It was too late for the chauffeur to avoid it. Ji Yuning, at the same time, used her magical power and made a defense to protect them. She couldn't make sure that the car would be fine, but only hoped that the people inside would be safe. Leng Xiaoting also realized the problem and told the chauffeur in his car to stop at once, but it was too late and he could only watch the big truck hitting the MPV that Ji Yuning was in. With a loud crash, the big truck hit the MPV and pushed it towards guardrails. It seemed that the MPV was going to fall from the overpass. The scene scared everyone in the other cars on the overpass. This overpass was about 20 meters high, and people in the car would be dead once it fell. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the rear seat of a taxi which was 100 meters away from the scene opened his eyes in an instant, and looked shocked. He sensed unusually strong magical power. Only cultivators or ghosts could figure out that it was magical power. However, this middle-aged man wasn't a ghost, so he was a cultivator. In addition, his face looked normal, which meant that he was a member of the good practice. This middle-aged man was shocked by the magical power because it was pure magical power instead of mysterious power from cultivators. There must be a treasure filled with magical power. Unfortunately, he was far from the scene, so he didn't know what was happening there. The MPV stopped in front of the guardrails and didn't fall. The big truck didn't move forward either in case it fell as well, so it stopped 2 meters away from the guardrails. In fact, even if the big truck continued to push the MPV forward, Ji Yuning was still able to stop it with her magical power. Ji Yuning actually allowed the big truck to push the MPV aside on purpose, because it would be strange if the MPV was fine after the heavy hit. The foreign man was stunned by the scene when the MPV didn't fall from the overpass but stayed mostly fine. It wasn't in accordance with scientific law. The bodyguards in the MPV were also astonished, but Ji Yuning remained calm and jumped out of the broken rear window at once. The side of the car was blocked by the big truck, but the rear glass wasn't. Although the bodyguards were greatly surprised, they soon got their mind back and began to do their job. They got out of the car right away. Only the chauffeur was still in a lot of shock. Leng Xiaoting also ran to see Ji Yuning without hesitation, but he saw her jumping out of the car, so he knew that she was fine. Then he turned to catch the driver of the big truck. The foreign man was angry when he saw that Ji Yuning survived. He was disappointed and wanted to escape but was stopped by Leng Xiaoting and they began to fight. Seeing that, everyone realized that it had to be a murder attempt. They were also surprised that Ji Yuning and the other people in the MPV were fine. The car accident looked too scary, and they felt it was unbelievable that the people in the car could survive. Because Leng Xiaoting was fighting against the foreign man, Ji Yuning ran to comfort and to tell Master Leng that she was fine. Master Leng almost cried when he saw Ji Yuning's face. "Grandpa, uncle and aunt, I'm fine," Ji Yuning said to them. "Great, great." Master Leng's voice was still trembling. They didn't want anything terrible to happen to Ji Yuning. To the foreign man's astonishment, Leng Xiaoting was so strong and skilled at fighting that he couldn't get rid of him at all. He also understood that Leng Xiaoting must be aware of his aim because Leng Xiaoting ran to stop him without delay. The foreign man wasn't weak actually, but he was no match for Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting soon caught him and left him to 2 bodyguards. At this time, the middle-aged male cultivator arrived at the scene of the accident, but the magical power was already gone. He was confused and curious to know where the magical power came from. Chapter 13:13. Propose marriage in the Tang family. Although the magical power was nowhere to be found now, the middle-aged man was very sure that its appearance must have something to do with this car accident because they happened to show up at the same time. Therefore, the magical power had to come from a certain person at the scene, but it was hidden right now. The cultivator could only remember the faces at the scene for further research. When the cultivator came, Ji Yuning also noticed him and she knew that he must have come for the magical power. Ji Yuning felt lucky that she didn't expose herself, or she might be in trouble. She knew too little about the cultivation world right now, so she didn't want to expose herself. "Let me go." The foreign man struggled. "Let you go?" Ji Yuning sneered and walked towards him. "If this was just an accident, I wouldn't make things difficult for you, but it isn't. I know that you started following me from the airport." Hearing that, the man was greatly surprised. He thought that he had hidden himself very well. "Have you called the police?" Ji Yuning asked. "Yes," a bodyguard replied. Although this was a personal grudge, the car accident already happened, so they needed to call the police. Within 10 minutes, the traffic police arrived. If this was a normal car accident, it was very easy to deal with it, but it wasn't, so it would be complicated. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to delay the meeting with the Tang family because of it, so he directly took out his officer's certificate. He made it very clear that it was a murder attempt and he needed to do the interrogation himself. However, he was busy now, so he needed to arrange for 2 bodyguards to escort the foreign man to the Public Security Bureau and he would interrogate the suspect later that night. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't punish the foreign man of his own accord, so he proposed to escort him to the Public Security Bureau first. The traffic police agreed once Leng Xiaoting showed his officer's certificate. Although they were surprised to know that Leng Xiaoting was a major general at such an early age, they still listened to him. Onlookers didn't know what certificate Leng Xiaoting held in his hands, but they knew that he must be an important figure. After that, the traffic police along with 2 bodyguards from the Leng family escorted the foreign man to the Public Security Bureau. Leng Xiaoting left a bodyguard to deal with the following things, then drove away. Ji Yuning called Kay and told Kay about what she had just been through. Kay was surprised and said that he would check the surveillance cameras of the foreign man's action from the beginning to the end. In addition, he would also find out what the foreign man had done before in his identity. When Leng Xiaoting and his other family members arrived at the Tang family's house, it was already 5:30 p.m. They were about half an hour later than the appointed time, but luckily the dinner began at 6 p.m. The Tang family didn't think further about it because they thought there might have been a traffic jam on the road. Ji Yuning didn't want to worry the Tang family, so she reminded Master Leng and the others not to mention the car accident. However, even if they kept it a secret today, the Tang family would know about it sooner or later. They simply didn't want to ruin the happy atmosphere. Because the Leng family were visiting the Tang family today, Ji Yuman didn't go to the beauty salon and rather stayed at home. Zhang Lihua, Tang Yunfan, and Tang Yunheng were also back home at 4 p.m. Tang Yunrong and Cao Ruoa arrived at the Tang family's house at 4:30 p.m., while Tang Jiakai, Cao Wenxin, and Cao Wenjun got back later too. Except for Tang Jiayang, who was abroad, all the other members of the Tang family were present. They took it very seriously because it wasn't only about Ji Yuning's marriage, but also because the highly respected figure, Leng Weihua, would show up today. Every one of them was very excited. Normally, the big gate of the Tang family's house was closed, but it was open early today, waiting for the Leng family's arrival. Once the Leng family's cars came close, a security guard reported it to Tang Haifeng, and Tang Haifeng along with his other family members walked out without delay. They stood outside the door of the main building in a straight line, as two MPVs entered the Tang family's large property then moved towards the main building. The two cars soon stopped, and a bodyguard immediately got out of the first car to open the car door for the people inside. Leng Xiaoting left the car first, followed by Ji Yuning, then Master Leng appeared. The members of the Tang family walked to welcome Master Leng right away. "Very nice to meet you, Leader Leng. Welcome to my home." Tang Haifeng greeted him. "Nice to meet you, Leader Leng." The other people also greeted Master Leng with great respect. "You don't need to call me Leader Leng. We're a family now. Just call me Leng, Uncle Leng, and Grandpa Leng," Master Leng said with a smile. "Ha ha, nice to see you, Leng," Tang Haifeng said. Although Leng Weihua used to be in a very high position, he was retired now, and they were indeed going to be family. "Nice to see you, Uncle Leng," Tang Yunheng and the other members of his generation said. "Nice to see you, Grandpa Leng," Tang Jiakai and the other young members said. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin left the car later, and everyone introduced themselves to each other before they walked into the living hall. The moment they were seated, they saw endless gifts being brought inside one after another, which surprised the Tang family. To their astonishment, the Leng family came with so many gifts, which meant that they attached great importance to Ji Yuning. "Tang, you have a very outstanding granddaughter. She's able to become so successful at such a young age. She has my respect and affection. You know what, all of my old friends want her to be their granddaughter-in-law. Although Ningning is Xiaoting's girlfriend, I still hope that they can get engaged right now," Master Leng said. "Ha ha, I know. Ningning is the pride of our family," Tang Haifeng said with a broad smile. Chapter 13-14. More expensive than gold. However, Tang Haifeng looked sad all of a sudden and sighed, "Well, I just wish we had found them earlier so that they wouldn't have suffered so much in the past years." Even though they lived a good life now, he still felt guilty upon thinking what Ji Yuning had been through before. It wasn't something he could control, but he still felt guilty. He cared about Ji Yuning, so he felt for her. "Grandpa, you don't need to feel guilty. I think it's fate that brought us together. If I had grown up in the Tang family, I probably would have become a useless spoiled rich kid and wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Without being through a lot, I couldn't have learned to be strong and brave," Ji Yuning immediately said to comfort Tang Haifeng. Actually, if Ji Yuning hadn't suffered a lot, Tang Aining wouldn't have been reborn. If Tang Aining hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't have met Leng Xiaoting. If all the above never had happened, Ji Yuning wouldn't have met the Tang family and would have to live a terrible life with Ji Yuman as usual. Ji Yuning might have fallen in a vegetative state because of the car accident, and Ji Yuman would have to pay a highly expensive medical fee by herself. Ningning's right. No matter what kind of life a person is living, there could be chances and twists of fate. It is what it is, and we should focus on our future, Master Leng said. Right, we need to pay more attention to our happy life now and the future. Tang Haifeng was cheered up. Afterwards, they began to chat with each other about something pleasant. Although the Tang family was unwilling to see Ji Yuning, who just became a part of them, soon marry into another family, they respected Ji Yuning's own desires. As long as she wanted it, the Tang family would be supportive. Moreover, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were only going to be engaged right now. And even if Ji Yuning married Leng Xiaoting, she would still be a member of the Tang family, which could never be changed. Because it was a sure bet that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would get married one day in the future, the two families directly talked about their engagement date today. However, it wasn't up to them to pick a random date. They needed to carefully choose the right time. I think one of my old friends can help us settle the date. He's a famous professor, Zhao Yiru, and he's an expert of xuanshui 1. Xuanshui is a metaphysical post-classical Chinese philosophy from the Six Dynasties 222 to 589, bringing together Taoist and Confucian beliefs through revision and discussion, Tang Haifeng said. Neither Master Leng nor Master Tang knew much about the date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope, so Tang Haifeng thought of Zhao Yiru. Great. Master Leng agreed with happiness. During this time, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went outside for a while. When they came back, they carried a big sack with something moving inside. It was obviously something alive. The second they walked inside, they scared everyone in the living hall. Ningning, what are you carrying in the sack? Did you just kidnap someone? Tang Haifeng asked. Ji Yuning was amused. Of course not, Grandpa. There is a fish inside. A fish? Where did you get this big fish? Master Leng asked. I found it in the sea when I was in XH the other day. Because this fish is really rare, I planned to eat it when we were all together, so I kept it somewhere else. I just arranged for someone to deliver it, Ji Yuning lied. She couldn't tell them that she had a telepathic eye space and kept the fish in it the entire time. Leng Xiaoting was aware of it, but Ji Yuning had no intention to let more people know about it. Really? What kind of fish is it? Everyone got curious and moved over to have a look at the fish. Leng Xiaoting put the fish down and opened the sack. The giant yellow croaker was shown before them. What is this fish? Many people couldn't recognize what kind of fish it was. However, Master Leng and Master Tang were shocked when they saw the fish. This is a giant yellow croaker. Giant yellow croaker. Although many of them still didn't know what a giant yellow croaker was, they knew that it couldn't be ordinary after seeing Master Leng's and Master Tang's reaction. This fish is very rare, and it's even more expensive than gold. Tang Haifeng exclaimed. He had read about it in a book, but had never seen it before. Right, it's super expensive. Master Leng said. How expensive is it? Tang Jokai asked. Ji Yuning then explained. The giant yellow croaker is a critically endangered species of marine and brackish water fish in the family Shannidae. There once was a giant yellow croaker which weighed 48 kilograms, and someone paid 600,000 yuan for it. This giant yellow croaker I caught is at least 70 kilograms, so it should be worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Hearing that, everyone was shocked again. A single piece of fish was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. This could be the most expensive dish they had ever eaten. Ningning, I can't believe that you could get the most expensive fish in the world. Cao Wenxin said. The others began to compliment Ji Yuning as well. Actually, Ji Yuning relied on her telepathic eye space to catch and keep this giant yellow croaker. Nevertheless, she had to keep it a secret. How should we cook it? Tang Yunfan asked. We can let the cook do it in every way he knows, Ji Yuning said. We can't eat all of it, Master Leng said. It's fine. We must eat it when it's fresh, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning was right, so the others agreed. When the cook came over and saw the giant yellow croaker, he was greatly surprised too. Chapter 13-15. I have too many enemies as a cook. He knew a lot of food materials, including the giant yellow croaker, so he was aware of its rarity. Because it was too rare and expensive, he had to be cautious not to damage it. Even if the Tang family wouldn't blame him, he would blame himself if he ruined the dish. Before dinner began, Ji Yuning received a message from Kay. It was easy for Kay to investigate through surveillance cameras, but he needed some time to figure out the foreign man's identity. There were several cooks cooking in the kitchen at the same time, but it still took them almost an hour to cook the fish. So by the time the dishes were placed on the dining table one after another, they were all more than ready to enjoy dinner. There were many plates of fish on the table, and it was some of the most valuable food in the world, so everyone enjoyed the meal in harmony. They also drank a little. However, both Tang Haifeng and Leng Weihua were old men now, so they didn't drink strong alcohol, and instead drank nutritious liquor. However, because nutritious liquor still contained alcohol, they couldn't drink much of it. Nevertheless, they were celebrating today, so it wasn't appropriate for the others to stop them from drinking. Therefore, Ji Yuning put a power crystal into their cups, so that they would be fine even if they drank a lot. They all believed in Ji Yuning's magic pills, so nobody stopped her. As they were enjoying the meal in the Tang family's house, the car accident went viral, especially after people found out that Ji Yuning was involved in it. Some passers-by had taken many videos of the car accident and uploaded them to the internet. So many internet users were mad at the foreign man, and they sharply criticized him to defend Ji Yuning. It couldn't be more obvious that the foreign man tried to murder Ji Yuning, because he wanted to escape the second he failed. He was skilled at fighting as well, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary man. At the same time, some people also thought that it might have just been an accident, and the foreign man ran away in fear. In addition, the foreigner looked very strong and he must exercise regularly, so it was understandable that he was good at fighting. Some internet users, on the other hand, turned to attack Ji Yuning and said that she had delusions of persecution. They believed that it was simply an accident, but Ji Yuning regarded it as a murder attempt. Without delay, Ji Yuning's fans and those who defended her attacked them back. Goddess Ji Yu never said that it's a murder attempt, but we made the judgment from the video ourselves. You can't blame Goddess Ji Yu for it. Right, we aren't dumb, and it's obviously an attempted murder. Haters are really unkind. Couldn't you see that the car that Goddess Ji Yu was in was heavily hit by the big truck? If Goddess Ji Yu hadn't been so lucky, or if the car had been pushed down, she could have been killed. The foreign man should be put in jail. Some haters even said that Ji Yuning was purposely hit by the big truck because she had done bad things. Other internet users who defended Ji Yuning argued that Ji Yuning was too outstanding and that some evil people were obviously jealous of her. Anyway, the haters were no match for Ji Yuning's fans. Ji Yuning was the victim in this accident, so many people still believed that she was innocent. Moreover, Ji Yuning had left a good impression on the public. That being the case, countless kind internet users and Ji Yuning's fans mentioned her on Weibo, and they all cared about her situation. Some of them even had mentioned the Public Security Bureau, trying to seek justice for Ji Yuning. In the Tang family's house, they went to have a seat in the living room after dinner. The members of the Leng family needed to stay there tonight. Although they had wanted to stay in a hotel, both Ji Yuning and the Tang family persuaded them to stay, so they agreed in the end. The Tang family had prepared rooms for them earlier on. Master Leng was at an old age, and he felt sleepy after drinking a little alcohol, so he went to bed a while later. Tang Haifeng also went back to his bedroom, and left the younger generation chatting with each other in the living room. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting needed to deal with something, so they excused themselves and left. Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin thought that they were going to have fun outside, so they wanted to go with them, but Ji Yuning told them that it was something serious. At this time, it was only 8:30 p.m. City B had 9 districts which each had a separate branch of the Public Security Bureau. The foreign man was taken to the branch of the district where the Tang family's house was located. Ji Yuning checked that day's trending news afterwards. She knew that what had happened today would be put on the headlines, because she was too famous on the internet. However, when she saw the comments left by haters, she directly ignored them. She wouldn't be affected by them. Do you have any idea of the suspect? Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning. No idea. I have too many enemies, Ji Yuning said with a resigned look. It was true that Ji Yuning had too many enemies, so she honestly didn't know which one of them had schemed against her this time. Because Leng Xiaoting was aware of K's ability, he believed that Ji Yuning could handle it properly by herself. While they were on their way to the branch of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Jiakai received a call from Tang Xiaoyu and learned what had happened today. Tang Jiakai was mad once he heard the news and went to search for more information about the car accident. After watching the video, Tang Jiakai was filled with fury. Chapter 13:16. Do you think you can be fine? He couldn't believe that someone still wanted to kill Ji Yuning after she became famous for her kung fu skills and powerful connections in many industries. At the same time, Tang Jiakai realized why Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting suddenly left tonight. However, none of the members of the Leng family mentioned the accident today, because they didn't want to worry them, so Tang Jiakai also kept it a secret for the time being. Ji Yuning was safe anyway. Speaking of Tang Xiaoyu, he made a full recovery with the help of Ji Yuning's treatment, and his team also won the first prize in the competition. Therefore, Tang Xiaoyu was very grateful to Ji Yuning. He had already been chosen by the national basketball team, and it was very likely for him to join it. About 20 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the branch of the Public Security Bureau. Although it was almost 9 p.m. now, there were people working there all day long. Leng Xiaoting had made a call before they came, so the director of that branch was already waiting for them. The director had heard of a young major general named Leng Xiaoting from the capital, so he didn't dare to displease Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was born in the famous Leng family, and nobody was willing to upset them. The director was familiar with Ji Yuning's face as well, so he politely greeted Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting once they showed up. "Very nice to meet you, Major General Leng and Miss Ji Yu." The director's surname was Yao, and he had attended Tang Yunfan's wedding with Ji Yuman before. He was familiar with Ji Yuning's face, but Ji Yuning didn't know him because they had never talked with each other before. In addition, Director Yao wasn't aware that Ji Yuning was also involved in this accident, so he was surprised to see her here. Ji Yuning hadn't talked with Director Yao before, but she remembered his face right away. She had just heard someone call him Director Yao before she saw him, and she directly matched his face with this title. "Nice to see you, Director Yao." Ji Yuning smiled. Director Yao was astonished that Ji Yuning recognized him and he felt flattered. "Miss Ji Yu, Major General Lang, I just heard about what happened today, and we all take it very seriously," Director Yao said. "Great, let's get inside now," Ji Yuning said. After that, they went to the interrogation room together. Because Leng Xiaoting said that he would do the interrogation himself, Director Yao didn't appear in the room until now. In the room, the foreign man was tied to a chair with 2 bodyguards standing by his sides. Lord Leng, Lady Ning, the 2 bodyguards greeted Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting with great respect. "Please have a seat, Major General Leng, Miss Ji Yu." Director Yao invited Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to seat themselves. There were only 2 seats in the room, so Director Yao decided to stand. "Director Yao, please seat yourself, I can get another chair for myself," Ji Yuning said. She didn't forget her manners, even though Director Yao was quite respectful of her. "It's fine, Miss Ji Yu, I can do it," Director Yao said, then turned to tell a policeman to get him a chair. After a short while, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Director Yao sat together in front of the interrogation table. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Leng Xiaoting coldly said, staring straight at the foreign man, which made him feel quite stressed. It was not only the foreign man, even Director Yao was surprised by Leng Xiaoting's influence. Leng Xiaoting really had a natural air of a man with great power. Nevertheless, although the foreign man felt great pressure from Leng Xiaoting, he had no intention to admit to the crime. "Why do you think that it's an attempt at murder? You were spying on me with binoculars at the terminal in the airport today," Ji Yuning plainly said. Hearing that, the foreign man was shocked. To his surprise, Ji Yuning had already noticed him at the airport. He didn't think that it was possible. Director Yao didn't understand why the foreign man looked so surprised, but he was now sure that it must have been an attempted murder. The foreign man closed his mouth, but Ji Yuning didn't seem worried. "Do you think that you will be fine by keeping quiet?" The foreign man still stayed silent, which he thought was the only thing he could do now. In fact, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't surprised by his reaction and the result, but they thought that it was necessary for them to come here and do the interrogation. Ji Yuning took out her phone and played the video that Kay just sent to her phone. In the video, the foreign man entered the airport and reached the terminal, then he used binoculars to spy on Ji Yuning. The video showed the whole process of him following Ji Yuning till the car accident happened. The foreign man was stunned by the video, and he couldn't figure out how Ji Yuning was able to get it. Well, I think this video is enough to prove your evil intentions. Do you still think that you will be fine by saying nothing now? Ji Yuning sneered. Director Yao was curious about the video. The foreign man hesitated for a while, but still kept his mouth shut. Ji Yuning lost her patience. Fine, since you refuse to say anything, let's wait and see. She decided to punish this foreign man after Kay found more evidence. Leng Xiaoting told the two bodyguards to stay and guard the foreign man. This foreign man was a professional killer after all, and he might escape. Before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, Ji Yuning sent Director Yao the video. Director Yao, I hope that you can release this video from an official account on Weibo. Sure, Director Yao agreed. Chapter 13-17. Don't worry, I'm fine. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't out for a long time, it was only 10 p.m. when they were back in the Tang family's house and many people were still awake, while the Cao family already left. Tang Jokai called Ji Yuning to have a talk in the backyard once she got home, and Ji Yuning knew what he was going to ask her seeing his expression. She knew that it had to be about today's car accident. She was right. Ningning, I just heard of the terrible car accident. Are you sure that you're fine? Tang Jokai asked. Although he saw Ji Yuning with his own eyes now, he was still worried about her. Ji Yuning felt touched that Tang Jokai cared about her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Great. Tang Jokai nodded and felt relieved after hearing the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. Did you just go out to see the suspect? How is it now? Do you know who sent him? Tang Jokai knew that it must have been an attempted murder, and he was quite angry about it. If he knew who the mastermind was, he would definitely pay the person back. Not yet, it's under investigation, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether Kay could successfully find out about the foreign man's background, because he was from another country. And even though Kay was a skilled hacker, there were still things he couldn't do. In fact, even if Kay couldn't find out who the mastermind was, Ji Yuning was still able to kill the foreign man without attracting any attention. It would be best if the foreign man was willing to tell her the name of the mastermind, but she couldn't do anything about it if the foreign man refused to do so. Tang Jokai stopped asking about the accident, and they went back to the living room together. Director Yao watched the video after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. It was solid proof of the foreign man's evil intentions. Without delay, Director Yao arranged for someone to post the video along with an explanation to Weibo. At this time, many people were off work and surfing on the internet, so this post attracted a lot of attention within a short time. In the beginning, only a few people were interested in it, but it went viral the second Ji Yuning's fans read it. Countless internet users began to repost it. The video was enough to prove that the foreign man indeed had the intention to murder Ji Yuning. He had spied on Ji Yuning along the way from the airport to the overpass and even heavily hit her car in the end. When there was no solid proof, almost 80% of internet users already chose to side with Ji Yuning, and now they were even more determined to defend her. They had mentioned Ji Yuning again and hoped that she would be fine. This time, many internet users also had mentioned Ji Yuning's companies and many influencers who often reposted Ji Yuning's posts on Weibo. Not many haters showed up, and Ji Yuning's fans were still defending her on the internet. At 11 p.m., the members of the Tang family went to sleep in their rooms. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting also went back to their own rooms. Because they were staying in the Tang family's house tonight, it wasn't appropriate for them to stay in the same room. Right at this moment, Hao Ran read the news and called Ji Yuning at once. Ji Yuning told him that she was fine and comforted him for a while before he calmed down. In order to not be bothered again by her friends, Ji Yuning directly mentioned all of them in their WeChat group and told them she was fine now. The next day, Ji Yuning got up at 6 a.m. Master Leng and Tang Haifeng were exercising in the yard. They were old and light sleepers, so they always got up very early in the morning. In addition, Tang Haifeng was the Leng family's guest, so it would be impolite if he got up too late. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin also got up before 7 a.m. Tang Yunfen understood that their guests would get up early today, so they didn't stay in bed for long either. Breakfast was already prepared, so they soon gathered in the dining hall. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin only had 2 days off, so they had to go back to the capital after lunch. Except for Tang Yunhang, the other members of the Tang family stayed home. However, because Tang Yunhang needed to deal with something important at work, he had to leave. Ji Yuman and Zhang Lihua could be free all day, so there was no need for them to go to work. Shortly after they finished breakfast, Ji Yuning received a call from K. "Hi, boss, I've found everything I could. The man's name is Luca. He entered City B from Country Y in the night the day before yesterday, then stayed in XX Hotel. About 9:40 a.m. yesterday, he went to rent a big truck at XX Road before he left for the airport, and what happened next is in the video I sent you yesterday. As for detailed information about Luca's background, I'm afraid I can't help," Kay said, and he was very honest. "It's fine." Ji Yuning didn't feel disappointed. Since Kay couldn't help her with it, Ji Yuning decided to turn to Leng Xiaoting for help. If Leng Xiaoting couldn't do anything about it, she still had Tang Yunfan's support. She knew that Tang Yunfan had some connections in Country Y. Anyway, she wouldn't give up right away. "Xiaoting, do you know anyone in Country Y who has the ability to get detailed information about a man?" Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting later. "Yeah, who do you want to know more about?" Leng Xiaoting said. Chapter 13:18. Criticized by Tang Yunfan. Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting what Kay had found out about the foreign man. Leng Xiaoting was very happy to help Ji Yuning and promised that he would deal with it. He called one of his friends in Country Y and his friend agreed to help with alacrity. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the living room. However, Tang Yunfan suddenly received a call and coldly stared at Ji Yuning in anger. Ji Yuning got nervous and thought that Tang Yunfan must have heard about the car accident right now. Her father must be mad at her because she had kept it a secret from him. "Ningning, why did you keep the car accident at the road outside the airport a secret from us?" Tang Yunfan curbed his anger and questioned Ji Yuning with a serious expression. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was surprised. He glanced at Tang Yunfan, then his sight fell on Ji Yuning. Master Leng and the others felt a little embarrassed sitting in the living room. They knew that this secret couldn't be hidden forever, and that it would be exposed sooner or later. "What car accident?" Tang Haifeng asked in a hurry. Ji Yuman also stared at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning panicked a little and explained at once. I was just afraid that you'd be too worried about me, and I'm fine. I didn't want to ruin the good atmosphere yesterday either. Do you still think that it was the right thing to do? How could you keep it a secret from us? We're a family, and we care about you, especially when your life could have been in great danger." Tang Yunfan began to tear up. He understood why Ji Yuning did that, but Ji Yuning didn't understand their feelings. He was worried about Ji Yuning's safety, although Ji Yuning was safe and sound in front of him now. Besides, it wasn't a simple car accident, but an attempted murder. If it was an attempted murder, it meant that Ji Yuning was in great danger now and someone was scheming against her. He was very clear about Ji Yuning's outstanding ability and success, which meant that she was doomed to encounter unfair competitions, trouble, and attacks. He also knew that Ji Yuning was a strong girl and that she was determined to build her own business empire, but he was still concerned about her. He was a father, and it wasn't easy for him to get his daughter back. Ji Yuning understood that she had made a terrible mistake, so she apologized. "Dad, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I promise it won't happen again." She had indeed ignored how they would feel after they found out. Ningning. Tang Haifeng was anxious and annoyed, but didn't know what to say now. Ji Yuman also wanted to say something, but could only whimper now. "Man." Tang Yunfan laid his hands on Ji Yuman's shoulders to comfort her. "Well, I have to say it's also our fault. Because we kept it a secret in case you would be too worried." Master Leng opened his mouth at this moment. "Leng, don't say that. We all understand why Ningning chose to do that, but I just hope it won't happen again," Tang Haifeng said at once. Tang Yunfan also said, "Please don't say that. We just feel that as the elder generation, we should take better care of the younger generation. Ningning is too independent sometimes, and we all hope that she will talk to us when she's in trouble." Ji Yuning somehow felt amused, because they all changed their tone once Master Leng opened his mouth. However, Ji Yuning had to admit that what Tang Yunfan just said was right. She was unwilling to tell her family what she was going through, and she always chose to carry the burden herself. "Grandpa, Dad, I'm sorry, please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again in the future," Ji Yuning said. Tang Haifeng, however, was still a little mad. "You better keep your words. This isn't the first time that you've done this." Yeah, no problem." Ji Yuning chickened out. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was satisfied. Tang Yunfan gave Ji Yuning one last glare and dropped the topic. Because of Master Leng's presence, Tang Yunfan stopped questioning her, but he was actually still a little mad at Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting's friend was quite helpful, and he soon found out that Luca was a member of the Mafia in Country Y. Luca used to be a member of the Killers team in the Mafia, but he was removed because he often took private tasks which broke the rules in the organization. Nevertheless, he was excellent at fighting, so he worked as a security guard in a casino owned by the Mafia now. Other than that, Leng Xiaoting's friend also found out about those who kept in touch with Luca recently and their identities. He also got Luca's recent bank statements. Leng Xiaoting's friend was very smart. Since Leng Xiaoting told him that it was a murder attempt but they didn't know Luca at all, it was highly likely that Luca was hired by someone else to murder Ji Yuning. If there was a deal, there had to be a payment. Chapter 13:19. Find out about the hirer. Leng Xiaoting's friend found that the only person who transferred money to Luca was a businessman called Smith, and his name was also on the list of the call records. Most importantly, Smith had been to the city where Ji Yuning had stayed. Ji Yuning had never been to Country Y before, so she was sure that the mastermind behind this scheme couldn't be a foreigner. Smith had been to the same city where she had stayed before, and he also called and made a transfer to Luca. It was highly likely that he was the middleman. Ji Yuning had never seen Smith before after all. Therefore the mastermind had to be someone else. After that, Ji Yuning looked at the contacts in Smith's phone, and found Leng Xiaojia's number. The second Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaojia's name, they knew that she must have been the hirer of the professional killer. Leng Xiaojia never liked Ji Yuning and always wanted to cause her trouble. Leng Xiaoting was furious and it seemed that he wanted to kill. Ji Yuning grabbed his hand right away in case he attracted attention from the others. "Xiaoting, calm down. I don't want Grandpa to know about it right now." Ji Yuning was also mad and wanted to kill as much as Leng Xiaoting did, but she wasn't as surprised as him when she found out that the mastermind was Leng Xiaojia. She knew that Leng Xiaojia would never stop making things difficult for her and that Leng Xiaojia held a long-standing grudge against her. However, to her astonishment, Leng Xiaojia had hired a professional killer trying to murder her this time. Leng Xiaojia's cruelty and boldness shocked Ji Yuning. Since Leng Xiaojia aimed to kill her, Ji Yuning had to take it seriously, but she still wouldn't let Master Leng know anything about it. After all, Leng Xiaojia was Master Leng's granddaughter. Even though Master Leng was quite disappointed in Leng Xiaojia grew up in his sight and there was a family connection between them. Therefore, even if Master Leng wouldn't blame Ji Yuning for what she would do to Leng Xiaojia, he would still feel unhappy about it. Ji Yuning wasn't weak nor was she too kind, so she was determined to get revenge on Leng Xiaojia, but she had to make allowances for Master Leng's feelings as well. In fact, Ji Yuning wouldn't feel guilty if she really did it. She wouldn't kill Leng Xiaojia, which was the only concession she could offer. As for Leng Xiaoting, she believed that he would be supportive even if she was going to seriously injure or disable Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia and Leng Xiaoting were like strangers, while Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's love. Besides, what Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning was illegal. If Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's decision to take revenge, she would have to think about Leng Xiaoting's affection towards her. If Leng Xiaoting forgave Leng Xiaojia, he would be cruel to Ji Yuning and break the law. Ji Yuning didn't want nor need a man who was cruel to her. Leng Xiaoting gradually calmed down with the help of Ji Yuning's comfort, but he was still full of anger. He had warned Leng Xiaojia to stay away from Ji Yuning, but Leng Xiaojia ignored his warning. Although Leng Xiaojia simply wanted to disable Ji Yuning, the car accident turned out to be an attempted murder and Ji Yuning could have been killed. Ji Yuning had only survived because of her magic power. If she was simply an ordinary girl who had no magic power at all, Leng Xiaoting would have had to cry over her dead body. Therefore, it was impossible for Leng Xiaoting not to be mad at Leng Xiaojia. No matter what Leng Xiaojia had planned to do, it seemed that she wanted Ji Yuning dead. And even though Ji Yuning was fine now, it was very likely that Leng Xiaojia would try to kill Ji Yuning again in another way. As long as Leng Xiaojia still had the idea to hurt Ji Yuning, it was unacceptable in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. Ningning, don't worry. I promise that I'll make Leng Xiaojia pay for this, Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning. He didn't care about Leng Xiaojia at all. Ji Yuning was much more important to him than Leng Xiaojia. Actually, the only reason he wouldn't kill Leng Xiaojia was for the sake of Master Leng. Xiaoting, can you leave it to me? Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaojia and Leng Xiaoting were cousins after all, and Ji Yuning didn't want to see him criticized for it. In addition, she wanted to take revenge on her own. Sure. Leng Xiaoting nodded. He understood that Ji Yuning wanted to do it herself and he knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't kill Leng Xiaojia either. Don't tell Grandpa Leng and the other members of your family. I don't want them to feel bad, and I won't kill Leng Xiaojia, Ji Yuning said. She still needed to face Master Leng in the future anyway. All right, let's go to deal with Luca now, Ji Yuning said. It was only 10 a.m., so they would be back before lunch at 12 p.m. Although it was a little inappropriate that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting often went out when the Leng family visited the Tang family for the first time, the others were aware that they needed to deal with the killer, so nobody criticized them. Before they went to the branch of the Public Security Bureau, Ji Yuning called Director Yao. She needed Director Yao to help her with this case. This was a special case after all, and it would be better if Director Yao was present. Chapter 1320. An unqualified killer. Director Yao was in the branch now, and he didn't dare to leave once he heard that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were coming. Today, however, Ji Yuning needed to see Luca without Director Yao being there this time, so she told him that she would talk with the suspect alone later. Director Yao absolutely agreed. About 20 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. Because it was daytime, all the policemen were in the branch. Goddess Ji Yu. A policeman was super excited when he recognized Ji Yuning. The news about Ji Yuning's brave behavior on the internet was quite popular and many policemen admired her bravery and ability. Hi. Ji Yuning smiled at him since she was recognized. Goddess Ji Yu, did you come here to interrogate the suspect? Please follow me this way, the policeman said. Every policeman in the branch was aware of the car accident by now. They also knew that it was an attempted murder, but they weren't clear about Leng Xiaoting's background. Because Leng Xiaoting's background was too special, Director Yao didn't tell them. My pleasure, the policeman said and guided the way. Many people in the branch recognized Ji Yuning too, and greeted Ji Yuning with a smile. Director Yao walked out later, but he didn't follow Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting up, because Ji Yuning already told him that they would be seeing the suspect alone. Miss Ji Yu, I've turned off the surveillance cameras in the room, so you can do what you need to do next, Director Yao said. Thank you very much, Ji Yuning said. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the interrogation room, and the two bodyguards left to guard the door. Although Luca was kept in the room, he was treated well and had enough food and water. Luca knew that it would be very hard for him to escape, so he accepted reality and stayed obedient. Director Yao had turned off all the surveillance cameras in the room, but Ji Yuning had prepared her own camera. She placed it on the table which directly faced Luca. Luca glanced at it, but didn't think that it was a big deal. Have you made up your mind yet? Tell us or not? Ji Yuning asked. Even though she already had the answer, she still wanted to hear it from Luca. Luca remained silent. If you tell me a name, I can let you live, otherwise you'll be killed, Ji Yuning added. You can't kill me. It's illegal, Luca said all of a sudden. Is it legal to murder me? Ji Yuning thought it was ridiculous. Do you have any proof? Luca argued. Ji Yuning sneered and sneered. Luca, you shouldn't be so dumb. Hearing Ji Yuning call his name, Luca squinted at her. He wasn't surprised because he knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, but he closed his mouth again. Ji Yuning didn't mind, and continued, Luca, a member of the mafia in Country Y. Used to be a killer, but later was transferred to be a security guard after breaking the organization rules. The next second, Luca rounded his eyes in shock staring at Ji Yuning. He couldn't believe that she was able to get such detailed information about him. A businessman named Smith helped someone else make the murder deal with you. The real hirer is a woman, right? Ji Yuning said with a faint smile on her lips. You. Luca opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. He couldn't deny what Ji Yuning just said to him. Do you want to say anything now? Ji Yuning asked. Ji Yuning had already done a thorough investigation on him, so there was nothing else he could say now. Since you still choose to be silent, you can just wait for the punishment, Ji Yuning said. She was unwilling to waste time on Luca. How did you know? Luca asked in the end. Luca understood that he was doomed to be punished, but he was curious to know how Ji Yuning got to know so much about him. Have you done research on me before you conducted the attempt on my life? Ji Yuning asked. Your name is Ji Yuning, 19 years old, born in City F. You often visit the capital and City B. You would appear at the airport and fly back to City B from the capital yesterday, Luca replied. In fact, a woman called Amy told him everything, and he knew nothing about Ji Yuning and her achievements, or any of the news about her on the internet. He was from Country Y, and couldn't care less about the news in another country. You're an unqualified killer, Ji Yuning sneered. How did you dare to try to murder me before you even learned all of the information about me? Chapter 1321. To City Q. Luca felt that he had been trapped, because Ji Yuning's background was much more complicated than what Amy had told him. Well, I can tell you more about me in case you want to know. Although I'm a slim girl, you're no match for me if we have a fight. I also have a close relationship with the 3 largest international business groups in our country. Leaders of the 2 most influential gangs in our country are my friends too. It's very easy for me to find out anything I want to know, Ji Yuning said with pride. Luca was totally shocked. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning had a relationship with so many powerful organizations. If he had known that earlier on, he wouldn't have tried to attack her. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, and the 2 bodyguards continued to guard Luca. Leng Xiaoting would be dealing with Luca later. Although he had committed a crime, he was from Country Y after all, so he would be sent back to Country Y to serve his sentence. And because the accident happened in a public place, Ji Yuning couldn't punish Luca as she wanted. If Luca had tried to secretly murder her and no one else was aware it, Ji Yuning could directly kill him and it wouldn't cause herself any trouble. However, since Leng Xiaoting was going to deal with this case, Luca would be punished severely. He could be sentenced to death because he had attacked an important official in the army. Although Luca's target was Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting was with Ji Yuning that day, so he could use his influence to punish Luca. And even though Luca failed, he would still be sentenced to death. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the Tang family's house, it was already time for lunch. Master Leng and Tang Haifeng immediately asked them about the case once they walked inside. Ji Yuning told them about Luca's real identity, but kept the fact that Leng Xiaojia was the hirer a secret. She only told them that the mastermind was her enemy and that she could handle it herself. Leng Xiaoting also told Master Leng and Tang Haifeng about his idea, and Master Leng was very supportive. They cared about Ji Yuning a lot, and wouldn't hesitate to punish the murderer as severely as possible. Luca wasn't a good man anyway, so they didn't feel sorry for him. After lunch, the Leng family would fly back to the capital, including Leng Xiaoting because he needed to deal with Luca. It was better for him to deal with it in person after all. However, Ji Yuning didn't go back to the capital with them, because she needed to go to City Q. There was also something she had to deal with in person. Ji Yuning would fly at almost the same time as the Leng family, so they went to the airport together. The Tang family proposed to drive them to the airport, but Master Leng declined, and the Tang family didn't insist. When they were about to separate from each other at the airport, Master Leng kept reminding Ji Yuning to be careful. And although Leng Xiaoting wanted to protect Ji Yuning, the situation didn't allow him to do that, so he had to leave Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't enter the lounge until the Leng family was gone. When she stood in line for the security check, she heard camera shutter sounds. At the beginning, Ji Yuning thought that some people were taking photos of her, but suddenly she heard an annoyed female voice. "I don't understand why they can still find me. I've already tried to attract as little attention as possible. It's quite annoying." Although the woman said in a very quiet voice, Ji Yuning was still able to hear it. Ji Yuning glanced at the woman, who was wearing a baseball cap with a mask. She seemed to be a star. "I know it's annoying to deal with those fans, but you have to be patient sometimes. At least you should put on a smile when others are looking at you," a short and fat woman said next to the tall, slim woman. Ji Yuning also heard it, but she didn't care. After the security check, Ji Yuning went into the lounge. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning would be going to the same gate as the female star, so she followed them along the way. On the way, Ji Yuning noticed that someone was looking at her once in a while. Although she didn't turn around to have a look, with a side glance she saw that it was a young girl about her age. Maybe the girl thought that Ji Yuning looked familiar but wasn't sure whether she was right, so she kept glancing at Ji Yuning. The girl indeed thought that Ji Yuning looked familiar, but she didn't dare to walk forward to talk to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning lowered her head at once to play on the phone. In fact, if it was possible, Ji Yuning didn't want to be bothered either. Because Ji Yuning lowered her face, the girl was even more unsure about whether she had indeed seen Ji Yuning. At this time, Ji Yuning saw the plane ticket fall out of the female star's bag. Out of kindness, she walked over and said, "Miss, your ticket just fell." The woman gave Ji Yuning a glance. Although she didn't know Ji Yuning, she was stunned by Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance and got jealous. Because of her jealousy, the woman was displeased. She then took the ticket and left right away. She didn't thank Ji Yuning at all, leaving Ji Yuning a little annoyed, but she didn't say anything. Ji Yuning actually saw jealousy in the woman's eyes, and she knew why the woman behaved like that, but anyway, the woman didn't have good manners. The girl followed Ji Yuning to the same gate later. Because there weren't many vacant seats near the gate, Ji Yuning had to sit down by the female star. Seeing Ji Yuning walking over, the female star was more displeased. "Miss, you don't need to follow me. I don't want to take a photo or leave a signature today." She made it sound as if Ji Yuning was a crazy fan of hers. Chapter 13:22, Hujiali. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She didn't understand why the female star said that to her. She didn't follow the female star all the way, but they happened to be waiting at the same gate. The female star was aware of it, but she purposely said it to embarrass Ji Yuning. Even though Ji Yuning was prettier than her, she was the female star. This woman was really arrogant and conceited. "Miss, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. I didn't follow you, but we happen to be waiting at the same gate. I have no intention to take a photo with you nor ask for your signature. By the way, I honestly don't know who you are," Ji Yuning said in a low voice. She didn't want to argue with the female star in public. "You." The woman, on the other hand, was mad and her eyes were full of viciousness at once. Jiali. The agent of the female star, whose name was Hujiali, opened her mouth to stop her. As Hujiali's agent, she knew Hujiali's personality very well. Hujiali was selfish, conceited, self-centered, and always thought that she was better than others. She was only willing to be Hujiali's agent because Hujiali was beautiful, had potential, and was willing to listen to her. She wasn't a famous agent, so she couldn't often work with obedient artists. Hujiali was unwilling to give up, but she had to listen to her agent's warning because her image mattered most. Ji Yuning also closed her mouth as long as Hujiali stayed quiet. However, someone was reluctant to be quiet at this moment. "Nobody knows who you are since you've fully covered your face. And even if you show your face, Goddess Ji Yu wouldn't bother to take a photo with you." The girl, who finally saw Ji Yuning's face and was sure that she indeed met Ji Yuning in real life, stood out for Ji Yuning. Her voice wasn't low, so she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Hu Jiali was furious. Ji Yuning, however, was surprised. Although she didn't think that the girl should have done that, it wasn't a bad thing because she also disliked Hu Jiali. Oh, isn't she Hu Jiali's agent? I think I see Hu Jiali too. There is something going on. Let's go there now. The girl's voice attracted onlookers, and 2 paparazzi. These 2 paparazzi came here not to take photos of a star, but to fulfill a task somewhere else. However, it was a good thing for them to take some photos of Hu Jiali. Hu Jiali wasn't a big star, but she still had some fame. Without delay, the 2 paparazzi walked to Hu Jiali with their cameras on. Hu Jiali's agent saw that and changed her attitude in an instant. Nonsense. Jiali just feels exhausted right now, and she isn't in a good condition, so she refused to take photos with you. You can't blame Jiali and even begin to attack her. She blamed Ji Yuning and the girl for it. What did you say? I don't know who she is, and I have no interest in taking photos with her. The girl argued and felt aggrieved. Fine, just stay a distance away from Jiali. She needs some space, all right. The agent put on a resigned look. It seemed that she was innocent and people began to have sympathy for her. Since Hu Jiali was a star, it was understandable that ordinary people wanted to take photos with her. It was impossible that a star would take photos with fans of his or her own accord. The girl was mad when she saw that onlookers began to have sympathy for Hu Jiali's agent. She felt quite aggrieved, but didn't know how to argue back. Because this girl stood out for Ji Yuning wouldn't watch her being taken advantage of and do nothing. Nevertheless, before Ji Yuning opened her mouth, she was interrupted by someone else. Goddess Ji Yu. The popular goddess Ji Yu on the internet this year. The 2 paparazzi got excited once they heard the name Goddess Ji Yu. They had only seen Ji Yuning's photos on the internet, so they weren't sure whether they really met Ji Yuning in real life. Hu Jiali's agent turned to look at Ji Yuning in great shock. Goddess Ji Yu. What Goddess Ji Yu? She had never heard of Goddess Ji Yu before. The girl looked proud now and raised her voice. She is exactly the famous Goddess Ji Yu. She's well known for her talent, kung fu skills and bravery on the internet. The girl was Ji Yuning's fan, and she felt proud of Ji Yuning when someone finally recognized her. Many people began to pay attention to Ji Yuning now, because they had heard a lot about her. Jesus, she's Goddess Ji Yu. I heard that she's a very successful businesswoman now. Oh, no wonder I felt she looked so familiar. She's even prettier than her photos. Hu Jiali and her agent didn't know what to say nor do now that so many people started to compliment Ji Yuning. Chapter 13:23. Didn't take it to heart, the 2 paparazzi said with excitement. Miss Ji Yu, it's so nice to meet you. We didn't expect that we could meet you here. It's our honor. We've heard a lot about you. Ji Yuning became famous because of her abilities. Thanks. Ji Yuning smiled at them. Oh, Miss Ji Yu, can you tell us what just happened? Paparazzi A asked. It was obvious that he already sided with Ji Yuning. Hu Jiali and her agent had a premonition at once, and wanted to stop him, but didn't know how because they were in a public place right now. Well, I just happened to be waiting for the plane at the same gate as this lady, so I followed her along the way. She probably mistook me for a fan, Ji Yuning said. She didn't bother to criticize Hu Jiali, and she had no interest in making a bitter complaint. Nobody was an idiot, and many people realized what really had happened after hearing Ji Yuning's explanation. Since it was just a misunderstanding, why would they argue over it? Who caused this trouble? It must have been Hu Jiali, but why would she do that? People's sight fell on Hu Jiali with curiosity and suspicion. Hu Jiali was mad again, feeling humiliated, but her agent gave her a glare of warning. Although people believed Ji Yuning when she said that she wouldn't ask for Hu Jiali's photos of her own accord, it wasn't common that a star would refuse to take photos. Therefore, many people were confused. Hu Jiali's agent explained at once. We were constantly followed by some fans earlier, and it's quite bothersome. We didn't know that Miss Ji Yu was going to wait at the same gate as us, and we mistook her for another fan. Jiali has been very busy recently, so she doesn't have much patience now. After that, she apologized to Ji Yuning. Miss Gu, we're so sorry for the misunderstanding. Please forgive us. Saying that, the agent even bowed to Ji Yuning. Since Hu Jiali's agent already apologized, Ji Yuning couldn't continue to blame her. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart, Ji Yuning said. She looked very kind and decided to forgive them. Hu Jiali's agent made an apology and Ji Yuning chose to forgive them, so onlookers stopped paying much attention to this drama. Within seconds, they all walked away in different directions. The two paparazzi also stopped asking about it further. Nevertheless, they would definitely report this news given Ji Yuning's fame and popularity. Most importantly, it wouldn't have any bad effect on Ji Yuning, so there was nothing they needed to be worried about. Although the problem was solved, Hu Jiali was still annoyed because she was even more jealous of Ji Yuning now after finding out that Ji Yuning was an important figure. Hu Jiali and her agent sat further away from Ji Yuning afterwards. When they were all gone, the girl stayed and suddenly got nervous. Goddess Ji Yu, can I take a photo with you? I really like you. With Ji Yuning's permission, the girl cheered up and took out her phone at once to take photos with Ji Yuning. Thanks, Goddess Ji Yu. The girl thanked Ji Yuning afterwards. You're welcome, Ji Yuning said. I should thank you for your brave act earlier. It's nothing. I knew the woman did it on purpose because she's jealous of you, the girl said. Ji Yuning was a little surprised by this girl's sensitivity. Oh, Goddess Ji Yu, I haven't told you my name yet. My name's xianxia and I live in the capital. I just wrote the National College Entrance Examination too, and I heard that you're going to study in the capital university, so I plan to apply to the same college as you. If you don't mind, we can exchange our numbers, xianxia said. She was very polite and had good manners. If xianxia planned to apply to the capital university, she must be an excellent student as well. Why not? Ji Yuning was willing to get along with kind people. She was a businesswoman, not a star, so she didn't care about it too much. However, Ji Yuning already had the idea to register a new number. She would have two phone numbers. One for work, while the other one for private life. Only her good friends and family would have her private number. Chapter 1324, Will She Harbor a Grudge? Xianxia couldn't be happier when Ji Yuning agreed to exchange phone numbers with her, which meant she had a chance to become Ji Yuning's friend. She couldn't wait to add Ji Yuning's phone number. Hu Jiali and her agent left the crowd and her agent blamed her in annoyance. You almost caused yourself big trouble. I've told you to keep a low profile many times. Couldn't you listen to me for once? Although Hu Jiali was unhappy with her agent's criticism, she understood that it was indeed her fault. In addition, Hu Jiali's agent said what she did for her own good. We don't know what the two paparazzi will write about this drama, but it'll affect you without a doubt. Post an apology on Weibo later and follow my guidance. Simply say that you were followed by fans all day and you were tired of it. You mistook her for another fan and lost your patience. It's a pure misunderstanding. Do you understand? Hu Jiali's agent said. Hu Jiali was reluctant to apologize to Ji Yuning, but there was nothing else she could do now. I understand. Hu Jiali had to agree. Hu Jiali's agent didn't talk further about it, but took out her phone to search for more information about Ji Yuning. She directly typed Goddess Ji Yu and clicked the search button. When she read the news about Ji Yuning on the internet, she was greatly surprised and felt scared in retrospect. Although she had had a feeling that Ji Yuning wasn't simple from other people's reaction earlier, she was still surprised by Ji Yuning's influence. Read it yourself. Hu Jiali's agent threw the phone to her in anger. She was really mad at Hu Jiali this time. If Hu Jiali didn't learn to behave herself from now on, she would be in big trouble sooner or later. Hearing her agent's tone, Hu Jiali panicked a little and started to read the news about Ji Yuning. She was shocked as well. It turned out that Ji Yuning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm, and Fenghua Entertainment. She had heard of all the above companies, but she didn't know who their bosses were. Jade Beauty Jewelry was very popular these days, and many famous actresses were fans of the company. Even she had bought several sets for herself. The formal gowns from Charm were also well known for its high quality and special designs. She was involved in the entertainment industry, so she paid a lot of attention to entertainment companies, and she knew that Fenghua was growing rapidly this year. Its first film Infinite Horror brought great fame to many Z-list actors like her. She had also had the idea to do an audition for an Empress of Military Blood, but she didn't have enough time for it and missed the chance. She was even disappointed about it. Although an Empress of Military Blood didn't get much publicity now, many insiders believed that it was highly likely for it to be a huge success, because Infinite Horror was a great example. To Hu Jiali's astonishment, the person she had argued with today was the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. She was finally frightened and asked her agent, Yan, will she harbor a grudge against me? Given Ji Yuning's social status, it couldn't be easier for Ji Yuning to pay her back. She worked in a small entertainment company now, which was barely comparable to Fenghua. Hu Jiali's agent frowned worriedly, but she didn't think that Ji Yuning was a mean person. I don't think so. It isn't a big deal, and it won't do her any good if she's going to get revenge on you for it. However, she wasn't actually that sure about it. Hu Jiali deeply regretted what she had done now. She wished that she had listened to her agent earlier. Before long, it was time for passengers to board the plane to City Q. Ji Yuning picked up her bag and went to board the plane. Xianxia, on the other hand, had to wait for a while for the plane to the capital, so she only watched Ji Yuning walking away. After that, she posted her photos with Ji Yuning to her WeChat moments, leaving many of her friends envious of her. When Ji Yuning walked by Hu Jiali in the plane, she felt that Hu Jiali was looking at her in fear. There was no need for Ji Yuning to make a guess, because she knew that Hu Jiali must have learned a lot about her from the internet. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't think that it was a serious problem, and she had no interest in getting revenge on Hu Jiali. Just like Hu Jiali's agent had said, it wouldn't do her any good if she paid Hu Jiali back. When Ji Yuning was flying to City Q, the two paparazzi released a piece of news on the internet. A Z-list star, Hu Jiali, mistook goddess Ji Yu for one of her fans and refused to take photos with her. These two paparazzi weren't mean, so they simply portrayed what had happened at the airport. Nevertheless, it was still very obvious that it was Hu Jiali who caused the drama. Chapter 1325, Apologize on Weibo, ridiculous, how could Hu Jiali mistake goddess Ji Yu for her fan? Does she think everyone in the world is her fan? Right, goddess Ji Yu didn't ask for her photos, but she already refused. Goddess Ji Yu is much more popular and famous than Hu Jiali. There is no way that she would ask for a Z-list star's photos. Right, even an A-list actress is working for goddess Ji Yu now. I think Hu Jiali must be jealous of goddess Gu's beauty, so she said that she was a star on purpose. This internet user was very smart, and guessed correctly. I agree with you. It's just a guess. Well, I've seen Hu Jiali in real life before, and her attitude changed when she saw beautiful fans. I think it's highly likely that she was jealous of goddess Ji Yu. Can't agree more. She dislikes taking photos with fans who are prettier than her. Hu Jiali was a Z-list actress, but she still had many fans, and her fans showed up to defend her at once. Do you have to criticize Jiali and ignore Ji Yuning's behavior? I don't think Ji Yuning is very polite either. It's just a misunderstanding. Be nice, guys. Jiali works very hard, and it's understandable that she makes mistakes sometimes. People all make mistakes. Hu Jiali's fans and Ji Yuning's fans began to argue with each other on the internet, but Ji Yuning had many more fans than Hu Jiali. Other internet users, on the other hand, didn't think that it was a big deal and it wasn't worth much attention. They blamed the paparazzi for it, because the paparazzi had released the news on the internet. However, everyone knew that paparazzi always wanted to see as much drama as possible in the entertainment industry. This news didn't become one of the hottest topics on Weibo, but it also gained a lot of attention. When Ji Yuning arrived at City Q, it was already 4:30 p.m., so she directly took a taxi to the Wangdang Hotel where Gao Yi and Chao Ya stayed. The second Hu Jiali and her agent arrived, they turned on their phones to check the entertainment news. Once Hu Jiali opened Weibo, she saw many messages and comments about her. And although she was mentally prepared, she was still very angry. She was afraid of Ji Yuning now, but it didn't mean that she wasn't jealous of Ji Yuning any longer. Post your apology on Weibo, now. Hu Jiali's agent was angry. She was surprised by the amount of Ji Yuning's fans and their influence. Besides, many internet users were exposing Hu Jiali's dark history, which would damage her reputation. They had to deal with this crisis as soon as possible. Hu Jiali was an actor with some topics, but they were actually publicity stunts arranged by the company she worked for. For example, there was news about her secret relationship with an actor. There were photos of her being with another man on the internet as well. Those pieces of news were made to help her get attention from the public. As long as she had people's attention, she could get a chance to play a role in a show. Therefore, celebrities loved and hated the paparazzi. They loved the paparazzi because the paparazzi helped them gain attention, and they hated the paparazzi because the paparazzi exposed their dirty secrets as well. Besides, the paparazzi loved scandals far more than good news, and they were more willing to report bad news. After organizing her words, Hu Jiali posted an apology on Weibo according to her agent's guidance. Hu Jiali, I met many fans at the airport of City B today. They're very lovely and enthusiastic, but I've been working very hard these days, so I wanted more rest and declined to take photos with them. I feel sorry about it, and I also need to apologize to Miss Ji Yu for the terrible misunderstanding. I mistook Miss Ji Yu for one of my fans, so I said that I didn't want to take photos with her. Please accept my sincere apologies, Miss Ji Yu and those who care about this accident. Once Hu Jiali posted it, it had a great effect. People stopped criticizing her and her fans defended her as always. Although it was indeed Hu Jiali's fault, it wasn't serious after all. People made mistakes, so it was understandable. Moreover, Hu Jiali already posted an apology, so there was no need for other people to keep blaming her for it. Chapter 1326, Han Wenling's invitation. Although some internet users still thought that Hu Jiali was hypocritical, they also stopped attacking her. Anyway, fewer and fewer people paid attention to it. Ji Yuning didn't care about the comments on the internet, and she directly booked a presidential suite with her black card at the Wangdang Hotel. Normally a black card was bound with a presidential suite. Once Ji Yuning walked into her room, she sent a message to Gao Yi and Xiaoya. She didn't call them because she was afraid that they might be in the middle of the mission. Gao Yi and Xiaoya had almost finished their missions when they saw Ji Yuning's message, so they came back at once. About a dozen minutes later, Xiaoya arrived and reported what she had found to Ji Yuning. 5 minutes later, Gao Yi showed up too. Gao Yi slipped into the factory of Cruelty makeup last night and took photos of the production line of the fake Kuzi. Because Cruelty makeup didn't have surveillance cameras around the production line of the fake Kuzi, Kay hadn't found anything useful when Ji Yuning told him to investigate the other day. Besides, Cruelty makeup was secretly producing fake Kuzi, so not many people were aware of it. It's been a few days. Why are they still so quiet? Ji Yuning felt like it was a little strange. Not many people paid attention to the quality scandal of Kuzi now, especially after Kuzi posted an official explanation on Weibo. In addition, there were too many pieces of news being released every day, and only a few of them could attract people's attention. Therefore, if Cruelty makeup stopped attacking Kuzi, the quality scandal would be ignored by the public. Although it indeed affected the reputation of Kuzi, it wasn't serious. Even internationally famous makeup brands had received many negative comments. Different people had different preferences. As long as customers bought from direct sale stores, it was impossible for them to buy fake products. Since Cruelty makeup remained silent, Ji Yuning decided to wait and they left to dine together. However, right as they walked out of the hotel, Han Wenling called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning thought that Han Wenling probably knew that she was in City Q now, so she called her. Han Wenling had left a good impression on Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning picked up her call. Hi, Miss Han. Ji Yuning was very polite. Even though they had conflict before, they were kind of friends now. There were many kinds of friends actually, for example normal friends, close friends, business partners and so on. Han Wenling and Ji Yuning were friends in business. In other words, they might help each other in business. Miss Gu, I just saw a piece of news and saw that you are in City Q now, Han Wenling said. Yeah, I come to City Q to deal with something, Ji Yuning said. Are you free now? Since you're in City Q, can we dine together? Han Wenling asked politely. I am free, but I'm afraid I'll waste your time, Ji Yuning said, because she knew Han Wenling was also a busy businesswoman. No way, I'm free all day. To be honest with you, Miss Gu, my niece is a big fan of yours, and she really admires you. She begged me to bring her to meet you after knowing that we're friends, Han Wenling said. In fact, Han Wenling heard from her niece that Ji Yuning was in City Q now. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was amused. It wasn't appropriate for her to reject again. Well, I don't think I should say no to that, Ji Yuning said. She was free tonight and was on her way to dine outside anyway. Since Han Wenling attached importance to her arrival, she didn't mind sharing a meal with her. Great, Miss Gu, are you staying in the Wangdang Hotel? Han Wenling asked, because she knew that the Wangdang Hotel was owned by Ji Yuning's family. Please wait for a while. I need to make some arrangements, and I'll call you again later, Han Wenling said. After hanging up the call with Han Wenling, Ji Yuning went back to her room with Gao Yi and Xiaoya. It wasn't late now actually, it was only 5:30 p.m. It was still a little early for dinner, so Ji Yuning didn't mind waiting for a while. Han Wenling didn't keep Ji Yuning waiting for her for long, and arrived at the Wangdang Hotel in 20 minutes. After that, she called Ji Yuning. She had booked a private room before she made the call, so she decided to go there together with Ji Yuning, who was her guest tonight. Han Wenling didn't call Ji Yuning until she had parked her car. Chapter 1327. Finally see you. In order to not keep Ji Yuning waiting for her, Han Wenling called the Han family's chauffeur to send her niece to the hotel and didn't go home to pick up her niece in person. Therefore, Han Wenling only came with her secretary. Been a while, Miss Gu. Han Wenling stood up the second Ji Yuning walked inside. She was the heir of a famous business group, but she was very polite to a girl who was much younger than her. If Han Wenling's secretary wasn't aware of Ji Yuning's background, she would have been shocked. On the other hand, the waiter who recognized Han Wenling but didn't know Ji Yuning was greatly surprised. Although Ji Yuning's social status wasn't as high as Han Wenling, her ability at such an early age had already won Han Wenling's appreciation and admiration. It was not only Han Wenling, many other influential figures also respected Ji Yuning. Only those who were jealous of Ji Yuning or conceited people would be impolite to Ji Yuning. Han Wenling also had great pride in herself, but she wouldn't show that in front of someone who was really outstanding. Hi, nice to see you again, Miss Han. Ji Yuning smiled at her. Have a seat please. My niece is on her way here, she should be here in a minute, Han Wenling said, and Ji Yuning went to sit next to her. Please. Han Wenling then turned to invite Gao Yi and Xiaoya to seat themselves. Miss Gu, you can order whatever you want, Han Wenling said before giving the waiter a glance to tell him to give the menu to Ji Yuning. Thanks, Ji Yuning said, and ordered some of her favorite dishes. Han Wenling also gave her order. When the waiter was gone, Han Wenling asked Ji Yuning, Miss Gu, I heard of the recent bad news about Kuzi. How is it now? It won't end easily, and I think my enemy will take action again. Actually I come to City Q to deal with it, Ji Yuning said. She was very honest. Oh, I understand. Han Wenling nodded. Since Ji Yuning came to City Q to deal with it, it meant that her enemy had to be in City Q. I believe that you can handle it very well, but please feel free to call me if you need my help. The Han family was the top family in City Q after all. Han Wenling saying that also showed her attitude towards Ji Yuning. A short while later, someone knocked on the door and a girl who was about 15 years old quickly walked inside. Once her sight fell on Ji Yuning, her eyes lit up with excitement. Oh my, I finally get to meet you, my idol. She ran straight to Ji Yuning and grabbed her hand. They didn't seem to be strangers at all. Ruohan, mind your manners. Han Wenling snapped at her. Sorry, I'm too excited. Han Ruohan let go of Ji Yuning's hand right away and apologized. It's fine. Ji Yuning smiled. She didn't mind it at all and thought that Han Ruohan was very adorable. Although Ji Yuning didn't like to have physical contact with strangers, Han Ruohan was simply a teenage girl who was young and full of energy. In addition, Ji Yuning wouldn't show any annoyance for the sake of Han Wenling. Han Ruohan didn't forget to take photos with her idol. However, she couldn't stop talking and cheering when Ji Yuning was by her side, which annoyed Han Wenling. She directly pulled Han Ruohan back to her proper seat. Han Ruohan pouted with dissatisfaction, because she didn't think that she had taken enough photos with Ji Yuning. During the meal, Han Ruohan kept talking with Ji Yuning about different topics, and Ji Yuning stayed patient. Han Wenling was afraid that Ji Yuning might feel bothered by Han Ruohan, so she told Han Ruohan to stop after a while. Han Ruohan closed her mouth once Han Wenling criticized her, but she began to talk with Ji Yuning again the next second. Although Han Ruohan had the closest relationship with Han Wenling in their family, she was afraid of her aunt the most. Except for her grandfather, her aunt was the most important member in the Han family. If Han Wenling criticized her once, Han Ruohan would normally stay quiet, but today was different and she lost control of herself in front of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning understood Han Wenling's worries, but she didn't care about it, so she stopped Han Wenling from criticizing Han Ruohan. Since Ji Yuning didn't mind, Han Wenling gave up because she also knew that it was useless. Han Ruohan was really talkative and she almost talked about everything with Ji Yuning during the meal. Because Ji Yuning stayed in the Wangdang Hotel, Han Wenling directly left with Han Ruohan later. When Han Wenling was gone, Ji Yuning went back to her room as well. Ji Yuning surfed on the internet to see whether Corydalus makeup had taken the next step, but it hadn't yet. Since Corydalus makeup hadn't taken any other action yet, Ji Yuning had to wait. She wasn't afraid of what it would do, but was afraid that it might not do anything. That night, Ji Yuning had a call with Leng Xiaoting. Although Leng Xiaoting went to deal with Luca in person, it would take a few days for him to get the final result. Because Luca was a foreigner, he needed to communicate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It might take 3 or more days. Chapter 1328. It finally breaks. Leng Xiaoting didn't go back to the Leng family after he was back in the capital, because he was afraid that he might lose control of himself and beat Leng Xiaojia. At 10 p.m., when most people were having fun on the internet, the scandal about Kuzi broke again. It was Wang Zonghang who made the news about Kuzi one of the hottest topics on Weibo. He recorded a video with his phone and posted it on Weibo. In the video, he admitted that there was indeed a quality problem with Kuzi's products because Kuzi wanted to make more money and didn't care about the quality. He said that Kuzi made a different packaging for the fake products so that it could blame surrogate shoppers if the dirty secret was exposed. Wang Zonghang said that he couldn't stand it, so he chose to expose it. He was nobody on Weibo, but he had mentioned several great influencers. With Zhuang Xuanao's support, he soon got a lot of attention on Weibo. Since he worked for Kuzi, most people chose to believe his words. Didn't Kuzi just post an official explanation? Is it a lie? I can't believe it. I feel heartbroken now. I supported Kuzi last time. It's undeniable that real Kuzi products are really effective, but I disdain the way Kuzi makes money. It's crazy. I won't buy Kuzi anymore. At the same time, some people still kept their reason. It's just his words, and nobody knows the truth yet. I wonder whether he really works for Kuzi. Even if he really works for Kuzi, he could have betrayed Kuzi. Business competition is cruel and complicated. Anything is possible. However, the majority lost confidence in Kuzi this time. Seeing more and more people began to criticize Kuzi, Ji Yuning wasn't worried at all. Instead, she watched it as if she wasn't involved in it at all. The official Weibo account of Kuzi also stayed silent, which made more people think that Kuzi felt guilty. Wang Zonghang chose to expose it at this time because most people were off work now, so it was more convenient for them to make big news. What they didn't know was that Ji Yuning already had control of the official Weibo account of Kuzi. She could post anything whenever she wanted. Ning Chengkai was focusing on the news about Kuzi all the time, so he was aware of it once it became a hot topic on Weibo. Although he was mentally prepared for it, he was still full of anger. He didn't know whether Ji Yuning noticed the news or not, so he called her at once. Ji Yuning told Ning Chengkai to relax and watch the drama. She didn't think that it had gained enough attention, so she called Kay and told him to make it more noticeable on the internet. Since Ji Yuning had spent days on the investigation, she was determined to cause a sensation. At 11 p.m., Kuzi was on the top of the list of the hottest topics on Weibo. Zhuang Xuanao was very satisfied with it, and he believed that Kuzi was doomed to fail this time. Right at this moment, Ji Yuning logged in the official Weibo account of Kuzi, then sent out a post. Kuzi, Wang Zongheng is indeed a staff member of our company, but he has been bribed by someone who aims to attack our company. We've already warned the mastermind behind this scheme and given them a chance to stop it, but they refused to accept it. The truth will come out in 10 minutes. Actually, it was a lie that Ji Yuning had given Corydalus Makeup a chance to stop the scheme, because she was determined to take revenge. However, this post failed to change the majority's attitude. Most people still thought that it was an act. When Zhuang Xuanao and Zhao Wei read the post, they talked with each other about it at once. They didn't believe that Kuzi could punish them. However, they were also worried about what Kuzi had found out about Corydalus Makeup. Anyway, they also needed to wait for 10 minutes. Is Wang Zongheng reliable? Will he betray you? Zhuang Xuanao asked Zhao Wei. Although Zhao Wei had made a promise that Wang Zongheng was reliable, Zhao Wei was still worried. Relax, Wang Zongheng already left City B when he posted the video on Weibo. Kuzi can't catch him, Zhao Wei said with confidence. However, did things really unfold in the way he wanted? Chapter 1329, a dramatic reversal. Great, as long as they can't find Wang Zongheng. Wang Zongheng's words could only be real, Zhuang Xuanao said and felt relieved. They didn't think that Kuzi was able to find out it was them if Wang Zongheng was gone. Staff members of Kuzi were very angry at Wang Zongheng. They worked in the factory every day, but none of them had seen fake Kuzi products. It was quite obvious that Wang Zongheng had been bribed by someone to frame Kuzi. If Kuzi was ruined by Wang Zongheng, they would also lose their jobs, which was the last thing they wanted to see. However, they weren't important figures in the company, and nobody would believe them even if they denied Wang Zongheng's words. In that case, they could only rely on the company. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning sent out several successive posts. Because the amount of characters of each post was limited, she had to send out several posts to present all the proof she had found. There were call records between Wang Zongheng and Zhao Wei, the sales manager of Corydalus Makeup, the reason and evidence of their cooperation, the contact records between Zhao Wei and the surrogate shoppers, the voice recording of Zhao Wei's conversation with Du Gang, the evidence of the internet water army hired by Corydalus Makeup, the video of Corydalus Makeup making fake Kuzi products, etc. After reading those posts, everyone was shocked. It turned out to be a nasty scheme. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes now. Kuzi was indeed framed. I can't believe my eyes either. I believed Kuzi all the time, and it didn't disappoint me. This is a disgusting unfair business competition. I think those who have criticized Kuzi should make an apology now. Facing solid proof, no one dared to attack Kuzi again. Afterwards, internet users all began to criticize Corydalus Makeup under its official Weibo account. Shameless Corydalus Makeup. I won't buy Corydalus Makeup anymore. Kuzi is my new choice of makeup products now. Zhuang Xuanao should be put in jail. The people attacked Corydalus Makeup and Zhuang Xuanao harder than what they had done to Kuzi before. When the quality scandal of Kuzi broke, most people were simply disappointed in Kuzi, but what Corydalus Makeup had done was completely unacceptable and illegal. Zhuang Xuanao and Zhao Wei were shocked once they saw the post sent out by the official Weibo account of Kuzi. They couldn't believe that Kuzi could have so much evidence about their dirty secrets. Neither Zhuang Xuanao nor Zhao Wei could accept it. Zhuang Xuanao was the boss of Corydalus Makeup. If Corydalus Makeup was in a serious crisis, he would suffer a great loss. Zhao Wei only worked for him, and could change jobs later. However, Zhuang Xuanao decided to find himself a scapegoat. Unfortunately, before he could really do that, Kuzi sent out another post and Zhuang Xuanao became the target this time. It pointed out the crimes Zhuang Xuanao had committed, including bribery, tax evasion, financial fraud, etc. Zhuang Xuanao was stunned right now. He was doomed to be put in jail. Shortly after it erupted, 5 policemen went to Zhuang Xuanao's home and arrested him. "We're from the Public Security Bureau. You're charged for bribery, tax evasion, and financial fraud." The leading policeman showed Zhuang Xuanao his certificate, then handcuffed him. The reason why the policeman showed up so soon at Zhuang Xuanao's home was because Han Wenling helped Ji Yuning. Before Ji Yuning sent the posts, she called Han Wenling and asked her to arrest Zhuang Xuanao. Because Ji Yuning wasn't influential in City Q, and the police might not take action as quickly as she wanted. Therefore, she turned to Han Wenling for help. Zhuang Xuanao was a successful businessman in City Q after all, and not many people were willing to act against him. Ji Yuning was from another city, so the police wouldn't side with her. Anyway, in order to solve the problem, Ji Yuning could only ask for Han Wenling's help. Chapter 1330. Ji Yuning's explanation. Ji Yuning also told Han Wenling why she wanted to catch Zhuang Xuanao before the police left to arrest him. After knowing the reason, Han Wenling agreed without hesitation and called the police for Ji Yuning at once. Given Han Wenling's social status, the Public Security Bureau took action right away to deal with it. In addition, the person Han Wenling asked them to arrest had indeed broken the law. Han Wenling told the police to arrest Zhuang Xuanao after Ji Yuning sent out the post on Weibo. Zhuang Xuanao knew that it was useless for him to struggle, so he didn't struggle at all and left with the police. On the internet, many internet users were still discussing it. Most of them were impressed by Kuzi's response, but someone felt it looked very familiar. Why do I think this way of dealing with trouble looks very familiar? I must have seen it somewhere before. Why don't others handle things like this? I don't know, but I think not everyone can collect all the important evidence within such a short time. I think Goddess Gu often uses this way to solve problems. Oh, right. It has happened before. Could Goddess Gu also be the boss of Kuzi? Although I agree that Goddess Gu is really outstanding, I don't think that only she is able to deal with things in such an efficient way. It's a little annoying when her name is repeatedly mentioned. Many people agreed with this opinion, but a lot of Ji Yuning's loyal fans got angry. Annoying. I think you're simply being jealous. It's just a guess. No one said that it is definitely Goddess Gu. If you don't like to read positive comments about Goddess Gu, you can directly ignore them. There were many of Ji Yuning's loyal fans, so nobody dared to leave negative comments on Ji Yuning anymore. Someone, however, couldn't stand it and argued back. I do hate to see your Goddess Gu on Weibo all the time. She's causing a sensation almost every day. You only focus on her advantages. How about her shortcomings? Once Ji Yuning's fans saw this comment, they began to retort. There is nothing wrong with the fact that we're Goddess Gu's loyal fans and we love to talk about her on the internet. It's none of your business. Goddess Gu isn't causing a sensation every day. She's very kind and gentle, and she's the victim every time. Don't you know that outstanding people will easily attract jealousy? Many internet users had mentioned Ji Yuning on Weibo and asked her whether Kuzi was owned by her. Although it was a little inappropriate to ask that question on the internet, they were too curious about it. In fact, someone had asked Ji Yuning the same question before, but Ji Yuning had ignored it last time. However, this time was different, and it was necessary for Ji Yuning to explain it now. Ji Yuning chose to tell those internet users the truth, but not because she thought that nobody would dare to scheme against Kuzi again after knowing that she was the boss of Kuzi. No matter how successful a businessman was, he always had enemies. Even the Tang family's business group had encountered many unfair competitions. Nevertheless, a business with powerful support was still different from one without support. Given Ji Yuning's current influence, ordinary businesses were unwilling to have conflict with her. If Zhuang Xuanao had known that Kuzi was owned by Ji Yuning, he wouldn't have done what he did. Ji Yuning was much more influential than Zhuang Xuanao after all. However, it was too late now. Because Ji Yuning had no intention to keep it a secret any longer, she replied when she saw her fans' question. Ji Yuning, Many people have mentioned me on Weibo and asked me whether Kuzi is one of my companies. I think I need to give an official answer right now. The answer is yes. Kuzi is owned by me and is a subsidiary of Kulain. I have to say that I felt terrible when the fake Kuzi event happened. I didn't want to make it a serious problem, and I've talked with those who planned this scheme. I hoped that they could stop, but they didn't, so I had to take action to protect my company and the innocent customers. Kulain and Kuzi will never produce unsafe or unqualified products. Please buy our products from legal ways. You can talk to me if you find any problems with our products. Although Ji Yuning wouldn't produce fake products, she was worried that her staff members might be bribed by her business enemies again, so she had to take the production seriously. The second Ji Yuning gave the explanation on Weibo, it became one of the hottest topics. To everyone's surprise, Kuzi was really one of Ji Yuning's companies. Chapter 1331. Han Wenling's jealousy towards Ji Yuning. Even though many internet users thought that Kuzi might be owned by Ji Yuning, it was only a guess. There was nothing about Ji Yuning in this news after all. In addition, not only Ji Yuning could deal with things efficiently. Therefore, although many people had the idea that Kuzi was owned by Ji Yuning, they weren't very sure about it. When Ji Yuning admitted it on Weibo, they were all shocked. No way, Kuzi is indeed owned by Goddess Ji Yu. OMG, I'm so excited now. Since Kuzi is also Goddess Gu's company, its products must be of high quality. I knew it. Only Goddess Ji Yu is able to collect so much useful evidence within such a short time. Where are those people who scolded us for talking about Goddess Ji Yu every time? It's true that Kuzi is one of Goddess Gu's companies. I feel so proud of my idol. Why are you all talking about Kuzi? How about Kulain? Its medicines are very popular too. Oh, right, I almost forgot about Kulain. My family loves this brand so much, because its medicines are very effective. Both of them are owned by Goddess Ji Yu, so they have to be very good. I think Goddess Ji Yu probably has more companies than we already know about. Goddess Ji Yu is so awesome. I wish I could be as half successful as her. I agree that Goddess Ji Yu has more companies that we don't know about yet. I'm so curious now. I wonder whether High-Speed Tech is also one of Goddess Gu's companies. Probably, but Goddess Ji Yu isn't willing to talk about it. Speaking of High-Speed Tech, isn't tomorrow the release conference of Battle in the Sky? I can't wait for it. I'm curious to know Goddess Gu's ID in the game. I'll go download it once it's released. They still focused on Ji Yuning when they talked about the news. There was no need for K to play a trick to make Ji Yuning and Kuzi become one of the hottest topics on Weibo in a few hours. Han Wenling paid a lot of attention to this news once she knew that Ji Yuning had given a response. She wanted to see what evidence Ji Yuning had found. Although she was aware that Ji Yuning already had evidence in her hands, she was still surprised when she saw Ji Yuning's post. To be honest, even she couldn't promise that she would be able to collect so much evidence within such a short time. It would probably take her at least a whole week. Ji Yuning definitely didn't collect all the evidence on her own, because K had helped her a lot. And not many people could do what K was able to do. There were many hackers in this world, but K was among the top 10 in his country. Moreover, Ji Yuning also had help from Gao Yi and Xiaoya, who were extraordinary at martial arts. Han Wenling also had many skilled helpers, but she lacked the kind of subordinates that Ji Yuning had. Zhao Wei and Du Gang were also arrested by the police. The police took Wang Zonghang away too. To be specific, Wang Zonghang was sent to the Public Security Bureau by someone. Since Ji Yuning already knew that Wang Zonghang was the betrayer, she wouldn't let him get away with it, so she had arranged for someone to follow him. Once the scandal broke, Wang Zonghang was taken under control and sent to the Public Security Bureau. Han Wenling called Ji Yuning later and complimented her on her efficiency. Han Wenling admired Ji Yuning, and was also a little jealous of Ji Yuning, but she had no intention to become Ji Yuning's enemy. Instead, she wanted to learn from Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning was much younger than her, she didn't judge a person by age. She knew that Ji Yuning couldn't have overcome the crisis without other people's help, but it was very normal. A successful person must have outstanding abilities and the awareness of teamwork. Leadership skills were very important on one's path to success. Chapter 1332. A perfect counterattack. If someone had leadership skills, she or he would know how to select skilled people to work for her or him. On the other hand, if someone didn't have leadership skills, she or he wouldn't be able to find skilled people to work for her or him. With Han Wenling's reply, Ji Yuning was sure that this problem was completely solved and that it was impossible for Zhuang Xuanao to get away with the crime. No matter how rich Zhuang Xuanao was, he wasn't comparable to the Han family in the law. After having the call with Han Wenling, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting and told him the final result. Leng Xiaoting wasn't surprised, because he knew that Ji Yuning was able to deal with it very well. At the same time, he also felt happy for Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaojia didn't know about what was happening to Luca yet, because Master Leng didn't say anything about what they had been through in City B, and Leng Xiaojia had no idea how Luca would hurt Ji Yuning. Luca had promised that he would send her a message once he succeeded. So since Leng Xiaojia hadn't received a message from him yet, she knew Luca hadn't finished it. Nevertheless, she knew that it would take some time, and she needed to be patient. Besides, Ji Yuning was with Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng 2 days ago, so Leng Xiaojia hoped that Luca wouldn't take action at that time. Although Leng Xiaojia didn't know how excellent Leng Xiaoting was at fighting, she was afraid that Luca might be caught. Even though Luca didn't know her identity, she had a guilty conscience. As for Kuzi's quality scandal, Leng Xiaojia paid attention to it from the beginning to the end, and she talked about it with her friends in a WeChat group. Her friends weren't aware of her grudge against Ji Yuning, and they kept complimenting Kuzi in the WeChat group, which annoyed Leng Xiaojia. She couldn't wait to see Ji Yuning in big trouble. However, what Leng Xiaojia didn't know was that her scheme was already exposed, and that she would soon pay for it. In addition, Leng Xiaojia had to admit that she was impressed by Ji Yuning's efficiency too. However, she didn't think that Ji Yuning was able to make such a perfect counterattack alone, so she believed that Leng Xiaoting must have helped Ji Yuning. She hated Leng Xiaoting, but it was an undeniable truth that Leng Xiaoting was very outstanding among their peers. In order not to see positive comments about Ji Yuning again, Leng Xiaojia directly told her friends that she had a long-standing grudge against Ji Yuning and that they had to stop talking about her. Knowing that, her friends were surprised and stopped complimenting Ji Yuning at once. Although they were Leng Xiaojia's friends, Leng Xiaojia's family was much more influential than theirs, so they always listened to her. Only Xianxia, who had a close relationship with Leng Xiaojia, was aware of her grudge against Ji Yuning. The others didn't dare to ask further about it. Some of Leng Xiaojia's friends began to hate and badmouth Ji Yuning once Leng Xiaojia told them that she disliked Ji Yuning. The majority, however, didn't change their attitude towards Ji Yuning, and still admired her. They were Leng Xiaojia's friends, but they weren't close. In fact, they were each other's connections and were bound together because of benefits. Therefore, even though they listened to Leng Xiaojia, it didn't mean that they would give up their own judgments. If it was a serious matter, they would also refuse to listen to Leng Xiaojia. Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe were also paying attention to the news about Ji Yuning. Ever since Baili Zongyang found out that Ji Yuning lived in Century City, he told Baili Zongshe to move there so that she would have more chances to make friends with Ji Yuning. It had been a long time since Baili Zongyang met Ji Yuning for the first time. They had agreed to share a meal together, but Baili Zongyang didn't have the chance to call her yet. Ji Yuning was too outstanding, and he had worries that his impolite behavior might alert her. As a result, Baili Zongyang hoped that he could run into Ji Yuning again and invited her to dine together. This time, he finally had a reasonable excuse to call Ji Yuning after finding out what had happened to Kuzi. He planned to call her tomorrow. Ji Yuning is unbelievable. She has made a perfect counterattack, Baili Zongyang said. Before Ji Yuning sent out those posts, he already knew that Ji Yuning could deal with it very well. However, he was still surprised when he saw the final result. Unfortunately, she's just a mortal, or I'd think that you two would be a perfect couple, Baili Zongshe said. In Baili Zongshui's eyes, Ji Yuning was a gorgeous business talent and an extraordinary kung fu master. She admired her and had a good impression of her, but there was a rule in the cultivation world that a cultivator couldn't marry a mortal, or the cultivator would be expelled from the cultivation world. The child of a cultivator and a mortal would lose the talent of becoming a cultivator. Everyone in the cultivation world was born with the talent of becoming a cultivator. If accidents happened and some children were born without it, they would be kicked out of the cultivation world no matter how powerful their families were. If cultivators were allowed to marry mortals, there would be more and more children without the talent of becoming a cultivator in the cultivation world. In that case, the cultivation world would be ruined one day. Chapter 1333, Investigation on Ji Yuning. It was an unbreakable rule. About 20 years ago, a girl who was born in one of the four most powerful families in the cultivation world fell in love with a mortal, which annoyed her family, after which she was killed. Didn't you always think that Dongfang Ziyu is the best? Why do you suddenly think Ji Yuning is better than her? Baili Zongyang asked. I have that opinion after comparison. Although their levels of martial arts aren't comparable, because one is a martial artist while the other is a cultivator. Ji Yuning is much more outstanding than Dongfang Ziyu if you compare their appearance and abilities, Baili Zongxie said. Because Baili Zongxie didn't know that Ji Yuning had magical power, she believed that Ji Yuning was weaker than Dongfang Ziyu. However, Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all. Baili Zongyang agreed with his younger sister, but he had no intention to chase Ji Yuning because Ji Yuning was immortal. Oh, is Kuzi really that effective? Baili Zongxie was curious. She was very young and her skin was very good because of her cultivation, so she paid little attention to skincare products. And I've also seen many positive comments about Kulain. It seems to be as effective as magic medicine, Baili Zongxie added. Haven't you done a lot of study on medicines? You can buy some yourself to carry out a study, Baili Zongyang said. Right, how could I forget about that? I'll buy some to study tomorrow morning. Baili Zongxie got excited. The next day, more people were attracted to the news about Kuzi and Ji Yuning, and they were surprised too when they learned that both Kuzi and Kulain were Ji Yuning's companies. Many people had called Ji Yuning out of concern these past few days. Baili Zongyang was included. Although Ji Yuning lost her patience after receiving too many calls about the same thing, she still stayed kind and answered his call. In the capital, Baili Zongxie went to a store of Kulain at 9 a.m. She bought some pills and ointments. When she went back home, she opened the packages of medicine right away but smelt something familiar, which surprised her. There was magical power inside. Baili Zongxie couldn't believe it. Since Kulain was Ji Yuning's company, Ji Yuning must have magical power too. An idea dawned on Baili Zongxie that Ji Yuning could be a cultivator as well, or she must have a valuable object filled with magical power. Thinking of that, Baili Zongxie called Baili Zongyang without delay. What's up? Baili Zongyang asked. Zongyang, is it convenient for you now? I have something important to tell you, Baili Zongxie said. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang put on a serious expression. Yeah, I'm in my office alone. What happened? I just bought some Kulain medicine, and I found magical power in them. Baili Zongxie said. What? There is magical power in Kulain medicine. Baili Zongyang was shocked. Kulain was one of Ji Yuning's companies, so the magical power must have something to do with her. Ji Yuning was either a cultivator or had a treasure with magical power. However, Baili Zongyang didn't sense any magical power from Ji Yuning, so she must have a kind of treasure with magical power in her body. If she was an ordinary mortal, how could she get to know about magical power? Also, if Ji Yuning was aware of the existence of magical power, she must have found out his real identity. Baili Zongyang found it was too difficult for him to accept. He didn't believe that Ji Yuning was a cultivator nor that Ji Yuning could sense magical power. In that case, there must be someone else behind her back. Baili Zongyang thought that it was much more reasonable. Are you sure? He asked. I am very sure, and you can check it for yourself when you're home today, Baili Zongxie replied. Baili Zongyang didn't have patience to wait for such a long time, so he left the company at once. About 20 minutes later, Baili Zongyang arrived at his home. Baili Zongxie was surprised when Baili Zongyang showed up so soon. The second Baili Zongyang was back, he asked Bailey Zhongshe to give him the medicines. Once he opened them, he indeed smelt a faint trace of magical power. Is there magical power in every kind of medicine produced by Kulain? Bailey Zongyang asked. Yes, Bailey Zhongshe said. I think we should conduct an investigation on Ji Yuning. Bailey Zongyang squinted his eyes. He had no hostility against Ji Yuning, and there was no conflict of interest between them either, so he never had the idea to investigate Ji Yuning before. Ji Yuning could be his friend, so he respected her. Nevertheless, the situation was different now. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning was his friend or enemy now. If Ji Yuning really could sense magical power, it was highly possible that she had already found out his real identity. It wasn't a big deal, but he was afraid that she might do something else to hurt him. He approached Ji Yuning of his own accord, but he had to conduct an investigation now, otherwise he would be too worried. As long as they weren't enemies, he would still be willing to make friends with Ji Yuning. Bailey Zongyang was reluctant to have a strong enemy after all. Chapter 1334. The launch of the game. Ji Yuning probably wouldn't be happy about it, but he was left no choice and he could only be as cautious as possible. Although Zhuang Xuanao and the other guilty people were already arrested, Ji Yuning, as the victim, still needed to go to the Public Security Bureau to deal with it. Therefore, Ji Yuning stayed in City Q for the time being. She needed to sue Zhuang Xuanao in person. That morning, Ji Yuning was busy preparing all kinds of documents and evidence. As for her lawyer, Ji Yuning gave Chen Kanji a call, so the lawyer of the Shengning organization would fly to City Q in the earliest flight. She could hire a local lawyer, but she preferred to use her own lawyer who was more reliable. It cost a lot to hire a good lawyer after all. Her lawyer arrived at 11 a.m. after which they went to the Public Security Bureau together. The Public Security Bureau was already aware of Ji Yuning's background, so all the policemen were very polite to her. Actually, they were her fans. They had read a lot of news about Ji Yuning on the internet, and they knew that she was a billionaire. Not many people could be so successful at such an early age. When those policemen greeted Ji Yuning, she kindly smiled at them. Although Ji Yuning was very kind and gentle, they still could sense her air of power. Ji Yuning was the founder of a large business group after all, so she had to show her influence. If she didn't show her influence, other people might think lightly of her. However, she couldn't do it too much, or other people might have a bad impression of her. She didn't want others to be scared of her, but she must be held in awe. Ji Yuning met the policeman who was in charge of the case and handed over the documentary evidence before she left. Once she was gone, those policemen began to talk about her. No wonder people call her Goddess Ji Yu. She's as beautiful as she is outstanding. Right, both she and her parents have my admiration. I wonder how her parents have educated her to be so outstanding. My kid only knows how to play games all day long. I think she's very excellent herself. Her parents must be super proud of her. I wish my son could be as half outstanding as her. Ji Yuning's lawyer stayed to deal with it, while she left for the capital. It was already 3 p.m., so she had missed the release conference of Battle in the Sky. The release conference of Battle in the Sky would be held at 2 p.m., and many internet users began to download it once it was available on its official website. However, because too many people were downloading it at the same time, the website almost broke down. The connection speed is too slow. There are too many people downloading it at the same time. I've succeeded in downloading it. I'm jealous of you. Many internet users were complaining and cheering on Weibo. High-Speed Tech was very happy to see that its new game was so popular, but other game companies were displeased, especially Tianhe Technology. Tianhe Technology just released a new game at the beginning of that year, and although it didn't cause a sensation, it was getting more and more attention from game players, but Battle in the Sky suddenly showed up. Games which had been released for a long time normally had loyal players, and players with high ranks in the game wouldn't be willing to abandon it. Unfortunately, Tianhe Technology still needed more time. In the development department of Tianhe Technology, the project manager was angry and hit a table with great force. Why was Battle in the Sky launched right now? Our game has just gained some attention, but we're in a very dangerous situation now. The project manager clenched his teeth in anger. Battle in the Sky is very popular at the early stage, but we don't know what will happen in the future, a game designer said. They sensed a great crisis, because Battle in the Sky was attractive and addictive. Even they couldn't wait to play it. I want to hack into their system to ruin the game program, but I'm afraid that they're at a higher level than us, and I don't want to be exposed, the manager said. Actually, he had always had that idea since he learned that high-speed tech was going to release Battle in the Sky, but he didn't dare to take action. It's not a good idea, but do we have to accept this result? Another game designer asked. What else can we do now? A teammate was in a very bad mood. Chapter 1335, The Future Queen. Alright, it's meaningless to complain here. We're not the boss, and we can't make the decision. The project manager stopped their discussion. Others had to close their mouths, because it was purely academic. Many internet users began to play Battle in the Sky once they finished downloading. Although it was a new game, most of them were game lovers, so it wasn't hard for them to get familiar with it. So after playing for a while, the majority were familiar with its rules. At the same time, the new game also attracted many new game players, because it was very addictive. The game required a high level of skills, so many of them lost after a short while and they went to leave comments on Weibo about it one after another. Battle in the Sky is the best game I've ever played. I agree, and I can barely put my phone down. It's so enjoyable. I mean, everyone should try it, because you'll regret it if you don't play it. Many people showed off their user experience on Weibo, but some still hadn't finished downloading yet. Oh, I'm so envious of those who have already played it. I can't wait to play it. Some people also had doubts. Really? Is it that fun? I admit that its ad is very exciting, but I don't think it's better than all the other games. You'll know after you try it. Right, don't rush to deny it, or you'll regret it. On the internet, a lot of people were talking about Battle in the Sky. Within a short time, Battle in the Sky became one of the hottest topics on Weibo. Because of the popularity of Battle in the Sky, more and more internet users were attracted to it. Not everybody liked it, because different people had different preferences. Some game players thought that it was boring and gave up after playing it for a while, but they didn't leave negative comments about it. It was indeed a high-quality game, but just not suitable for them. Some people also complained that Battle in the Sky wasn't fun at all, and that they liked another game better. Anyway, about 90% game players liked Battle in the Sky. Ji Yuning arrived at the capital at 6 p.m., and saw missed calls and a message from Kay once she turned on her phone. Kay called her about an hour ago, but she was in the plane at that time and her phone was turned off. Ji Yuning read Kay's message at once, and Kay told her to play the game if she was free, because it would be great advertising for it. Ji Yuning was definitely willing to do that and sent a message back to Kay. After walking out of the exit, she saw Leng Xiaoting standing in the arrival hall. It's already done, and he's been sentenced to death, Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning. Luca had bad luck and encountered Ji Yuning, who wasn't weak at all. If he hadn't taken the mission from Leng Xiaojia, he wouldn't have lost his life. However, he asked for it. On the other hand, Leng Xiaojia was still waiting for his reply. She had no idea that Luca was already sentenced to death. Ji Yuning was reluctant to go to the Leng family's house right now, because she didn't want to see Leng Xiaojia. She was afraid that she might lose control of herself and Master Leng would find out about it. It was time for dinner, so Ji Yuning along with her two bodyguards went to dine together. On the way, Ji Yuning took out her phone and started the game. She played several rounds and won every time. She took a screenshot and posted it on Weibo afterwards. Ji Yuning, a very enjoyable game. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? I'm not available online all the time, so it depends on your luck. She didn't hide her ID in the picture, so everyone got to know her game ID. Once she sent out that post, it caused a sensation on Weibo. Some went to add Ji Yuning as their friend, while some simply left comments below. The Future Queen. What a great name. It's very suitable for Goddess Ji Yu. Some people found that they couldn't add Ji Yuning as their friends, then came back to Weibo to complain. I can't add Goddess Ji Yu as my friend, because my level is too low. My heart is broken now. Goddess Gu is so unbelievable. Her level is so high. In the game, only players of the same level could add each other as friends. Ji Yuning was in intermediate grade now, so players in the primary grade couldn't be her friends. I think Goddess Gu must have played it for a long time, or she can't reach such a high level within a day. I think so, and now I'm starting to believe that high-speed tech is also Goddess Gu's company. I had the same thought as you. Chapter 1336. Ji Yuning did it on purpose. Many internet users had mentioned Ji Yuning and asked her about it, but Ji Yuning didn't reply. Ji Yuning didn't reply at all, but they weren't mad because she had too many followers on Weibo, and it was impossible for her to reply to every question about her. If she had anything she wanted to say, she would directly send out a post so that everyone could see it. Social media influencers all behaved like that, so everyone was already used to it. It's possible for it to be Goddess Gu's friends' company. Right, many of Goddess Gu's friends also repost her posts when she needs promotion. After that, more people chose to accept this guess. Even though high-speed tech was really Ji Yuning's company, not many people were aware of it. It's not important. I just want to add Goddess Gu as my friend, but her level is much higher than me. Right. I want to play with her. Goddess Gu must have done it on purpose so that more people will download the game in order to be her friend. I think I'll play the game all week to catch up with Goddess Gu. Many people believed that Ji Yuning did it on purpose. It was true that Ji Yuning did that on purpose, because too many people wanted to be her friends once she made her ID public. She couldn't deal with so many people alone. Therefore, she directly reached a high level so that only skilled players could be her friends. It was easy for Ji Yuning to reach a high level, but it was very difficult for many other people. As a result, only a few game players could become Ji Yuning's friends. In addition, she could attract more people to play the game. She wasn't forcing her fans to download and play the game, and it was still up to them whether they wanted to play the same game as her. They were free to say no. If her fans really disliked this game, they wouldn't download it even if she forced them to do so. Her fans had reason. After sending out the post, Ji Yuning also sent a message to Chu Peihan and her other friends in the WeChat group. She suggested they play it when they were free. Since Ji Yuning recommended it, they absolutely wanted to give it a try. Except for Yu Mixi and Anyi, the others were all game lovers, especially Qin Zixan and Zhang Tianping. Hao Ran, Chu Peihan, and Su Anya played games sometimes. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning thought of something important and called Yu Mixi right away. Yu Mixi was surprised when she saw Ji Yuning's call. Hi, Ningning, I forgot to tell you something important. Do you want to work as an intern in the finance department of my company this vacation? It's in the city center of City F, so you can go home every day after work. What do you think? Ji Yuning asked. Although Yu Mixi was kind of her staff member now, she wouldn't force her to do anything. They just finished the national college entrance examination, so most of them wanted to relax, which was understandable. The situation would be different after they entered university. Many college students chose to work during their vacations to earn some money. Some did it in order to lighten the financial burden for their families, while some wanted to learn some skills before they joined the workforce. Sure, Yu Mixi was very happy to hear this news. She had been helping her parents in her family's small restaurant these days, and seldom gathered together with her friends. Yu Mixi's parents had rented a small store outside Jahua Garden and made it a small restaurant. Yu Mixi's father was good at cooking, so the restaurant was quite popular, and they could make about 20,000 yuan per month. Great, I'll inform the company before I call you again, Ji Yuning said. She also hoped that Yu Mixi could start working as early as possible. Ji Yuning called Guangyao later and told him her plan. Guangyao agreed with alacrity and said that Yu Mixi could report for duty before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Yu Mixi again and told her the time. When Yu Mixi knew that Ji Yuning arranged for her to have an internship in Shenghua real estate, she was surprised because it was Anyi's family business. Although it wasn't owned by Anyi's family now, Anyi's father was still managing it. Therefore, none of them were aware that Ji Yuning was the real boss of Shenghua real estate. The second Yu Mixi found out, she began to think that Ji Yuning might have a relationship with Xianxia real estate. Chapter 1337. A fortune teller. Ji Yuning's company wasn't in City F, but Ji Yuning knew Anyi's father, so Ji Yuning arranged for her to work in Xianxia real estate, which would be convenient for her to go back home after work. This was Yu Mixi's thoughts, so she didn't ask further about it and accepted Ji Yuning's arrangement. After the call, Ji Yuning arrived at the hotel, and went to dine with her bodyguards and Leng Xiaoting. When they walked outside after finishing dinner, they heard a female voice from a private room with the door ajar. It was Leng Xiaojia's voice. Ji Yuning's face changed, but she was still able to stay calm, but Leng Xiaoting was full of anger. It seemed like he would break into the room any second, so Ji Yuning pulled him away at once. Even though they were going to take revenge, they couldn't do it right now. Ji Yuning had no intention to let Leng Xiaojia know that she was going to punish her. If Leng Xiaojia found out, she would undoubtedly tell Master Leng. In that case, Master Leng's relationship with her would be damaged. Leng Xiaoting calmed himself down when they walked away from the private room. They went straight back to Century City. Gao Yi drove the car, and Chao Ya sat in the front passenger's seat, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sat in the rear seats. Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand tightly along the way, and he was still very mad. Ji Yuning didn't want to see him in a terrible mood, so she opened her mouth to comfort him. Xiaoting, I'll handle it properly myself. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. Fine. Leng Xiaoting agreed, because he didn't want Ji Yuning to be worried about him. He paid a lot of attention to it, because Leng Xiaojia had schemed against Ji Yuning several times already. However, because of Master Leng, they had to tolerate it for the time being. Leng Xiaoting was mad, and felt sorry for Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning had no relationship with the Leng family, she wouldn't hesitate to punish Leng Xiaojia as she wanted. It's still early. Why don't we have a walk on the antique street? Ji Yuning said, trying to distract Leng Xiaoting. There were several antique streets in the capital, and all of them had a long history, but they were rebuilt and became tourist attractions now. Now, no matter if it was day or night, they were always crowded. The night view there was extraordinarily beautiful. Ji Yuning had a special affection towards ancient streets. Leng Xiaoting understood that, so he agreed. Why not? He smiled at Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi to drive to the antique street. When they arrived, it was just sunset. Because it was a tourist attraction, there were many visitors and shops. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning walked separately from Gao Yi and Chao Ya, because they were both couples. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning walked down the ancient street hand in hand. When they passed by a fortune teller's stand, an old man called Ji Yuning, "Hey, miss, do you want a fortune-telling service? It's very accurate." "No, thanks." Ji Yuning didn't like fortune-telling, because she thought that it was a trick. "Come on, have a try." The old man was unwilling to give up and stood in front of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting frowned with dissatisfaction, but he said nothing. Even though the old man was annoying, he hadn't done anything to hurt them. "I don't believe it," Ji Yuning said. "Well, miss, I can tell from your face that you've suffered a tribulation about a half-year ago, which completely changed your life," the old man said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning got nervous. The tribulation was the car accident which led to her rebirth, and everything began to change after she woke up. It wasn't a secret, but she wasn't in City F now. Ji Yuning had many thoughts in her mind, but she stayed calm on the surface. "It isn't a secret that I was in a terrible car accident about half a year ago. People who know me are all aware of it. Have you found information about me on purpose in order to deceive me into paying you money?" Ji Yuning said. "Ridiculous." The old man was annoyed when Ji Yuning said that. "It's free. I don't want your money." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Ji Yuning refused. However, she knew that the old man was very serious, which alerted her. If the old man could really tell her fortune, it would be big trouble. Ji Yuning decided to avoid him. Therefore, she pulled Leng Xiaoting and walked away. "Miss." The old man was unwilling to let her go, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked away fast, and he had to give it up. He was impressed by Ji Yuning's physiognomy, and wasn't in the mood to open his stand now. He saw many unusual things from her face, but he didn't have a chance to see her face clearly. Nevertheless, he was sure that the girl's life was very special, especially after the tribulation. She could have been killed in the tribulation, but she survived. Chapter 1338. Sha Yichu's injured her life had a complete change afterwards, and she became a totally different person. It seemed like a person that had two lives. However, it was impossible for a person to have two lives, so the old man couldn't figure it out. The old man was disappointed that he failed to tell Ji Yuning's fortune, but he wasn't in despair, because he had a feeling that they would meet again. He believed in fate. Ji Yuning was relieved after walking far away. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning was worried and wanted to avoid the old man. He didn't want to interfere in her own things, but he was afraid that it might hurt Ji Yuning, so he asked, "Ningning, why are you avoiding him?" Hearing that, Ji Yuning panicked a little. She absolutely couldn't tell Leng Xiaoting that she had been reborn before. "Well, I'm just afraid that he might see my jade eyes." Leng Xiaoting nodded, because it was indeed an important secret. "Right, you must be careful from now on. If anyone else knew about it, Ji Yuning would be in danger." Even though Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, he still felt anxious when there was someone who wanted to hurt her. "I will," Ji Yuning said. She disliked trouble and would do everything to avoid it. Once Battle in the Sky was released, it was becoming increasingly popular. More and more people were attracted to it after only one afternoon. Those who wanted to add Ji Yuning as their friend but failed because their levels were too low crazily spent a lot more time and energy playing the game. They ached to be Ji Yuning's friends to play around against or with her. As for other people, they were simply addicted to the game. Ji Yuning went back home at 9:30 p.m. Leng Xiaoting stayed in Ji Yuning's house that night. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't have to fulfill a mission these days, it didn't mean that he could stay outside and be free all day long. He still needed to go back to the military base tomorrow. Actually, he was supposed to leave today, but Ji Yuning was going back to the capital, so he delayed the departure time until tomorrow. He had nothing important to deal with, so it wasn't a big deal. Leng Xiaoting hadn't stayed alone with Ji Yuning for a long time, and he missed her so much in bed. So because he had to leave tomorrow, he had sex again and again with Ji Yuning that night. "Ningning, I don't want to leave you." Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning in his arms. He wished that they were an ordinary couple who could stay with each other every day. However, he couldn't because of his job. "I don't want to leave you either." Ji Yuning hugged him tight. She was reluctant to leave Leng Xiaoting, but she was more mature than him, so she didn't feel too sad. Leng Xiaoting was deeper in love than she was in their relationship. However, it didn't mean that she loved Leng Xiaoting less than Leng Xiaoting loved her. What Leng Xiaoting could do for her was what she was also willing to do for him. The next day, Leng Xiaoting left after lunch. Ji Yuning also went to her company for work later. As soon as Ji Yuning walked into the hall, she saw Lu Xiao walking outside with an angry expression. Lu Xiao was struck dumb for a second when he saw Ji Yuning. "Oh, hi, boss. What's wrong? Why do you look so mad?" Ji Yuning asked. "Sha Yichu was as injured during the shooting of her music video," Lu Xiao said with his eyes full of worry. Ji Yuning was aware of Lu Xiao's affection towards Sha Yichu, so she knew that he must be very concerned. "How is she now? Is it serious?" Ji Yuning asked with concern as Sha Yichu's boss. "She broke her leg and she's in the hospital now. I'm on my way to visit her," Lu Xiao replied. "I'll go with you," Ji Yuning said. "Sure," Lu Xiao agreed. At the same time, Tang Haifeng had the reply to the engagement date for Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning from Zhao Yiru, but it wasn't delightful. "Tang, although I'm not an expert on xuanshui, I think I still need to be honest with you. I don't think Xiaoting should have the engagement this year from his date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope. It's better to delay it," Zhao Yiru said. "Well, I trust you. Since you think it's better to delay it, we can delay it. It isn't a big deal." Tang Haifeng thought that it wouldn't make a difference whether Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were engaged this year or next year. Tang Haifeng then told Leng Weihua about it. Although Leng Weihua also felt a little disappointed, he accepted it. He believed in superstitions to some extent. However, what they didn't know was that Zhao Yiru actually found that Leng Xiaoting was going to go through a tribulation, but he didn't know how serious it would be. He only knew a little about Xuanshui, so he wasn't very sure of the result. Chapter 1339. Beg for help. In addition, even if he saw something terrible in the future, it didn't mean that it would certainly happen. One could be well prepared for it to avoid the danger. Because the shooting set was a little far from the hospital, Sha Yichu was still absent by the time that Ji Yuning arrived. Before they saw Sha Yichu, they ran into something else. "Doctor, please help me and save my younger brother. I'll give you the money later." They heard a female voice begging the doctor. Ji Yuning and Lu Xiao found a young woman pulling a male doctor at the door of the outpatient department, and she was crying loudly in despair. "Miss Peng, please stop. According to the rules, if you can't pay the fee, I can't do the surgery. To be honest with you, your younger brother probably won't recover even if he has the operation," the male doctor said. Please. The woman was unwilling to give up. "Miss Peng, would please let me go. It's not easy for me to make the decision." "All right," the male doctor said with a resigned sigh. "I feel for this girl, but she doesn't have enough money. It's impossible for the hospital to cure her younger brother. The poor can only wait for death. Money is really important nowadays." Onlookers also sighed with sadness. The hospital wouldn't treat a patient without money. Ji Yuning agreed that it was a little cold that the hospital directly abandoned those patients without money, but the hospital wasn't a charity after all. Ji Yuning hesitated for a while, then still walked to Miss Peng. The moment Ji Yuning walked near, Miss Peng noticed her and knelt down in front of her. "Miss Ji Yu, please lend me some money for my younger brother's surgery. I promise I'll pay you back with my salary. I'm willing to do anything for you." Miss Peng recognized Ji Yuning and she knew that Ji Yuning was very kind, so she became hopeful again. In fact, if Ji Yuning was unwilling to help her, she wouldn't complain either, but only felt hopeless. Other people all shook their heads when they saw that Miss Peng went to borrow money from a young girl. An operation cost at least hundreds of thousand yuan, and it was impossible for a young girl to lend so much money to a stranger. Ji Yuning was surprised when Miss Peng called her name. Actually, since Ji Yuning walked towards her of her own accord, it meant that she had intention to help her. Ji Yuning felt touched when Miss Peng promised to do anything for her in order to save her younger brother. Only family members were willing to sacrifice for each other. "No problem, I can lend you money, but I need to see your younger brother first," Ji Yuning said. It was obvious that Miss Peng's younger brother was seriously injured, and he probably couldn't survive even if he had the operation. Therefore, Ji Yuning wanted to see Miss Peng's younger brother first and help him survive. Onlookers were shocked when Ji Yuning really agreed to help. Sure. Miss Peng got back to her feet at once, and led the way for Ji Yuning. Before Ji Yuning left with Miss Peng, she took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lu Xiao. "You can wait here for Sha Yichu. Tell her to take this pill when she arrives. It's very helpful for her recovery." "Great." Lu Xiao took it without hesitation. Afterwards, Gao Yi and Chao Yao left with Ji Yuning, following Miss Peng. Some onlookers along with the doctor also followed them. Miss Peng's full name was Peng Xiaoman, and she was 28 this year. Her younger brother was Peng Xinghao, who was in his early 20s this year, but he was placed in a bed at a corner of the hall because he couldn't have the operation. Peng Xiaoman wasn't able to afford the surgery fee, so Peng Xinghao couldn't stay in the ward. When Ji Yuning saw Peng Xinghao, his head was still bleeding. There was a fruit knife in his head that hadn't been removed yet, because he couldn't have the operation, and it was very dangerous. Because of losing too much blood, Peng Xinghao had a pale face and labored breathing. It seemed like he could die at any second. Without delay, Ji Yuning walked ahead and held Peng Xinghao's hand to secretly put her magical power into his body. Ji Yuning wouldn't cure him with her magical power, but would help him survive. "No idea, it seems like she's taking his pulse." Ji Yuning was secretly putting her magical power into Peng Xinghao's body with one hand, and put a pill to his mouth with another hand. "What is this?" the doctor asked. Although he couldn't do the operation on Peng Xinghao, he didn't want him to die in the hospital. Ji Yuning didn't answer his question. Onlookers got nervous and began to discuss it again. This girl is so bold. What if anything terrible happens to the young man? She must take responsibility. A group of onlookers were criticizing Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning stayed silent. Peng Xiaoman was also surprised when Ji Yuning put the pill into Peng Xinghao's mouth, but she didn't stop Ji Yuning. She didn't think that Ji Yuning was going to hurt Peng Xinghao, especially in public. If Peng Xinghao died after taking her pill, Ji Yuning would be in big trouble, and there was no reason for Ji Yuning to do that. As time went by, Peng Xinghao's breath gradually stabilized and he began to breathe normally. Chapter 1340. Bullying. After a few minutes, Peng Xinghao's face began to change. Onlookers who stood a distance away couldn't see it, but the male doctor was able to notice it and he was totally shocked. He couldn't believe that Peng Xinghao began to recover once Ji Yuning helped him take a pill. He was curious about the pill now. After that, the male doctor turned to stare at Ji Yuning. He wanted to ask Ji Yuning for more information about the pill, but he knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to do that in public right now. Peng Xiaoman almost burst into tears of excitement when she saw Peng Xinghao's face becoming normal. She knew that it must be the effect of Ji Yuning's medicine. Miss Peng, you can go to register now before your younger brother has the operation, Ji Yuning said to Peng Xiaoman and withdrew her hand. Ji Yuning only helped Peng Xinghao stay alive, but he still needed to have an operation to remove the knife from his head. If she directly removed the fruit knife in public, it would be strange and nobody would believe it. Peng Xinghao still needed a doctor to help him. Ji Yuning would give him some power crystals to help him recover faster after the surgery. Right. Peng Xiaoman ran to do it at once. She didn't have enough money for the operation, but she could afford the fee for registration. When Peng Xiaoman left to register, the male doctor told those onlookers to leave. Then he asked Ji Yuning with curiosity, Miss Ji Yu, what kind of medicine is this pill? Sorry, I'm afraid I can't tell, Ji Yuning said. The male doctor didn't insist, because he knew that Ji Yuning was unwilling to tell him. Before Peng Xinghao was pushed into the operating room, Xia Yichu arrived. Actually, Xia Yichu wasn't severely injured and only broke her leg. She only needed to rest for a few days after putting her bones back in their normal positions. Lu Xiao was too nervous, so it had seemed to be a serious problem. Once Xia Yichu came, Lu Xiao told her to take the pill that Ji Yuning gave him. With the help of Ji Yuning's power crystal, Xia Yichu would be able to move within a day. Before long, Peng Xinghao was going to have the operation. Ji Yuning asked Peng Xiaoman when there was nobody around them, Miss Peng, can you tell me what happened to your younger brother? Hearing that, Peng Xiaoman looked furious. My younger brother's major was clothing design in college. He went to have an interview in a company a few days ago, and provided several design drafts. The company kept his drafts and told him to wait for the information. My younger brother has waited for the result for a long time, and saw a clothing design competition by accident on the internet. He found his work in the top 3 participants but his name was removed. He then went to ask the company for a reason. I don't know what happened later, but I just received a call from the hospital that my younger brother was in great danger. I rushed to the hospital and I also called the police, but the police wouldn't help me find the criminal. Peng Xiaoman was disappointed in the police now. Ji Yuning was also angry after knowing the truth. At the same time, she was aware of the cruel fact that the powerful always bullied the poor with their power and influence. When Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man still lived a hard life, other people in the Ji Yu family also loved to bully them. Tang Aining was reincarnated in Ji Yuning's body afterwards, and nobody dared to bully them again. If the poor didn't want to be bullied all the time, they must grow to become strong. Unfortunately, not every poor person could grow strong one day, so bullying would exist as usual. Since Peng Xinghao's major was clothing design in the university and he was able to win a place in an important design competition, Ji Yuning thought that she could hire him to work for her in her garment company. Although her garment company wasn't shorthanded now, she wouldn't mind hiring skilled people. No matter what, Ji Yuning made up her mind to help Peng Xinghao this time. Right when Ji Yuning was about to say something, Peng Xiaoman opened her mouth first. Miss Ji Yu, I know that you have a garment company under your name, and my younger brother is an outstanding clothing designer. If you think he's qualified, he can work for you and we'll pay you the money back with the salary. You can fire him whenever you want to, of course. Their parents passed away very early, so she had to quit school when she was only a freshman. Although she didn't have many skills, her younger brother was outstanding. Ji Yuning was willing to hire Peng Xinghao if he was really good at clothing design, but she wouldn't fire him casually unless he made a terrible mistake. If Peng Xinghao could become a successful clothing designer, he could make a lot more money than the medical fee. Ji Yuning decided to give Peng Xinghao a chance. Chapter 1341. Seek justice for them. It totally depended on Peng Xinghao's skills whether he could get a job in Ji Yuning's garment company. Ji Yuning was kind, but wasn't dumb after all. If your younger brother is a skilled designer, I won't miss the chance to hire him, but I'm a businesswoman and I need to have an interview with him first, Ji Yuning said. Of course, I understand. Peng Xiaoman was cheered up. If Peng Xinghao could really become a clothing designer, she would be super happy for him. In fact, she had great confidence in Peng Xinghao. Moreover, she hoped that they could pay back the money in this way. Ji Yuning understood that Peng Xiaoman was very kind and grateful to her. Miss Peng, do you have your younger brother's photos in your phone? Ji Yuning asked Peng Xiaoman later. Yes, Peng Xiaoman said. She didn't know why Ji Yuning asked her for Peng Xinghao's photos, but she believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't hurt them. She sent Ji Yuning a photo of her younger brother at once. Ji Yuning then called Kay without delay. She didn't walk away and talked with Kay on the phone right in front of Peng Xiaoman. I'll send you a photo of a young man. Can you investigate XX company to see what happened to the young man at 12 p.m., Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Peng Xiaoman realized that Ji Yuning was helping them to collect evidence. Ji Yuning was going to seek justice for them. Thinking of that, Peng Xiaoman asked, Miss Ji Yu, are you? Since you're going to work for me, I should help you find out the truth, Ji Yuning said. Peng Xiaoman almost cried at this moment. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. Xia Yichu's treatment was also done, and there was no need for her to stay in the hospital. When she left, Lu Xiao called Ji Yuning and told her about Xia Yichu's situation. Ji Yuning had made good arrangements for Peng Xinghao as well, so she didn't need to stay here. Peng Xiaoman would take good care of Peng Xinghao. Nevertheless, before she left, she gave Peng Xiaoman 2 power crystals and told her to help Peng Xinghao take them once he was pushed out of the operation room. The pill would melt once it was put into Peng Xinghao's mouth, so he could take it even if he was still unconscious. If she was available, she would come to see them, and if Peng Xinghao was in danger again, Peng Xiaoman could call her. When Peng Xinghao woke up, they could talk about his job then. Peng Xiaoman repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning walked out, Xia Yichu was already sitting in Lu Xiao's car. Her agent and assistant were also with her. The interlude Xia Yichu sang for a new TV show was released recently, and it ranked high on the list of the most popular music within 3 days. It was even more popular than the opening song and ending song. As a result, Xia Yichu gained greater fame. Before Xia Yichu made her debut, she had caused a sensation several times on the internet, so she wasn't a strange face in many people's eyes. Fenghua Entertainment had also become a famous entertainment company now, so all its artists shared its fame. In addition, Pei Henna's fans became Xia Yichu's fans later. Xia Yichu was prettier than Pei Henna too, so she was more likely to be a popular singer. The music video Xia Yichu was shooting was precisely for her new song, Lose. This was Xia Yichu's first song, and she also had 3 other songs waiting to be released. Xia Yidong wrote one of them, while a famous composer finished the other 2. The other 3 songs would be released when Lose brought greater fame to Xia Yichu. Since Xia Yidong wrote songs for Xia Yichu, he also got paid by Fenghua Entertainment, but because Xia Yidong didn't have much fame now, the pay wasn't high. Nevertheless, Xia Yidong didn't care about it, because he was writing songs for his older sister. However, although Xia Yichu had signed a contract with Fenghua Entertainment, Xia Yidong hadn't yet. With the help of Xia Yichu's influence, Xia Yidong had many followers on Weibo as well. Xia Yidong used his own photo as the profile photo. Xia Yichu was very beautiful, and Xia Yidong was attractive too. "Hi, boss." When Ji Yuning walked over, they all greeted her with respect. Ji Yuning nodded, and her sight fell on Xia Yichu. "How do you feel now? It's not painful now." "Thank you, boss," Xia Yichu said with a smile. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning's pill, she probably would have to stay in the patient bed for days. "Great, Lu Xiao will drive you home, and you can start to work again after making a full recovery," Ji Yuning said. After that, Lu Xiao drove Xia Yichu home, and Ji Yuning went back to her company. On the way, Kei called Ji Yuning and told her that he already got the surveillance video. Ji Yuning said that she was still on her way to the company, and that she would watch it after she arrived. She called Kei once she was in her office, and Kei went to see her with his computer. Chapter 1342, Dirty Secrets of the Tang Organization. Kei showed Ji Yuning the surveillance video and the evidence of the dirty secrets about the senior management of the Tang Organization, especially about Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin. Ji Yuning watched the surveillance video first. At 12:15 p.m., Peng Xinghao walked into the building of XX Company. He didn't have a reservation, and wasn't allowed to walk inside, so he argued with some staff members in the hall. About 5 minutes later, the front desk received a call and let Peng Xinghao in. Peng Xinghao went to the HR department and said something, but Ji Yuning couldn't hear it, because the surveillance cameras only captured pictures without sound. At the beginning, the HR manager stayed calm facing Peng Xinghao, but it seemed that their negotiation failed. The HR manager changed his expression and his attitude seemed to be threatening Peng Xinghao. Peng Xinghao was mad and turned around to leave. Right at this moment, a young man dashed inside and pointed at Peng Xinghao, criticizing him in anger. After arguing for a minute, the young man grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and stabbed Peng Xinghao in the head. Peng Xinghao wasn't prepared and was seriously injured. The young man was scared too and drew his hand back at once. The HR manager talked with him for a short while, then made a call. About 20 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and sent Peng Xinghao to the hospital. After that, the hospital called Peng Xinghao's older sister, Peng Xiaoman. The young man was the heir of this company. His father dealt with this problem without delay, so the police ignored Peng Xiaoman's call for help. "Send what you've got to my email," Ji Yuning said to Kei. She wanted to slowly read the evidence of the dirty secrets about the Tang family. "No problem," Kei said. There were too many files, so it took a long while for Kei to successfully send them to Ji Yuning. Afterwards, Ji Yuning told Kei to leave, then she began to read the files about the Tang family. No businessman was innocent. Even Ji Yuning had broken the law sometimes. She had dug many ancient graves before, which was illegal, but she didn't hurt other people. She hadn't done something like bribery and tax evasion either. Ji Yuning had powerful connections, and there was no need for her to bribe someone. She made a lot of money, so she didn't bother to evade tax. Because old surveillance videos were replaced by new ones every year, Kei could only do the investigation with this year's surveillance videos. He couldn't know what those related people had done before this year. As for those deleted surveillance videos, Kei wasn't able to get them back either. For example, if Ji Yuning told Kei to investigate into the case about Peng Xinghao later, the surveillance video could have been deleted. It would be harmful to keep it anyway. Kei hadn't found many dirty secrets about Tang Bingsun. Tang Bingsun was a cunning old businessman after all, and it wasn't easy to find his dirty secrets. Besides, Tang Bingsun had a gang to help him deal with many things, so there was no need for him to do bad deeds in person. When Tang Aining was still alive, she had solved many problems for Tang Bingsun. However, Tang Aining was dead now, so nobody would know what had happened before. Even if Ji Yuning was clearly aware of those bad deeds, she had no evidence. Tang Bingsun hadn't been found guilty of bribery and corruption. Kei only found out about Tang Bingsun's sexual relationship with Tian Feifei, his mistress, and his love child. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, because she already knew that Tang Bingsun had a mistress and a love child, but she didn't know who they were. Tang Bingsun's mistress was Feng Lin, who was the HR manager in a company under the control of the Tang organization. Their son was Feng Qiu. He was 15 this year and was in 10th grade. Kay also had the videos of Tang Bingsun meeting with Feng Lin, but they always gathered together with a large group of people. They only had a private meeting 3 times. Feng Qiu also showed up at the 3 private meetings by accident. Ji Yuning didn't know whether Feng Qiu was aware of the fact that Tang Bingsun was his biological father. As for the major directors of the Tang organization, most of them had committed bribery. Other than that, there were sectional conflicts in the Tang organization as well. Someone wanted to get the chair of the chairman, so there were 2 factions inside. This director who wanted to be the chairman was quite outstanding, and he had a secret relationship with the president of another large business group which was the Tang organization's enemy. As a major director of the Tang organization, he had contact with the president of its business enemy, which meant that they must face the same opponent. In other words, this director planned to cooperate with the president to unseat Tang Bingsun. However, no one knew who would benefit most from their conflict. Ji Yuning didn't think that they could succeed, because Tang Bingsun had the support from a gang. This gang would be Ji Yuning's first target in order to deal with Tang Bingsun. Ji Yuning didn't know where the gang's base was, but she knew some of its members stayed beside Tang Bingsun as his bodyguards and helpers. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to investigate them to see what she could find out. Qi Ziu's and Tang Yaxin's dirty secrets were much more exciting than Tang Bingsun's and the major directors. Ji Yuning knew that Qi Ziu wasn't a loyal man to the Tang organization nor to Tang Yaxin. Chapter 1343, Qi Ziu's relationship with Tang Yaxin. Qi Ziyue always had the ambition to steal the Tang organization. Ji Yuning was clearly aware of it after her reincarnation. She wasn't surprised by Qi Ziu's disloyalty to Tang Yaxin either. Qi Ziu had an unusually high self-esteem, and he ached to have power and wealth. He only cared about himself, and he was too selfish to be loyal to another person. Qi Ziu was born in an ordinary family, and many people thought that he was a freeloader when he became Tang Yaxin's boyfriend. It was the undeniable truth, but Qi Ziu was unwilling to accept it. He was eager to prove his own ability to everyone one day. However, no matter how much he had achieved afterwards, people still believed that he relied on Tang Yaxin to be successful. Without Tang Yaxin's help, he couldn't get into the Tang organization. Qi Ziu hoped to marry into the Tang family through Tang Yaxin, which would help him get real control of the Tang organization. Precisely because Qi Ziu realized that other people always regarded him as a freeloader, he felt uncomfortable. Besides, Qi Ziu knew that Tang Yaxin wasn't loyal to him either, but he couldn't question her in order to keep his position in the Tang family. As a result, Qi Ziu also cheated on Tang Yaxin. In Qi Ziu's eyes, power was much more important than a relationship. Tang Yaxin, on the other hand, loved Qi Ziu deeply, but she still couldn't remain loyal to him. She only played around when Qi Ziu wasn't in the capital so that Qi Ziu wouldn't find it out. And Qi Ziu didn't have any proof, because he didn't want to do the investigation. Kay was able to find out about their dirty secrets because he had videos of Qi Ziu having sex with other women and Tang Yaxin having sex with other men. Because Kay only had videos of this year, he only had found out about 2 or 3 of their sex partners. Ji Yuning decided to make this dirty secret their wedding gift. Qi Ziu also had many useful connections, but it was nothing in Tang Bingsun's eyes. Although Tang Bingsun was very confident, it didn't mean that he wouldn't fail. Tang Aining had failed in the game with Qi Ziu in the previous incarnation. Even though she was much better than Qi Ziu at fighting, Qi Ziu had still successfully schemed against her. Therefore, in this incarnation, Ji Yuning kept a low profile and became much more careful. Although she was a kung fu master with a powerful family background, she still didn't think that she could do anything she wanted to. There would always be someone who was better than her in this world. Cultivators, mutants, and other kinds of monsters were much stronger than her after all. The old man she had encountered yesterday was also able to tell her fortune. In that case, she couldn't be more cautious now. Ji Yuning stored those files into her USB flash disk. She couldn't make sure that her computer wouldn't act up, so it was safer for her to store them in a USB flash disk. Other than that, Ji Yuning also printed them out and put them in her telepathic eye space. After that, she needed to deal with Peng Xinghao's case. Ji Yuning called Peng Xiaoman and asked her whether the operation was already done. Peng Xinghao's operation had lasted for 2 hours, so he was in a ward now, and he looked fine. Doctors were all shocked by Peng Xinghao's current conditions, and they believed that it was a miracle in the medical industry because they knew nothing about Ji Yuning's pills. Peng Xiaoman didn't mention Ji Yuning either, because she didn't want to cause Ji Yuning trouble. In order to not reveal this secret, Peng Xiaoman helped Peng Xinghao take the pill when they were all gone. Knowing that Peng Xinghao was in a stable condition now, Ji Yuning told Peng Xiaoman that she already had the evidence in her hands. She also told Peng Xiaoman to prepare Peng Xinghao's injury report, which would be of great use. Peng Xiaoman was excited to hear that, and she was surprised by Ji Yuning's efficiency. Although the young man who had seriously injured Peng Xinghao was much more powerful than them, he was no match for Ji Yuning. Nevertheless, before they took action, Ji Yuning told Peng Xiaoman to call the police again. Ji Yuning was aware that the police wouldn't take it seriously, but she needed a policeman's words as evidence. No matter what, it was the police's duty to catch criminals. Peng Xiaoman listened to Ji Yuning and called the police once more. The moment a policeman picked up her call, Peng Xiaoman pressed the recording button. The policeman lost patience once he heard that XX company was involved. "Miss, you better give up, because the Zheng family isn't a family you can mess with. If they're mad, you're unable to bear the consequences of failure. Do you still refuse to administer punishment?" Peng Xiaoman wasn't surprised by the answer, but she was still mad. "To be honest with you, the Zheng family has called and we won't do anything," the policeman said. "As the police, shouldn't you help the innocent punish the evil?" Peng Xiaoman questioned in anger. Chapter 1344, Being weak is your fault, miss, don't be so naive. We're willing to help but you're too weak in front of powerful people. Don't talk about duty with me. The truth is that powerful people make the decisions, the policeman said. This policeman wasn't cautious at all, which was a great chance for Peng Xiaoman to collect evidence. However, this policeman was also being very honest, and his attitude proved it wasn't an uncommon thing. Being weak was a fault. Do you mean you'll side with whoever is more powerful? Peng Xiaoman asked. She always had a good impression of the police, but what had happened to her younger brother ruined it. There were black sheep in every group and she believed that this policeman couldn't represent every policeman. "Yeah, that's right," the policeman said without hesitation. He didn't bother to hide his real thoughts. "Great, very good, let's wait and see," Peng Xiaoman said and hung up the call. After that, she sent the voice recording to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was also angry at this policeman, but she understood that it was a common occurrence. If Peng Xiaoman hadn't met her, Peng Xiaoman would have to tolerate it and swallow her anger. Actually, if Ji Yuning wasn't so successful now, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. Therefore, only people with bravery, power, or wealth dared to fight against evil. Ji Yuning then told Chao Ya to pick up Peng Xinghao's injury report in the hospital. During this time, Ji Yuning told Kei to investigate the director of the branch of the Public Security Bureau in the Southern District and the Zheng family. They didn't need to rush, so she told Kei to help her collect detailed information about them. He could give her the result tomorrow morning. It was almost 6 p.m. now, so it was too late for her to go to the branch now. Ji Yuning wanted to know the addresses of the director and the Zheng family, because she wanted Gao Yi and Chao Ya to sneak into their houses to get some evidence about their dirty secrets. There was a lot of evidence that Kei couldn't get as a hacker, because he was only good at hacking into local computers and surveillance cameras. Many people might lock their confidential documents in a safe. Before long, Kei found out the basic information and addresses of the director and the Zheng family. The director's name was Chong Bingjian. He was born in one of the four most powerful families in the capital, the Chong family. There were four most powerful families in the capital. The Leng family was the leading one, and the following families were the Yuan family, the Rong family, and the Chong family. They all held important positions in politics, business, and the military. The four dominant families were competing against each other, because all of them supported different people. The person who was in the most powerful position of this country would be replaced once in 3 years, and each of the four dominant families hoped that its choice could be the one chosen. The Leng family was the leading family of the four most powerful families in the capital because the man in that position was supported by the Leng family. However, even if the man in that position didn't have support from the Leng family was still the most influential among the four families. Except for the Leng family's connections which were well known to the outside, it also had a mysterious force that no outsider was aware of. Most of the members of the Leng family didn't even know about it. Even Master Leng only knew a little about it, because it came from Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng only knew that Leng Xiaoting was the team leader of the Red Flame, and the real boss of xianxia, but he didn't know Leng Xiaoting's other connections. The Red Flame held a higher rank than any other army, so even though Leng Xiaoting was only a major general, he had greater power than a colonel general. The Red Flame only obeyed commands from the man who was sitting on the most powerful position of this country. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting also had the right to choose what to do and what not to do. He could refuse to do what he didn't want to do. Only the man in the most powerful position had the power to order him to do anything. All in all, Leng Xiaoting had great power and influence in this country. As for the Zheng family, it was only an ordinary rich family in the capital. The young man who seriously injured Peng Xinghao was called Zheng Kai. His father was Zheng Lichang, the chairman of XX Company. Once Ji Yuning had the addresses of Chong Bingjian and Zheng Lichang, she gave the task to Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Meanwhile, Kei continued to find other useful information. When Ji Yuning left her company, she received a call from Xu Qinyan inviting her to dine together. Ji Yuning was free, so she agreed. Because Xu Qinyan said that they would drink tonight, Ji Yuning didn't drive, and it was decided that they would hire a designated driver. Ji Yuanna came with Xu Qinyan, and the two stayed together almost all the time. Although Xu Qinyan had many friends, she seldom brought her other friends to meet Ji Yuning in case Ji Yuning wasn't happy about it. After having a meal together, they went to Song Nan's bar. Coincidentally, Zhang Rukan and Tang Qingyang were there too. Zhang Rukan felt a little embarrassed the second he saw Ji Yuning, because he had liked Ji Yuning before. He knew it was impossible for them to be together, so his affection towards her faded away. He had only met Ji Yuning several times after all, so it wasn't difficult for him to gradually forget her. Chapter 1345. There is only hatred between them. Although they couldn't be a couple, they could still be friends. What a coincidence. Come here, let's share a table, Zhang Rukan said with a broad smile. Why not, your treat, Xu Qinyan said. Ji Yuning didn't mind either. No problem, Zhang Rukan agreed. Where is Ba Tianyang? Ji Yuning asked Tang Qingyang because Ba Tianyang was absent. Oh, I asked him to deal with something for me, he'll be here later, Tang Qingyang said. Ji Yuning nodded. A while later, Leng Xiaojia came. She came with several of her friends. When Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaojia, she squinted but soon went back to normal. She enjoyed her drink and ignored Leng Xiaojia. Ji Yuning didn't want to interact with Leng Xiaojia, but Leng Xiaojia had a different idea. The second Leng Xiaojia noticed Zhang Rukan, her eyes lit up, but her expression changed when her sight fell on Ji Yuning, who sat across Zhang Rukan. She couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was still fine. The killer she hired was supposed to have taken action by now. Leng Xiaojia didn't know that the killer's name was Luca, so she only called him the killer. And what she didn't know was that Luca was already dead. Even though Leng Xiaojia hated Ji Yuning, she didn't dare to do anything now because of Zhang Rukan's presence, so she walked away with her friends and went to another table. It wasn't a secret that Ji Yuning never got along with Leng Xiaojia, so her friends understood why she looked annoyed. Although Leng Xiaojia walked away, she still glanced at them once in a while. Her sight fell on Ji Yuning, then moved to Zhang Rukan. Rukan, it seems that Leng Xiaojia likes you, because she's looking at you all the time, Ji Yuning said. Zhang Rukan put on a wry smile. He was aware of it, but he disliked Leng Xiaojia. I don't care. It's her own business, Zhang Rukan said. Leng Xiaojia is too mean and unkind. I don't think she deserves Rukin, Xu Qinyan said with obvious hatred towards Leng Xiaojia. They didn't want to pay attention to Leng Xiaojia, so they soon dropped the topic. After drinking for a while, Ji Yuning stood up and walked to the lady's room, and Leng Xiaojia followed Ji Yuning. Therefore, when Ji Yuning walked out of the lady's room, she saw Leng Xiaojia glaring at her. It was obvious that Leng Xiaojia stood in her way on purpose. Ji Yuning squinted at Leng Xiaojia and remained silent. It wasn't time for her to teach Leng Xiaojia a lesson yet, so Ji Yuning did nothing and wanted to leave. However, Leng Xiaojia stopped her. Ji Yuning, since you're going to marry into the Leng family, you should stop playing around outside. Don't bring shame to the Leng family. Leng Xiaojia criticized Ji Yuning as if Ji Yuning's behavior had humiliated the Leng family. Play around. Ji Yuning sneered. Did you see me doing anything inappropriate? Can I not have male friends after I started dating Xiaoting? Who do you think you are? I was born in the Leng family, but you weren't. You're still an outsider even if you can marry into the Leng family, Leng Xiaojia said with disdain. Ji Yuning sneered. She wouldn't regard Leng Xiaojia as her family member. There was only hatred between them. Leng Xiaojia, you should be smart and stay away from me. You have no right to judge me, understand? Ji Yuning said coldly. You. Leng Xiaojia was furious and ached to slap Ji Yuning. You better think twice if you want to attack me. You're no match for me, Ji Yuning said, staring straight at Leng Xiaojia. You. Leng Xiaojia clenched her teeth. It was true that she was no match for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was a kung fu master, while she was too weak. Leng Xiaojia didn't think that Ji Yuning would hesitate to beat her, even for the sake of the Leng family, after so many things had happened. Ji Yuning lost her patience in the end and walked out. Leng Xiaojia didn't dare to stop Ji Yuning again and watched her leave. If looks could kill, Leng Xiaojia would have killed Ji Yuning right then and there. At the same time, Leng Xiaojia was also confused about why the killer hadn't taken action yet. The killer would send her a message to tell her the result if he had already taken action. Leng Xiaojia wanted to ask the killer, but her other phone was left in her home. Nevertheless, she could ask Smith for the answer. Therefore, once Ji Yuning was gone, Leng Xiaojia took out her phone and called Smith. Honey, are you missing me? Smith flirted with her the second he picked up her call. I'm in no mood for a joke. I left my other phone in my home. Help me ask the killer about the progress. Why hasn't he taken action yet? I just saw Ji Yuning in a bar, Leng Xiaojia said. She knew it took time, but she couldn't wait now. As long as Ji Yuning was fine, she felt uncomfortable. Relax, let me ask him for you, Smith said. Chapter 1346. Tang Qingyang is injured. When Ji Yuning was back in the hall of the bar, she saw a group of people fighting against each other at the table next to theirs. Xu Qinyan and Ji Yuana were scared, and Tang Qingyang along with Zhang Rukin moved at once and helped the two girls to leave safely. However, right at this moment, a bottle flew straight towards Xu Qinyan. Ji Yuning was afraid and ran to her right away, trying to stop the bottle. Unfortunately, there were too many people in her way, and Ji Yuning could barely move. Tang Qingyang pressed Xu Qinyan to his chest and protected her from being hit by the bottle with his own body. The flying beer bottle directly hit the back of Tang Qingyang's head. Tang Qingyang moaned in pain and felt something warm flowing down his neck. He was bleeding. However, there was no time for Tang Qingyang to deal with his injury right now, so he focused on moving Xu Qinyan out of danger. Xu Qinyan was struck dumb, so she didn't know that Tang Qingyang was injured because of her. Ji Yuning took out a power crystal at once and said to Tang Qingyang, "Take it, now." However, Tang Qingyang was protecting Xu Qinyan with his arms, so it wasn't convenient for him to take the pill with his own hand. Although he didn't know how effective Ji Yuning's pill was, he didn't hesitate to take it. After that, Ji Yuning ran to the group of people in a fray. She grabbed the hand of a man who wanted to hit someone with a beer bottle and used great force to dislocate his wrist. Fuck. The man was furious, and wanted to hit Ji Yuning with his other hand, but Ji Yuning kicked him to the sofa. When he fell, he knocked two men over. Ji Yuning injured him, but not seriously. Although many people ran away in the mess, some still stayed and watched the fight from the side, and were all amazed by Ji Yuning's strength. Jesus, she just kicked a man away. She could be stronger than the man. People were complimenting Ji Yuning with admiration. Zhang Rukan and the others were already out of this chaotic place, but Ji Yuning was still left in the hall. They knew that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, but they were still worried about her safety. Nevertheless, they couldn't go to help her right now, because they would probably only burden Ji Yuning in such a situation. Song Nan wanted to go over, but was stopped by others. Ji Yuning also stopped the security guards of the bar from coming, because she could handle it alone. Those security guards listened to Ji Yuning and stayed outside. Oh, no, you're bleeding. Song Nan was shocked when his sight fell on Tang Qingyang's wound. Go to the hospital now. What? You're bleeding. Xu Qinyan didn't realize that Tang Qingyang was injured because of her until now. It's fine, Tang Qingyang said. Let's go to the nearby clinic now, Xu Qinyan said. How about Ji Yuning? Tang Qingyang didn't want to leave right now. She'll be fine. Xu Qinyan raised her voice in anxiety. She believed that Ji Yuning was able to beat all of those men on her own. Qingyang, you can go, and we'll stay here, Zhang Rukan said. Tang Qingyang nodded, then left with Xu Qinyan. Ji Yuning, at the same time, beat those men up within a minute, one by one. They shouted in pain while lying on the table, sofa, and the ground. Some were injured by Ji Yuning, but some were injured by their companions. Ji Yuning's fighting skills and unbelievable strength completely shocked all the onlookers. She's so cool. Song Nan walked to Ji Yuning when it came to an end. Leng Xiaojia was full of disappointment, seeing the scene. This group of men who caused trouble here had nothing to do with her, but she hated to see that Ji Yuning was so strong. Who the fuck are you? How dare you to interfere in our personal grudge, a man shouted at Ji Yuning. This is my friend's bar, and you just injured my other friend, Ji Yuning coldly said. The man was struck dumb for a second, then closed his mouth. He was completely drunk at the beginning, but now sobered up a bit because of the pain. Nevertheless, someone wasn't clear-headed. Fuck you. Who the damn is your friend? I don't fucking care. Another man was quite aggressive. He was too drunk to be reasonable, so Ji Yuning directly ignored him. Did you call the police? Ji Yuning asked Song Nan. Yeah, the police will be here soon, Song Nan said. Before the police arrived, Ji Yuning figured out the cause of the affray first. The group of men sat together at the large table next to Ji Yuning and her friends. Not every one of them knew each other, and some were friends of friends. They were all drunk, and began to argue loudly. All of them were impulsive young men, so they soon began to fight. Before long, the police came and took them away. As for the loss of the bar, the police told Song Nan to calculate the damages before he went to negotiate with the bunch of young men. Although the bunch of young men had just caused trouble in the bar, other people weren't involved in it, so they continued to have fun inside. Therefore, Song Nan broadcast that each table could have a box of beer for free if they stayed. In fact, it wasn't an uncommon thing to see people fighting in a bar. So even if they couldn't have a free box of beer, most people would still be willing to stay. As a result, they all stayed. Chapter 1347, Pei Leng Xiaojia back. Leng Xiaojia and her friends also stayed. It wasn't very late now, so there were vacant tables in the bar. Ji Yuning couldn't help but sigh that she could always encounter a chaotic fight when she came to Song Nan's bar. Where is Qingyang and Qinyan? Ji Yuning asked when she failed to see Tang Qingyang and Xu Qinyan. Qingyang was injured, so Qinyan took him to the nearby clinic for treatment, Zhang Rukan said. Oh, Ji Yuning nodded. Although Tang Qingyang would be fine after taking a power crystal, he still needed to care for and dress the wound. Shortly after they moved to another clean table, Tang Qingyang and Xu Qinyan were back. Because Tang Qingyang was injured, they were in no mood to have fun here, but they needed to wait for Ba Tianyang to send Tang Qingyang home. Ba Tianyang walked inside later, and simply gave Ji Yuning a glance of respect when he saw her, because Ji Yuning had told him not to reveal their relationship outside. What happened? Ba Tianyang was surprised when his sight fell on the bandages around Tang Qingyang's head. Not a big deal. A group of men just had a fight here, and I was injured by accident, Tang Qingyang said. Afterwards, Ba Tianyang drove Tang Qingyang home, and the others also left the bar. Ji Yuning didn't walk far, because she planned to pay Leng Xiaojia back tonight. However, before she did that, she needed to disguise herself as another person. Therefore, she found a place without surveillance cameras and put on a suit of sportswear along with a baseball cap and mask. She then went back to wait outside Song Nan's bar in a dark corner with no surveillance cameras. Although there were surveillance cameras everywhere, not every corner could be captured. Ji Yuning waited for 20 minutes before Leng Xiaojia walked outside alone. She was in a terrible mood right now, because Smith told her that he failed to get through to the killer. Leng Xiaojia went to the bar to drink, so she didn't drive, and instead took a taxi, so she needed to take a taxi back home too. Ji Yuning didn't follow her in another taxi. Instead, she began to run. There were people running in the night, so her behavior wasn't strange at all and wouldn't attract people's attention. When Ji Yuning made sure where Leng Xiaojia was leaving for, she stopped a taxi and gave them the name of a city block. Leng Xiaojia's apartment was in that block, and Ji Yuning had found out about it a long time ago. Ji Yuning wanted to arrive at the block earlier than Leng Xiaojia, so she told the taxi driver to drive faster. The taxi driver listened to her and soon overtook the taxi that Leng Xiaojia was in. Therefore Ji Yuning entered the living area before Leng Xiaojia. There were many small living areas in that block, so cars from outside were allowed to drive in. Ji Yuning got off the taxi at the area where Leng Xiaojia lived. However, only the residents were allowed to walk into the building, so Ji Yuning had to wait outside. Nevertheless, because Ji Yuning already disguised herself as another person, she didn't bother to hide. About 2 minutes later, Leng Xiaojia arrived and took out a key while walking towards the door. However, Ji Yuning dashed to her all of a sudden, then punched and slapped her with great force. Leng Xiaojia had no idea what was happening and had to tolerate it. People around them were scared by the scene, but nobody dared to stop Ji Yuning. Security guards in that living area found out about it at once, and ran over without delay. Ji Yuning finished quickly, because she didn't want other people to interfere. She wouldn't completely disable Leng Xiaojia, but seriously injured her. Leng Xiaojia would have to lie in a hospital bed for months. After punching Leng Xiaojia for a while, Ji Yuning stepped on Leng Xiaojia's waist and secretly put her magical power into Leng Xiaojia's body. In that case, Leng Xiaojia's waist would be painful for a long time. Before the security guards came, Ji Yuning left. She disappeared in seconds, so those security guards failed to catch her. Fuck. Leng Xiaojia knelt on her knees on the ground with her hair in a mess. She couldn't move at all, because she felt sharp pain once she moved. She could only cry and moan in pain. Because Leng Xiaojia had offended many people in her life, she didn't think of Ji Yuning right away. Besides, she didn't think that Ji Yuning would attack her in ambush because Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of her at all. She thought that Ji Yuning would attack her face to face if Ji Yuning really wanted to hurt her. Only those who were scared of her would attack her in ambush, but either way, Leng Xiaojia didn't have any proof. Jesus, what grudge do they have against each other? It looks so serious. Who knows? Maybe this woman has stolen another woman's boyfriend or husband. It often happens. I hate mistresses, and they deserve a lesson. Right, maybe a married man bought her an apartment here. If she can afford an apartment here, she doesn't need to be a mistress. Every onlooker believed that Leng Xiaojia was a mistress, which annoyed her, but she could do nothing about it now. Chapter 1348. Zhang Shuyuan cries. Actually, Leng Xiaojia would have preferred to faint right now so that she wouldn't feel the pain nor hear those onlookers' criticisms. Even those security guards began to believe that Leng Xiaojia was a mistress. They stood in a circle and looked at Leng Xiaojia with disdain. However, they still called the police and an ambulance for her. Miss, can you tell me your family members' numbers? I can help you contact them, a security guard asked Leng Xiaojia. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaojia couldn't move or speak at all. In that case, they had to wait for the police. About 5 minutes later, the police came. Because Leng Xiaojia couldn't move nor speak, a policewoman went to search for her information in her bag. She found Leng Xiaojia's ID card and tried to contact Leng Xiaojia's family. Right at this moment, Leng Xiaojia's phone rang and the caller was Xianxia. Xianxia called Leng Xiaojia in order to ask her whether she was home safely. The policewoman picked it up right away. "Hi, this is the police, may I know your relationship with the owner of this phone?" Xianxia thought that Leng Xiaojia lost her phone, so she said, "I'm her friend." Did she lose her phone? No, she's seriously injured outside where she lives. I need to contact her family, but she can't move or speak now. Can you help us with that? The policewoman asked. What? Xiaojia is seriously injured. Xianxia was shocked. Can you help us contact Miss Leng's family? The policewoman asked again. I don't have her family's numbers, but I know the password of her phone, Xianxia said. After that, Xianxia asked the policewoman whether Leng Xiaojia was sent to the hospital yet, because she needed to visit her. The policewoman told her to go to the nearby hospital, and that Leng Xiaojia would be sent there soon. When the policewoman called Leng Xiaojia's mother, it was already 11 p.m. and Zhang Shuyuan just lay down on the bed. Leng Xiaojia wasn't a kid anymore, and she had her own life, so Zhang Shuyuan didn't care whether she would come back to live with them. Leng Xiaojia had her own apartment, so she could live wherever she wanted. Hey, babe, Zhang Shuyuan said once she answered the call from Leng Xiaojia's phone. Hi, this is the police. Are you Leng Xiaojia's mother? The policewoman asked. Hearing that, Zhang Shuyuan got nervous and sat up on the bed at once. Yes, I am Leng Xiaojia's mother. What has happened to my daughter? Zhang Shuyuan was anxious. Miss Leng was seriously injured outside where she lives. The ambulance will arrive soon and we'll send her to the nearby hospital, the policewoman said. What? Zhang Shuyuan couldn't believe her ears. Who did it? Is it serious? At the same time, she jumped up from the bed and put on her shoes. Leng Yuanqin pushed the door of their bedroom open and heard Zhang Shuyuan's angry voice. What's wrong? Zhang Shuyuan, however, wasn't in the mood to answer his question. We don't know who did it yet, and Miss Leng needs to have a check in the hospital, but she can't move or speak now, the policewoman said. I'll be right there, Zhang Shuyuan said. Without delay, Zhang Shuyuan began to change her clothing. What happened? Leng Yuanqin asked again. Xiaoji's is seriously injured, and she'll be in the XX hospital later. Let's go now, Zhang Shuyuan said. Damn it, no matter who dared to do that to Xiaojia, I'll pay them back. What? Xiaojia is seriously injured. Leng Yuanqin was shocked as well. Although he knew that Leng Xiaojia had a bad temper and many enemies, she was his daughter after all and he would definitely defend his daughter. When Zhang Shuyuan was done, they left the house in a hurry. The rooms in the Leng family's old house were far away from each other, so Master Leng and Leng Yuanqin and his wife didn't hear their movements. However, when they rushed out, some domestic servants saw them but they didn't dare to ask anything about it. A while later, Leng Xiaojia was sent to the hospital. A policeman stayed to check the surveillance cameras, while the policewoman went to the hospital with Leng Xiaojia. When Leng Xiaojia arrived at the hospital, Leng Yuanqin and Zhang Shuyuan were still on their way. They didn't show up until Leng Xiaojia finished the medical check. When the policewoman saw Leng Yuanqin, she was stunned. Commissioner Leng. She recognized Leng Yuanqin. Leng Yuanqin was an important official in the country and he often showed his face on TV. To the policewoman's astonishment, Leng Xiaojia's father was Leng Yuanqin. Leng Xiaojia cried loudly the second she saw her parents. She couldn't utter a word, and could only whimper. My daughter, my dear daughter, who did this to you? Zhang Shuyuan cried at once. Mrs. Leng, we'll find out as soon as possible. The policewoman made a promise right away. Leng Xiaojia was born in the Leng family, so the policewoman realized that it was a serious matter. Chapter 1349, Criminal Evidence, How is she now? Leng Yuanqin opened his mouth. He was a man of power, so everyone felt stressed standing around him. She only has external injuries, so she will be fine after resting for a week or two, a doctor said. Although the doctor heard the policewoman call Leng Yuanqin, Commissioner Leng, he didn't know exactly how powerful Leng Yuanqin was, so he wasn't afraid of him. The doctor failed to find out what Ji Yuning had done to Leng Xiaojia. Leng Yuanqin and Zhang Shuyuan felt relieved when the doctor said that, but they were determined to find the criminal. When Ji Yuning got home, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were already back. Chao Ya didn't find any useful evidence in the Zeng family's house, but Gao Yi had found a lot in Chong Bingjian's home. Chong Bingjian wasn't a model of probity at all. For example, Chong Bingjian had accepted a bribe from the Zeng family and refused to deal with Peng Xinghao's case. They believed that Peng Xinghao was simply an ordinary person without fame, wealth, or any influence. As long as they ignored him, he couldn't do anything about it. However, Ji Yuning showed up. With Ji Yuning's help, Peng Xinghao was able to punish them. Gao Yi found a notebook from the safe in Chong Bingjian's home, and there were records of what bribes he had accepted and for what reason. This notebook was like a time bomb, and it could ruin a lot of people's lives. Ji Yuning read through the notebook, and found that Chong Bingjian had accepted bribes of nearly 200 million yuan. Other than money, he had also accepted many houses. Once this notebook was exposed, Chong Bingjian would certainly be put in jail. Those who had bribed him would also be punished according to the law. Therefore, Ji Yuning would make full use of it. The next day, Kay reported what he had found to Ji Yuning once she arrived at the company. Kay didn't find much useful information, but the notebook Gao Yi had gotten was enough for Ji Yuning to unseat Chong Bingjian. In a surveillance video, Chong Bingjian met Zeng Licheng's secretary, and the secretary gave him a carton of cigarettes. Normally, corrupt officials accepted bribes in cash, because it was much safer. Besides, they wouldn't show the cash in the open, and would instead put it in a box or something else to hide it. On the surface it looked like Chong Bingjian accepted a carton of cigarettes, which wasn't clear proof. However, Kay got Chong Bingjian's call records with Zeng Licheng. It was true that Zeng Licheng had told Chong Bingjian to ignore Peng Xiaoman's report. In addition, Ji Yuning also had the voice recording of the arrogant policeman's conversation with Peng Xiaoman on the phone. The policeman made it very clear on the phone that the Zeng family had made a call to tell their director not to deal with this case. Chong Bingjian also had a mistress and a love child. If he was a businessman, it wouldn't be a serious problem, but he was an official. This time, Chong Bingjian was doomed to be put in jail. Actually, if he did his job, Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to collect his dirty secrets, but he didn't. With the evidence and the injury report, Ji Yuning went to the branch of the Public Security Bureau in the Southern District. Although she could use her influence to easily deal with it, she still wanted to see whether this branch was really protecting the Zeng family. Since she decided to seek justice for Peng Xinghao, she had to deal with it in person. The capital was a very large city with 10 districts in all. The largest district was the Center District, and the 4 major districts in the north, east, south, and west were near the city center. Ji Yuning now lived in the Southern District. A district in the capital was as large as a third-tier city, so it took Ji Yuning almost half an hour to arrive at the branch from her company by car. Ji Yuning told Gao Yi to wait in the car, while Chao Ya followed her. Because of Ji Yuning's outstanding appearances, she attracted much attention from the policeman inside. "Miss, may I help?" A policeman who was about 34 years old walked to Ji Yuning. "I need to report an attack," Ji Yuning said. "What attack?" the policeman asked. "My friend's younger brother was injured by someone with a fruit knife at 12 p.m. yesterday. He was seriously injured, but the police refused to deal with it even after my friend made several calls, so I came here in person," Ji Yuning said politely. "What? How is it possible?" "Miss, please wait a second," the policeman said in annoyance. After that, he turned to walk into the duty room. There were 2 policemen in the duty room every week, and they were responsible for answering calls. "Who was answering the calls at noon yesterday?" he questioned the 2 policemen. "I was," a young policeman said. Before the middle-aged policeman asked further about it, the young policeman continued, "Captain Zuo, the Zeng family is involved in this case, and made a call earlier on. The director told us to ignore it, so you better not interfere in it." Chapter 1350, Have a Private Talk. What? The Zeng family. The director told us to ignore this case. Zuo Anrong was surprised, then got angry. "So what? Don't forget that you're a policeman. The young policeman was scared when Zuo Anrong shouted at him. Captain Zuo, if you're not afraid of the director, you can deal with this case yourself, but I won't. He was only a young policeman, and didn't dare to act against the director. I will, Zuo Anrong said and walked out. He was afraid of the director as well, but he hated it when the police chose to side with the evil powerful people against the innocent poor people. It was a common phenomenon in today's society, and he was aware of that. Once Zuo Anrong walked out, the young policeman called Chong Bingjan and reported it to him. Zuo Anrong walked to Ji Yuning later and said, "Miss, please wait for a while. I'll deal with it myself." Ji Yuning heard Zuo Anrong's argument with the young policeman in the duty room, and she was very satisfied with his behavior. There were indeed good policemen. Although Ji Yuning didn't know Zuo Anrong's rank in the police system, his behavior proved that he was a good policeman. Are you sure that you can handle it? I don't think your director will allow you to investigate it, Ji Yuning said. I'm only an unimportant policeman, and I'm no match for the director, but I can report it to the deputy director, Zuo Anrong said. It seemed that he wasn't worried about it at all. There was always competition for power in any institution. The director and the deputy director of this branch never got along with each other. The deputy director had the ambition to replace the director, but he didn't have the ability to do it. In fact, he just hadn't found anything on the director yet. Chong Bingjan had the Chong family's support, and the deputy director also had support from a senior leader in the capital. As long as the deputy director could find criminal evidence about Chong Bingjan, his supporters would help him unseat Chong Bingjan. This case could be a great chance for them to do that. Zuo Anrong was aware of the disagreement between the director and the deputy director. He knew that they were scheming against each other, but he wasn't in their factions. He simply hated evil people. Since the director was unwilling to deal with this case, he would report it to the deputy director. Ji Yuning understood that Chong Bingjan must have a disagreement with the deputy director after hearing Zuo Anrong's explanation, so she thought that it wasn't a bad idea. Great. Ji Yuning nodded with satisfaction. However, when she was about to say something else, a male voice interrupted her. Zuo Anrong. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to have a look, and Chong Bingjan showed up. Chong Bingjan came in a hurry to stop Zuo Anrong. He was angry when he heard that Zuo Anrong was going to report this case to the deputy director. The other policemen in the branch moved aside at once, in case the director vented his anger at them. Director Chong, Zuo Anrong greeted Chong Bingjan as usual, but didn't show any respect this time. After all, what Chong Bingjan had done was totally unacceptable in Zuo Anrong's eyes. However, he was only a captain of a small police team, while Chong Bingjan was the director, so he had to curb his anger. I need you to deal with something right now, Chong Bingjan said on purpose. Zuo Anrong knew it very well, but he couldn't act against the director, so he said, "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Chong Bingjan turned to look at Ji Yuning. "Miss, can we have a private talk about it?" He planned to threaten Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Zuo Anrong looked at Ji Yuning with worries, but Ji Yuning stayed as calm as always. She didn't think that it was dangerous, because she could handle it herself. In addition, Ji Yuning was curious to know how Chong Bingjan would talk with her. No problem. Ji Yuning and Xiaoya then followed Chong Bingjan to his office. Zuo Anrong was concerned, but he could say nothing at this moment. The deputy director was on a business trip, and nobody knew when he would come back. Therefore, he had to wait and see what would happen. Chong Bingjan seated himself in the office, trying to take Ji Yuning and Xiaoya a notch down. However, neither Ji Yuning nor Xiaoya was frightened by him. Chong Bingjan focused on their reactions, and was surprised that neither of them were afraid of him. Tell me, what happened? Chong Bingjan purposely asked Ji Yuning, although he already had the answer. Chapter 1351, Are you sure that we've attacked the police? Since Chong Bingjan pretended that he didn't know, Ji Yuning decided to finish the act with him. My friend's younger brother, Peng Xinghao, was attacked by someone with a fruit knife at XX company yesterday. His life was in great danger, but the police refused to investigate it even after my friends made several calls. My friend couldn't afford the medical fee, so she turned to me for help. I lent her some money for the operation. She needs to take care of her younger brother, so I came to report it again for her. What's your name and where are you from? Chong Bingjan asked Ji Yuning all of a sudden. He didn't take Ji Yuning's report seriously. Ji Yuning understood what Chong Bingjan wanted to do, and she said as he wanted, "My name's Ji Yuning, and I'm from City F." Hearing that, Chong Bingjan showed obvious disdain on his face. City F was a small city compared to the capital. He didn't think that Ji Yuning could be more influential than him. What do you do? Chong Bingjan continued. I'm a student and I just finished the National College entrance examination. I plan to apply for a university in the capital, so I'm having a vacation here, Ji Yuning said. Chong Bingjan sneered. You're simply an ordinary student who just arrived at the capital. How dare you to mind other people's business? Chong Bingjan asked with arrogance. So, as an ordinary student, can't I help other innocent people? Shouldn't the police help the innocent punish the evil? Ji Yuning questioned him in anger. No matter how mad Ji Yuning was, she was a nobody in Chong Bingjian's eyes. A kid is a kid, and you know nothing about the rules in this society, Chong Bingjan sneered. Let me tell you, there are countless people of power in the capital, and your life can be ruined if you accidentally offend any one of them. Do you mean one has to tolerate it if he or she is bullied by the powerful? Ji Yuning asked. Chong Bingjan remained silent, but his expression showed that he agreed with Ji Yuning on that. What if you're murdered or disabled by someone who's more powerful than you, Director Chong? Ji Yuning asked again. Shut your mouth. Chong Bingjan was angry when Ji Yuning said that. You're just a little girl, and I'm being very kind to you. You should be grateful for my advice. No matter who wants to murder me, he'll be killed. Ji Yuning snorted. It's a double standard. One may steal a horse while another may not look over a hedge. It's not fair. So what? Sue me, Chong Bingjan said in an arrogant tone. Great, let's see. Ji Yuning smiled and left. Chong Bingjan squinted at Ji Yuning's back. He stood up and followed her outside. Arrest them. They just attacked the police. To everyone's surprise, he gave an order. Several policemen surrounded Ji Yuning and Chao Ya at once to arrest them. Chong Bingjan was their leader, and they had to listen to him even if he was wrong. Ji Yuning and Chao Ya stayed calm, but they wouldn't stand still and wait to be caught. Wait a second, Ji Yuning said loudly. Those policemen stopped at once and focused on her. After that, Ji Yuning turned to look at Chong Bingjan. Director Chong, are you sure that we've attacked the police? Ji Yuning coldly asked. Chong Bingjan said, of course you have. Arrest them, now. He gave the order again. Very well, I don't mind making it the truth, Ji Yuning said, then began to fight with those policemen. Chao Ya didn't hesitate to do it either. Those policemen were no match for them, and they were soon beaten up. Chong Bingjan was shocked by Chao Ya's and Ji Yuning's fighting skills, and he moved backwards in fear. He couldn't believe that they dared to have a fight right in the Public Security Bureau. What? Ji Yuning stepped to Chong Bingjan with a fake smile on her face, which looked quite scary. Chong Bingjan was frightened and kept retreating. All of a sudden, he pulled out a gun and pointed at Ji Yuning. Stop there, or I'll shoot. Do you think I'm afraid? Ji Yuning smiled with disdain. Even if Chong Bingjan shot at her, she could easily avoid the bullet. Chao Ya also understood that Ji Yuning could deal with it very well, so she wasn't worried at all. Chapter 1352, Who Shot First? However, Ji Yuning stopped and asked, Director Chong, as the director of a branch of the Public Security Bureau, you refuse to punish the evil for the innocent, and accept bribes. Aren't you afraid to be put in jail? Do you have any evidence? Chong Bingjan snorted. Although he was shocked by Ji Yuning's fighting skills, he had a gun in his hands right now. My family is the famous Chong family in the capital, while you're merely a nobody. What can you do? Do you think the Chong family will protect you when you're in big trouble? You will be abandoned because you're useless and harmful, Ji Yuning said. Bullshit, Chong Bingjan retorted, but without confidence, because Ji Yuning was right. The Chong family only wanted and needed useful people. Therefore, the Chong family always told him to be careful and not to give other people ammunition. If he was in trouble, the Chong family might help him if it was possible, otherwise he would directly be abandoned. However, Chong Bingjan thought that his family was too powerful to be stopped, so he didn't restrict his behavior when he did certain things. He had never gotten in trouble before, so he didn't bother to behave himself. For example, he wrote down the records of bribes he had accepted in a notebook. Although he locked it up in a safe and ordinary people couldn't open it, it wasn't a problem at all in Gao Yi's eyes. Chong Bingjan believed that he was very smart, but there actually were many people who were smarter than him. Let's see, Ji Yuning said. She lost her patience and moved towards Chong Bingjan like lightning the next second. Before Chong Bingjan could see it clearly, Ji Yuning had already grabbed the gun from his hand. Chong Bingjan was stunned. Why you? He couldn't believe his eyes now. Ji Yuning was pointing a gun at him. Chong Bingjan was scared that Ji Yuning might shoot him, but to his surprise, Ji Yuning disassembled the gun without hesitation. There was no need for her to deal with Chong Bingjan using a gun. Chong Bingjan was relieved and amazed by her ability. Who are you? Chong Bingjan asked. He was very sure that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. She probably came from a family much more powerful than his. I introduced myself to you at the very beginning, Ji Yuning said, then ignored Chong Bingjan and walked away. They were on the second floor, so not many people noticed what they were doing. However, right when Ji Yuning and Xiaoya turned around and walked away, Chong Bingjan ran to pull another gun from the pocket of a policeman who was beaten on the ground, then shot at Ji Yuning. The bullet flew straight towards Ji Yuning. Chong Bingjan put on an evil expression. No matter who dared to challenge or threaten him, he would teach him or her a lesson. Chong Bingjan didn't aim at fatal parts of Ji Yuning's body, but pointed at her leg. He simply wanted to teach her a lesson, instead of killing her. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning easily avoided the bullet. The next second, the bullet hit a window and broke it into pieces. This scene shocked Chong Bingjan again. He couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to avoid a bullet. Ji Yuning glared at Chong Bingjan with her eyes full of warning. He shot at her from behind. Although Ji Yuning was 7 meters away from Chong Bingjan, she still dashed to him within a second and grabbed his hand. Without delay, Chong Bingjan's hand was dislocated and the gun fell to the ground. Chong Bingjan shouted in pain. Ji Yuning felt disgusted and kicked his belly. She didn't use great force, but Chong Bingjan was still kicked to the ground. There were ceramic tiles on the floor, so it was slippery and Chong Bingjan slipped for a few meters under the effect of inertia and didn't stop until he hit the wall. Chong Bingjan felt that his bones were all broken after the continuous damage. The gunshot alerted every policeman in this branch, and they ran upstairs at once. Within 10 seconds, 7 policemen gathered at the second-floor landing. They were shocked by the scene, then all pulled out their gun, except for Zuo Anrong. Freeze! The leading policeman shouted at Ji Yuning and Xiaoya. Ji Yuning and Xiaoya weren't scared at all even though they were facing 7 guns, but they had to be cautious. How dare you attack people in the Public Security Bureau? A policeman snapped at Ji Yuning. So, your director shot first, do I have to wait to be killed by him? Ji Yuning sneered. Hearing that, everyone was greatly surprised. They couldn't believe that their director shot first. Actually, neither Ji Yuning nor Xiaoya had a gun when they walked in here, and only their director and those policemen had a gun. Chapter 1353. The surveillance cameras are broken. However, 4 policemen among them didn't think that their director would shoot first, because they were Chong Bingjan's people. Zuo Anrong and 2 other policemen were very dissatisfied with Chong Bingjan's behavior, but they didn't say anything before they learned more details. You must have done something inappropriate, for our director to shoot first, the leading policeman said. His name was Yang Ke, and he was also a captain in this branch. You can check the surveillance cameras to see who shot first, Ji Yuning said. Great, we'll check the surveillance cameras, but you 2 must stay here before the truth comes out, Captain Yang said. She didn't think that they would let the truth come out, because she was indeed innocent, while Chong Bingjan was guilty. However, she had to stay, because she hadn't finished what she needed to do here today. Get them to the interrogation room. Captain Yang gave an order, and 2 policemen walked to Ji Yuning and Chao Ya at once. Wait a second. Ji Yuning was displeased. We're not suspects or criminals. Why should we sit in the interrogation room? We need an office. Ji Yuning was reluctant to be humiliated like that. You've attacked the police, so you're a suspect, another policeman said. I just defended myself. Ji Yuning argued. You. The policeman still wanted to say something, but Zuo Anrong interrupted him and said to Captain Yang, Captain Yang, they can stay in the meeting room and we can send 2 men to check the surveillance cameras. They had enough policemen in this branch. Although Zuo Anrong trusted Ji Yuning, he needed solid proof to help her out. Without clear evidence, Ji Yuning could be severely punished according to the law. Captain Yang hesitated for a while, then agreed. The meeting room was the next room, so Zuo Anrong went to open its door and invited Ji Yuning and Chao Ya to walk inside. He along with another 6 policemen stayed to guard Ji Yuning and Chao Ya. When Ji Yuning was seated, she took out her phone to play on, but a policeman snapped at her, "You can't play on phone here. Is it illegal to play on the phone?" Ji Yuning gave him a cold glance, and the policeman closed his mouth. After that, Ji Yuning asked Zuo Anrong, Captain Zuo, your director is injured and I don't think he's able to work now. Why don't you call your deputy director? Zuo Anrong understood Ji Yuning's meaning, and they indeed needed their deputy director's order right now, so he called their deputy director. Although their deputy director was on a business trip, he still needed to report it to him. Several policemen in the room were Chong Bingjian's people, but they weren't aware of Chong Bingjian's relationship with their deputy director. Therefore, they didn't think it was a bad idea to call their deputy director. Zuo Anrong told their deputy director that the director was injured and they needed him to manage the work in the branch. Coincidentally, the deputy director was already back, and he was on his way to the branch now. When the deputy director heard that Chong Bingjian was injured, he felt excited, but didn't show it on his face. He told his chauffeur to speed up at once, because he needed to see how serious Chong Bingjian's injuries were. He hoped that Chong Bingjian was injured as seriously as possible. Before long, Captain Yang and his people walked back. Sorry, the surveillance cameras on the 2nd and 3rd floor are broken, so we found nothing, Captain Yang said to Ji Yuning. What? How is it possible? Zuo Anrong didn't believe it. The next second, Zuo Anrong realized that Captain Yang must have deleted the surveillance videos. Thinking of that, Zuo Anrong blamed himself for this fault. He just wanted to protect Ji Yuning and totally forgot that Captain Yang was Chong Bingjian's man. Captain Yang must have done it for Chong Bingjian. Ji Yuning and Chao Ya, on the other hand, weren't surprised at all. They knew that Captain Yang would do everything to ruin the evidence. Nevertheless, they weren't worried about it at all, because Ji Yuning was well prepared. When she followed Chong Bingjian to the 2nd floor, she took out a miniature camera and recorded everything. That was the reason why they stayed quiet in the meeting room. Besides, since those policemen chose to side with Chong Bingjian, Ji Yuning made up her mind to teach them a lesson too. Well, does it mean that we're definitely guilty of attacking the police? Ji Yuning asked. You're right, Captain Yang said. Great, but your deputy director is on his way here, and we can wait a while for him, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want to waste time on them. Although she didn't know the deputy director, she understood that he would help her. Chapter 1354, Ji Yuning is interrogated, what? Captain Yang was struck dumb for a second, then abruptly turned to look at Zuo Anrong. Zuo Anrong, did you just call the deputy director? Why not? The director is injured, so we need to report it to the deputy director, Zuo Anrong said. He knew what Captain Yang was thinking. Captain Yang didn't know what to say now. It was totally reasonable that the deputy director needed to show up now that the director was injured and couldn't work. However, the director had a bad relationship with the deputy director, and the deputy director was highly likely to make the situation worse. Captain Yang was worried at first, but then he remembered that the evidence was already ruined. Without evidence, it was useless even if the deputy director came. However, he forgot that Ji Yuning came here for another case. Great, we can wait, Captain Yang said, then walked out with his people. Miss Ji-yu, you don't seem worried at all. Zhuo Anrong was curious when he saw that Ji Yuning looked very calm. He was worried about her, but she wasn't worried at all. Ji Yuning could see that Zhuo Anrong sided with her, and she had a good impression of him. I believe that the deputy director will clear my name, Ji Yuning said. She made it sound as if the deputy director would help her find out the truth. Zhuo Anrong somehow felt like it wasn't that simple. About 20 minutes later, the deputy director came. Chong Bingjian was already sent to the hospital, so he didn't see Chong Bingjian's injuries, but he wasn't disappointed. He needed to interrogate the suspect first, so he didn't go to the hospital to visit Chong Bingjian right now. Zhuo Anrong didn't tell him much on the phone, so the deputy director had no idea that he had a great chance to be promoted today. Because Ji Yuning and Chao Ya couldn't provide evidence, they became suspects and were taken to the interrogation room. Ji Yuning didn't mind and agreed. Since the deputy director was already here, she believed that they would be safe. The deputy director's name was Tang Quanjun. He was about 40 and stayed in shape. Chong Bingjian was much fatter than him. Tang Quanjun also had a much better appearance than Chong Bingjian. The interrogation room was very big, and there were 2 seats in front of the interrogation table. At the right side, there was a smaller table with a computer on it. A policewoman was sitting there to do the recording. A camera was also placed on the smaller table. At the left corner of the interrogation room were 3 chairs for people to sit in on the interrogation. Deputy Director Tang, they are the suspects who injured the director and 3 policemen, Captain Yang said once he took Ji Yuning and Chao Ya into the room. Tang Quanjun was surprised when he found out that the 2 suspects were a woman and a young girl. He knew that they wouldn't have a fight for no reason, especially in the Public Security Bureau. Attacking the police was a serious crime, especially when the victim was the director. Chong Bingjian must have done something unacceptable. Have a seat, Tang Quanjun said lightly, but made people feel stressed. After that, Captain Yang pushed Ji Yuning and Chao Ya to sit down on the chairs before the interrogation table, then he began to handcuff them. Wait, we're not criminals. How can you handcuff us? Ji Yuning stopped him at once. You're not criminals. You've injured the director, and you can't provide the evidence to prove that you're innocent, Captain Yang sneered. Captain Yang, don't forget why we came here, Ji Yuning said. You. Captain Yang panicked a little. Tang Quanjun squinted at Ji Yuning. This matter wasn't simple at all. Fine, let them be, Tang Quanjun said. Although Captain Yang was Chong Bingjian's man, he still had to listen to Tang Quanjun. After that, the interrogation began. Tang Quanjun would hold the interrogation, while Zhuo Anrong and Captain Yang sat in on it. Name, age, city of birth, Tang Quanjun said to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, 19, city F, Ji Yuning said. Chao Ya also said, Chao Ya, 27, city K. Chao Ya was also from a small city. Why did you hurt Director Chong? Tang Quanjun asked calmly. He didn't sound angry at all. In fact, he was more than happy to hear the news. Well, the story begins from yesterday. Ji Yuning said, but Captain Yang interrupted her at once. Make the long story short. Just tell our deputy director why you hurt our director. Captain Yang didn't want Ji Yuning to reveal what had happened to Peng Xinghao. Yang Ke, do you want to do my job? Tang Quanjun was annoyed. Chapter 1355, Ji Yuning has evidence. Tang Quanjun understood that Captain Yang must be hiding something. Captain Yang was scared and shut his mouth at once. He also realized that he had behaved inappropriately. Although this matter was to the disadvantage of Chong Bingjian, Captain Yang didn't think that Chong Bingjian would be in trouble because Chong Bingjian had the Chong family's support. Go on, Tang Quanjun said to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then continued, the story begins from yesterday. My friend's younger brother was injured by someone with a fruit knife at 12 p.m. yesterday. He was seriously injured, but the police refused to deal with it even after my friend made several calls. My friend told me that the Zheng family was involved in this case and made a call to Director Chong and told him to do nothing about it. What? Why? Just because of the Zheng family's call. Tang Quanjun was mad. Tang Quanjun was really angry about it. Although he had the ambition to replace Chong Bingjian, he was still willing to handle the responsibility of his job. Although he couldn't punish the evil for the innocent all the time, he had never broken the law. Sometimes, he had to give in before power, but it only happened when the matter wasn't serious. If it was illegal, he would refuse to help. Actually, he was aware that Chong Bingjian had broken the law many times, but he didn't have clear evidence till now. As long as he could get something on Chong Bingjian, he would be able to unseat him. Ji Yuning could also see that Tang Quanjun was very angry, so she had a better impression of him. What happened next? Tang Quanjun asked. About half an hour ago, I came here to report the case in person on behalf of my friend. Captain Zuo decided to help us, but was stopped by Director Chong. He told Captain Zuo to deal with something else, and said that he wanted to have a private talk with me. As for what happened next, you can watch the video yourself, Ji Yuning said and took out the miniature camera from her pocket. Ji Yuning was willing to take out the miniature camera right now because she was sure that Tang Quanjun sided with her. They had the same enemy after all. When the others saw the miniature camera, they were all shocked. Tang Quanjun was amazed by Ji Yuning's cleverness. Although she looked very young, she was unusually smart. It was obvious that she was well prepared before she came here. Zuo Anrong and Captain Yang were also surprised. Zuo Anrong didn't understand why Ji Yuning didn't look afraid at all until now. Ji Yuning was indeed a very smart girl. Captain Yang, however, had a premonition. He had ruined the surveillance videos by himself just then, to prevent other people from watching them. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning had a miniature camera in her pocket. Captain Zuo, give it to me, Tang Quanjun said in a hurry. Tang Quanjun gave that order to Zuo Anrong, because he knew that Zuo Anrong was an upright man. Captain Yang, on the contrary, might damage the camera again. Sure, Zuo Anrong said, then handed the miniature camera to Tang Quanjun from Ji Yuning's hand. Tang Quanjun played the video right away. At this time, Captain Yang moved to Tang Quanjun's back, and they watched it together. They saw what Chong Bingjian had said to Ji Yuning in the office. Even though the camera moved a little, they were still able to watch the video clearly. Ji Yuning had done nothing inappropriate in the office, but Chong Bingjian had threatened Ji Yuning many times. When they finished talking, Ji Yuning and Xiaoya walked outside, followed by Chong Bingjian. However, when they had just walked out of the room, Chong Bingjian gave a sudden order to arrest them with the excuse of attacking the police. Ji Yuning defended herself and had a fight against several policemen, but Chong Bingjian directly pulled out a gun to point at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then snatched like lightning, which shocked everyone. Because the miniature camera was hidden behind Ji Yuning's collar, it clearly recorded her movement. They turned to look at Ji Yuning with great surprise and curiosity. However, they said nothing, because they still needed to finish watching the video. Ji Yuning and Xiaoya wanted to leave, and didn't injure Chong Bingjian, but Chong Bingjian pulled out another gun from a policeman who was lying on the ground, then shot at Ji Yuning. The miniature camera turned to another angle when Ji Yuning walked away, so everyone could clearly see Chong Bingjian's actions in the video. Chapter 1356, Ji Yuning has enough evidence. When they heard the gunshot, all of them got anxious and nervous. In the video, Ji Yuning easily avoided the bullet, which shocked everyone again. They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to avoid it so easily. Actually, they didn't believe that anyone could do that. There was only a short distance, and the bullet was shot towards her back. Tang Quanjun went to a military school, and he thought that he was excellent at martial arts, but he didn't think that he was able to do the same thing as Ji Yuning. Even if there was a longer distance, it was impossible for him to do it. Only the top special forces probably could do it. Ji Yuning avoided the bullet, which was only 5 meters away from her, which even the top special forces might find very difficult. Tang Quanjun had a feeling that Ji Yuning wasn't simple at all. The next second, Ji Yuning dashed towards Chong Bingjian. She broke his wrist and kicked his belly. Right at this moment, the other policemen all pointed their guns at Ji Yuning and Xiaoya. After that, they began to argue with each other and mentioned the surveillance cameras. Tang Quanjun heavily hit the desktop after watching the video. How dare Chong Bingjian do that? What he has done is totally unacceptable. Then Tang Quanjun turned to question Captain Yang. Why are the surveillance cameras broken all of a sudden? Did you do it on purpose? It was obvious that Tang Quanjun is suspicious of Captain Yang. I didn't. Captain Yang denied it at once. You didn't. Really? Tang Quanjun didn't believe him. Although Tang Quanjun didn't have evidence to prove it, he knew that Captain Yang was Chong Bingjian's man. There were many important documents in the Public Security Bureau, so the surveillance cameras were checked every day. Even if they were broken, they would be repaired right away. Captain Yang denied it without hesitation, but he looked guilty. He didn't dare to meet Tang Quanjun's eyes at all. If he really hadn't done that, he wouldn't panic when Tang Quanjun questioned him. Captain Yang didn't know what to say now. He tried to defend himself, but couldn't find any reasonable excuse. Tang Quanjun ignored him, then said to Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu, I promise that I'll find out the truth in person. Ji Yuning had attacked Chong Bingjian and the 3 policemen when her life was in danger, which was understandable and legal. In addition, Ji Yuning provided him with solid proof, so he should thank her. Thanks, but what has happened to my friend's younger brother should also be investigated, Ji Yuning said. This was her real aim of coming here. I will send someone to investigate it, Tang Quanjun said. Although he trusted Ji Yuning now, he still needed to collect enough evidence. Without enough evidence, the police couldn't arrest the criminal. Don't bother, because I can show you the evidence, Ji Yuning said and took out a USB flash disk. This is the surveillance video of the crime scene. I don't think XX company will keep it. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning could get the surveillance video, which could have already been deleted by XX company. Even if she didn't get the video herself, it still proved that she wasn't simple at all since she managed to have it. Captain Zuo, go get it for me, Tang Quanjun said. Yes, sir, Captain Zuo said. He walked to Ji Yuning and took the USB flash disk. Ji Yuning then continued, the first file is the surveillance video of the crime scene. The second file is the call records between Zheng Licheng and Chong Bingjian. The third file is the evidence of the secret meeting between Zheng Licheng's secretary and Chong Bingjian. Although Zheng Licheng's secretary only handed Chong Bingjian a carton of cigarettes, I think we all know what's inside. Tang Quanjun was an important official in the police system, so bribery and corruption weren't strange to him. All the other people in the room were astonished when Ji Yuning said that. Ji Yuning alone was able to collect so much evidence. Tang Quanjun took the USB flash disk, then inserted it into the computer. He read through all the files. Ji Yuning was right about everything. The victim didn't have a physical altercation with the HR manager, but a young man suddenly ran into the office when the victim was about to leave, and they had a fight. Chapter 1357. An enemy's enemy is a friend. However, the victim was simply protecting himself from the beginning to the end, and had never attacked the young man of his own accord. In that case, it was the young man's responsibility. The carton of cigarettes was simply the cover for bribes. Although they couldn't see money in the video, Chong Bingjian had indeed ignored this case because Zheng Licheng had bribed him. What was in the carton wasn't important right now, because other files were enough to prove that Chong Bingjian was guilty. Ji Yuning said, my friend's younger brother is Peng Xinghao, and he went for an interview at XX company the other day. He's a great clothing designer, but XX company stole his designs without telling him. Peng Xinghao found out that his designs showed up in a clothing design competition through the internet and his designs won third prize, but the designer's name became Zheng Kai, the heir of XX company. Chong Bingjian, Zheng Licheng, Zheng Kai, all of them are guilty. Tang Quanjun was angry. He knew that there were too many unfair things in this world, and he had witnessed a lot before. After taking a long breath in, he calmed himself down, then said to Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu, I'm willing to trust you, but we still need to do our job. If Zheng Kai really has injured Peng Xinghao with intent, he will be punished according to the law. Tang Quanjun would definitely take this case seriously. Even though Chong Bingjian might not be put in jail, he couldn't be the director anymore. As long as Tang Quanjun dealt with this case well, he could be promoted to the director. I understand, and thank you so much for your help. Oh, I also have Peng Xinghao's injury report with me, Ji Yuning said. After that, she took out a document from her backpack. Zhuo Anrong went to get the document for Tang Quanjun as usual. Although Tang Quanjun could see that Peng Xinghao was seriously injured from the video, he was shocked when he saw the injury report. The interrogation was over now, so Ji Yuning and Xiaoya could leave. However, they were parties in this case, so they needed to show up at the court when needed. Ji Yuning was willing to cooperate. Therefore, she and Xiaoya left their phone numbers. After that, Tang Quanjun walked Ji Yuning and Xiaoya out. Ji Yuning had offered him clear evidence to his advantage, and he felt grateful to Ji Yuning, so he was very polite to her. Although Ji Yuning did it for her friend, it was helpful for his work too. Captain Yang, on the other hand, didn't know what he should do now. If the director was in big trouble, he would be involved as well. Even if he wouldn't be put in jail, he would lose his job. However, the director was in the hospital right now, so he couldn't get through to him. When they walked outside, Ji Yuning said to Tang Quanjun, "Deputy Director Tang, please don't blame me for being too straightforward. Although I'm not very sure about it, I feel that you don't get along with Chong Bingjian. You two are even enemies." Hearing that, Tang Quanjun seemed alert. "What do you want to say, Miss Ji Yu?" Ji Yuning noticed his reaction, and was even more sure that he was in the same group with her. "Well, I just want to say that an enemy's enemy is a friend, so I can help you." Ji Yuning smiled. Tang Quanjun was surprised. "How can you help me? I have a more important document to give you," Ji Yuning said. She took out another document folder from her backpack and gave it to Tang Quanjun. "There is the criminal evidence that I've collected about Chong Bingjian's dirty secrets. It might be incomplete, but I think it's enough to unseat him. I don't want to be exposed, so please take this as anonymous information. If you still can't punish Chong Bingjian because of the Chong family, you can call me." Hearing that, Tang Quanjun was more excited. He believed that he could finally replace Chong Bingjian this time. Given Ji Yuning's ability, Tang Quanjun was sure that the criminal evidence in the file folder was enough to unseat Chong Bingjian. Although Chong Bingjian had the Chong family's support, he also had support from another powerful family. Therefore, it was highly likely that the Chong family would abandon Chong Bingjian when it became serious. The Chong family was reluctant to be involved in big trouble after all. In fact, the Chong family was also guilty of many bad deeds, and was unwilling to be exposed. Because of the Chong family's importance and influence in this country, the government couldn't punish them. However, if they caused big trouble, they would still be punished. Chapter 1358. Brave Eagle can protect you. Tang Quanjun said, "Miss Ji Yu, since you're willing to trust me, I won't disappoint you. You're right that Chong Bingjian and I are enemies, so I'll make full use of the evidence you've given me." "Great, all the documents I've given you are copies, because I don't want the originals to be damaged. If you need them, you can tell me then," Ji Yuning said. "It's fine." Tang Quanjun thought that it was a good idea to keep the originals safe. Once she got in her car, she told Gao Yi to drive to the hospital because she needed to visit Peng Xinghao. Peng Xiaoman just sent her a message and told her that Peng Xinghao was awake now. Ji Yuning then sent Ka message and asked him to find out who Tang Quanjun's supporter was. Ji Yuning was simply curious, and she didn't need to know more about Tang Quanjun, because there was no conflict of interest between them. Ji Yuning also asked for Brave Eagle's phone number. She wanted Brave Eagle to stay and protect Peng Xiaoman and her younger brother for the time being. She wasn't sure whether the Zeng family would cause them trouble after the case was exposed. Anyway, since Ji Yuning decided to help them, she would help them till the end. The second Ji Yuning had Brave Eagle's phone number, she called him. She briefly told Brave Eagle what she needed him to do, and told him to go to the hospital where Peng Xinghao stayed as soon as possible. Brave Eagle's name was Zhou Weifan, but it wasn't his real name. He was a professional killer after all, so he used another man's ID card. Zhou Weifan was more than happy to receive a task assigned directly from his boss. He packed up his stuff and left for the hospital at once. When Ji Yuning was gone, Tang Quanjin quickly went back to his office to check the criminal evidence about Chong Bingjian's crimes. He was totally shocked the second he read Chong Bingjian's notebook containing the details of his bribery. To his astonishment, the criminal evidence was a notebook containing details of his bribery. It was fatal evidence. Even the Chong family wouldn't dare to defend Chong Bingjian this time. He knew that Chong Bingjian had accepted bribes, but he wasn't aware of the details, and he was shocked by the amount of money Chong Bingjian had accepted as bribery. If it was reported to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Chong Bingjian would be doomed to be put in jail. Tang Quanjin had worked with Chong Bingjian for years, so he was very sure that it was Chong Bingjian's handwriting and it had to be real. Other than the notebook, Chong Bingjian also had a mistress and a love child, which was completely unacceptable for an official. However, the notebook alone was enough to put Chong Bingjian in jail. Tang Quanjin had to admit that Ji Yuning was much more effective than he had thought. Ji Yuning couldn't be simple, and Tang Quanjin had the idea to find out more information about her, but he wouldn't do that because Ji Yuning was very kind to him. In fact, Tang Quanjin could simply search Ji Yuning's name on the internet to learn more about her. In order to successfully put Chong Bingjian in jail, Tang Quanwan needed help from a more important figure because he was afraid that the Chong family would make things difficult for him. Thinking of that, Tang Quanjin made a call before he left the Public Security Bureau. Kay soon found out who was supporting Tang Quanjin, and it turned out that the person was in the same group as the Leng family, which was a piece of good news for Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning arrived at the hospital and saw Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao looked much better, but he was still very weak and he had to stay in bed for a few more days. Peng Xinghao was seriously injured, and he recovered a lot with the help of Ji Yuning's magical power, but Ji Yuning couldn't cure him right away, because it would be very strange and abnormal. It would take about a week for him to make a full recovery and he could leave the hospital then. Peng Xinghao wanted to thank Ji Yuning once Ji Yuning showed up. However, he couldn't sit up at all. "Please don't move." Ji Yuning stopped him. Peng Xinghao listened to her and lay down again. "Goddess Ji Yu, I heard everything from my older sister, and I honestly don't know how to thank you. I'm willing to do anything for you in the future," he said. He admired Ji Yuning and regarded her as his idol. He used to think that it was impossible for him to see Ji Yuning in real life, but he was going to work for her now. He was more than happy to join Ji Yuning's company. Although they still owed Ji Yuning a lot of money, Peng Xinghao made up his mind to work hard to pay it back. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, he could have been dead after all. And in addition, Ji Yuning also planned to seek justice for them. Chapter 1359, Could it be Ji Yuning? "If you want to work for me, you must have skills," Ji Yuning said. "I understand." Peng Xinghao smiled with confidence. He made a promise to be useful and successful in the future. Before Zhou Weifan came, Ji Yuning told them that she arranged for someone to protect them in case the Zhen family attacked them after this case was exposed. Peng Xiaoman was scared, because Peng Xinghao just survived from the terrible accident, so they accepted Ji Yuning's arrangement and thanked her. About half an hour later, Zhou Weifan showed up. Because he needed to stay in the hospital for several days, he prepared a change of clothes and some daily necessities. Peng Xinghao stayed in an ordinary, single ward, but there was a sofa. There was also a kitchen and a bathroom in the ward, so they could cook inside. There was only one hospital bed in the ward, but it was very big, so Zhou Weifan could share it with Peng Xinghao. Although Peng Xiaoman felt a little uneasy when a strange man stayed in the room with them day and night, Peng Xinghao was also in the room and she wouldn't be alone. In addition, Zhou Weifan was staying there for their safety. Before the case was settled, the three of them couldn't separate from each other, so Chao Ya bought enough food for 3 days. It was possible that Peng Xiaoman could be kidnapped if she went outside alone. It was also possible that their enemy would attack them if Zhou Weifan was absent. In that case, they had to be very cautious. After all, one could never be too careful. Ji Yuning introduced Zhou Weifan, Peng Xinghao, Peng Xiaoman to one another. Afterwards, she went back to her company. In another hospital, Leng Yuanqin left after staying for a while because he still needed to work tomorrow. Zhang Shuyuan stayed to keep Leng Xiaojia's company. Although there were many maids in the Leng family, they still preferred to take care of their daughter on their own. Leng Yuanqin told Master Leng about what had happened to Leng Xiaojia that morning. Master Leng disliked Leng Xiaojia's behavior, but she was still his granddaughter, so he felt angry too. At the same time, Master Leng also criticized Leng Xiaojia for her inappropriate behavior and bad temper. He believed that Leng Xiaojia must have done something wrong first for her to have suddenly been attacked. Leng Yuanqin didn't argue about it, because he had the same idea. Therefore, Master Leng told Leng Yuanqin not to investigate it, because Leng Xiaojia only had external injuries. Although Leng Yuanqin was unwilling to do that, he had to admit that Master Leng was right. During the past few years, Leng Xiaojia had bullied many people by relying on her powerful family many times. This could be a good lesson for her to learn to behave herself from now on. Leng Xiaojia asked for today's result. If the Leng family still spoiled her, Leng Xiaojia would learn nothing from it and continue to be aggressive. Leng Yuanqin agreed that Leng Xiaojia needed to learn to behave herself, so he listened to Master Leng and gave up investigating it. After breakfast, Master Leng went to visit Leng Xiaojia in the hospital. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin were busy today, so they didn't go there with Master Leng. Leng Xiaojia only had external injuries after all. In the hospital, Leng Xiaojia was able to talk after she got up in the morning. Her waist was still painful, but other parts of her body were fine now. Nevertheless, she couldn't move at all because of her painful waist. Therefore, she kept moaning in pain and sounded very weak. Zhang Shuyuan asked Leng Xiaojia whether she knew who the attacker was, but Leng Xiaojia had no idea. They needed to wait for the surveillance cameras. Zhang Shuyuan then asked Leng Xiaojia whether she had names in her mind. Leng Xiaojia was aware that she had offended many people till now, so she didn't know which of them could be the attacker. This week, she had argued with two women in a bar, and almost had a fight with one of them. And other than that, she had also fought against other women earlier on. Could it be Ji Yuning? Zhang Shuyuan said all of a sudden. Hearing that, Leng Xiaojia thought that it was possible, but she didn't think Ji Yuning would attack her in an ambush. After that, Leng Xiaojia told Zhang Shuyuan what had happened in the bar last night. Ji Yuning left the bar a short time earlier than her, so it was impossible for Ji Yuning to change clothing and follow her later. Zhang Shuyuan nodded and gave up being suspicious of Ji Yuning. Since neither of them had an idea, they could only wait for the police. Chapter 1360. Won't investigate. When Master Leng visited Leng Xiaojia, he asked about her injuries with concern, but he also criticized her. Leng Xiaojia stood in awe of Master Leng, and she knew that for years she hadn't behaved herself, so she didn't argue with Master Leng. Nevertheless, she was very displeased. When Master Leng told her that he didn't plan to investigate it, Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia couldn't stay calm. No, I can't tolerate it. We must find the attacker. Leng Xiaojia retorted. She was too selfish to care about other people's feelings. It was precisely because she was selfish and mean, that she didn't think that she should learn a lesson from this. Instead, she thought she could bully others as she wanted, but that other people couldn't get revenge. What did you say? Don't you know that it's your fault? If you hadn't bullied others, why would other people get revenge on you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want with the Leng family's support? Master Leng was mad. If you continue to behave like this, you could be murdered one day. It was a kind warning from Master Leng, because it was possible that Leng Xiaojia would lose her life because of her arrogance. Hearing that, Leng Xiaojia was scared and closed her mouth. Actually, she thought of what she had done to Ji Yuning behind the Leng family's back. She knew that it was possible that the same thing would happen to her, so she had to listen to her grandfather. Zhang Shuyuan was also frightened by Master Leng's words, but she didn't think that it was that serious because she had never been through or done something like that before. Father, it's not possible. You're scaring Xiaojia. She comforted Leng Xiaojia. After that, she held Leng Xiaojia's hand tight. Leng Xiaojia, however, was still afraid. Really? Have you already forgotten what happened to the Hu family before? The Hu family's daughter used to be arrogant and aggressive. She was then schemed against by someone and lost her legs in a car accident. Do you think it's funny? Master Leng said. The Hu family was a common rich family in the capital, but it had an alliance with the wrong family, so it had the wrong family's support. However, even though the Hu family had the wrong family's support, it still couldn't protect its daughter well. The wrong family had tried in vain to find the criminal. Power didn't mean everything, and there were still some things that a powerful family couldn't do. Thinking of that, both Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were scared. Shuyuan, you were born in a super rich family as well, and you've joined the Leng family for years. You shouldn't be so naive. Do you think that you are completely safe with the support of a powerful family? The truth is quite the opposite. The richer or more powerful you are, the more dangerous the situation you are in will be, Master Leng said. Both Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were too naive in Master Leng's eyes, and he thought that he needed to remind them to be clear-minded. The Leng family was among the four most powerful families in this country, and they always competed against each other. No one could escape from it. Even if Leng Xiaojia was a girl and didn't have a position in the government, she could still be in big trouble. Leng Xiaojia was a member of the Leng family after all, and her behavior would affect it. Therefore, Master Leng always told the younger generation in the Leng family to keep a low profile. The other grandchildren listened to him, but Leng Xiaojia refused to do that and even caused a lot of trouble. You can love your daughter as much as you want, but you can't spoil her, Master Leng said in the end. He had already said everything he could say to them. If they still didn't listen to him, there was nothing he could do. After that, Master Leng went back home. Once Master Leng was gone, Zhang Shuyuan said to Leng Xiaojia, Xiaojia, did you hear what your grandfather just said? You should learn to behave yourself from now on. I understand. Leng Xiaojia nodded. However, the pain in her waist was tortuous. Mom, my waist is really sore. Leng Xiaojia complained in tears. It was like a toothache, which wouldn't kill her but tortured her the entire time. Leng Xiaojia couldn't sleep or sit at all now, which was exactly what Ji Yuning wanted. Tolerate it for a while, and the pain will go away, Zhang Shuyuan said. The doctor said that Leng Xiaojia's waist was fine, so there was nothing they could do. I can't stand it. Leng Xiaojia raised her voice. I don't know what to do either. Zhang Shuyuan sighed. Chapter 1361. Criminal evidence about Chong Bingjian. Although Tang Quanjun was in the same faction of the Leng family, he had no direct relationship with it. Instead, he had a relationship with an important official who was connected to the Leng family. Therefore, Tang Quanjun went to meet this official later. This official's name was Shi Yuang, and he held a high position in the government. When Shi Yuang saw the evidence, he was more than happy, because this was a great chance for Tang Quanjun to replace Chong Bingjian. They wanted to have more of their people in the government. After all, little things added up, and many hands make light work. They needed to accumulate their influence, and they were working for it. However, it wasn't easy. Every faction had a lot of supporters in every city around the country, and most of them hid their dirty secrets very well. It was difficult to investigate every one of their enemies' supporters when they had no clear evidence or a reasonable excuse. As a result, even though they were aware that Chong Bingjian was guilty of many things, they couldn't do anything to punish him. Shi Yuang couldn't help Tang Quanjun casually, to prevent their relationship from being exposed. All of them had to be super careful. Fortunately, they had gotten criminal evidence about Chong Bingjian now, so it would be very easy for them to unseat him. Tang Quanjun had promised that he wouldn't tell other people that it was Ji Yuning who had provided him with the evidence, but Shi Yuang was different. When Shi Yuang heard Ji Yuning's name, he somehow felt like it sounded very familiar. Seeing Shi Yuang's reaction, Tang Quanjun was confused. After thinking for a while, an idea dawned on Shi Yuang. He stood up and went to his computer to search for Ji Yuning's information on the internet. He found some photos of Ji Yuning, and asked Tang Quanjun whether the girl in the photos was Ji Yuning. Tang Quanjun was surprised, but nodded in agreement. Shi Yuang had heard Ji Yuning's name before because his son was Ji Yuning's fan. His son had introduced many of Ji Yuning's achievements to him, so he had a deep impression of Ji Yuning. He had to admit that Ji Yuning was very outstanding among her peers. Given what Ji Yuning had done before, Shi Yuang understood that it wouldn't be hard for her to get the criminal evidence about Chong Bingjian. At this time, Tang Quanjin read a lot of news about Ji Yuning on the internet as well, and he was shocked too. He knew that Ji Yuning wasn't simple, but he was still amazed by her achievements. She was personally very successful, and also had powerful connections. Jesus, she's so unbelievable, Tang Quanjin said. Right, Shi Yuang said. After a while, he thought of something and asked, how did she give you the criminal evidence on Chong Bingjian? Tang Quanjin showed Shi Yuang the criminal evidence once he met him, and didn't have time to tell him the whole story until now. Shi Yuang was mad at what Chong Bingjian had done, and he decided to deal with it right away. Since Ji Yuning was unwilling to expose her identity, Shi Yuang respected her decision and decided to give the credit to Tang Quanjin. About 11 a.m., 2 policemen came to visit Leng Xiaojia in the hospital. They had checked the surveillance cameras, but still failed to find out who the attacker was, because the attacker showed up and disappeared within seconds. Although Leng Xiaojia and Zhang Shuyuan agreed to give up, they were still annoyed that they couldn't find out who the attacker was. After they calmed down, Zhang Shuyuan told the 2 policemen to stop investigating it. She acted very kind and tolerant, which left a good impression on the 2 policemen. Since Zhang Shuyuan was willing to stop searching for the attacker, the 2 policemen agreed. After lunch, Ji Yuning received Leng Xiaoting's call, and they chatted with each other for a while on the phone. She didn't tell Leng Xiaoting what she had been through these days, because she didn't want to worry him. At 2 p.m., a group of policemen went to Liebang Company, the Zeng family's business, and took Zeng Kai, the HR manager, and Zeng Licheng away. Zeng Kai was guilty of causing grievous bodily harm with intent, the HR manager was guilty of shielding, and Zeng Licheng was guilty of shielding and bribery. In the beginning, they struggled and argued, but they had to close their mouths when the police showed them the evidence. It caused a great sensation in the Liebang Company, and all of the staff members were surprised. Actually, it wasn't a secret that Zeng Kai had purposefully injured a man in their company, but they were forbidden to talk about it. Therefore they were surprised, because this secret was exposed so soon. They disliked Zeng Kai's behavior, and also hoped that he could be punished. When Zeng Kai was arrested by the police, no one had sympathy for him. Chapter 1362. I didn't do it at the same time. They were also worried that they might lose their jobs if the company got in trouble. If they lost their jobs, they wouldn't have an income, and it wasn't easy to find a new job at this time. Will the company be closed? I hope not. I thought it would be fine when we were forbidden to talk about it, but it's still been exposed. Although I don't want to lose my job, they're too arrogant and hateful. I feel good that they're been punished according to the law. Does anyone know anything about the injured young man? He looked terrible when the fruit knife cut into his head. No idea, but I hope he survived. They worked for Liebang Company, but they had principles. However, even if they were clearly aware that what Zeng Kai had done was illegal, they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't have power, wealth, or influence, so they could only stand aside. Therefore, they hoped that the injured young man would be fine and that Zeng Kai would be punished. They didn't care much about the HR manager. Because a large group of policemen came in several police cars, many passers-by were attracted to the scene and they took many videos when Zeng Licheng was arrested. Many of them placed the video on their social media. When the Liebang Company got in trouble, Chong Bingjian couldn't stay calm. He wasn't seriously injured, but couldn't move for the time being and had to stay in the hospital for a few days. In the meanwhile, Tang Quanjin and several other officials of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection went together to Chong Bingjian's ward. Chong Bingjian was stunned when they showed up. He didn't know what had happened. He thought that Tang Quanjin was still on a business trip. Hi, nice to see you here, Chong Bingjian said in panic. Director Chong, you're accused of accepting bribery and breaking the law, so we need to conduct an investigation, said the head of the Public Security Department. Chong Bingjian knew that it wasn't good news, but he forced himself to calm down. Great, I need to see who wants to slander me. It sounded as if he was really innocent. Actually, all the other important officials had seen the evidence, but they still needed to finish the legal procedures. After that, Tang Quanjin began to ask him questions. Director Chong, Zeng Kai, the son of Zeng Licheng who was the chairman of Liebang Company, injured a young man called Peng Xinghao with intent at noon yesterday. Peng Xinghao's older sister, Heng Xiaoman, reported it to the branch, but you refused to deal with it. Is it true? Absolutely not. It's a lie. Chong Bingjian denied it right away. He even pretended to be mad. Chong Bingjian didn't know that they already had solid evidence in their hands, so he still tried to get away with it. A girl named Ji Yuning also showed up at the branch yesterday, and Zuo Anrong, the captain of the number 1 team, wanted to help her but was stopped by you. You threatened Ji Yuning to shut her mouth and even pointed a gun at her, Tang Quanjin continued. He was more than happy to see the terrible situation that Chong Bingjian was in now, but he had to be serious on the surface. Nonsense. It's ridiculous, and I've never done anything like that. Chong Bingjian argued. Then why did the girl attack the police? Tang Quanjin asked. Well, Chong Bingjian didn't know what to say. You can check the surveillance cameras if you want to know the reason. Chong Bingjian believed that the surveillance cameras were already broken. The surveillance cameras are broken and we can get nothing from them, Tang Quanjin said. Hearing that, Chong Bingjian was relieved. Since the surveillance cameras are broken, there is no evidence. Do you mean that you still want to deny it? Said the head of the public security department. I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Chong Bingjian insisted. The head of the public security department wasn't in the same faction as the Chong family, nor the Leng family, so he stayed neutral in this case. However, the other officials from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection were the Leng family's people. Chapter 1363, The Chong family can't protect you. Tang Quanjin continued, let me be honest with you, the girl had a miniature camera with her when she walked into your office, and she had a video recording of everything. What? Impossible, Chong Bingjian retorted. Why? Tang Quanjin asked. Are you panicking now? Chong Bingjian felt humiliated. I know that you won't admit it without evidence, so we can show you, Tang Quanjin said, and a policeman, who stood by his side, took out a computer at once. When Chong Bingjian watched the video, he was stunned. He couldn't believe it and refused to believe it, but he knew that it was real. Before the video even ended, Chong Bingjian was despairing. Yeah, I admit that I threatened Ji Yuning and shot at her, but it isn't a big deal. She's fine now, and do you think that you all aren't guilty of doing anything illegal? Why can't you turn a blind eye to it? In addition, my family is the Chong family, and nobody can get any benefit from it if it becomes big trouble, Chong Bingjian said. He tried to use his family's influence to protect himself from being punished. Although the 4 most powerful families in this country were at the same level, none of them was willing to act against others without gaining any benefit. They wouldn't take action unless they had solid proof. In that case, Chong Bingjian could be fine. And he would probably just be transferred to another city to avoid trouble. However, his notebook of bribery was also exposed this time. Therefore, the Chong family wouldn't protect him. So, I don't think the Chong family will protect you this time, and it will directly give you up, said the head of the public security department. No one could help Chong Bingjian out this time. That's impossible, Chong Bingjian said with confidence. Do you think that we only have this video? Tang Quanjin sneered. Hearing that, Chong Bingjian was struck dumb for a second. What else do you have? He asked. You're accused of having a mistress and a love child, which is totally unacceptable because you're an important official, Tang Quanjin said. Chong Bingjian was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Do you have evidence? Chong Bingjian almost shouted. Tang Quanjin gave a glance to a policeman and the policeman showed Chong Bingjian the evidence. Chong Bingjian couldn't deny it right now, but he still argued. There are other officials who have a mistress and a love child in the government. Why are you only targeting me? Look at this. Tang Quanjin took out a notebook. It was a copy, but Chong Bingjian grabbed it away. No, it's impossible. It's fake. He still tried to get away with it. He couldn't admit it, because the Chong family would abandon him once he admitted it. You know it's your handwriting, and it was found in a safe from your house, Tang Quanjin said. Chong Bingjian didn't know what to say now. He was reluctant to accept it, but there was nothing he could do now. He was doomed to be put in jail this time. All right, whether you admit it or not, we're sure that you're guilty of many crimes, said the official from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chong Bingjian remained silent. That afternoon, Chong Bingjian's scandal erupted on Weibo, and many internet users began to talk about him. Another corrupt official. When can all of those corrupt officials be put in jail? There are both corrupt and good officials in our country. We can't ignore good officials just because a corrupt official is caught. I doubt that. There are too few good officials. I think it might have been exposed because of the conflict among different factions. Chapter 1364. Xu Qinyan cooks for Tang Qingyang. Come on, it's undeniable that Chong Bingjian is a corrupt official and he should be put in jail. I think you're defending this corrupt official. Although the internet user pointed out the truth, he was amid criticisms within a short time and didn't dare to talk about it further. Once the scandal broke, the Chong family heard about it. It was angry, but chose to abandon Chong Bingjian. There was solid proof, and the Chong family might be involved in big trouble if it tried to help Chong Bingjian out. As a result, the Chong family wasn't annoyed at Tang Quanjin, but Chong Bingjian, because he was too careless. It wasn't a secret that Chong Bingjian had accepted bribes many times. However, Chong Bingjian made it public this time. Besides, although the Chong family was aware of Chong Bingjian's bad deeds, it didn't know that he had accepted such a huge amount of bribes. In that case, Chong Bingjian was doomed to be put in jail. He was too dumb to be a good pawn now. People in power actually couldn't do whatever they wanted. Instead, they had to be more careful than ordinary people. Precisely because they were powerful, only those who were more powerful than them could cause them trouble. However, once their dirty secrets were exposed, no one would be able to help them out. After Chong Bingjian was arrested by the police, the other members in the Chong family had to be more careful than ever. They didn't know whether their enemy's target was only Chong Bingjian, or the whole Chong family. In order to keep the whole family safe, the members of the Chong family had to investigate to find the person who had the ability to put Chong Bingjian in jail. At 4 p.m., Xu Qinyan planned to go to Tang Qingyang's home and cook for him. Tang Qingyang was injured because of her, so she needed to thank him. However, Xu Qinyan didn't have Tang Qingyang's phone number, so she asked Zhang Rukan. Tang Qingyang was single, and he felt bored when he was alone in his house, so he often stayed in Zhang Rukan's place. Although Ba Tianyang stayed by his side, he seldom talked with him. The two didn't have common interests, and Ba Tianyang wasn't talkative either. Zhang Rukan lived in a big house after all, and he was single too. He felt bored as well, so he welcomed Ba Tianyang and Tang Qingyang to visit him. Zhang Rukan was unwilling to go back to the Zhang family's old house, because his parents always urged him to find a girlfriend. He knew that he wasn't young, but it wasn't easy for him to find a girl he liked. To be specific, he needed to find a girl who liked him too. For example, he liked Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend. When Xu Qinyan heard that Tang Qingyang was in Zhang Rukan's home, she directly drove to visit them. Zhang Rukan didn't know why Xu Qinyan wanted to see Tang Qingyang, so he was surprised when she showed up with bags of meat and vegetables. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Rukan asked. "To cook." Xu Qinyan smiled at him. "Wasn't Qingyang injured because of me yesterday? I think I should thank him by cooking for him." Saying that, Xu Qinyan pushed the door open and walked into Zhang Rukan's place as if it were her own. She and Zhang Rukan grew up together, so it was totally fine for her to do that. Zhang Rukan nodded and followed her. Xu Qinyan was good at cooking, so he loved to eat food cooked by her. In addition, he always dined outside, and it wasn't healthy. If his parents could stop urging him to find a girlfriend, he would be more than willing to go back to live in the Zhang family's house. Tang Qingyang was a good cook too, but he was injured now. "Miss Xu, did you want to see me?" Tang Qingyang said from the living room. The next second, he was surprised by the bags of meat and vegetables in her hands. "Yeah, and I want to thank you by cooking for you tonight," Xu Qinyan said and shook the bags in her hands. "Miss Xu, you don't need to do that. I'm already fine," Tang Qingyang said. He was indeed much better now, because he wasn't seriously injured and had the help of Ji Yuning's pill. "Don't fool me. You were bleeding the entire time yesterday," Xu Qinyan said. Afterwards, she walked straight to the kitchen. "Come on, just wait to enjoy the meal." Zhang Rukan patted Tang Qingyang's shoulder. Since Xu Qinyan already went to cook in the kitchen, Tang Qingyang accepted it in the end. Chapter 1365, A Perfect Couple. However, Tang Qingyang still felt it was a little inappropriate, so he walked into the kitchen and asked Xu Qinyan, "May I help?" "No, thanks, you'll only cause trouble here," Xu Qinyan said. Tang Qingyang didn't know what to say, because he was actually a good cook. "Qingyang, don't worry, Qingxin can handle it herself. It's a piece of cake for her," Zhang Rukan said and pulled Tang Qingyang away. Since Xu Qinyan didn't need his help, Tang Qingyang followed Zhang Rukan back to the living room. Once in a while, Tang Qingyang would look towards the kitchen, but he didn't know why. Zhang Rukan noticed and asked, "Qingyang, why are you always glancing at the kitchen? Do you have a special feeling for Qinyan?" "Nonsense." Tang Qingyang denied it at once. "Really?" Zhang Rukan cocked his eyebrow. Tang Qingyang didn't know how to explain it, so he directly closed his mouth. No woman had ever cooked for him before, and Tang Qingyang had a deep impression of Xu Qinyan. However, Zhang Rukan thought that Tang Qingyang stayed silent because he had a guilty conscience. "To be honest, I think you two would be a perfect couple. Do you want me to help? Could you please stop talking about it? There is a huge gap between Qinyan and me." Tang Qingyang gave Zhang Rukan a glare. Xu Qinyan's family was much more influential than his, and he felt inferior to her. In addition, even if he liked Xu Qinyan, they could only be together if Xu Qinyan also liked him. Most importantly, he still needed to focus on his revenge. "Come on, don't say that. I think you're a good quality man," Zhang Rukan said. "Although Qinyan's family is indeed more influential than yours, you're very outstanding among your peers." Tang Qingyang was a major shareholder of the Tang organization after all, and he had over 1 billion yuan in wealth. Compared with Tang Qingyang, Zhang Rukan was much poorer. "All right, can we drop this topic?" Tang Qingyang said. "Fine." Zhang Rukan didn't want to embarrass him. Even though he thought Xu Qinyan and Tang Qingyang would be a perfect couple, it was their personal affair. After the little argument with Zhang Rukan, Tang Qingyang didn't dare to look at the kitchen anymore. He didn't want Zhang Rukan to talk about it when Xu Qinyan walked out later. Xu Qinyan made 5 dishes for the 4 of them. She also cooked a nutritious soup for Tang Qingyang. Ji Yuning suddenly wanted to have seafood, so she decided to dine outside. When she arrived at the restaurant, she ran into Baili Zongyang in the hall. Baili Zongyang came with 2 of his friends. "What a coincidence. Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu," Baili Zongyang said. He already had the result of the investigation on Ji Yuning, and he was aware of Ji Yuning's changes before and after the car accident. About a year ago, Ji Yuning used to be a weak and unsociable girl, but she completely changed after the car accident. It seemed as if there was a different soul in the same body. Baili Zongyang was a man from the cultivation world, but he didn't believe in reincarnation. Therefore, Baili Zongyang thought that Ji Yuning probably pretended to be weak. However, Ji Yuning became a kung fu master after the car accident too, which was difficult for him to understand the reason for. He knew nothing about Ji Yuning's life in the past, so he regarded it as her disguise. Moreover, Ji Yuning was unusually good at stone gambling, and she started jade beauty jewelry doing it, which was another big question in Baili Zongyang's mind. He didn't understand why Ji Yuning was so excellent at stone gambling. Cultivators needed magical power to practice their cultivation, and magical power from jade was one of their energy sources, so they began to learn stone gambling at a very early age. He knew stone gambling wasn't easy at all. Even a jade expert couldn't get jade every time when stone gambling. Baili Zongyang thought that Ji Yuning could probably sense the magical power in the jade, but it was only a guess. As a senior cultivator, Baili Zongyang couldn't sense the magical power in jade. Therefore, he didn't think it was very likely. Chapter 1366, May I Help? As for other things which had no relationship with magical power about Ji Yuning, Baili Zongyang had no interest in learning them. He had even slipped into Kalane's factory once to check its medicines. He felt magical power from them, but failed to find its source. He was confused. "Mr. Baili, nice to see you too." Ji Yuning smiled at him. She didn't know that Bailey Zongyang had done an investigation on her, so her attitude towards him stayed the same. Actually, even if she was aware of it, she wouldn't mind, because Bailey Zongyang had no intention to hurt her. In addition, Ji Yuning kept in touch with Bailey Zongyang because she wanted to learn more about the cultivation world. Miss Ji Yu, I've always wanted to invite you to share a meal together, but don't have the chance to see you. Would you mind dining with us today? Bailey Zongyang said politely. If he wanted to know more secrets about Ji Yuning, he had to interact with her more often. Ji Yuning understood that Bailey Zongyang was sincere and she also wanted to spend more time with him, so she agreed. Well, I see your friends are here with you. Is it appropriate? She asked. It's fine, we're just hanging out together. It's nothing serious, Bailey Zongyang said. Right, said Bailey Zongyang's two friends. Great, let's go now, Ji Yuning said. After that, they went to the private room that Bailey Zongyang booked. Bailey Zongyang handed Ji Yuning the menu and invited her to order first. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate and ordered some seafood she liked. Bailey Zongyang noticed her preference for seafood, so he ordered a seafood hotpot. During the meal, Bailey Zongyang casually asked Ji Yuning why she was so excellent at stone gambling. I've studied stone gambling, and learned a lot about it. I'm also very lucky, so it's more likely for me to cut out a piece of jade, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang cocked his eyebrow. He couldn't believe that Ji Yuning relied on her luck to play stone gambling. Although he didn't know whether it was a lie or not, he chose to accept this explanation. There were many unbelievable things and people in this world after all. He came from the cultivation world, and he knew a lot more about strange things than mortals. As a result, he agreed that Ji Yuning was very different from other people. To prevent Ji Yuning from becoming suspicious, Bailey Zongyang dropped this topic. At 6:30 p.m., Xu Qinyan finished cooking the meal. Once Xu Qinyan invited them to sit by the dining table, Zhang Rukan ran towards her. May I help? Tang Qingyang asked Xu Qinyan again after he watched her being busy in the kitchen for nearly an hour. Zhang Rukan gave Tang Qingyang a glance, but said nothing. He knew that Tang Qingyang didn't want to talk about his feelings towards Xu Qinyan right now. It's fine, you can just sit, Xu Qinyan said, then turned to get the other dishes in the kitchen. Since Xu Qinyan said that, Tang Qingyang sat down at the table. After a short while, Xu Qinyan placed the nutritious soup before Tang Qingyang and said, Qingyang, thank you so much for your help last night. My pleasure, Miss Xu, Tang Qingyang said. If it hadn't been for you, my face could have been disfigured, Xu Qinyan said with a serious expression. Xu Qinyan still felt scared of it in retrospect. Afterwards, they began to enjoy the meal. Ji Yuning left the restaurant alone after having dinner with Bailey Zongyang. Bailey Zongyang planned to hang out with his friends in a bar tonight, and they invited Ji Yuning to have fun together, but Ji Yuning said that she wanted to go home. When Chong Bingjian was arrested by the police, those who had bribed him also got into big trouble. Some officials had bribed Chong Bingjian for promotions, so they were going to be punished too. 5 officials were arrested that afternoon. 2 of them worked in the capital, while the other 3 came from other cities. Although they didn't hold high positions in the government, they were still guilty. And although they had a close relationship with Chong Bingjian, they weren't the Chong family's people. It wasn't easy for an official to choose a faction to side with after all. Because of Chong Bingjian, other corrupt officials stayed alert. Most of them didn't have a notebook of bribery, but some of them did, and they destroyed it right away. Corrupt officials could never be completely eliminated, because the desire for wealth or power always got the better of them. Chapter 1367. Lu Yu. As for the Zeng family, Zeng Kai couldn't deny what he had done because of the solid proof. However, this case hadn't been brought to the court yet, so he was kept in the Public Security Bureau for the time being. The HR manager was also under arrest now, and he was going to be held in detention for a few years. Zeng Lichang was bailed out because of his good attitude of confessing to his crimes. He would be lightly punished in the future. Ji Yuning didn't care how Zeng Lichang would be punished, because Zeng Kai was the key person in the case. She aimed to see Zeng Kai punished according to the law. Because the court hadn't begun yet, the amount of compensation Peng Xinghao could get wouldn't be revealed until it was over. In order to be successfully bailed out, Zheng Licheng didn't tell his wife, and instead called his brother-in-law. His wife wasn't a reasonable woman, and he was afraid that she might cause him more trouble. As a result, his wife wasn't aware of the case until he was back home in the night. Once she heard that Zheng Kai could be put in jail in the future, she argued loudly with Zheng Licheng and forced him to get Zheng Kai out. Actually, if the Zheng family had called the police when the accident happened, it wouldn't have become a big problem later, but they hadn't done that. The Zheng family didn't lack money at all, and it could easily afford the medical fee for Peng Xinghao. Besides, Zheng Licheng had given Chong Bingjian a bribe of a lot of money as well. Sometimes, people had to pay more for their stupid mistakes. When Zheng Kai won third place in the competition with the help of Peng Xinghao's designs, Zheng Licheng didn't want to see any bad news about Zheng Kai. He thought that Peng Xinghao was simply an ordinary citizen, so he could easily bully him. To his astonishment, Peng Xinghao met Ji Yuning this time. If Peng Xinghao had died, there would have been no testimony of a witness, and Zheng Kai could use his designs to win the competition. Zheng Licheng was too arrogant, so he made such a stupid mistake. He couldn't tolerate his wife's bad temper, and went to the study with his wife's younger brother, Lu Yu, to talk about it. "What else can we do now?" Lu Yu asked. "I have an idea, but I don't know whether it'll work," Zheng Licheng said with a frown. "What is it?" Lu Yu asked. "We can give Peng Xinghao some money to shut his mouth," Zheng Licheng said, but he didn't have much confidence. "We can give it a try. Even if Zheng Kai can't be released without being punished, he could get a lighter punishment," Lu Yu said. "I know, but I can't do that in person right now." "Can you help?" Zheng Licheng said. "Sure." Lu Yu agreed with alacrity. It wasn't very late now, so Lu Yu decided to visit Peng Xinghao as early as possible. Lu Yu was grateful to Zheng Licheng because Zheng Licheng had helped him with his business. His business almost went bankrupt last time, and it was Zheng Licheng who lent him a lot of money to overcome the crisis. At that time, he didn't need a small amount of money, he needed over 10 million yuan. It wasn't much for the Zheng family, but it wasn't little either. Therefore, even though Zheng Licheng had broken the law, Lu Yu was still willing to help him. When Lu Yu walked outside, Zheng Licheng's wife, his older sister, stopped him. She asked whether they had a good idea to get Zheng Kai out. Lu Yu told her that they were thinking about it. At the beginning, Peng Xiaoman felt uncomfortable with Zhou Weifan's presence, but Peng Xinghao talked to him a lot. Both of them were men after all. Moreover, Peng Xinghao and Zhou Weifan were playing the same game, Battle in the Sky, these days, so they soon became close. Zhou Weifan moved up in ranks at a high speed, and Peng Xinghao admired him, but he admired Ji Yuning more. He didn't know how long Ji Yuning had played the game, but he believed that it didn't cost her much time to get to a high level. Because Peng Xinghao's head was still injured, he couldn't play the game for long, otherwise he would have a competition with Zhou Weifan. After getting along with each other for hours, Peng Xiaoman relaxed, after which she also began to talk with Zhou Weifan. Lu Yu knew which hospital Peng Xinghao stayed, but he didn't know the ward number, so he went to ask the receptionist. Ordinary wards weren't confidential, so the receptionist told him. Only special wards were kept secret. Lu Yu came to offer an olive branch, so he brought some gifts with him. He went to Peng Xinghao's ward and knocked on the door. Chapter 1368, 2 million yuan. Because they didn't go to sleep yet and Peng Xiaoman thought the visitor was the doctor, she directly told him to come in. When a stranger walked inside, Peng Xiaoman was surprised and asked, "May I know your name?" Lu Yu was also struck dumb for a second when his sight fell on Peng Xinghao, because Peng Xinghao was awake and looked fine. He had heard that Peng Xinghao was seriously injured. "Oh, nice to see you. My name's Lu Yu, and the Zheng family hopes that I can have a talk with you about the accident," Lu Yu said. He didn't bother to hide his intention. However, Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao changed their expressions once they heard the Zheng family. "We have nothing to talk about with the Zheng family. If you want to have a talk, you can talk with the police or the court." Ji Yuning had already told them that Zheng Kai was arrested and would be put in jail in the near future. They were very grateful for what Ji Yuning had done for them. It was impossible that they would give it up right now. Even though Peng Xiaoman refused to talk with him, Lu Yu still insisted. Miss Peng, Mr. Peng, I understand that it's very unfair, and it's understandable that you hate the Zeng family, but the Zeng family is willing to pay you 2 million yuan. Hearing that, neither Peng Xiaoman nor Peng Xinghao showed excitement or greed. Instead, they were very mad. If you really want to do something for us, you should have done it earlier on. We don't care about money, and we don't want the 2 million yuan now, Peng Xiaoman said in anger. In fact, if the Zeng family had been willing to give them 500,000 yuan back then, they would have yielded because they knew they were no match for it. Nevertheless, things were different right now. Ji Yuning had saved Peng Xinghao's life, and the Zeng family was unforgivable. Lu Yu frowned, but wasn't surprised by the answer. Miss Peng, Mr. Peng looks fine now, and there is no need for you to be so stubborn. You can save more than 1 million yuan after the operation if you're willing to accept the compensation. He looks fine now. Xinghao was able to survive the fatal accident, but not because of you, and you're guilty of it forever. Peng Xiaoman was furious. Peng Xinghao couldn't stay calm either. Do you think money can buy everything? Will you be willing to accept 2 million yuan after I kill you? Lu Yu was also annoyed, but he didn't dare to argue with them. You can leave now. Peng Xiaoman lost her patience. Miss Peng. When Lu Yu wanted to say something else, Zhou Weifan walked over. Mr. Lu, please leave now, otherwise you won't be able to bear the result. Since Zhou Weifan came to protect Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao, he had to do his job well when it was necessary. Zhou Weifan was tall and muscular, which scared Lu Yu. Wait a second. Peng Xiaoman suddenly stopped him after he moved a few steps outwards. Lu Yu stopped at once, and thought that Peng Xiaoman changed her mind. Get your stuff out of here. Peng Xiaoman pointed at those gifts prepared by Lu Yu. Lu Yu was angry, but he had to listen to her. Once he left, Peng Xiaoman called Ji Yuning and told her what had happened. Although Lu Yu seemed kind this time, the Zeng family might do something else to threaten them later. Peng Xiaoman needed to thank Zhou Weifan, because Lu Yu was scared of them because of him. Peng Xiaoman was a weak woman, while Peng Xinghao was injured. If it hadn't been for Zhou Weifan, both of them might have been hurt. Lu Yu got back in his car, but he didn't start it right away. Instead, he called Zeng Lichang and told him the result. What? They don't want the 2 million yuan. Zeng Lichang was shocked. 2 million yuan was a lot for the poor, and he was greatly surprised that Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao would refuse to accept it. Didn't you threaten them? Zeng Lichang asked. Zeng Lichang had told Lu Yu to threaten them if they were unwilling to cooperate. There is a tall, strong man in the ward, and I think he's their bodyguard, Lu Yu said. I didn't dare to threaten them in front of him. Lu Yu was still scared of Zhou Weifan. Zeng Lichang was disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. The next day, Chen Durong called Ji Yuning at 10 a.m. He told her that he and his 3 staff members had been having nightmares these days. He thought that they might have something evil in their store. After meeting Ji Yuning, Chen Durong began to believe in evil antiques. Chapter 1369. A big problem. He had witnessed the great effect of Ji Yuning's pill before, so he could only turn to her for help. Ji Yuning also had the idea that there must be an evil antique in his store when she heard his complaint. She decided to go to the antique street right away. When she arrived at Xianxia Antique Store, she sensed yin and her sight fell on a blue and white porcelain. Chen Durong and other staff members indeed had a pale face. Ji Yuning took out several power crystals at once, and told them to take it. After which, she walked to the shelf. Chen Durong trusted Ji Yuning, so he listened to her. Because Chen Durong took it without hesitation, the other staff members followed him. In addition, Ji Yuning was like a god in their eyes, so they were willing to obey her orders. After taking the pill, they immediately felt much better. A short while later, their faces began to go back to normal. The great effect amazed them. They were very curious about it, but didn't ask anything. At the same time, Ji Yuning took the blue and white porcelain out. How did you get this? Ji Yuning didn't give it to Chen Durong, so Chen Durong must have acquired it himself. An old man in rags came here a week ago, and he said that he needed money to treat his grandson. He didn't ask a high price for it, so we took it, Chen Durong said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning sensed that something must be wrong. Because this antique was evil, the old man couldn't be healthy after staying with it for a long time. Ji Yuning didn't want to think that the old man was a bad person, but she needed to be careful. Anyway, she decided to do an investigation. If it really was a coincidence, she wouldn't think further about it, otherwise she wouldn't let the old man get away with it. Let me see the surveillance videos, Ji Yuning said. There were surveillance cameras in the store, and Ji Yuning planned to watch the videos first before she asked Kay to investigate it. Chen Durong played the videos for Ji Yuning, and she took a photo of the old man, then sent it to Kay. While waiting for the results from Kay, Ji Yuning stayed at the street. Ji Yuning had prepared another batch of antiques on her way to Xianxia antique store, so she wanted to put them on the shelves now. Chen Durong was amazed when Ji Yuning showed him those antiques. He was curious to know how Ji Yuning managed to get so many antiques, but he understood that she didn't want to talk about it. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning noticed that someone kept glancing at Xianxia antique store and looked unkind after she stayed inside for a dozen minutes. She found a place with a cover, then used her jade eyes. The person was a man about 30, and he had a stand close to the Xianxia antique store. Ji Yuning had a feeling that this man wasn't kind. However, she found real antiques at his stand. Although it wasn't very valuable, Ji Yuning wouldn't miss it since it was real. She told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to wait in the store, then walked outside by herself. Ji Yuning didn't know whether the man could recognize her, so she pretended to be a normal visitor. "Miss, I can give you a discount if you want to buy anything," the man said. Ji Yuning looked around for a while, and picked up a fake antique. "How much is this? You have a great taste. This is." The man began to brag about it, and Ji Yuning listened to him in silence. "You can give me 1800 yuan if you want it. How about this one?" Ji Yuning picked up another. The man bragged about it again before he told the price. The third time, Ji Yuning picked up the real antique. "How much is this?" The man lost patience this time and directly said, 3,000 yuan. He didn't think that Ji Yuning would really buy it, so he gave a high price. "Great, I want this one." Ji Yuning nodded, then gave the man 3,000 yuan. The man was surprised. If he had known that earlier, he would have said a higher price. The man definitely didn't know that this antique was real, so he was willing to sell it at the price of 3,000 yuan. Since Ji Yuning paid for it, he wouldn't refuse to take her money. Afterwards, he counted the money and gave Ji Yuning the antique. Ji Yuning then left with the real antique. The man was too happy and he counted the money again, so he didn't see that Ji Yuning walked into the Xianxia antique store. It was obvious that he didn't know Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning came back with an antique in her hands, Chen Durong smiled. "Boss, it must be real, right?" "Yeah, it cost me 3,000 yuan. Ji Yuning gave it to Chen Durong. Chen Durong took it and had a look at it, then priced it at 60,000 yuan. In fact, the antiques in Xianxia antique store were cheaper than those in other antique stores. Chapter 1370. Can't regret. When the man was happily counting the paper money, another stand owner next to him said, "Hey, I think you lost a lot of money this time." The man was struck dumb for a second, then asked, "Why? Do you know who that girl is?" The stand owner asked. "No idea, do you know her?" The man replied, "Yeah, she's the boss of Xianxia antique store, and I think the antique she just bought could be real." The stand owner said, "What?" The man was shocked, then immediately looked to Xianxia antique store. He had a bad feeling when he really saw Ji Yuning in it. Seriously, that antique could be real. The man was unwilling to believe it. If it was real, he would indeed lose a lot of money. "She's pretty good at antiques, but it doesn't mean that every antique she chooses is real, so it's hard to tell," the stand owner said. The man already accepted Ji Yuning's money, so he couldn't regret it now. Actually, the stand owner told the man the truth because he was jealous of the man. He couldn't sell a single object for a long time, but the man easily sold the antique within minutes. All of a sudden, the man stood up. and walked to Xianxia antique store. Hey, stop there. The stand owner tried to stop him, but it was too late. He gave up, and waited to see a drama. The man walked into Xianxia antique store and put on a sad expression the second he saw Ji Yuning. Miss, I just remembered that this antique is my family heirloom. My father told me to take good care of it when he passed away. Can you give it back to me? Before Ji Yuning said anything, he began to wipe his eyes. However, Ji Yuning already had heard his conversation with the stand owner, so she didn't believe him. Sure, I can give it back to you, Ji Yuning said, staring at him. Hearing that, the man's eyes lit up at once. You can pay 60,000 yuan for it if you want it back, Ji Yuning said. You. The man was mad. This antique was priced at 60,000 yuan now. You know that you can't regret it after you took my money, right? Ji Yuning added. The man absolutely was aware of this rule, but he wanted to deny it. He didn't want to lose so much money after all. I don't have that much money. Can I give you 10,000 yuan for it? The man said. Ji Yuning only paid 3,000 yuan for it, so she still could gain a lot by selling it at the price of 10,000 yuan. However, that was his own idea, and Ji Yuning disagreed with him. I know what you're thinking, but I can make much more by selling it at the price of 60,000 yuan. If you can't afford it, I can sell it to other people, Ji Yuning said. She wasn't dumb after all. The man was struck dumb for a second. Don't you have any sympathy for me? The man was unwilling to give up. Ji Yuning thought for a while, then said, well, I can give you a discount. You can get it back by paying 50,000 yuan. How about that? You. The man was annoyed. There was no difference between 50,000 yuan and 60,000 yuan. In fact, this antique could be sold at a high price in an antique store, but its price would be lower at a street stand. The man had heard a lot about Xianxia antique store, and he knew it had the support of many important figures in this industry. Therefore, he didn't dare to mess with Ji Yuning. In the end, he had to leave. Once he walked out, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi to follow him, because she thought that this man's behavior was very strange. A short while later, Ji Yuning received Kay's message. Kay told her that the old man was paid by a man to sell the blue and white porcelain to Xianxia antique store. That the old man had a grandson waiting to be treated was a complete lie. Besides, the old man made up the sad story and sold the blue and white porcelain at a low price in order to let Chen Durong take it. It was obviously a scheme. Since it was a scheme, Ji Yuning wouldn't allow the old man to get away with it. As a result, Ji Yuning told Kay to find out who the mastermind was. She also reminded Chen Durong and the other staff members to be more careful from now on. If they felt uncomfortable again, they could turn to her for help. Nobody wanted evil antiques, so Ji Yuning put the blue and white porcelain into her telepathic eye space. Chapter 1371, Meet the Fortune Teller again. Chen Durong was surprised when he learned that it was a scheme. Xianxia antique store was very popular and many people were jealous of it, but it had Master Yang's and Master Shu's support, so its enemies only dared to scheme against it. Ordinary people wouldn't know that it was an evil antique. Even experienced antique experts couldn't distinguish it from other normal antiques. If Chen Durong didn't have Ji Yuning's help, he could have lost his life. In that case, they had to stay alert. Ji Yuning didn't rush to leave before she finished what she needed to deal with here. Gao Yi was back yet, so she needed to wait for him. Because of the problem Chen Durong encountered, she came in a hurry, and didn't have much time to walk around the antique street. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Chen Durong to call her once Gao Yi was back, because she needed to have a walk outside. After that, Ji Yuning left with Xiaoya. However, before she could find a good antique, she ran into someone she didn't want to see again. That person was the fortune teller. Because Ji Yuning didn't want to see him, she immediately turned around to walk away. Nevertheless, the fortune teller already saw her and caught up to her excitedly. Hey, miss, why did you turn around the second you saw me? The fortune teller shouted at Ji Yuning's back. I don't want to see you, Ji Yuning said in annoyance. Why? The fortune teller asked. I hate medium psychics like you. Ji Yuning was a little rude. Why? The fortune teller asked again. Although I'm wandering around, I'm not a terrible man, and my fortune-telling is very accurate, he added. That's none of my business, and please stay away from me. Ji Yuning lost patience. Hearing that, the fortune-teller stumbled and almost fell. How could you be so rude to an old man? He was angry. Stay away from me, please, Ji Yuning said. Miss, I'm really good at fortune-telling. Can you give me a chance? The fortune-teller thought that Ji Yuning disliked him because she thought he was a liar. Boss, you can leave first, and I'll stop him, Xiaoya said. What? The fortune-teller turned to glare at Xiaoya. Ji Yuning, instead, agreed at once. Great. Without delay, she walked away, while the fortune-teller was stopped by Xiaoya. He began to fight back, but he was no match for Xiaoya, so he had to watch Ji Yuning walking away. He was furious, but still shouted to Ji Yuning's back. You can't avoid me forever, and I'm determined to tell your fortune. Ji Yuning's fortune was so special that he was reluctant to give up. However, their argument attracted much attention from passers-by. People had a bad impression of fortune-tellers, so they all began to criticize him. He's just a liar. Right, he simply wants money. He will deceive you into doing something meaningless and useless. Many liars disguise themselves as fortune-tellers for money, so many people hated them. The fortune-teller was mad and felt humiliated. However, he had to admit that many people had been deceived by liars who disguised themselves as fortune-tellers. Therefore, he gave up arguing with them and left in anger. After that, Xiaoya also walked away. Actually, the fortune-teller didn't walk far away, but hid himself in a corner. He tried to find Ji Yuning by following Xiaoya. Xiaoya was a professional killer, and soon noticed that the fortune-teller was following her. Given Xiaoya's ability, it was super easy for her to get rid of him. Within a minute, the fortune-teller lost Xiaoya. He was angry at himself when Xiaoya disappeared in his sight. Unfortunately, there were too many people at the antique street, and it was impossible for him to find Xiaoya again. After getting rid of the fortune-teller, Xiaoya went back to Xianxia antique store, but Gao Yi was still absent. Ji Yuning went to the second floor of Xianxia antique store in case the fortune-teller saw her again. She used her jade eyes to see where the fortune-teller was so that she could avoid him later. The fortune-teller walked down to the end of this street. When Ji Yuning's sight fell on his body for 2 seconds, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the direction of Xianxia antique store. Ji Yuning was scared and withdrew her sight. Was it possible that the fortune-teller could sense her look? There was a long distance between them. Was it just a coincidence? Chapter 1372, Don't care about the credit. Ji Yuning thought that it couldn't be a coincidence, so she thought this fortune-teller was very dangerous. About 20 minutes later, Gao Yi was back. The man Gao Yi followed went back home after he left the antique street. He made a call and said everyone was fine in the Xianxia antique store on the phone afterwards. Except for that, he said nothing more. Ji Yuning realized that this man must have something to do with the evil blue and white porcelain. However, it seemed this man was paid by someone else to cause Xianxia antique store trouble. When it was done, Ji Yuning and her 2 bodyguards left. It was time for lunch. After they left the antique street, they went to dine together first before they went back to the company. During the meal, Ji Yuning received a call from Tang Quanjun. He told her that the court would deal with this case at 2 p.m. that afternoon because Chong Bingjian already confessed to his crimes. However, they needed the original of Chong Bingjian's notebook, so he hoped that Ji Yuning could give it to him. Ji Yuning agreed, and decided to meet him later. If it was possible, she also wanted to sit in on the case. It was 12:30 p.m. when Ji Yuning finished lunch. There was always a traffic jam in the capital, so Ji Yuning set off right away to the court. When Ji Yuning finally arrived, it was only half an hour from the beginning of the trial. She called Tang Quanjun the second she arrived. Tang Quanjun said that he would come in a few minutes. Ji Yuning then waited for him at the parking lot. A few minutes later, Tang Quanjun came and Ji Yuning got out of her car with Xiaoya, while Gao Yi stayed inside. Right when Tang Quanjun was about to call Ji Yuning, he saw her walking towards him. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu." Tang Quanjun politely greeted Ji Yuning. He thought that it wasn't a bad thing if he could draw Ji Yuning over to his side. Nice to see you again. Ji Yuning also smiled at him. Ji Yuning understood that Tang Quanjun must have learned a lot about her achievements from his attitude. Without delay, she gave Tang Quanjun the original notebook. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your help, you've done a lot for us in this case, Tang Quanjun said. I don't care about the credit, and I just hope those guilty people can be punished according to the law, Ji Yuning said. She knew Tang Quanjun had support from other more important officials, because he alone couldn't handle it properly. Ji Yuning didn't mind it at all. At the same time, she wanted to protect herself by hiding her effort in this case. Even though the Chong family didn't stand out for Chong Bingjian this time, it wouldn't give up getting revenge on those who put him in jail. If the Chong family found out that Ji Yuning was also involved, she might be in trouble. Shi Yuang actually already reported this case to Leng Yuanjun, because Leng Yuanjun had an important position in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. When Leng Yuanjun learned that Ji Yuning had gotten Chong Bingjian's notebook of bribery, he was astonished. And although Leng Yuanjun was aware of it now, he didn't tell anyone else, including Master Leng. Leng Yuanjun didn't tell Shi Yuang about Ji Yuning's relationship with the Leng family either, because it wasn't necessary. It's hot outside. Let's get in now, Tang Quanjun said. They walked into the court building and sat in the lounge. You can sit with me where the audience seats are, and you don't need to attend it yourself. We have clear evidence about Chong Bingjian's crimes, so it'll be done today, Tang Quanjun said. The Chong family didn't show up at the court, but Chong Bingjian's family did. His father, older brother, younger sister, wife, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law all came. When they saw Tang Quanjun, they looked angry, because they blamed him for everything. In their eyes, it was Tang Quanjun who put Chong Bingjian in jail. The notebook was the key evidence in this case, and Tang Quanjun reported it to his leader without hesitation. Chong Bingjian and Tang Quanjun were opponents in politics, so there was no reason for Tang Quanjun to hesitate to do that. Actually, if Tang Quanjun was in trouble, Chong Bingjian would do the same thing to throw him in jail. Luckily, Tang Quanjun was comparatively honest and upright. There was no absolutely honest official in politics. Sometimes, an honest official would be forced to take some gifts and do some favors for people. Chapter 1373, Master Chong. It was legal to receive some small gifts, as long as they weren't too expensive. There was no perfect person or official in this world. Not everyone in the same faction as the Leng family was completely honest, but most of the Leng family's allies were good officials, like Tang Quanjun and Shi Yuang. The style of the members in a faction relied on their supporters. If their supporters had no intention to break the law, they wouldn't do it either, and vice versa. Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to help the Leng family get rid of a corrupt official if she found any in the same faction as it. Tang Quanjun didn't bother to face Chong Bingjian's family, and he simply gave them a glance. Chong Bingjian's family, on the contrary, walked towards him in great anger. Tang Quanjun, you. Chong Bingjian's younger sister, Chong Chiwei, began to shout at Tang Quanjun once she walked near, but Master Chong stopped her. Shut your mouth. Chong Chiwei was unwilling to do that, but she had to listen to her father. It was not only Chong Chiwei, the other family members of Chong Bingjian also glared at him. Deputy Director Tang, good for you. Chong Bingjian's father said in a very unkind tone. I'm flattered, Master Chong, Tang Quanjun said calmly. Chong Bingjian's father was the younger brother of the leading role in the Chong family, and other people called him Master Chong when his older brother was absent. However, Master Chong and his older brother didn't share the same mother, because their father had a wife and several concubines. Back in the old time, it was very common for a rich man to have a wife and concubines. As a result, Master Chong had a neither bad nor good relationship with his older brother. His older brother had actually helped his family a lot. Because they were a family after all, they worked together to bring glory to their family. The direct line of descent of the Chong family abandoned Chong Bingjian because his crimes were totally unacceptable. Master Chong didn't want to see the result, but he understood it, so he didn't complain about it at all. He was reluctant to affect the Chong family. Chong Bingjian's family was mad at Tang Quanjun, so they sat far away from him. However, they still glared at Tang Quanjun once in a while. In fact, Chang Bingjian's family was aware of the cruelty of the competition in politics. Enemies always acted against each other. Nevertheless, one of its members was in big trouble now, so they were quite angry. Besides, if Chang Bingjian was put in jail, his family would lose a lot too. When it was only 10 minutes away from 2 p.m., the gate of the courtroom opened, and people walked inside one after another. Tang Quanjun and Ji Yuning sat on the right side, while Chang Bingjian's family sat on the left side. Once it was 2 p.m., Chang Bingjian was brought to the court. His eyes were full of hatred when he saw Ji Yuning and Tang Quanjun. Even though he already confessed to his crimes, it didn't mean that he would stop hating Tang Quanjun and Ji Yuning. The judge came later, and the trial began. Because Chang Bingjian had confessed to his crimes, the trial was over within an hour. It was impossible for him to deny his crimes, so he had to accept the result. Because Chang Bingjian had accepted too many bribes, he was directly sentenced to death. Actually, as long as the number of bribes was over tens of million yuan, the official would be sentenced to death. Chang Bingjian had accepted over 200 million yuan this time. Hearing the sentence, Chang Bingjian's wife fainted and Master Chang was also shocked. Even Chang Bingjian couldn't believe his ears. No, it's impossible. Chang Chiwei said out loud. They knew that Chang Bingjian had seriously broken the law, but they still believed that Chang Bingjian could survive because of his close relationship with the Chang family. They planned to get Chang Bingjian out of jail when the Chang family pushed its people to the most powerful position in this country. It was much better than staying in jail forever. However, Chang Bingjian was directly sentenced to death. Chang Bingjian's family refused to accept the result, but there was nothing they could do now. It was already done. Chang Bingjian was taken away later, and his family had to leave. Because Chang Bingjian's wife already passed out, his older brother carried her on his back, and Master Chang was supported by Chang Chiwei's husband when they walked outside. Since the trial was over, Ji Yuning also left. Chang Bingjian's family still glared at Tang Quanjun once Tang Quanjun showed up. Chang Chiwei ran to Tang Quanjun and shouted at him when they were out of the court. Tang Quanjun, it's all your fault. You've ruined. She even wanted to slap Tang Quanjun. Stop her now. Master Chang was mad and said to Chang Chiwei's husband. Chang Chiwei's husband then went to pull her back. Chapter 1374, Ancient Charm. Unfortunately, it was too late for Chang Chiwei's husband to stop her and she was about to touch Tang Quanjun. Although they wanted to see Tang Quanjun in trouble, Chang Chiwei couldn't do that in public. Tang Quanjun was an important official in the police system, and he wasn't weak at all, especially when a woman attacked him. Therefore, Tang Quanjun easily avoided Chang Chiwei. Chang Chiwei, instead, couldn't stop her steps right away, and she bumped into the pillar behind Tang Quanjun. With a loud sound, her forehead started swelling. Ji Yuning was amused by the scene, so was Chao Ya. Chang Chiwei's husband went to help her get back to her feet at once. What are you doing? This is the court. Don't cause trouble here. Chang Chiwei wanted to argue, but her father stopped her again. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Go back home now. They couldn't wait to pay Tang Quanjun back, but not now. As for Chang Chiwei's injury, she could only accept it and swallow the anger. Chang Chiwei was reluctant to leave, but she had to listen to her father. After that, they gave Tang Quanjun a glare and left. Deputy Director Tang, you must be careful these days, Ji Yuning said. Thanks, I will, Tang Quanjun said. He knew that Chang Bingjian's family wouldn't leave him alone, because he caused the death of Chang Bingjian. Even if they wouldn't attack Tang Quanjun themselves, they might hire a killer to do it for them. Oh, the Zheng family's case will be brought to court in a few days, Tang Quanjun said. Great. Ji Yuning nodded. She actually didn't care about the date, because she only wanted to see Zheng Kai punished. After that, Ji Yuning went back to her company. When she was back in her car, she checked her phone and found a message from Kay. Kay had the result and emailed her. Ji Yuning decided to read it after she was back in her office, because it was more convenient to use her computer to read the email. Once Ji Yuning was in her office, she clicked the email open. Kay followed the old man who sold the blue and white porcelain to them through surveillance cameras, and he found the man who paid the old man to do that. It all began with this evil blue and white porcelain. At 9 a.m., a man carried a bag of objects to an antique store named Ancient Charm at the Antique Street. The evil blue and white porcelain was in the bag. Ji Yuning knew Ancient Charm. Actually, she remembered the name of every antique store at the Antique Street. Ancient Charm used to be as popular as Xianxia Antique Store, but Xianxia Antique Store became much more popular than Ancient Charm after Ji Yuning took it over. The boss of Ancient Charm liked the man's objects, so he bought them. Normally, the purchase price was very low, because everyone knew that those objects were stolen from graves. Grave diggers already had a sell and buy agreement with antique stores. Because grave digging was illegal, grave diggers couldn't directly sell those objects they had stolen to buyers. They had to sell them to antique stores. Antique stores wouldn't accuse them nor call the police, because they were in the same boat. Grave diggers also thought that the purchase price was too low, but they didn't have a better way to make more money. Li Maosong and his friends sold their objects in the black market, but they still couldn't make as much money as they were supposed to get. Speaking of Li Maosong, he and his friends arrived at the capital a day later than Ji Yuning. The crew of the new show needed more people to help, so Ji Yuning told them to go to the crew first. Therefore, Li Maosong and his friends were working in the crew of an empress of military blood now. After the boss of Ancient Charm bought the bag of objects, he took a liking to the blue and white porcelain at first glance. Nevertheless, another man visited Ancient Charm once the grave digger was gone. It was very hot, but he still put on black clothing with a baseball cap and a mask. It seemed like he didn't want to touch the sunlight. Ji Yuning had a strange feeling when she saw the man in the video, but she couldn't see his face clearly. The man said that he wanted to see the bag of objects the grave digger just sold to the boss. The boss of Ancient Charm definitely wouldn't refuse to make a deal, but he wanted to keep the blue and white porcelain himself. The man in black didn't give up, but had a talk with the boss of Ancient Charm aside. Ji Yuning could only see the picture without sound from the video, so she had no idea what the man in black was talking about with the boss of Ancient Charm. In the end, the boss of Ancient Charm still refused to sell the blue and white porcelain, so the man in black bought something else. Ji Yuning guessed that the man in black must have told the boss of Ancient Charm the problem of the blue and white porcelain. She thought of cultivators at once. Chapter 1375. Play the game from the man's outfit. He must be a member of the evil practice if he was really a cultivator. Anyway, it was only Ji Yuning's guess, because she didn't see the man with her own eyes and couldn't make a judgment from his breath, but she thought that it was close to the mark. After the man in black was gone, the boss of Ancient Charm said something to one of his staff members, then the staff member walked to the backyard right away and he came back with a man. The man was precisely the person who made a deal with the old man and told the old man to sell the evil blue and white porcelain to Xianxia Antique Store. The boss of Ancient Charm said something to the man, then the man made a call and left with the evil blue and white porcelain after about half an hour. He had a secret meeting with the old man. There were few people around them, but there were surveillance cameras, which was the reason why Kay was able to discover him. The old man took the evil blue and white porcelain from the man and walked away afterwards. It was clear that it was a scheme planned by Ancient Charm. It was jealous of Xianxia Antique Store, so it played a dirty trick. Ji Yuning used to think that she should severely punish the mastermind behind the scheme, but now she changed her mind. It wasn't a big deal after all, and she also gained a valuable blue and white porcelain. As a result, Ji Yuning decided to forget it, but she wouldn't forgive them if it happened again. However, Ji Yuning was interested in the man in black. If she was able to meet him once more, she would seize the chance to deal with him. Kay called Ji Yuning shortly after she was in her office. Ji Yuning told him that she was in her office, so Kay went upstairs to see her. "Hey, boss, are you free now?" Kay asked anxiously. "Log in the game right now. You have no idea how crazy those players are. Within only a few days, several of them already made the intermediate grade. They must be ace game players, and they keep adding you as their friend in the system. They want to challenge you, but aren't getting a response, so they're annoyed now," Kay said. "What? Ji Yu-ning was surprised. If Kay didn't tell her that, she would have almost forgotten about the game. All right, I'll go check, Ji Yu-ning said and took out her phone. As soon as she opened the game, she saw many messages which reminded her to add a friend. Kay walked out after telling Ji Yu-ning the news. Those gamers were online all the time, so they immediately saw it when Ji Yu-ning accepted their requests to add her as their friend. There were only 8 of them, so Ji Yu-ning spent some time chatting with them and told them that she had been busy recently. It wasn't a secret that Ji Yu-ning had several companies, so they understood why she was absent for days. Afterwards, they asked Ji Yu-ning whether she was free for a round. Ji Yu-ning gave them an affirmative answer, then they began to play the game together. Players needed to play in teams in the game, and each team could only have 5 members at the most. There were 8 of them, so they had to be separated into several teams. Nevertheless, more than 5 players wanted to team up with Ji Yu-ning. That being the case, another player stood out and became a team leader, and the other players would be randomly assigned by the system to join his or Ji Yu-ning's team. The number of members could be decided by the team leader. Ji Yu-ning decided to have 4 team members, so only 3 players could join her team. After a short while, the 2 teams were done. Some players who wanted to be in the same team with Ji Yu-ning felt a little disappointed when they failed to do so, but they were willing to challenge her as well. They could only challenge her when they played against her. After that, they began to play the game. At the beginning of the game, they showed up separately in a beast forest. They needed to find their teammates and fight against their enemies at the same time. As long as all of the members of a team were killed, the other team won. Teammates could contact each other by typing or voice chatting, so that they could talk about their locations and strategies. It was harder for a player to move up in ranks alone, because he had to play against pseudo-enemies. All the players who already became Ji Yu-ning's friends were ace game players, so it wasn't easy for Ji Yu-ning to win the game either. In the end, Ji Yu-ning's team still won, but it lost 2 members. Only Ji Yu-ning and another teammate survived. Anyway, it was still awesome to win the game when they had fewer teammates. After playing several rounds, Ji Yu-ning made an excuse and left. During those rounds, Ji Yu-ning's team won every time. The other players had to admit that Ji Yu-ning was much better than them. When Ji Yu-ning left, they also stopped playing the game to have a rest. They posted a screenshot of Ji Yu-ning's team's victory on the forum and showed off their experience, which drew a lot of envy from other players. What? They have already played the game with Goddess Ji Yu. Chapter 1376, Transfer to Another Hospital. They're so unbelievable that they could add Goddess Ji Yu as their friend within such a short time. Goddess Ji Yu is my idol. Another game player later posted a video of Ji Yu-ning fighting against a beast in the game, which attracted more compliments. Wow, Goddess Gu's skills are so impressive. It's so cool. Is the role in the game really Goddess Ji Yu? Of course, we even talked with each other by voice chatting. Leng Xiaoming went to visit Leng Xiaojia on Saturday, once he was back in the capital. His heart ached for her after knowing what she had been through, but he also thought that she asked for it herself. Leng Xiaojia had a bad temper, and she had to learn to behave herself. They had reminded her not to be so aggressive before, but she wouldn't listen. If Leng Xiaojia still couldn't change her attitude towards others, her future might be ruined by herself. Leng Xiaojia had been lying in the bed for 2 days, but her waist was as painful as always. She kept moaning in pain, but the doctor failed to find the reason. In the night, she relied on anesthetic to fall asleep, but it wasn't good for her body, so her family was very worried about her. No, it's so painful. Leng Xiaojia complained. Why? What should we do now? The doctor said that she's fine, but she's moaning all day long. Zhang Shuyuan felt heartbroken, seeing Leng Xiaojia's miserable expression. Her waist is hurting, but the doctor can't tell why. Leng Xiaoming felt it was strange. Should we transfer her to another hospital? This hospital actually wasn't the best hospital in the capital, but it was the closest one to where Leng Xiaojia got injured. It was located in the city center, so it wasn't a bad hospital, but Leng Xiaoming thought that it didn't mean that this hospital wouldn't make mistakes. If they transferred Leng Xiaojia to a better hospital, they might find out why her waist was always hurting. Zhang Shuyuan thought about it, then agreed with Leng Xiaoming. Great, we should go to another hospital for the medical exam, Zhang Shuyuan said. After that, Leng Xiaojia was transferred to the best hospital in the capital. Unfortunately, the doctor there still failed to find out why Leng Xiaojia still had a painful waist. Her waist looked totally fine on the medical equipment. If they couldn't find out the reason, they didn't know how to treat Leng Xiaojia. As a result, the doctor could only advise Leng Xiaojia to apply an ointment to the painful part of her waist to see whether it was effective. Zhang Shuyuan and the others didn't know what else they could do now, so they listened to the doctor. Because it was Saturday, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were back in the Leng family's house too, and they learned what had happened to Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoxun had no sympathy for Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoxi disliked Leng Xiaojia as well. Both of them believed that Leng Xiaojia deserved it. Leng Xiaojia was too aggressive in her daily life, so she had to learn a lesson sooner or later. In fact, she should have learned the lesson earlier on. Although Leng Xiaoxi was comparatively quieter and was always bullied by Leng Xiaojia, it didn't mean that she was a coward. Instead, she clearly remembered what Leng Xiaojia had done to her, but she didn't dare to get revenge on Leng Xiaojia. Only Leng Xiaoxun dared to act against Leng Xiaojia. Although Leng Xiaoxi hated Leng Xiaojia, she had no intention to hurt or kill her. They were a family. After all, Yu Yin told them to visit Leng Xiaojia when they were free. Although Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were unwilling to do that, they still had to visit Leng Xiaojia to show their manners. However, they didn't know that Leng Xiaojia was already transferred to another hospital, so they didn't see her. Leng Xiaoxun was annoyed and called his mother at once. Yu Yin told him to ask Zhang Shuyuan, but Leng Xiaoxun refused, and since Leng Xiaoxun refused to visit Leng Xiaojia, Leng Xiaoxi wouldn't go either. Yu Yin understood their feelings, so she didn't force them to do it again. They wouldn't go to visit Leng Xiaojia, but they knew that Ji Yuning was in the capital now, so they decided to dine with her. Ji Yuning was their idol, and they didn't think they were strangers even though they had only met each other a few times. Without delay, Leng Xiaoxun called Ji Yuning and invited her to dine together. Ji Yuning was free that afternoon, so she accepted their invitation. The capital was very large, so Leng Xiaoxun asked for Ji Yuning's location in order to save some time. Ji Yuning gave him the address, and Leng Xiaoxun thought of a famous restaurant which was near to her, then they decided to meet there. It was almost 5 p.m., so they decided to meet at 6 p.m. After hanging up the call with Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoxun made a call to book a private room right away. He then sent Ji Yuning a message to tell her its number. Ji Yuning had been to the restaurant before, and it only took her about 20 minutes to get there. She didn't go with Gao Yi and Chao Ya this time. When she arrived, it was about 5:40 p.m. Chapter 1377, Are you happy that she's injured? This restaurant wasn't built for business people, but looked like a Sihewan in an ancient and yet modern style, which was quite special. It was very popular, and almost half of its hall was occupied before 6 p.m., and even though there were some vacant tables, they were probably reserved for other diners. Actually, although this restaurant was very big and popular, it wasn't crowded every day. However, the prices there were lower than in a 5-star hotel, so it was affordable in many people's eyes. Ji Yuning went straight to the private room once she arrived. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were still absent, so she sat down to wait for them. When it was almost 6 p.m., Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi still didn't show up, but they gave Ji Yuning a call. I'm sorry. We're caught by a traffic jam on the road, so we'll be a few minutes late, Leng Xiaoxun said. It's fine. You don't need to rush, and you must be careful, Ji Yuning said. She knew that the traffic jam was terrible in the capital, so she stayed calm. Leng Xiaoxun was aware that Ji Yuning had a good temper, but he still needed to give her a call if he was going to be late. Although they regarded Ji Yuning as a member of their family, it didn't mean they could be impolite. About a dozen minutes later, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi arrived, and they ran to the private room without hesitation. They apologized to Ji Yuning again before they seated themselves to order. Once the waiter left after they finished ordering, Leng Xiaoxun said to Ji Yuning with excitement, Ningning, I must share a piece of good news with you. Leng Xiaojia was beaten by someone. Saying that, Leng Xiaoxun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, nobody knows who the attacker is, but we all know that it must be Leng Xiaojia's fault, because she's always arrogant and aggressive. In addition, she isn't seriously injured, so Grandpa told them to stop investigating it. Ji Yuning was surprised when Leng Xiaoxun told her that the Leng family would give up investigating it. She used to be worried about it, so she kept it a secret from others. Besides, they thought that Leng Xiaojia wasn't seriously injured because they didn't know her waist was damaged by Ji Yuning's magical power. Anyway, the Leng family was a reasonable family because it knew Leng Xiaojia's personality very well. Ji Yuning actually didn't think that Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia would be willing to listen to Master Leng, because they were very mean. They probably agreed on the surface, but would still continue to investigate it behind Master Leng's back. Nevertheless, even if they wouldn't give up, Ji Yuning would be fine. Are you happy that she's injured? Ji Yuning looked at Leng Xiaoxun with a smile. Of course. I hate her because she's always arrogant. She should have learned her lesson earlier on. Leng Xiaoxun said. My mother told us to visit her today, but she's transferred to another hospital, so we decided to see you instead, Leng Xiaoxun added. Ningning, how's your engagement with Xiaoting now? Leng Xiaoxi asked with concern. She liked Ji Yuning very much, and couldn't wait to see her legally become a member of the Leng family. She admired Ji Yuning, and hoped that Ji Yuning could be with Leng Xiaoting forever. When will you be engaged? Leng Xiaoxun asked with anticipation. I think we probably need to do that next year, Ji Yuning said. In fact, she was a little disappointed when she heard the news, but she didn't think it was a big deal. They were only going to be engaged, instead of getting married, and it wouldn't change their life but only titles. Leng Xiaoting, on the contrary, was unhappy about it for a long time. Next year, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi looked disappointed too. They thought that Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning would be engaged soon. In the Leng family's house, Leng Yuanjun, Master Leng's youngest daughter, and her husband along with their daughter came. Leng Yuanjun and her husband just heard about what had happened to Leng Xiaojia, so they came back with their daughter. Because of the delay of their flight, they didn't arrive until the night. They didn't live in the capital, but a first-tier city which was a little far away, so it wasn't easy for them to come back to the capital. Leng Yuanjun knew that Leng Xiaojia wasn't seriously injured, so she decided to go back to the Leng family's house before she went to the hospital. Once they showed up, the Leng family welcomed them and they went to dine together before they left to visit Leng Xiaojia. Because Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaoming stayed in the hospital to keep Leng Xiaojia company, they were absent now. Chapter 1378. Leng Yuanjun. Because Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi failed to see Leng Xiaojia, Master Leng called Zhang Shuyuan and asked where they were right now. They transferred Leng Xiaojia to another hospital, but didn't tell Master Leng, so Master Leng was annoyed and criticized them. Oh, have you found out who the attacker is yet? Leng Yuanjun asked all of a sudden. Leng Yuanjun had married into another family for years, so she didn't know much about Leng Xiaojia's personality. Although Leng Xiaojia was already a spoiled kid when she was young, Leng Yuanjun thought that she had grown up now. She didn't think that Leng Xiaojia would be as naughty as a kid. Leng Yuanjun came back to visit the Leng family about twice or 3 times a year, but she didn't see Leng Xiaojia often. The Leng family was a very influential family in this country, and she couldn't believe that someone dared to attack Leng Xiaojia. She also knew that the Leng family was a reasonable family, so they wouldn't deny their faults. In fact, Leng Yuanjun didn't get along with Zhang Shuyuan either, and they frequently argued with each other before Leng Yuanjun married into another family. Now that they didn't see each other often, they became polite to each other. However, Leng Yuanjun didn't think that Zhang Shuyuan would change. Master Leng looked a little mad. We won't investigate it, because Xiaojia should learn from it. If she can't learn to behave herself from now on, our family will be involved in trouble one day because of her. Hearing that, Leng Yuanjun frowned. It seemed that she had the wrong opinion of Leng Xiaojia. Although the Leng family was very influential in this country, it still had a lot of strong enemies. Leng Yuanjun was disappointed in Leng Xiaojia, then cared less about her. Oh, right, how about the date of Xiaoting's engagement with his girl? Leng Yuanjun asked again. Because Leng Yuanjun kept in touch with Master Leng and they cared about Leng Xiaoting very much, they talked about him every time they called each other. As a result, Leng Yuanjun knew a lot about Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Before Leng Yuanjun married into another family, she treated Leng Xiaoting very well because among their siblings, she had the closest relationship with his father. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting was used to being cold to others, so he and Leng Yuanjun were kind of strangers now. Even if Leng Yuanjun wanted to talk with Leng Xiaoting more often, she didn't know what to say and she had to learn more information about him through Master Leng. Moreover, it was hard for others to contact Leng Xiaoting before he met Ji Yuning, because he stayed in the military base most of the time. He was never able to relax. He only learned to enjoy his life after meeting Ji Yuning. It was true that Ji Yuning had completely changed him and his life. Tang said that there is no good date this year, so they will be engaged next year, Master Leng said. I understand. It's fine if they need to wait for a while longer, since they're deeply in love now, Leng Yuanjun said to comfort Master Leng. Leng Yuanjun had a good impression of Ji Yuning. It wasn't easy for a young girl to make so many great achievements. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoting liked her. They all felt happy for Leng Xiaoting after he found his love. As long as Leng Xiaoting found his love, the Leng family was willing to accept a girl from an ordinary family. If it was possible, they naturally hoped that Leng Xiaoting could find someone from a family at the same level as the Leng family. It wasn't because the Leng family was snobbish, but because it wasn't an ordinary family, and it needed powerful support as much as possible. Therefore, the young generation from powerful families couldn't make decisions for their marriages on their own. Except for Leng Xiaoting's father, the other members in the Leng family didn't date whoever they wanted to date. It wasn't because of Master Leng, but because they needed to make allowances for the Leng family's benefits. Luckily, they all had happy marriages. In addition to that, the members of the Leng family were all loyal to their partners. For example, even if Zhang Shuyuan had a bad temper, Leng Yuanqin never had the idea to divorce her. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning was very outstanding among her peers as to her abilities and family background, which was a great advantage to the Leng family. With Ji Yuning's help, the Leng family could be more powerful and be in a safer situation. In the Tang family, although Tang Yunhang hadn't chosen to join a faction in politics yet, the four dominant families in the capital didn't dare to force him to make a choice. And once Ji Yuning married Leng Xiaoting, the Tang family would be in the same boat with the Leng family. Even though Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayong were still unmarried, they wouldn't marry a girl from the other three families in the future after Ji Yuning married into the Leng family. Chapter 1379, Leng Xiaoting meets a man from the evil practice. When the Leng family knew the address of the new hospital that Leng Xiaojia was admitted to, they went to visit her after dinner. Leng Yuanjun's family also went there with the Leng family. On the way, Yu Yin called Leng Xiaoxun and told him to go to the new hospital later. At this time, Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoxun, and Leng Xiaoxi already finished dinner and they planned to gather together with several other friends tonight, but Yu Yin's call interrupted their discussion. Leng Xiaoxun was unwilling to visit Leng Xiaojia, but Leng Yuanjun's family came, so he had to meet his family. Fine. Leng Xiaoxun agreed in the end, but he didn't tell Yu Yin that Ji Yuning was with him. If Yu Yin knew, she would tell Ji Yuning to visit Leng Xiaojia as well. It wasn't a secret that Ji Yuning never got along with Leng Xiaojia, and Leng Xiaoxun was afraid that Ji Yuning might be unhappy. After hanging up the call with Yu Yin, Leng Xiaoxun said to Ji Yuning, "Ningning, we have to visit Leng Xiaojia now, but I didn't tell my mother that you're with us because I was afraid that you'd be unhappy about it." "Thanks, I am unwilling to see her, but you can go now," Ji Yuning said. "Great, see you then." "See you." Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi stood up and were ready to leave. Ji Yuning also walked out. To prevent Ji Yuning from paying the bill before him, Leng Xiaoxun ran to settle the bill once he stepped out of the private room, which amused Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi. Ji Yuning was their guest, so they couldn't let her pay. Afterwards, they went to the parking lot, and left in their own cars. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi went to visit Leng Xiaojia, while Ji Yuning went back to Century City. Master Leng and other people arrived earlier. Although the doctor applied ointment to Leng Xiaojia's waist, it was still painful and she kept moaning in pain with a pale face. What's going on here? Didn't the doctor say that she's fine? Master Leng asked with a frown. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming answered. The doctor said she's fine, but her waist is hurting all the time. The medical equipment couldn't find the problem, and the doctor could only give us an ointment to stop the pain, but it's useless. Hearing that, everyone was confused. I think it's a serious problem if we can't find out why her waist is painful all the time, Leng Yuanjun said. We thought the pain would go away within 1 or 2 days, but it didn't. Xiaojia could only get some sleep with the help of anesthetics at night. I'm afraid her body will be greatly affected, Zhang Shuyuan said in tears. At this moment, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi came. When they saw Leng Yuanjun and Song Wenxuan, they politely greeted them, but directly ignored Leng Xiaojia. They were reluctant to see Leng Xiaojia after all. However, they were also confused when they saw Leng Xiaojia's painful expression. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi exchanged a glance, and both of them saw gloating in the other's eyes. Although the other members in the Leng family wanted to help Leng Xiaojia, they weren't doctors, so they could do nothing now. Oh, doesn't Ji Yuning have a very effective medicine? Could she cure Xiaojia? Leng Yuanqin suddenly said. Leng Yuanqin forgot his family's bad relationship with Ji Yuning when he needed her help. Oh, right. How could I forget? Master Leng said. Tell her to get us the pill now. Zhang Shuyuan said in an unpleasant tone. She sounded very mean, as if Ji Yuning owed her something. She also forgot how much she hated Ji Yuning now. Although Leng Xiaojia didn't want to turn to Ji Yuning for help, she was left no choice now. However, they didn't care about Ji Yuning's feelings and opinion. Leng Xiaoxun walked outside at once to call Ji Yuning. Leng Yuanjun, however, got curious. Medicine. What medicine? Master Leng then told Leng Yuanjun and her husband about the unbelievable effect of Ji Yuning's medicine, shocking them. When Leng Xiaoxun called Ji Yuning was in her house, walking upstairs to her bedroom. Right after she moved a few steps upwards, a picture flashed by in her sight. At the edge of a cliff, a man of the evil practice was standing across from Leng Xiaoding. Ji Yuning was scared. Why did Leng Xiaoding run into the evil practice? All of a sudden, her phone rang and interrupted Ji Yuning's thought, so the picture disappeared. Ji Yuning was mad, but she knew the caller didn't know what she was doing and she couldn't blame the caller for it. However, she had to rush to the edge of the cliff right now. She wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoding could defeat the man from the evil practice. Chapter 1380. Ji Yuning's medicine. She knew Leng Xiaoding was a very skilled soldier, but she didn't want him to be in danger. If she didn't see the picture, she wouldn't mind it, but she already saw it now, so she couldn't stay calm. No matter who had appeared in the picture, she wouldn't hesitate to help, especially when the person was Leng Xiaoding. Ji Yuning turned around and walked outside. She picked up the call on the way. What's up, Xiaoxun? Although Ji Yuning was very anxious about Leng Xiaoding's safety, she didn't show it at all in her voice. Ningning, Leng Xiaojia seems to be seriously injured, and she keeps complaining about her painful waist. They thought of your medicine and planned to ask you for it, but I think Leng Xiaojia doesn't deserve it. Can you turn them down? Leng Xiaoxun said. Ji Yuning put on a wry smile. I can't give it to them even if I want to right now, because I have to leave the capital as soon as possible. It's an emergency, and I've gotta go now. If they call me later, I'll talk to them. In fact, Ji Yuning had no intention to help Leng Xiaojia, even if Master Leng told her to do that. She was already being very kind that she hadn't disabled Leng Xiaojia, and there was no way that she would help her. Fine, be careful, Leng Xiaoxun said. Since Ji Yuning wouldn't give Leng Xiaojia her medicine, Leng Xiaoxun was satisfied. After hanging up the call with Leng Xiaoxun, Ji Yuning got in her car and drove it away. The picture emerged in her sight, so she knew where the place was. She didn't know how Leng Xiaoding was right now, and she was afraid that she might disturb him, so she didn't call him. In the hospital, although the Leng family knew that Ji Yuning's medicine could help Leng Xiaojia, nobody called her. When Master Leng talked with Leng Yuanjun about what had happened to Zhang Zhongyu, Zhang Shuyuan interrupted him with impatience. "Father, tell Ji Yuning to come with the medicine right now. Xiaojia is being tortured by the pain." She sounded as if it was Ji Yuning's duty to help Leng Xiaojia, and Master Leng was displeased by Zhang Shuyuan's attitude. In fact, Ji Yuning owed them nothing. On the contrary, Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia should apologize to Ji Yuning. Therefore, Master Leng criticized Zhang Shuyuan. "What? You only think of Ji Yuning when you need her help. Did you forget how you've treated her before? Don't you have any sense of shame? Ningning owes you nothing." Master Leng had sympathy for his granddaughter, but he sided with his granddaughter-in-law this time. He knew that Ji Yuning would help Leng Xiaojia if he opened his mouth, but Ji Yuning would definitely feel uncomfortable. Leng Yuanqin felt embarrassed. He knew that his family had treated Ji Yuning badly before, and Zhang Shuyuan's attitude was quite annoying. Leng Xiaoming wasn't aware of what Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning before, but he knew his mother and sister very well. Given Master Leng's reaction, he knew it couldn't be simple. Leng Yuanjun and his wife remained silent. Leng Yuanjun frowned and started to dislike Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia. Zhang Shuyuan, on the other hand, didn't feel ashamed at all. She didn't think that she had done anything wrong. "Father, Xiaojia is in a lot of pain now, so we don't need to talk about the past. We should rescue Xiaojia first." Seeing Zhang Shuyuan's attitude, everyone was disgusted. "Great, call her yourself, I won't help." Master Leng was furious and left without delay. Leng Yuanjun and his wife and Leng Yuanjun and her husband also left in anger. Zhang Shuyuan wanted to say something again, but was stopped by Leng Yuanqin. "Enough. What are you doing? Is this your attitude when you need help from someone? Ji Yuning doesn't owe you." Leng Yuanqin disliked Ji Yuning, but he had reason. Zhang Shuyuan didn't know what to say now. "Mom, what have you and Xiaojia done to Ji Yuning before?" Leng Xiaoming asked. "It's not a big deal. We just argued with her," Zhang Shuyuan said. "Just argued with her? Why did you have to argue with Ji Yuning when she did nothing wrong? Father has told you not to do that a few times, but you won't listen. You've annoyed Xiaoting too." Leng Yuanqin snapped at Zhang Shuyuan. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming was surprised. If Leng Xiaoting was annoyed, they must have done something unacceptable. In that case, Leng Xiaoming wouldn't support his mother and sister either. No matter how much they hated Ji Yuning, they could simply keep a distance from her. Chapter 1381, Chase the Man. In addition, both Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng liked Ji Yuning very much. If Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia kept acting against Ji Yuning, they were acting against Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng at the same time. "What should we do now?" Zhang Shuyuan panicked a little. She was afraid that Ji Yuning might refuse to give them the medicine. Although she hated Ji Yuning, she had to admit that Ji Yuning's medicine was really effective. "I think father still cares about Xiaojia, but he's full of anger now, so we need to wait for a while. You should apologize to father tomorrow," Leng Yuanqin said. Sure. Zhang Shuyuan nodded at once. However, Leng Xiaojia had to suffer the pain for another night. When the Leng family left the hospital, Leng Yuanjun, Song Wenxuan, and Master Leng sat in the front car, while Leng Yuanjun, Yu Yin, and the other children shared the back car. Once they were in the car, Leng Yuanjun asked, "Yin, what has Shuyuan done to Ji Yuning that made father so angry?" Yu Yin then told Leng Yuanjun about what had happened between Zhang Shuyuan, Leng Xiaojia, and Ji Yuning before. "Shuyuan has always been mean, but I'm still surprised by her terrible behavior now. I know Xiaojia was naughty and spoiled when she was a kid, and I thought she would change when she grew older. It turns out that I'm wrong," Leng Yuanjun sighed. Leng Xiaojia must have offended many people during the past year. If she hadn't been born in the Leng family, she could have died many times. She should suffer the pain for a few more days to learn her lesson, Leng Xiaoxun snorted with disdain. "I think father can ask Ji Yuning for the medicine in a few days, and Xiaojia should indeed learn to behave herself from now on," Leng Yuanjun said. She still hoped that Ji Yuning would help Leng Xiaojia. Although she hated Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia now, they were a family after all. Ji Yuning sped up along the way to Phoenix Mountain. The cliff was located there. Phoenix Mountain was about 35 kilometers away from the capital, and many adventurers came here to climb it because of its steep and difficult terrain. 35 kilometers wasn't actually a long distance, but it seemed considerable in Ji Yuning's eyes right now. If she could drive there without any difficulties, it would be fine, because Ji Yuning was a skilled driver. However, she was caught by a traffic jam halfway. She was stuck in the traffic for almost half an hour. Unfortunately, she couldn't put her car into the telepathic eye space and run ahead by herself in such a public place, because there were surveillance cameras everywhere. She couldn't find a corner without any surveillance cameras around. Therefore, she had to be patient. Half an hour later, Ji Yuning got on a freeway and continued to accelerate. In the meanwhile, the man of the evil practice chased Leng Xiaoting to the edge of the cliff at Phoenix Mountain. The man was chasing Leng Xiaoting, instead of being chased by Leng Xiaoting. This story began when Leng Xiaoting ran into the man not long ago. Leng Xiaoting was normally free on the weekends, and he decided to see Ji Yuning in the capital this weekend. He was busy during the day, so he came back at night. The military base Leng Xiaoting stayed this time was located around the capital, which wasn't far away from Phoenix Mountain, so he needed to pass the mountain to reach the capital. Xu Jinchen came back along with Leng Xiaoting this weekend. However, when they drove by a small village at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, they saw a group of people gathered at its entrance. Someone was crying loudly and attracted Leng Xiaoting's and Xu Jinchen's attention. They left their car and walked near, then learned that a young girl was grabbed away by a man in black about a minute ago. The girl's parents failed to catch up to the man, so they had to stay here and waited for the police's help. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen immediately left to chase the man, but Phoenix Mountain was very large, so it wasn't easy for them to find him. On their way, Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen met an injured villager, and the villager told them that he was injured by the man in black when he wanted to stop him from taking the young girl away. Luckily, the villager was only slightly injured. Xu Jinchen treated the villager's injury without delay, and Leng Xiaoting gave him a power crystal. After that, they left him alone because he was fine to go back on his own now. With the help of this villager, Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen knew the direction in which the man in black escaped. Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen ran fast, but it still took them a long time to find the man in black. The man of the evil practice needed a quiet place to suck blood for his cultivation. He couldn't be interrupted by others, or he might be hurt. Therefore, he brought the young girl to a cave halfway up the hill and he was ready to suck the girl's blood. Nevertheless, right when the man was about to bite the young girl to suck her blood, he heard noises. He sensed that someone was coming for him. This place was rocky and steep, so it was hard for ordinary people to come, but he was exposed now. Although the man wasn't sure that the thing approaching was a human, because there were wild animals as well, he hated to be disturbed. In fact, wild animals were scarier than humans, because weak animals couldn't survive here. Besides, wild animals' smell was much sharper than human beings, so they could smell blood from 100 meters away. Chapter 1382. Lead the man away. Once he bit the girl and the girl was bleeding, wild animals might come because of the scent of blood. He needed at least half an hour to suck the girl's blood, and another hour to practice his cultivation. Although he hid himself in a cave, it wasn't deep and couldn't completely cover the scent of fresh blood. However, this place was far away from his place, and he couldn't wait to suck the girl's blood. He hesitated for a while, then had to give up this idea. He put the unconscious girl down in the cave and went outside. It wasn't completely dark right now, and there was still light among the old tall trees. Because the man had a very good sight, he was able to see everything clearly even from a distance. He stood at the entrance of the cave, and focused on the noises, trying to figure out the comber's location. As time went by, the noises came closer, but the man had no intention to run away. He didn't think that he wouldn't be able to handle this situation, whether the comber was a human being or a wild animal. Instead, he thought that he could deal with the comber first before he went to suck the young girl's blood. As a result, he stood outside without hiding himself at all in order to let the comer see him. After a short while, he noticed Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen. He snorted with disdain when he saw that they were just mortals. Leng Xiaoting had acute senses as well, and he soon met the man's eyes. From afar, he saw a man standing in front of a cave, but he couldn't see him clearly because of the distance. However, the man seemed to be waiting for him. Leng Xiaoting didn't understand it, but he was sure that the man was the person they were searching for. The villagers already told them that the man who brought the young girl away was dressed in all black. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen sped up. Once Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen came closer, the man realized that they weren't weak at all. However, he still didn't take them seriously. When Leng Xiaoting reached the front of the man, he finally clearly saw his appearance and figured out that he could be a member of the evil practice. In that case, the young girl might be in great danger now. Xu Jinchen thought that the man looked very strange, but he hadn't heard of the evil practice before, so he didn't think further about it. Leng Xiaoting couldn't tell Xu Jinchen the truth right now, so he only reminded him to be careful. Be careful, he isn't an ordinary man. Sure. Xu Jinchen nodded. Where is the girl? Leng Xiaoting coldly asked the man. In the cave, the man lazily replied. Do you think you can take her back? Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen put on a serious expression, then began to attack him. The man took Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen lightly at the beginning, so he didn't use his full strength and was injured right away. Leng Xiaoting shot at his abdomen where his energy center was when he wasn't prepared. The energy center was the most vulnerable part of cultivators. Once it was broken, cultivators would lose all their cultivation and might lose their life. That was what Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting, so Leng Xiaoting did it at the very beginning of their fight to gain an advantage. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to break a cultivator's energy center, because it was protected by mysterious power. The man was slightly injured after the shot. He was furious in an instant. To his surprise, Leng Xiaoting would choose to attack his energy center first, which made him think that Leng Xiaoting might be aware of his identity. Leng Xiaoting ignored his anger, and kept on attacking him. After taking many power crystals, Leng Xiaoting became much stronger, so he was able to deal with the man even though the man began to use his mysterious power. Xu Jinchen, unfortunately, couldn't handle the situation at all, and he was shocked by the man's speed. The man moved like lightning, and it was impossible for Xu Jinchen to catch him. Moreover, he even could fly up to the tree. Even if Leng Xiaoting didn't tell Xu Jinchen that the man was a member of the evil practice, Xu Jinchen would find out sooner or later. Xu Jinchen was a top soldier as well, but he was no match for the man. By accident, he was heavily hit by the man and was kicked a few meters away. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting gave Xu Jinchen a power crystal at once. The second Leng Xiaoting took it out, the man sensed strong magical power from it and his eyes were full of greed. Magical power, you have magical power. The man said and turned to attack Leng Xiaoting, trying to grab the power crystal away. Leng Xiaoting knew that the man wanted the pill, so he decided to lead him away with it. I'll lead him away, and you can leave with the girl right now. Leng Xiaoting said to Xu Jinchen. After that, Leng Xiaoting turned around to fight against the man. Chapter 1383, I'm not blind. Although they didn't know whether the girl was still alive or not, they had to bring her back. Xu Jinchen unconditionally obeyed Leng Xiaoting's orders, so he listened to him even though he was worried about his safety. Therefore, Xu Jinchen stood up and ran towards the cave at once. He was injured, so he couldn't move smoothly, but it wasn't a serious problem. At this moment, the man had no time to catch Xu Jinchen because magical power mattered more to him. Tell me, who are you? Why do you have a pill of magical power? The man asked. Follow me if you want to know the answer, Leng Xiaoting said, then ran to the top of the mountain. The man knew that Leng Xiaoting did it on purpose, but he was willing to follow him. He didn't think Leng Xiaoting was a match for him, and he believed that he could get more magical power from Leng Xiaoting. The pill was made by pure magical power after all. If he couldn't get the pill from Leng Xiaoting, he would turn back to catch the young girl, which was super easy in his eyes. As a result, the man chased Leng Xiaoting. Xu Jinchen took out his phone at once and turned on the flashlight. Because the cave wasn't large, Xu Jinchen soon found the young girl in a corner. She wasn't injured, and was only unconscious. Xu Jinchen carried her up and left without hesitation. When Xu Jinchen walked outside, Leng Xiaoting and the man were already gone, but he had no time to care about them and climbed down the mountain right away. Halfway down the road, he ran into Ji Yuning and looked astonished. Ji Yuning, what? Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Yuning asked, "Where is Xiaoting?" "He led the enemy away," Xu Jinchen said. "Great, you can go back now," Ji Yuning said, and quickly ran ahead and soon disappeared from Xu Jinchen's sight. Xu Jinchen was stunned, because he couldn't figure out why Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting was here. He couldn't figure out the reason, so he gave up. Anyway, with Ji Yuning's help, Leng Xiaoting would be fine. He had to take the young girl back first. When Leng Xiaoting and the man reached the top of this mountain, they stood next to the edge of the cliff and there were only 5 meters between them. Leng Xiaoting didn't know there was a cliff, and he simply wanted to win more time for Xu Jinchen. Unfortunately, there was no way ahead of him now. "Tell me, where did you get this pill?" the man asked again. "I can't," Leng Xiaoting said. "How dare you try to fool me?" The man was furious. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to get the answer from Leng Xiaoting's mouth, so he wasn't surprised. "Great, let's see how long you can insist on saying that." After that, he attacked Leng Xiaoting and Leng Xiaoting fought back with full strength. Nevertheless, the man was a member of the evil practice after all, so he was stronger than Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting kept withdrawing and was injured. Although the man was also injured by Leng Xiaoting's injuries were more serious than his. The next second, the man hit Leng Xiaoting's abdomen with his fist, and it was too late for Leng Xiaoting to avoid it. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't injured afterwards, instead a strange power from his abdomen pushed the man away. The man felt a great pain like he was burned by fire. He was pushed away and directly fell off the cliff. Leng Xiaoting was stunned by the scene, and didn't know why the man was suddenly pushed away. At the same time, he felt uncomfortable in his abdomen and covered it at once. Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaoting fighting against the man when she was at the foot of this mountain, so she ran towards them as fast as she could. When she was about to arrive, she heard the shout and when she used her jade eyes again, she found the man falling from the cliff and saw that Leng Xiaoting was fine. Ji Yuning was relieved and ran to Leng Xiaoting right away. "Xiaoting, are you all right?" Ji Yuning asked him with concern. "Ningning, what are you doing here?" Leng Xiaoting was surprised to see Ji Yuning here. He was very uncomfortable, but did his best to pretend to be fine in case Ji Yuning was worried. "Are you all right?" Ji Yuning asked him again, then immediately put her magical power into his body. "I'm fine." Leng Xiaoting smiled at her. "I'm not blind." Ji Yuning was displeased. Leng Xiaoting understood that he couldn't fool Ji Yuning, but he still tried to look relaxed. With the help of Ji Yuning's magical power, Leng Xiaoting felt much better. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what had happened to his abdomen, and he didn't tell Ji Yuning either because he was unwilling to worry her. When Leng Xiaoting was fine, they climbed down the mountain together. They didn't care about the man at all. "Oh, how did you run into the man of the evil practice?" Ji Yuning asked later. Leng Xiaoting then told Ji Yuning what they had been through. Chapter 1384, Not an Ordinary Man. The police didn't arrive until Xu Jinchen was back in the village. It took the police about 20 minutes to arrive. The young girl's parents almost cried when they saw their daughter was finally back, and Xu Jinchen told them to go to the hospital right away. A policeman wanted to ask Xu Jinchen some questions, but Xu Jinchen directly showed him his official certificate. "The man is the suspect that we're looking for, so we'll take over the case." It was a lie, but he was a senior colonel, so the police had to believe him. Since Xu Jinchen wanted to deal with this case in person, the police left. After that, Xu Jinchen walked towards the mountain again. He believed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would be fine, but he was still worried about them. On his way to the mountain, he saw Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning walking back. "Hey, are you all right? How about the man?" Xu Jinchen asked. "We're fine, but he just fell down the cliff," Leng Xiaoting said. "What?" Xu Jinchen was surprised, but didn't think it was a bad result. "How's the girl?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "She's fine, but just passed out, and her parents took her to the hospital," Xu Jinchen said. Leng Xiaoting nodded and felt relieved. Thinking of the man in black, Xu Jinchen got curious. "You haven't told me anything about the man yet. How come he could jump so high and move like lightning?" Leng Xiaoting didn't answer his question right away, but gave Ji Yuning a glance to ask for her opinion. Ji Yuning knew that it was impossible for them to keep it secret right now, and she thought it would be better for them to tell Xu Jinchen so that he could handle it in the future. "Do you believe in monsters and ghosts?" Ji Yuning asked. "Of course not," Xu Jinchen snorted. However, he thought of the man in black all of a sudden. "No way, are monsters and ghosts real?" "Yeah, the man indeed isn't an ordinary man," Ji Yuning said. "You might have never seen them before, but they really exist." Hearing that, Xu Jinchen was scared and looked around at once. Even though he was an adult and strong man, he still felt quite nervous. It wasn't embarrassing at all, because monsters and ghosts were really scary. Are you serious?" It was hard for Xu Jinchen to accept. "Boss, did you know about it earlier on?" Xu Jinchen turned to look at Leng Xiaoting. However, although he asked that question, he already had the answer in his mind. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were boyfriend and girlfriend, so Leng Xiaoting must be aware of it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning continued, "The man is a cultivator and he keeps practicing his cultivation for immortality." "I've read about that in a fantasy novel before," Xu Jinchen said. "Great, it's basically the same as in a fantasy novel. Cultivators are divided into the good practice and the evil practice. Members of the good practice need magical power from the universe to practice their cultivation, while members of the evil practice need yin to do that. The young girl must be a virgin who was born on a lunar date, which could also satisfy the need of members of the evil practice. The man you just ran into is precisely a member of the evil practice." Xu Jinchen took a long breath in and couldn't believe his ears. Cultivators can run on walls, which is called qinggong, and they can also use spells to do what they want. "I think the man isn't a senior cultivator, or you wouldn't have survived so easily today," Ji Yuning said and felt scared in retrospect. Leng Xiaoting tightly held her hand to comfort her. Xu Jinchen was also frightened. "This is so hard for me to accept right now," he said. "Boss, how did you feel when you heard of it for the first time?" "I was also shocked, but I could accept it," Leng Xiaoting said. "Fine, I think I will probably have a nightmare tonight," Xu Jinchen said. Although he already believed in it, it was still too scary to be true. "You better keep it secret and avoid cultivators from now on," Ji Yuning said in the end. Xu Jinchen was too weak for them after all. "I understand." Xu Jinchen nodded. Chapter 1385, The Future King and Emperor. After talking about it, they walked back fast, but Xu Jinchen suddenly thought of another thing and asked Ji Yuning curiously, "Ji Yuning, how did you know that we're here?" Ji Yuning smiled. "My senses told me." "Your senses?" Xu Jinchen didn't believe it, but he didn't ask further about it since Ji Yuning was unwilling to tell him. Ji Yuning understood that Xu Jinchen didn't believe her, but she had no intention to explain it. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Leng Xiaoting told Xu Jinchen to drive his car back and he sat in Ji Yuning's car. "Oh, I beat Leng Xiaojia one night, but I didn't disable her. However, her waist will be painful for months because of my magical power," Ji Yuning said once they were seated. Leng Xiaoting frowned with dissatisfaction. "Don't you think this punishment is too light? Ji Yuning could have been killed by Leng Xiaojia after all." Although Leng Xiaojia had no plan to do that, the car accident was too terrible. If the car had fallen down from the overpass, nobody could have survived. Luckily, Ji Yuning had her magical power to protect herself. In Leng Xiaoting's eyes, what Leng Xiaojia had done was totally unacceptable. "Ha ha," Ji Yuning laughed. She felt touched that Leng Xiaoting cared about her much more than other people. "She's a member of the Leng family anyway, so I don't want to hurt Grandpa," Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting cared about Master Leng too. Fine. Leng Xiaoting accepted it, but he still felt sad for what Ji Yuning had been through. Ji Yuning noticed his reaction and comforted him. Don't worry, I don't feel aggrieved at all. You've known me for a long time, and you should know that I've never swollen humiliation or anger before. Ji Yuning indeed lightly punished Leng Xiaojia for the sake of Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng, but she didn't feel aggrieved because she chose to do that for those who she loved. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt better. Xiaoxun told me that they want my medicine to cure Leng Xiaojia, but I haven't received a call from them yet. What happened? Ji Yuning asked. You can't give it to them, Leng Xiaoting said without hesitation. He thought that it was a shame that Leng Xiaojia hadn't been severely punished, so he was reluctant to help her. I have the same idea, and I can make an excuse if they call me later. Anyway, the pain will go away in a few months, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaojia would be mentally tortured the most this time. Leng Xiaojia's painful waste wouldn't affect her health, and the hospital would also help her recover, so it wouldn't be a serious problem. She only needed to stay in bed for the following 3 months. About an hour later, they were back in Ji Yuning's house in Century City. Since Ji Yuning's period was over now, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't miss this chance to touch and kiss her. On the weekend, Ji Yuning decided to have a break and not to go to her company. She only went to her company only when she wasn't. In the early morning, Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning to teach him how to play Battle in the Sky. Ji Yuning's ID in the game was the future queen, so Leng Xiaoting set his ID as the future king. In that case, other people would know that they were a couple from their IDs. Shortly after Leng Xiaojia used that ID, someone else wanted to do the same thing. However, Leng Xiaoting already occupied this name, so he had to make up another one. This man who also wanted to name himself as the future king was Qi Tianlin. Although Qi Tianlin didn't know who already occupied this ID, he felt displeased. Qi Tianlin thought for a while, then gave himself a name of the future emperor, which also seemed to be a couple's name with Ji Yuning's ID. It seemed that the king and the emperor were going to have a competition in the game. Leng Xiaoting was very smart, so he soon got familiar with the game, but he was still at a much lower level compared with Ji Yuning. Because Leng Xiaoting's level was too low, he couldn't play with Ji Yuning now, so Ji Yuning stopped playing the game and waited for him. If she logged in the game again, other game players would keep sending her messages. In the Leng family's house, Zhang Shuyuan was back at 9 a.m. Except for Leng Yuanqin, the other members of the Leng family were all in the living room. They chatted with each other and laughed, and seemed to forget that Leng Xiaojia was still lying in the hospital. Actually, they didn't forget, but they simply wanted to cheer each other up. Leng Yuanjin's daughter, Song Yinyu, told some jokes and amused her elders. Song Yinyu was a sweet girl and she called Master Leng Grandpa all the time, which cheered Master Leng up. Seeing the relaxed atmosphere, Zhang Shuyuan was mad. Her daughter was lying in great pain in the hospital now, but they were laughing happily at home. However, she had to curb her anger upon thinking about what she should do now. Chapter 1386. Out of pills. Master Leng wasn't as mad at what had happened yesterday anymore, but he was still displeased, so the smile disappeared from his face the second he saw Zhang Shuyuan. The others fell into silence too. Father, I know it's my fault and I shouldn't have acted against Ji Yuning before. I promise it won't happen again. Please, help me get the medicine for Xiaojia. Xiaojia began to moan from the pain the moment she woke up. My heart is almost broken. Zhang Shuyuan begged Master Leng. Although she didn't really mean it when she said that she regretted that she had acted against Ji Yuning before, it was quite touching when she talked about Leng Xiaojia as a mother. Master Leng melted, seeing that. He was Leng Xiaojia's grandfather after all. However, it was still embarrassing for him to ask Ji Yuning for the medicine right now. Therefore, Master Leng felt cornered. Father. Zhang Shuyuan was anxious. All right, I'll think about it, Master Leng said, then stood up and went back to his room. Zhang Shuyuan wanted to say something else, but she was worried that Master Leng would be annoyed again. When Master Leng was gone, Yu Yin said, Shuyuan, Father needs some time, and it's not easy for Father to help you this time given what you've done to Ji Yuning before. Hearing that, Zhang Shuyuan frowned. She didn't think it was a problem. As long as Master Leng asked Ji Yuning for the medicine, Ji Yuning would give it to him if she wanted to marry into the Leng family. It was unreasonable that Master Leng had to beg Ji Yuning for help. Seeing Zhang Shuyuan's expression, the others knew what she was thinking. They all felt disappointed in her. "Shuyuan, do you think it's not a problem at all?" Leng Yuanjun asked. "Am I wrong?" Zhang Shuyuan became straightforward when Master Leng was absent. "Of course you are. Did you forget what you have done to Ji Yuning before? Your attitude towards her is so terrible," Leng Yuanjun said. Zhang Shuyuan felt a little embarrassed, then closed her mouth. She knew what she had done to Ji Yuning was unacceptable, but she still believed that Ji Yuning should help them. It was only a pill, so Zhang Shuyuan didn't think it was a big deal. Master Leng hesitated in his room for almost an hour, then still called Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were about to have a walk outside when Ji Yuning received Master Leng's call. Ji Yuning took her phone out, and Leng Xiaoting saw the caller's name too, so he said, "You can't give it to them." "Fine, I won't." Ji Yuning was amused by his childlike angry face. After that, she picked up the call. "Hi, Grandpa." "Ningning, what are you doing now?" Master Leng asked, feeling uneasy. "Well, I just left my house and planned to dine outside," Ji Yuning said. She didn't tell Master Leng that Leng Xiaoting was by her side now, because Leng Xiaoting didn't tell his grandfather that he was already back. There is something I need to talk about with you," Master Leng said. Master Leng then told Ji Yuning what had happened to Leng Xiaojia. "I know Xiaojia is a spoiled kid and she has done many terrible things to you before. I shouldn't turn to you for help because you never got along with her. I know it's unfair and you might feel aggrieved, but Xiaojia is my granddaughter, so." "Grandpa, I don't care what Leng Xiaojia has done to me before, but I just rescued one of my friends yesterday, so I'm out of those pills now. I'm so sorry, but I can give you once I get some," Ji Yuning said. It was absolutely a lie. Although she felt a little guilty when she lied to Master Leng, she was left no choice. She needed to think about herself and live for herself. Hearing that, Master Leng was disappointed, but he didn't think further about it. He knew that Ji Yuning was unwilling to help Leng Xiaojia, but he was also aware that Ji Yuning was a very kind girl. After all, Ji Yuning had helped many people who had no relationship with her before. Therefore, Master Leng believed Ji Yuning's lie. Actually, if Leng Xiaojia hadn't tried to hurt Ji Yuning would be willing to help her now for the sake of Master Leng. Unfortunately, the terrible car accident had already happened, and Ji Yuning felt disgusted once she thought of Leng Xiaojia. It was impossible for Ji Yuning to help Leng Xiaojia now. Besides, if Master Leng found out that the mastermind of the car accident was Leng Xiaojia, he would be angry at Leng Xiaojia too. Ji Yuning understood that Master Leng was a smart and reasonable elder, and he wouldn't blame her. Since Ji Yuning was out of pills, Master Leng gave up. He planned to not tell the others the result, because Zhang Shuyuan would blame Ji Yuning for it. He decided to take the responsibility himself and told the others that he didn't call Ji Yuning for the pill at all. At 2:30 p.m., Zheng Kai was brought to the court. Because Peng Xinghao was injured, it wasn't convenient for him to be present, so his lawyer showed up on his behalf. The lawyer was assigned by Ji Yuning. Chapter 1387. A piece of bad news. Even though Peng Xinghao had almost made a full recovery, he made an excuse that he was still seriously injured and couldn't show up in order to show the gravity of this case. If Peng Xinghao showed up fine at the court, Zheng Kai might be lightly sentenced. Actually, if it hadn't been for Ji Yuning's help, Peng Xinghao might still be unconscious. Therefore, Ji Yuning's arrangement was understandable. Facing clear evidence of Zheng Kai committing the crime, he would be sentenced today. In the end, he was sentenced to 7 years in jail. Peng Xinghao, at the same time, had a compensation of 1.2 million yuan. Zheng Kai's mother couldn't accept that her only son would be put in jail for 7 years, so she cried at the court. Zheng Licheng then told Lu Yu to take her out, in case her behavior caused them more trouble. He was unwilling to accept the result too, but there was nothing they could do now. Before the trial began, Zheng Licheng had a talk with his friend who worked in the court, trying to lighten the gravity of the situation, but his friend told him that there was a more powerful figure behind the injured victim, so they had to deal with this case according to the law. As a result, Zheng Licheng had to face reality. In the afternoon, Zhang Shuyuan stayed alone in Leng Xiaojia's ward. Leng Xiaojia moaned as usual and kept cursing the attacker. She also blamed Master Leng because he didn't ask Ji Yuning for the pill right away. Zhang Shuyuan was also displeased, but she couldn't do anything about it. In fact, Leng Xiaojia still had the energy to criticize other people, which meant the pain wasn't very serious. She simply lost her patience. It was like a toothache, which wouldn't kill you nor damage your health, but it was annoying. Although they listened to Master Leng on the surface, they still tried to find out who the attacker was, behind Master Leng's back. The Zhang family wasn't comparable to the Leng family, but it wasn't weak either. It was easy for them to investigate a person as long as he or she wasn't very important. Ji Yuning, however, wasn't simple at all, so the Zhang family failed to find out the truth. Leng Xiaojia kept cursing when her phone rang all of a sudden. Once she saw Smith's name on the screen, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Hey, how is it? Did you succeed?" Because she had to stay in the hospital now, her other phone was left in her home. Leng Xiaojia's words raised Zhang Shuyuan's suspicions, but she said nothing because Leng Xiaojia was talking on the phone. Smith said, "Well, I'm sorry to tell you a piece of bad news. The killer is already dead and he was sentenced to death by his country because he attacked a senior officer in your country." "What?" Leng Xiaojia was shocked. "Why?" she asked without delay. She knew nothing about the car accident in City B. A car accident happened at the road outside the airport in City B about a week ago. A senior officer was sitting in a car at the scene, Smith said. He actually didn't know who the senior official was. He read this news on the internet, but there wasn't any more information about the senior officer. Since it was a senior officer who was involved in the car accident, it couldn't be fake news. Smith was actually confused about why the senior officer was attacked, because their target was Ji Yuning. Maybe it had been an accident. Leng Xiaojia, however, got nervous. She knew that Leng Xiaoting had been to City B along with other important members of the Leng family about a week ago. "Who is that senior officer?" she asked right away. "No idea, I can't find more information about him on the internet in my country." "You should try it yourself," Smith said. Leng Xiaojia hung up the call in a hurry and went to search for the news on the internet. "Xiaojia, what's wrong?" Zhang Shuyuan asked with concern, because it seemed to be something serious. Leng Xiaojia ignored Zhang Shuyuan and focused on her phone. She typed several keywords and pressed the search button. The next second, she read many pieces of news about the car accident. There was no need for her to read the content, because she already saw Ji Yuning's name in the headlines, which meant that Ji Yuning had something to do with this car accident. In that case, the senior officer could be Leng Xiaoting. The killer chose to take action at that key moment and he was caught. Leng Xiaojia felt scared. She could only hope that the killer didn't betray her. If Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting found out, she would be seriously punished. Besides, she only told the killer to disable Ji Yuning. Why did he choose to hit her with a car? Ji Yuning could have been killed. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaojia trembled in fear. Chapter 1388, How to Live in the Capital. Leng Xiaojia didn't know what to do now and forgot her painful waist for the time being. "Xiaojia, what's wrong? You scared me." Zhang Shuyuan shook Leng Xiaojia's shoulders and her sight fell on the screen of Leng Xiaojia's phone. She wanted to figure out why Leng Xiaojia looked so shocked and terrified. Leng Xiaojia, however, tried to move her phone away, but it was too late and Zhang Shuyuan already saw the news. Zhang Shuyuan was also greatly surprised, and she remembered the trip the Leng family had made to City B about a week ago. However, nobody mentioned the car accident when they were back. All of a sudden, Zhang Shuyuan realized something and turned to look at Leng Xiaojia with suspicion. Leng Xiaojia looked excited when she just received the call and she asked whether it was successful once she answered the call. It was possible that Leng Xiaojia had something to do with this car accident. Zhang Shuyuan was frightened by this idea. Although she was reluctant to believe it, Leng Xiaojia's reaction and expressions told everything. It couldn't be a coincidence. Besides, Leng Xiaojia never got along with Ji Yuning, and Zhang Shuyuan knew it very well. Xiaojia, be honest with Mom. Does it have something to do with you? Zhang Shuyuan asked. What? No, of course not. Leng Xiaojia denied it at once, but she panicked as well. It has nothing to do with me. However, no matter how Leng Xiaojia denied it, her nervous expression betrayed her. Zhang Shuyuan was sure that Leng Xiaojia was involved in the car accident too, which was unacceptable in her eyes. She always thought that Leng Xiaojia was just a spoiled kid, but she was surprised that Leng Xiaojia would hire a killer to murder someone. Even though Ji Yuning was their enemy, Master Leng and other important members of the Leng family were with Ji Yuning at that time. Xiaojia, how could you? Zhang Shuyuan was too angry to finish her sentence. She hated Ji Yuning as well, but she wouldn't have any thoughts to murder her. She didn't care about Ji Yuning's life either, but Ji Yuning's death couldn't have anything to do with them. Leng Xiaojia wanted to deny it again, but she didn't know how to do that right now. Zhang Shuyuan lost sympathy for Leng Xiaojia. Haven't you ever thought about the result? What if your grandfather, Aunt Yin, Uncle Yuanjun, or Leng Xiaoting were killed in the car accident? How is the Leng family able to live in the capital? Zhang Shuyuan was furious, and her voice was still trembling in fear. Zhang Shuyuan disliked Leng Xiaoting and Leng Yuanjun's family, but she was clearly aware of their importance to the Leng family. Without them, the Leng family would no longer be so influential in the capital. Although Master Leng was retired, those who had worked for him before were still loyal to him. And if Master Leng passed away, they might not support the Leng family as usual. Leng Xiaoting was a major general in the army, so he also held a high position in this country. At this moment, Leng Xiaoming was back. He heard Zhang Shuyuan criticizing Leng Xiaojia, so he didn't walk inside, but waited outside. He didn't hear what they had said earlier, but he heard what they were talking about in the following minutes. Leng Xiaojia cried, I didn't want Ji Yuning to be killed. I simply wanted to disable her and to teach her a lesson. I don't know why the killer suddenly hit her car. It was true that she had no intention to kill Ji Yuning, so she was unwilling to be criticized for it. Leng Xiaoming, on the contrary, was shocked. He stood up and ran into the room, which scared Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia. What have you done? Leng Xiaoming questioned Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia was frightened by Leng Xiaoming's serious expression, and couldn't utter another word. Tell me. Leng Xiaoming was mad. He didn't like Ji Yuning either. If Leng Xiaoting married her, Leng Xiaoting would be more noticeable and successful than him. It was the last thing he wanted to see, but he had reason and he knew what he could do and what he couldn't. Actually, once Leng Xiaoting married Ji Yuning, the Leng family and the Tang family would be allies, which was good news. As a member of the Leng family, he absolutely hoped that it could be powerful forever. Most importantly, if the Tang family found out what Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning, the Leng family would be in trouble. In that case, their enemies might seize this chance to attack the Leng family. Leng Xiaojia was left no choice but to tell Leng Xiaoming everything. I hate Ji Yuning, so I hired someone to teach her a lesson, but I have no intention to directly kill her. I'm also surprised that the man dared to hit Ji Yuning with a big truck. Ji Yuning was fine, but the man was caught and sentenced to death because he attacked a senior officer in our country. Chapter 1389. Help me, I didn't know about it until I read the news just then. How could I know that he would take action on that day? I would have stopped him if I had known. Leng Xiaojia argued. What? How could you do such a thing? Leng Xiaoming was shocked and couldn't believe that his younger sister was so cruel and evil. Leng Xiaojia didn't know how to defend herself now. How did you get to know the killer? Does he know who you are? Leng Xiaoming asked. It already happened, so it was useless to criticize Leng Xiaojia now. Luckily, no one was killed in the car accident. They had to make sure that no one else would find out. A friend of mine in Country Y helped me, and the killer doesn't know who I am, Leng Xiaojia said. She believed that she could hide herself very well. Really? Do you think you're safe by doing that? Leng Xiaoming mocked. He didn't think that it was a perfect plan. Even though xianxia had a friend to help her hire the killer, it was possible that the killer could betray her or her friend. As long as xiaoting found out about xiaojia's friend, it wouldn't be a problem for him to find her out. Therefore, Xiaoming was worried that xiaoting might have already found xiaojia out. However, he was confused about why xiaoting still did nothing. It was probably because they were a family. That xiaoting couldn't punish them right away. And probably because Ji Yuning was fine, that xiaoting decided not to mention it. Anyway, it wasn't a good thing that xiaoting had found xiaojia out. The situation was totally out of control now. What should we do now? Both Zhang Shuyuan and xiaojia were scared. They were reluctant to mess with xiaoting, because xiaoting was much more important than them in the Leng family. If xiaoting knew that xiaojia was guilty, he wouldn't let her get away with it. Xiaojia didn't know what would happen to her in the future, so she was scared. I don't know, Xiaoming said with a resigned look. If xiaoting was involved in this, he honestly had no idea how to handle it. If xiaoting found out and wanted to punish them, nobody could stop him. Xiaoming was only sure that xiaoting wouldn't kill xiaojia because they were a family. Zhang Shuyuan and xiaojia remained silent. Neither of them knew what to do now. An idea dawned on Xiaoming that xiaojia's painful waste might have something to do with xiaoting or Ji Yuning. Xiaoming had that idea because it happened right after the car accident. It was only his guess, but he thought that it was highly possible. If he was right, Ji Yuning and xiaoting were already kind enough. Xiaoming, do something for your younger sister. Xiaoting likes Ji Yuning very much. If he finds out, he won't hesitate to get revenge on Xiaojia. Zhang Shuyuan was in sheer panic. Xiaoting had warned her before, and she didn't forget his warning. Xiaojia was already in great pain now, so she didn't want her to suffer more. Xiaoming, help me. Xiaojia begged Xiaoming in fear. Xiaoming wanted to help her, but he didn't know what to do now either. Even if Xiaoting finds out, he won't kill Xiaojia, because we're a family after all. He won't be too cruel for the sake of grandfather, Xiaoming said. He wouldn't avoid it, and would choose to face it. What? Xiaojia is already in pain now. Do you want to see her suffer more? Zhang Shuyuan snapped at Xiaoming. Hearing that, Xiaoming was displeased. Didn't she think of the result when she decided to do that? Shouldn't she pay for what she has done? Don't forget that what she has done is illegal. She could be put in jail, and her target is Ji Yuning, not xiaoting. If Ji Yuning knows that she's the mastermind and that it has nothing to do with xiaoting and the Leng family, Ji Yuning might directly sue her, which will be worse. Although Xiaoming was also a selfish man, he wouldn't play dirty tricks when he was competing with xiaoting. He disliked what his mother and younger sister had done to Ji Yuning before, and he had tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen to him. Xiaoting wasn't affected either. However, what Xiaojia had done this time totally annoyed Xiaoming, so he couldn't stay calm now when he faced her, even though she was his younger sister. Chapter 1390. Meet Xiaoting's aunt. Zhang Shuyuan and Xiaojia were shocked when Xiaoming said that. In fact, Zhang Shuyuan was aware of the gravity of the situation. Even she couldn't accept it, but it already happened, so they could only figure out a way to solve this problem. If you don't want to make it worse, you should listen to me. Once Xiaoting finds out, you should face it and admit it. Xiaoting won't severely punish Xiaojia for grandfather's sake. However, if you try to get away with it, both Xiaoting and grandfather will be furious, Xiaoming said. After that, he left without giving them a glance, because he hated having to see Xiaojia again. Yuanjun and the others didn't go to visit Xiaojia in the hospital today, because they had no sympathy for her now. Instead, Yuanjun planned to have a look at jade beauty jewelry, charm, and kuzi. She had heard of them before, and knew that they were owned by Ji Yuning, and she was curious to try them, but they didn't have branches in her city. Yuanjun wanted to see their stores with her own eyes, so she didn't tell Yuyin to send her their products. All women wanted to stay beautiful, and she was almost 40 this year. Because she was aging, she had to pay more attention to her face. Leng Yuanjun had been taking good care of her skin with expensive skincare products, but she noticed that Yu Yin's skin was in a better condition than hers. Yu Yin was several years older than her, but she kept using Kuzi, so her skin became better and better. Speaking of Kuzi, Zhang Yutong had to deal with the 100 sets of all kinds of Kuzi products. She and her mother found a place in their clothing store to sell them. Given Kuzi's great fame, they sold them out within 3 days. They only kept several sets for themselves, so they didn't lose money, and because they had the bill from a direct sale store of Kuzi, customers believed them. Yu Yin kept complimenting Ji Yuning's achievements once she heard that Leng Yuanjun was going to see some of Ji Yuning's companies. Leng Yuanjun couldn't wait and left with Yu Yin. You all got a gift from Ji Yuning, but I haven't been able to see her yet. Is Ji Yuning in the capital now? Why don't we invite her to dine together tonight? Leng Yuanjun said. Xiaoting isn't here, and we're afraid that she might feel uneasy with us, but I can give it a try. Maybe we can dine together outside, Yu Yin said. They could dine outside or at home depending on what they felt like. Great. Leng Yuanjun agreed. In fact, Leng Yuanjun also held admiration towards Ji Yuning, because she became very successful at an early age. At the same time, she also felt proud of Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was going to marry into the Leng family. Yu Yin then called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were playing the game at home. When Ji Yuning saw Yu Yin's call, she thought that Yu Yin called her because of Leng Xiaojia as well, but she was surprised that Yu Yin simply wanted to meet her. Leng Xiaoting heard that his aunt came to visit them, so he told Ji Yuning to accept the invitation. He had a good impression of his aunt, because his aunt treated him very well when he was young. Except for Master Leng, only Leng Yuanjun treated him with sincerity and love. Since Leng Xiaoting agreed, Ji Yuning accepted Yu Yin's invitation. Afterwards, Yu Yin told Ji Yuning that they were going to have a look at Kuzi, so Ji Yuning told them to wait for her and that she would go to see them. Ji Yuning didn't tell Yu Yin that she was with Leng Xiaoting now, so Yu Yin didn't know that he was in the capital. He directly went to meet Ji Yuning once he was back in the capital, so the Leng family might be unhappy about it. Ji Yuning decided to prepare a gift for Leng Xiaoting's aunt, so she called the manager of the Kuzi store in the capital to prepare a full set of Kuzi skincare products. Leng Xiaoting didn't stop her, because she did it out of kindness. My aunt has treated me very well ever since I was a kid. Although we seldom talk to each other, I still miss her, Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning smiled and kept his words in mind. She would treat those who treated Leng Xiaoting well the same way, and vice versa. About half an hour later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting met Yu Yin and Leng Yuanjun at the flagship store of Kuzi. Yu Yin and Leng Yuanjun were enjoying themselves in the store. Once Ji Yuning came, she told the manager to take out the gift she had prepared for Leng Yuanjun. Only, Yu Yin and Leng Yuanjun were shopping in the store, while the other members of the Leng family stayed home. Hi, Aunt Yin, Aunt Yuanjun. Leng Xiaoting greeted them first. They recognized Leng Xiaoting's voice and were surprised to see him here. Very nice to meet you, Aunt Yin and Aunt Yuanjun. Ji Yuning also smiled at them. Chapter 1391. The new rich Leng Yuanjun was so amazed by Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance when she saw her that she even ignored Leng Xiaoting. Wow, you look much prettier than your photos. I'm flattered. Ji Yuning smiled, then gave Leng Yuanjun the gift. Aunt Yuanjun, this is our first meeting, so I've prepared a small gift for you. Please accept it. The second Leng Yuanjun saw the package, she knew it was a set of Kuzi products. Her eyes lit up at once, and she took it right away. Thanks. I love Kuzi very much, and I love your gift too. Leng Yuanjun thanked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning liked Leng Yuanjun's personality. You're welcome, and I've prepared another gift for you, Ji Yuning said and got a jewelry case from Leng Xiaoting's hands. This is jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry. I've given Aunt Yin a set before, so I think Aunt Yuanjun should have a set as well. Wow, Leng Yuanjun was surprised, because she knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't cheap at all. Even though she was very rich, it wasn't a cheap gift. Anyway, since Yu Yin also had a set, she could take this gift too. Thanks. Well, I don't know what to say now. Thank you very much, Leng Yuanjun said happily. She liked jade beauty jewelry as well. Aunt Yin, please don't mind that I didn't prepare a gift for you today, Ji Yuning said to Yu Yin afterwards. Of course not. I don't mind at all. Yu Yin beamed. Ji Yuning had given her many gifts before, so there was no reason for her to be displeased at this moment. In addition, she was a very kind and generous person, so she didn't care about it. Leng Yuanjun then asked Yu Yin to help her hold the gifts before she took out a thick red envelope from her bag. Here, Ningning, this is my gift for you, and I wish you and Xiaoting all the best in your lives. Leng Yuanjun handed it to Ji Yuning. Thank you, Aunt Yuanjun. Ji Yuning took it with a broad smile. Xiaoting must be very lucky to have met you, Leng Yuanjun said all of a sudden. She wasn't belittling Leng Xiaoting, instead it was because it wasn't a secret that Leng Xiaoting had never fallen in love with a girl before. Ji Yuning, however, changed his mind. Leng Xiaoting also felt quite lucky to have Ji Yuning as his girlfriend, and he was living happily now. Aunt Yuanjun, I also feel lucky to have met Xiaoting, Ji Yuning said. Right, both of you are lucky to meet each other, Leng Yuanjun said. She felt happy for this young couple who were deeply in love with one another. Actually, if they weren't deeply in love, they wouldn't be willing to get engaged so soon. Although I already have a set of jade beauty jewelry, I still want to see the store with my own eyes, Leng Yuanjun said with curiosity. Ji Yuning smiled. No problem, let's go there now. Once Leng Yuanjun met Ji Yuning, she had a good impression of Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning could feel that. She was delighted, because Leng Yuanjun was an important elder in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. After that, they left for jade beauty jewelry. The moment Ji Yuning showed up, its manager hurried out to welcome her and the others. When Leng Yuanjun saw the decoration and jewelry in the store, she was amazed again. She kept complimenting everything in her sight, like she had never seen something like this before. Leng Yuanjun was really only so impressed because it was owned by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was still very young, so it wasn't easy for a young girl to have such a successful jewelry brand. However, onlookers who didn't know, Leng Yuanjun thought that she was poor and amazed by the expensive jewelry. Lower your voice. Even if you've never seen beautiful jewelry before, you should mind your manners. A slightly fat woman about 40 criticized Leng Yuanjun. She dressed like the nouveau riche with many kinds of expensive accessories on her body. She was also very arrogant, as if she was the richest woman in the store. Ji Yuning frowned with dislike, because she could tell that this woman was very unkind. Most importantly, this woman embarrassed Leng Yuanjun right in front of her. Chapter 1392, Fight Back. Ji Yuning wanted to say something, but Leng Yuanjun opened her mouth first. Why should I? Can you afford anything here in this store? The bracelet in your hand looks beautiful, but you've looked at it for a long time. Why don't you directly buy it? Leng Yuanjun wasn't mad, instead she challenged the woman. Of course I can afford it. Pack it up now. The woman was annoyed by Leng Yuanjun's words and fell into the trap set by her. Actually, she was hesitant to buy this bracelet, not because she couldn't afford it, but because she thought that its price was a little high. This single bracelet cost her 3 million yuan. If she bought it, she couldn't buy many other things she wanted to buy this month. However, she was annoyed by Leng Yuanjun's words, and was determined to prove her wealth. After a saleswoman packed the bracelet up for her, she gave Leng Yuanjun a glance of disdain, then went to pay the bill. Leng Yuanjun, however, wasn't mad at all, instead she felt proud of herself. Ningning, what do you think? I just helped you settle a deal. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter and gave Leng Yuanjun a thumbs up. Aunt Yuanjun, you've done a great job. I must invite you and Aunt Yin to share a meal together later. In fact, even if Leng Yuanjun didn't do that, Ji Yuning would still invite them to dine together. No need, Xiaoting will do that, Leng Yuanjun said and turned to face Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, you haven't invited me to share a meal together yet. Sure, my treat this time, Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning agreed, because it didn't make any difference whether she or Leng Xiaoting paid the bill. It wasn't a secret that Ji Yuning was the boss of jade beauty jewelry. Although not everyone was aware of it, many people had heard of it. Therefore, after she had stayed in the store for a few minutes, several customers recognized her. At the beginning, they weren't sure, but they made sure of it after glancing at Ji Yuning a few times. However, even though they recognized Ji Yuning, they didn't go forward to bother her. They were simply impressed by Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance and had a better impression of her. After a while, Ji Yuning and the others left for lunch. Neither Leng Yuanjun nor Yu Yin wanted to dine in a fancy hotel, because they only dined there when they needed to discuss business with some important figures. The food was also very expensive, so they preferred to have a meal in a local restaurant that had delicious dishes. They booked a private room, and ordered their favorite dishes. After that, Leng Yuanjun talked about Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia with Ji Yuning. Ningning, I heard about what Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia did to you before. I know you're not a weak girl at all, so you can fight back whenever you think it's necessary. Leng Yuanjun looked displeased when she talked about Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia. Actually, nobody in the Leng family liked them, and Leng Yuanjun had a good impression of Ji Yuning now, so she disliked Zhang Shuyuan more than ever. I understand, Aunt Yuanjun, Ji Yuning said. She felt touched that Leng Yuanjun defended her. Normally, Ji Yuning would fight back to protect herself when other people attacked her. She always fought back when Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia tried to make things difficult for her. This time was different, however, and for Master Leng's sake, she couldn't seriously punish Leng Xiaojia, but she didn't feel aggrieved at all. Leng Yuanjun didn't mention Ji Yuning's special medicine, because she thought that Ji Yuning could make the decision on her own. Ji Yuning never got along with Leng Xiaojia after all, so it would be hard for Ji Yuning to agree to help Leng Xiaojia at this moment. Moreover, Leng Yuanjun also hoped that Leng Xiaojia could learn from it by suffering for a few more days. The pain wouldn't last forever, and Leng Xiaojia would be fine in a few months. In addition, even if the Leng family needed Ji Yuning's medicine to cure Leng Xiaojia's parents should be asking for it. Therefore, Leng Yuanjun was unwilling to talk about the medicine in case Ji Yuning was displeased, because although this was her first time meeting Ji Yuning, she already treated Ji Yuning as a member of the Leng family. Afterwards, they stopped talking about Leng Xiaojia, and Leng Yuanjun asked Ji Yuning how she met Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning told her that she met Leng Xiaoting for the first time when he was chasing a criminal. They worked together and successfully caught the criminal in the end. Leng Yuanjun also joked that Leng Xiaoting was too cold and that it must be difficult for Ji Yuning to stay with him. Ji Yuning smiled and said that she didn't feel bored at all when Leng Xiaoting was by her side. Although Leng Xiaoting looked a little cold, he was a mature, reliable man, and she wasn't talkative either, and they were a perfect couple. In Ji Yuning's eyes, Leng Xiaoting had far more strengths than weaknesses. Chapter 1393. Zheng Kai's mother Leng Yuanjun felt happy for Leng Xiaoting when she heard that Ji Yuning loved him deeply. Everyone enjoyed the meal in harmony. After finishing the meal, Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin left together. Before they left, they asked Leng Xiaoting whether he wanted to go back to the Leng family's house with them, but he declined. He needed to go back to work tomorrow, so they didn't insist. Tomorrow was Monday, and Leng Xiaoting had to go back to the military base, so he wanted to spend more time with Ji Yuning. Later Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the hospital to visit Peng Xinghao. Because Peng Xinghao would get the compensation today, she needed to go with his lawyer to deal with it. Although they could handle it tomorrow, Ji Yuning was unwilling to postpone it since they could deal with it right now. The lawyer told Ji Yuning the result, but Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao weren't aware of it yet, so Ji Yuning planned to tell them when she went to visit Peng Xinghao today. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were closer to the hospital, the lawyer was still absent when they arrived. Once they arrived, Ji Yuning told Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao the result of the case. After hearing about the punishment imposed on Zheng Kai, they were both excited. Finally, the bad people were punished. As for the compensation, Peng Xiaoman didn't know whether they should take it. Without Ji Yuning's help, they wouldn't have a cent, so it was Ji Yuning's effort that allowed them to get such a huge amount of money. However, Peng Xinghao was indeed seriously injured by Zheng Kai, so it was reasonable for them to accept the money. Ji Yuning understood Peng Xiaoman's feelings, but she already had an idea. I paid 200,000 yuan for Peng Xinghao's medical and surgery fee, so I'll deduct it from the compensation, and the rest should be yours. If you're still willing to work for me, I can give you a chance to choose again. If you work for me, you can have the same benefits as every other staff member, but I'll deduct your salary, 300,000 yuan, from the compensation. Therefore, I'll take away 500,000 yuan in all. Ji Yuning said that to see whether they had changed their mind, and also to give them a second chance to make a choice. If they regretted it, she wouldn't force them to work for her, but she would be angry, because they kicked her to the curb when she outlived her usefulness. However, she wouldn't do anything to hurt them either, and would only take 300,000 yuan from their compensation as remuneration. It was also a great chance for her to select loyal workers. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao understood what Ji Yuning meant, and they showed their attitude right away. Miss Ji Yu, we won't change our mind, and we'll never regret it. In fact, we're honored to work for you. Right, Miss Ji Yu, even if you take away all the compensation, we won't complain about it at all. We are clearly aware of your kindness and help. Peng Xinghao had survived because of Ji Yuning's help. As long as he was alive, he was able to make enough money for himself. Great, I'll make some arrangements for you. If you have your dream jobs, you can fight for them, otherwise you'll obey my orders, Ji Yuning said. She was very satisfied with their response. Sure. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao agreed. A while later, the lawyer came to deal with the compensation and transferred a large amount of money to Peng Xiaoman. All right, we can talk about other things when Peng Xinghao has made a full recovery. Zhou Weifan will stay here for a few more days in case the Zheng family causes you trouble, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning had that worry for a reason, because Zheng Kai's mother came to take revenge on Peng Xinghao at 10 p.m. that night. She couldn't accept the result that her only son would be in jail for a few years, so she lost her reason. Once she arrived outside of Peng Xinghao's ward, she knocked on its door and Zhou Weifan opened it. Without hesitation, she threw a bottle of sulfuric acid at Zhou Weifan. Actually, Zhou Weifan wasn't her target, but she didn't care about that now. Zhou Weifan was startled and avoided it right away, but some sulfuric acid fell on the bed and ruined the quilt. Seeing that, Zhou Weifan realized what was in the bottle and he was furious. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao were also frightened, but they moved to the side of the bed at once. Zheng Kai's mother kept cursing them. Damn you! Go to hell! Go to hell! Zhou Weifan was well prepared this time, and he wouldn't allow her to throw the sulfuric acid again. Once she moved, Zhou Weifan grabbed the quilt on the bed to cover the sulfuric acid in her whole body. Chapter 1394. Her son asked for it. Zheng Kai's mother screamed in pain when she was covered in the quilt which was soaked in sulfuric acid. Her screams attracted attention from people and nurses on the outside. Once they ran to the door of the ward, they saw her rolling in the quilt. Because the quilt covered her from her head, the sulfuric acid touched her head first. What's going on here? A nurse asked, but she didn't take action to remove the quilt and see who was inside. A woman suddenly ran to pour sulfuric acid into our ward, and I used the quilt to stop her. She's probably been hurt by the sulfuric acid now, Zhou Weifan said. He stayed calm and explained it with a serious expression. Although he wasn't guilty of defending himself, Zheng Kai's mother could be seriously injured this time. He would probably have to pay her compensation. Luckily, he wouldn't be punished for that according to the law. What? Onlookers were shocked and moved away at once in case they were hurt as well. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao were also surprised. In that case, this woman must have come for them. If it hadn't been for Zhou Weifan, they could have been disfigured by the sulfuric acid. Although Zheng Kai's mother was very evil, she was hurt in the hospital, so the nurses had to do something. Therefore, the nurse hurriedly went to remove the quilt over Zheng Kai's mother, but she was a little weak, so Zhou Weifan helped her. Zhou Weifan pulled the quilt off the next second, and Zheng Kai's mother was finally out of it, but her face was already burned by the sulfuric acid. Although her burns weren't serious, her face was disfigured. Oh, my face, my face. She covered her face with her hands, but screamed in pain once her hands touched her burned face. "Go get the doctor," the nurse said to another nurse, who ran away at once. They were only nurses, and they needed a doctor to treat Zheng Kai's mother. The second onlookers saw her face, they began to talk about her. "Jesus, her face looks so scary." The man said that she carried a bottle of sulfuric acid to throw into their ward. "She's crazy. Why did she do that?" People were discussing loudly, but most of them sided with Zheng Kai's mother because she looked sympathetic. Zhou Weifan couldn't stand it and argued. "Don't think that she's innocent. She's the guilty one. Why did she throw sulfuric acid into your ward? She must have done it for a reason." Zhou Weifan understood that onlookers didn't know the truth, so he turned to ask Zheng Kai's mother, "Are you a member of the Zheng family?" Although he asked that question, he actually already had the answer. Once Zheng Kai's mother heard the Zheng family, she shouted, "My son was put in jail because of you. You should go to hell. Go to hell." Unfortunately, she had no strength to take revenge now. Hearing that, onlookers were shocked. They put her son in jail. No wonder she did that to them. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao were annoyed by their discussion. "Shut up." Zhou Weifan snapped at them in a cold voice, and onlookers closed their mouths in fear. Her son asked for it, because her son. Zhou Weifan turned to point at Peng Xinghao who was sitting on the patient bed. Her son stabbed a fruit knife into his head, and he could have been killed. Her family also tried to help her son get away with the crime by bribing the police. Do you still think her son and her family are innocent? Hearing that, onlookers were shocked again. Not everyone could survive after being stabbed deep into the head. Besides, the Zheng family had bribed the police, which was totally unacceptable. However, not many people believed it, and some still had doubts. Zhou Weifan noticed their reaction and said, "If you don't believe it, you can find out more information about the case on the internet." Hearing that, the onlookers chose to believe his words. At the same time, no one had sympathy for Zheng Kai's mother anymore. A few minutes later, 2 male doctors came. They asked Zhou Weifan for details about what had happened in the ward. After hearing Zhou Weifan's explanation, they knew that it was the woman's fault, so they called the police. Zhou Weifan wasn't afraid at all, because Zheng Kai's mother was the guilty one, not them, and there were surveillance cameras at the door. Chapter 1395, Peng Xiaoman and Zhou Weifan. After that, the doctor took Zheng Kai's mother away to deal with her wounds. Zhou Weifan immediately let Ji Yuning know about what had happened. Ji Yuning told Zhou Weifan to deal with it first. If he couldn't handle it, he could turn to her for help later. Besides, given what had happened, they had to change wards, and Ji Yuning told the receptionist to keep it a secret from other people. If their friends came to visit them, they would contact them in private. After that, Zhou Weifan told Peng Xinghao's doctor that they needed to move to another ward. The doctor didn't know anything about Ji Yuning's background, but he knew that she wasn't simple. He was also respectful because of her unbelievable medicine, so he agreed with alacrity. However, he needed to check whether there were more available wards in the hospital. Before long, he came back and told Zhou Weifan that only VIP wards were available now. It cost much to stay in a VIP ward, but Peng Xiaoman accepted it without hesitation, because they had enough money to afford it. In addition, Peng Xinghao would leave the hospital in a few days. About half an hour later, the police arrived. After hearing the whole story, the police made the judgment that Zhou Weifan was defending himself, which was legal, so he wouldn't be punished. The police didn't side with Zheng Kai's mother this time, because they knew that there was a more important figure behind Peng Xinghao. It wasn't a secret that the Zheng family failed to help Zheng Kai out after the case went public. Zheng Lichang had no intention to sue Zhou Weifan either, because he knew that it was his stupid wife's fault. Besides, he was aware that there was a more influential figure behind Peng Xinghao, so he didn't dare to mess with them. Therefore, they had to accept the result. Although he was reluctant to see his wife disfigured, his wife asked for it after all. The problem was easily solved, and Peng Xinghao was moved to another ward. He had almost made a full recovery now, but still needed to stay in the hospital for a few days. Peng Xiaoman repeatedly thanked Zhou Weifan. "Mr. Zhou, I honestly don't know how to thank you. You've saved our lives. She was scared in retrospect. My pleasure, it's my job, Zhou Weifan said. I know, but it's the undeniable truth that you've rescued us, Peng Xiaoman said with sincerity. Zhou Weifan felt a little shy under her look, then remained silent. Well, I wish I had a brother-in-law like you, Peng Xinghao sighed all of a sudden. Peng Xiaoman flushed at once. Xinghao, don't say that. In fact, it was very normal for Peng Xinghao to say something like that, but Peng Xiaoman felt shy. What? Why can't I say that? I do wish that I can have such a strong, reliable brother-in-law like Weifan, Peng Xinghao said, feeling aggrieved. In fact, he said it on purpose too. As Peng Xiaoman's younger brother, he could see the change of Peng Xiaoman's attitude towards Zhou Weifan. He often chatted with Zhou Weifan, and he knew that Zhou Weifan was single. In that case, if Zhou Weifan also liked Peng Xiaoman, he wouldn't mind setting them up and have Zhou Weifan as his brother-in-law. Zhou Weifan and Peng Xiaoman looked like they would be a great couple from their appearances. As for their personalities, he thought that Zhou Weifan was a good man after getting along with him these days. Although his older sister didn't have a high-degree academic certificate, she would be a very good wife and mother. Peng Xinghao wasn't aware of Zhou Weifan's economic condition, but it didn't matter as long as Zhou Weifan and his older sister liked each other. Nevertheless, that was only Peng Xinghao's idea, and he wasn't sure whether Zhou Weifan liked his older sister. If Zhou Weifan didn't think his older sister was a good choice, he couldn't do anything about it. Peng Xiaoman flushed red, but didn't know what to say now. As a result, she turned around and ignored him. Zhou Weifan was a professional killer, and he knew nothing about love or romance, so he couldn't tell the difference between how Peng Xiaoman looked at him and how other people did, so he didn't understand why Peng Xinghao said that either. Zheng Kai's mother was admitted to the hospital as well, and given the Zheng family's wealth, she undoubtedly stayed in a VIP ward. Zheng Licheng was very angry at what she had done, but he couldn't criticize her right now because she was seriously injured. Besides, her face was burned and disfigured, so he was unwilling to even look at her. After making arrangements for his wife, Zheng Licheng left without hesitation. Chapter 1396, Are They a Family? Zheng Kai's mother had to get plastic surgery on her face to recover, but she could only do that after she calmed down. Leng Xiaojia couldn't sleep that night. Because she had already been injected with anesthetic for a few days and it would harm her body if she continued, she decided to try to fall asleep on her own. However, it wasn't easy at all, and she could only sleep for a short while, then woke up again from the pain. Zhang Shuyuan didn't dare to ask Ji Yuning for the medicine now, because they felt guilty about the car accident. Even if Ji Yuning wasn't aware of it, they couldn't be at ease now. Mom, I can't stand it. Tell the doctor to give me the anesthetic now. Leng Xiaojia begged Zhang Shuyuan in tears. It will hurt your body. Zhang Shuyuan said. I don't care. Leng Xiaojia shouted. However, Zhang Shuyuan still refused to do it, so Leng Xiaojia began to curse everyone. She blamed Zhang Shuyuan because she didn't go to ask Ji Yuning for the medicine. She also criticized Zhang Shuyuan and said she didn't care about her at all. Zhang Shuyuan felt a little heartbroken, but she didn't argue with Leng Xiaojia because she knew that Leng Xiaojia was in a lot of pain at the moment. Besides, Leng Xiaojia was her daughter after all. Leng Xiaoming left the capital that afternoon, because he needed to go to work. Actually, he didn't know what he could do about the grudges between Leng Xiaojia and Ji Yuning. At midnight, Leng Xiaoting began to have an uneasy sleep because he was struggling with a dream. The scene of the man of the evil practice hitting his abdomen at the edge of the cliff showed up again in his dream. He felt something warm moving in his body while he was having this dream. It seemed to be stopped by something in his body, and it was eager to break through to come out. Ji Yuning was a light sleeper, so she woke up once Leng Xiaoting started making noise. She thought that he might be having a nightmare, so she put her magical power into his body at once to help him relax. Once the magical power was put into Leng Xiaoting's body, it was absorbed into his belly and he gradually felt better. As time went by, Leng Xiaoting relaxed and fell asleep again. He didn't know that it really happened, and thought it was just a dream. The next day, Ji Yuning didn't talk about it with Leng Xiaoting when they woke, because both of them thought that it was just a dream. They went to run later. Halfway on the road, Ji Yuning sensed the smell of two cultivators, but she didn't bother to search for them. She simply glanced at the direction from which the smell came, then she noticed Bai Zongyang and a young girl who was about 17. Although she just gave them a glance, Ji Yuning recognized them right away. She had overheard the girl's conversation with an old man in the mountain villa last time. Her name was Zongxie. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning suddenly had an idea that Bai Zongyang and Bai Zongxie could be family. She didn't know whether she was right, but it was highly likely because Bai Zongyang and Bai Zongxie resembled each other. This time, Ji Yuning wasn't able to see them, because they avoided her on purpose, but Ji Yuning didn't mind, and went back home with Leng Xiaoting afterwards. Xiaoya had prepared breakfast, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to dine in her place before they returned to their own home. They needed to take a shower after running, and Leng Xiaoting naturally followed Ji Yuning into the bathroom. Ji Yuning wanted to say something to stop him, but didn't know what to say, because they couldn't be more familiar with each other's body right now. They stayed in the bathroom for nearly an hour, and when they walked out, Leng Xiaoting looked very satisfied. He left at 9 a.m., and they wouldn't see one another again until the next weekend. Although he was unwilling to leave Ji Yuning, he had to leave for his work. When Leng Xiaoting was gone, Ji Yuning went to her company with Gao Yi and Xiaoya. The boss of Ancient Charm was waiting in vain for bad news about Xianxia Antique Store, but all of the staff members in Xianxia Antique Store looked well and no one was affected by yin. The boss of Ancient Charm was confused, and he thought that the man in black might have deceived him. If the blue and white porcelain was actually fine, he would lose a lot of money, because he had sold it to the man in black at a very low price. Although he still made a lot of money, he wanted to make more from this deal. Therefore, he couldn't figure it out. However, the man in black was nowhere to be found now, and he couldn't directly ask the staff members in Xianxia Antique Store about it. Xianxia Antique Store could make millions of yuan by selling the blue and white porcelain. The boss of Ancient Charm needed to walk by Xianxia Antique Store when he went to his store, so he lowered his head with a guilty conscience when he saw Chen Durong standing at the door. Chen Durong, however, greeted him of his own accord. "Morning, Mr. Fang." Chen Durong slightly squinted at him, and it seemed like he had already discovered something. Since Chen Durong saw him, Mr. Fang couldn't run away now. "Good morning, Manager Chen." Chapter 1397, The Blue and White Porcelain. Because Mr. Fang felt guilty, he was uneasy facing Chen Durong now. "Mr. Fang, you don't look very well today. Have you been working too hard these days? Why don't you come inside to enjoy a cup of tea with me?" Chen Durong purposely said, because he knew that Mr. Fang would feel guilty after what he had done. And he was right. Once Mr. Fang heard that Chen Durong invited him to go inside, he thought of the evil blue and white porcelain and refused at once. No, thanks, I'm busy today." After that, he walked away quickly. Chen Durong sneered, then turned around and walked into the store. Since Ji Yuning had no intention to punish the mastermind, he wouldn't say anything about it either. Although Mr. Fang thought that the man in black might have deceived him into believing that the blue and white porcelain was evil, he wasn't too sure of it. The man in black only told him that people might feel cold or icy when they touched an evil antique, but they would be fine if they put it down. Mr. Fang indeed felt cold when he held the blue and white porcelain in his hands. It wasn't heavy, but he felt uncomfortable, which was the reason why he chose to believe the man in black. All of a sudden, Mr. Fang thought that Chen Durong might have already sold the blue and white porcelain. While his store wasn't very popular now, Xianxia Antique Store was, so it was possible that the blue and white porcelain was already sold. Thinking of that, Mr. Fang decided to have a look. Before long, he arranged for one of his friends to shop in Xianxia Antique Store. In order to not let Chen Durong discover his plan, he didn't send one of his staff. His friend came back later and told him that the blue and white porcelain was absent from Xianxia Antique Store. Knowing that, Mr. Fang had to accept the result that he had failed to damage Xianxia Antique Store and lost a valuable vase. Zhang Kai had already been sentenced to a few years in jail, but the case wasn't completely over yet. Since he admitted that he had stolen Peng Xinghao's designs to participate in the competition, the designer's name couldn't be his anymore. At the beginning, the host of the game wanted to remove Peng Xinghao's designs, because the news wasn't positive after all. However, the chief designer of their company took a liking to Peng Xinghao's designs. As a result, the host replaced Zheng Kai's name with Peng Xinghao's, and Peng Xinghao would receive the honor and award. The final result of this competition was just released, so Zheng Kai hadn't been able to get the honor and award. The host contacted Peng Xinghao afterwards, and visited him in the hospital, and since he deserved them, Peng Xinghao accepted the honor and award. They also invited Peng Xinghao to join their company. It was a famous design company in the industry, and had many skilled designers around the world. Peng Xinghao might not be able to be in charge of an international brand yet, but he could start his career from a new brand. It was a great chance for Peng Xinghao and he was definitely interested in it, but he still declined, because Ji Yuning had saved his life, so he should pay her back as he had promised. In addition, he was confident that he could have a bright future by working for Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning's clothing company had just been started, Charm had already gained a lot of fame. The host was surprised that Peng Xinghao turned the offer down, but didn't mind too much, because while Peng Xinghao was an outstanding clothing designer, there were many other talented designers as well. At 3 p.m. Ji Yuning received Leng Yuanjin's call letting her know that Leng Yuanjin needed to go back home today. She invited Ji Yuning to visit City C whenever she was free, and Ji Yuning agreed. When Leng Yuanjin and Yu Yin went back to the Leng family's house and told Master Leng that they had dined with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting earlier, Master Leng was displeased. He thought that they should have gone back home and dined together. Master Leng also complained that Leng Xiaoting totally forgot him when Ji Yuning was by his side, but honestly, Master Leng simply wanted to see them. In the following days, Ji Yuning went to work as usual. Leng Xiaoting, however, still had the same dream once in a while and felt uncomfortable in his abdomen. He always thought that it was just a dream, and didn't take it seriously. He also didn't want Ji Yuning to be worried, so he didn't tell her about it. After staying in the hospital for a while longer, Peng Xinghao finally made a full recovery. Ji Yuning went to pick them up in person, making both Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao feel grateful to her. Chapter 1398, Strange Things. Ji Yuning didn't think much about it. They were Ji Yuning's subordinates in the company, but they were friends out of the company. Ji Yuning drove them back to where they lived, but they didn't live in a good environment and it was far from the city center. Luckily, they were about to leave, so Ji Yuning said nothing about it. She told them to rest for 3 days at home. During this time, Peng Xinghao could properly prepare his designs for the interview in Ji Yuning's company. Her garment company was in City B, so they needed to fly to City B. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao agreed, because it wasn't bad for them to live in a new city and new environment. However, Peng Xiaoman was a little reluctant to leave Zhou Weifan. She knew that Zhou Weifan didn't have special feelings towards her, and she thought that she might gradually forget him after moving to another city. Zhou Weifan wasn't aware that Peng Xiaoman liked him, but he somehow felt that something was missing when he heard the news that they were leaving for City B. Nevertheless, he didn't know what was missing. Since Peng Xinghao left the hospital, he had fulfilled his task, and whether they stayed in the capital or left for City B had nothing to do with him. After making the arrangements, Ji Yuning went back to her company with Zhou Weifan. Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao watched them leaving, and Peng Xiaoman looked sad. "Xiaoman, if you really like him, you can just tell him," Peng Xinghao said. "Nonsense." Peng Xiaoman felt embarrassed and snapped at him. "You're my older sister, and I know you very well. I can see that you like him." Peng Xinghao frowned with dissatisfaction. He disliked it when his older sister chose to carry everything on her own shoulders. He wasn't a kid anymore, and he could help her if she needed. Although his older sister didn't have a high-degree academic certificate, she was far more sophisticated than him. Because of him, his older sister had remained single for 28 years. Since he graduated from college now and he didn't need to rely on his older sister to live his life, he hoped that she could live her own life and be happy. He knew that he had always been a burden to his older sister, so he felt guilty and studied very hard, hoping to protect her in the future. How should I tell him? I don't think he likes me back, Hung Xiaoman said with a wry smile. She had a traditional view of romantic relationships, and thought that the man should take action to chase the woman. Why can't you tell him and chase him first? It's different from the past now. It's not a big deal. Hung Xinghao expected better from his older sister. What he said was true, but Peng Xiaoman still hesitated before she was sure that Zhou Weifan also had a good impression of her. All right, it's my own business, you should mind your work now, Hung Xiaoman said and left. Hung Xinghao was annoyed, but he couldn't force his older sister. Anyway, it was their own personal affair. Maybe they could be together one day in the future. The next day, Ji Yuning didn't go to her company in the morning, and she received Li Meisong's call at 9 a.m. Every time she received a call from him, she subconsciously thought that he might have found another ancient grave, even though Li Meisong already quit grave digging and was now working in the crew of an empress of military blood. Actually, Ji Yuning had the right feeling, because Li Meisong called her because of something very strange. They were filming at Phoenix Mountain last night, but some strange things happened. Hearing Phoenix Mountain, Ji Yuning got nervous, because it was where the man of the evil practice fell from the cliff. Was it possible that the man wasn't dead? Ji Yuning was confused, but she didn't interrupt Li Meisong. Li Meisong continued, "We heard crows mooing once in a while, which was quite scary, and you know it's a sign of misfortune in our history. Although we don't believe in that nowadays, I still felt like it wasn't right." After that, someone shouted in fear that she saw a black figure flashing by. More and more people were getting terrified when the wild animals began to make all kinds of sounds too, so we ended the filming and went back to the capital. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was sure that there must be a problem, and it was highly likely that the black figure was the man of the evil practice. Although it had been a few days since he fell from the cliff, it was possible that he didn't wake up until last night. Ji Yuning asked, "How many scenes are left to be shot?" "We stayed there for 3 days. If those strange things hadn't happened last night, all the scenes might have been finished. We're thinking about whether we should continue at the same place or shoot again from the beginning at another place," Li Meisong said. Filming was difficult work, and Li Meisong had experienced it for himself recently. Chapter 1399, The Injured Man of the Evil Practice. It took a long time to finish a good scene. Because it required many takes from different distances. Therefore, it took a lot of effort to shoot it from the beginning again. However, they might have to because what happened last night was quite scary, and everyone in the crew was afraid now. Most importantly, they were afraid that something terrible might happen. "No need, I'll go there with you tonight, and handle it," Ji Yuning said. She knew that it wasn't easy for the crew to shoot all the scenes again, so she wouldn't allow it to happen. Since Ji Yuning said that, Li Meisong listened to her. "All right, I'll call Director Lu now," Ji Yuning said. "Sure," Li Meisong said, then hung it up. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Lu Zan. Lu Zan and Lu Xiao were talking about it at that moment, but they didn't have any ideas yet. It was neither Lu Zan's nor Lu Xiao's entertainment company, so they couldn't just waste money on the show. Even though Ji Yuning didn't lack money at all, they should do their job well at the lowest cost. Once Lu Zan saw Ji Yuning's name on the screen of his phone, he quickly answered it. Ji Yuning told him that she was aware of what had happened last night, and that there was no need for them to move to another place. She would go there with them tonight to deal with the problem. Lu Zan felt relieved when Ji Yuning said that. Ji Yuning was able to get rid of zombies, so this problem wouldn't be difficult for her. After having the conversation with Ji Yuning, Lu Zan shared the good news with Lu Xiao. As long as Ji Yuning came, they believed that everything would be fine. Actually, they hesitated to call Ji Yuning because they wanted to solve this problem on their own. Ji Yuning was their boss after all, and they couldn't turn to her for help whenever there was a problem. There were 2 groups, Group A and Group B, working at the same time in the crew. The scene at Phoenix Mountain included the leading female role and a supporting male role. Both of them were in Group B. They had worked for a long time, so they were resting now in the day, while Group A was filming now. Since Ji Yuning promised that she would come later, they would work as usual. Group B finished dinner at 5 p.m., and they had to leave for Phoenix Mountain half an hour later. They needed to arrive there earlier to set up shooting equipment. Hearing that they were still going to Phoenix Mountain for filming tonight, many staff members got nervous. They didn't believe in ghosts, but they were still terrified by what had happened last night. Luzon then told them that Ji Yuning would come tonight, and that since their boss wasn't afraid of it, they should relax. They all trusted Ji Yuning, so they soon calmed down. In addition, they also believed that it wasn't a big deal, and simply looked scary at night. When Ji Yuning came, Gao Yi and Xiaoya followed her. Cars couldn't get to the valley, because there was no road. They had to get out of the cars in a place about a kilometer away from the valley, then go there on foot. They had to carry or move the shooting equipment with their hands, on their backs, or in handcarts. Actors might look glorious in front of the cameras, but filming was actually quite tiring. Both the actors and the workers in the crew had to suffer a lot to do their jobs well. The crew arrived at the scene earlier than Ji Yuning. When they saw the familiar scene, they remembered the scary night. Some people felt uncomfortable and kept encouraging themselves to be brave. Luckily, most of them stayed calm and focused on working as always. Without delay, they began to set up tents and equipment. A few minutes later, tents were ready, and actors had to put on makeup. It was 6:30 p.m. and it was still bright, so they needed to prepare everything properly before it became dark. Ji Yuning along with Gao Yi and Xiaoya finally showed up, and everyone greeted Ji Yuning with respect. Ji Yuning was very kind to them and kept smiling at them to help them relax. Even though Ji Yuning was young and kind, the people there still stood in awe of her, because she was their boss. After greeting them, Ji Yuning went to check the surroundings. She told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to stay at the scene to protect the crew. At the same time, she used her jade eyes to look into the woods. About 200 meters away, there was a cave in a mountain and the man in black was sitting inside. He was seriously injured and trying to heal himself. Ji Yuning was sure that he must be the man who had fought against Leng Xiaoting and fallen from the cliff last time. A cultivator was indeed unusually strong, for him to still be alive after falling from a high cliff. However, what Ji Yuning didn't know was that the man was seriously injured by the power inside Leng Xiaoting's body. If it hadn't been for the power in Leng Xiaoting's body, he wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Chapter 1400. By Li Zongxie, he was a cultivator, and it wasn't easy for him to die. However, it would be different if he ran into Ji Yuning and the flood dragon. Although Ji Yuning already found her target, she didn't take action right away because the sky was still very bright now. The man of the evil practice was cruel, but he wouldn't hurt other people casually. He only hunted young virgin girls by hook or by crook. Therefore, he was harmless to Luzon and the other members of the crew. However, even though he was harmless for now, Ji Yuning wouldn't let him escape, but because she couldn't do anything now, Ji Yuning went back to the crowd. As the sky became dark, they were ready to film. They needed 3 actors in this scene at the valley, including the leading female role, the supporting male role, and an old man. The story was that the leading female role and the supporting male role fell from the cliff after being trapped by their enemy, and they were rescued by an old man who lived at the bottom of the cliff. This old man was an unknown master who was highly skilled at kung fu and medicine, so he cured the leading female role and the supporting male role. Once the sky became dark, the filming began. Ji Yuning made an excuse and left the crowd. When there was nobody around her, she let the flood dragon out and told it to quietly kill the man of the evil practice. The man was seriously injured and vulnerable now, so it was very easy for the flood dragon to deal with him. The flood dragon moved quietly and directly swallowed the man into its belly without making any noise. The man of the evil practice thought that he had survived the crisis, but unexpectedly was caught by the flood dragon today. He couldn't even struggle. These days, Ji Yuning ran into more and more members of the evil practice, and she honestly didn't know how many members it had. The filming went on smoothly this time, so everyone thought that what had happened last night was just an accident. Li Maosong, on the other hand, believed that Ji Yuning must have done something without them knowing. Anyway, everyone felt happy that everything went back to normal. It was already 2 a.m. when the filming was over, and they successfully finished the scene and were ready to go back, so Ji Yuning asked Gaoyi and Chaoya to help them pack up. By the time she got home, it was 3 a.m. She quickly washed her face and went to bed. The next morning, even though she only went to sleep at 3 a.m., she still got up at 5:30 a.m. to go for a run. She had only slept for a short time, but she was full of energy because of her magical power. Once Ji Yuning went outside to run, she met Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe. As cultivators, it was necessary for them to keep exercising. And other than running in the morning, they still needed to meditate. Because the air was fresh in the morning and contained faint magical power, they needed to leave their home, and absorb some magical power before running in the morning. Leng Xiaoting was absent today, so Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe walked over to talk to Ji Yuning. In fact, Baili Zongyang stayed alert when he approached Ji Yuning because he still couldn't discover why there was magical power in Kulane's medicines. However, he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't hurt them as long as they were kind to her. What a coincidence, Miss Ji Yu. Baili Zongyang greeted Ji Yuning. Nice to see you again, Mr. Baili, Ji Yuning said politely. Oh, please let me introduce my younger sister, Baili Zongshe. She's 17 this year, Baili Zongyang said to Ji Yuning. Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu. Baili Zongshe greeted Ji Yuning first. Nice to see you too, Miss Baili, Ji Yuning said. Well, that sounds a little strange. You don't need to call me Miss Baili. I'm not an adult yet, you can directly call me Zongshe, Baili Zongshe said. She was a very adorable girl. Sure, and you can just call me Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled. This was their first meeting, so they weren't close. Although Baili Zongshe tried to leave a good impression on Ji Yuning, she was still suspicious because there was magical power in Ji Yuning's medicines. They were worried that Ji Yuning might do something to hurt them if she could sense magical power and discover their real identities. Although those medicines contained magical power, they were useless to them. They were more curious to know how Ji Yuning got the magical power and how much of it she had. They wanted magical power for their own use, but they had no intention to hurt Ji Yuning. If it was possible, they wanted to be good friends. Ji Yuning, I read much news about you on the internet, and admire you. Baili Zongshe complimented Ji Yuning after finding out what she had achieved at such a young age. Dongfang Ziyu used to be her idol, but now she thought that Ji Yuning was much more outstanding than Dongfang Ziyu. If Ji Yuning was also a member of the cultivation world, she would definitely be more talented than Dongfang Ziyu. Thank you for your compliment. Ji Yuning smiled. Oh, I'm going to write the National College entrance examination this year. Which college did you apply for? I want to study in the same university as you. Do you mind? Baili Zongshe asked. Of course not. Ji Yuning was amused. I applied for the capital university. Ji Yuning didn't mind at all, and had no plan to keep it secret. Since they wanted to know more about her, she wouldn't hide it. What major did you choose? Baili Zongshe asked again. Well, I don't think I'd be able to study that. I love history, so I'll apply for a major in history, Baili Zongshe said. Although Baili Zongshe wanted to have a close relationship with Ji Yuning, she honestly wasn't good at economics. Chapter 1401, Feng Qi's injured, can we be friends? I don't have many friends and I always feel bored, Baili Zongshe asked Ji Yuning and looked pitiful. Even though Ji Yuning was aware that she was approaching her on purpose, it was hard for her to hate her. In addition, Ji Yuning could feel her sincerity. Maybe she would really want to become friends with her when she got to know more about her. Sure, Ji Yuning was willing to make friends with Baili Zongshe. Wonderful. Can we exchange phone numbers? Can I add you as my WeChat friend? Baili Zongshe asked with excitement. After that, they went for a run together. When they finished exercising, Baili Zongshe invited Ji Yuning to share breakfast, but Ji Yuning declined so she didn't insist. Once Ji Yuning was gone, the active and adorable Baili Zongshe disappeared and she returned to being calm and cool. It seems all right. No matter what, you should be careful, Baili Zongyang said. I understand. Baili Zongshe nodded. Ji Yuning went back to her home later. She took a shower and changed her clothes before she enjoyed her breakfast. After resting for a while, she left for her company. On her way, Ji Yuning thought about what she should do in the following days. The result of the National College entrance examination would be out in 4 days, so she needed to go back to City F. Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin's wedding was only a week away, and she also needed to send them a special wedding gift then. However, she wouldn't show up as Ji Yuning, but as Tang Aining. Both the Tang Aining from the previous incarnation and the Tang Aining in this incarnation had a grudge against them, so their wedding would definitely be unforgettable. Ji Yuning had the idea to secretly let Ji Yijing find out Tang Bingsun's illegitimate son and make Ji Yijing deal with the illegitimate son herself. Since Ji Yijing was able to hurt her mother so badly in the previous incarnation, it wouldn't be a problem for Ji Yijing to do that again. However, Ji Yuning thought that it was an evil idea, because Tang Bingsun's illegitimate son was innocent. If Ji Yijing took action, the illegitimate son would definitely be killed. Ji Yuning would feel guilty if the innocent boy died because of her, so she gave up this idea. Anyway, Feng Qil was Tang Bingsun's son, and he was the first heir of his business. Ji Yuning was about to deal with Tang Yaxin to make Tang Yaxin lose the qualification of an heir. Feng Qil was her next target. If Tang Bingsun was in trouble, Feng Qil would replace him, which would be an obstacle on Tang Qingyang's way to power in the Tang organization. Tang Qingyang was a major shareholder and was also a member of the Tang family, so he would take over the Tang organization as long as Tang Bingsun's family wasn't able to run the company. Therefore, Ji Yuning planned to help get Feng Qil out of the fierce competition in the Tang family and cut his relationship with it. Tang Qingyang needed all the other major shareholders' support in order to take over the Tang organization, so Ji Yuning decided to handle it before she dealt with Tang Bingsun. Since Tang Qingyang was going to take over the Tang organization, they had to control and minimize the damage, but there were going to be unavoidable damages. The Tang organization would be in turmoil, because it would have a new leader. While Ji Yuning was deep in thought, she was scared when the car came to an abrupt halt. What's wrong? Ji Yuning asked at once. There is a car crash ahead, boss, Gao Yi said. The car accident was still a distance from them, so they were fine. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look forward without delay. She saw that the front of one car was seriously damaged, and the car accident seemed very horrible. Coincidentally, right as Ji Yuning was thinking about Tang Bingsun's illegitimate son, his illegitimate son was caught in this car accident. He seemed to be severely injured. The driver of the car was Tang Bingsun's mistress, Feng Lin, and Feng Qil sat in the front passenger's seat. Their car hit the back of a big truck ahead of them, and the windshield was broken into pieces, which stuck into his head. Therefore, Feng Qil's head was bleeding and he was unconscious now. After seeing that, Ji Yuning sat still in her car. She had no intention to get involved in this. This was the first time that Ji Yuning had stayed indifferent. It wasn't her fault that she was cold-blooded. Although she was kind and helpful, she wouldn't help just anyone. Feng Qil was Tang Bingsun's illegitimate son after all, and they had a conflict of interest. She had no plan to hurt him, nor help him when he was injured by accident. Whether he could survive this time depended on him. Because of the car accident, they were stuck in a traffic jam, and the traffic police immediately came to do their job. Feng Lin was injured too because she knocked her head against the window, but she was in a much better condition than Feng Qil. She took out her phone in a hurry and called Tang Bingsun. Tang Bingsun was anxious and went to see them right away. Feng Qil was his only son, and he couldn't allow him to die. A while later, an ambulance arrived and sent the injured to the nearby hospital. The capital was a very large city, so the ambulance only came after a long while. The other cars on the road all moved away for the ambulance. Feng Lin was fine, but Feng Qil was in great danger. It was about half an hour before Ji Yuning could leave, and once she arrived at her office, Kei came to meet her. He told Ji Yuning to log in the game because several other game players wanted to have a competition with her. Ji Yuning was free now, so she agreed. Chapter 1402, A minor virus is a warning. There were no players who could defeat Ji Yuning in the game, so she won all the time. Battle in the Sky was becoming more and more attractive now, and many players left positive comments on it. Although not everyone liked it, it still became the most popular online game within a short time. This caused many game developers to become jealous of high-speed tech, and some of them began to scheme against it. There were many online games nowadays, but only a few of them could gain popularity, and most of them would be replaced and ignored after several years. Players had too many choices and they always wanted to try something new. Accordingly, Battle in the Sky stole many players away from other online games. Because the number of people who played games stayed stable, the competition among online games was cruel. Some other popular online games might not mind it, because they still had a lot of loyal fans, but it was terrible news for those online games which struggled to gain attention from the players. They didn't have loyal fans, so they were easily abandoned by the players. Business was like a battlefield without smoke. Commercial competition referred to the process in which commodity operators with independent economic interests competed with each other in order to obtain more market shares and higher economic benefits. The company brand was the core element of commercial competition. The main content of commercial competition: 1. Product competition. 2. Competition for business elements. 3. Service competition. 4. Price competition. These were all normal business competitions, and most businesses competed with each other legally. On the other hand, abnormal commercial competition was the use of unfair competition methods, such as 1. Using counterfeiting to engage in market transactions and damaging competitors. 2. Commercial bribery. 3. Misleading and false propaganda. 4. Acts that infringe on trade secrets. 5. Operators selling goods at prices below cost for the purpose of squeezing out competitors. 6. Conditional transactions. 7. Acts of rewarding sales that violated regulations. 8. Damage to the reputation of competitors. 9. Acts of unfair competition in bidding. 10. Acts of compulsory transactions by public companies or other operators who had a monopoly in accordance with the law. 11. Acts of the government and its subordinate departments abusing administrative power to restrict competition. Abnormal commercial competition was definitely illegal, and as long as there was clear evidence, businesses which were involved in it would be punished according to the law. If it wasn't serious, they only needed to pay a fine or compensation. However, when it was serious, they could be sentenced to years in jail or even to death. The richer a businessman was, the more he was afraid to be involved in trouble, because he could lose everything once he got in trouble. Accordingly, smart businessmen were unwilling to compete illegally, unless they were confident that they would be safe. However, some businessmen were good at making money, but didn't have moral standards. After all, there were all kinds of men in this world. Some were reasonable, while some weren't. Some had a good temper, while some had a bad temper. Anyway, different businessmen had different ways of running their businesses. For example, Battle in the Sky became the most popular online game, and the majority of other game developers were jealous of it. Most of them were thinking to compete legally, a few of them directly gave up competing because they knew they couldn't win, while several of them decided to try to compete illegally. Actually, if every businessman competed with his opponents illegally, the global business would be in chaos. It wasn't easy to compete illegally either, and it was very complicated in reality. Xianxia technology used to have the idea of playing a dirty trick to defeat high-speed tech, but it didn't think it could win, so it gave up in the end. However, although Xianxia technology gave up, there was another game company which tried to scheme against high-speed tech. It was Windwheel Technology. Windwheel Technology told a hacker to hack into the computer system of high-speed tech, to try to destroy the programming of Battle in the Sky. It was necessary to protect and maintain the system after a game was released. Nobody wanted the game to have a problem when a considerable amount of game players were enjoying it. The hacker of Windwheel Technology was very skillful, but he was still no match for K and his friends. K and his friends were top hackers in the world after all. With the help of K's team, the computer system of the Xianxia organization had the strictest security in their country. Even if a hacker might be able to hack into their computer system, K and his friends would soon find out. Therefore, Kay found out that the hacker was from Windwheel Technology once he detected something abnormal. Without hesitation, Kay installed a minor virus to Windwheel Technology's computer system, which made it useless for a whole hour. Kay even left lines of words on the screens of their computers to warn them not to be so stupid. All the staff of Windwheel Technology was scared and didn't dare to attack High-Speed Tech again. Although it was only a minor virus, they couldn't do anything to remove the warning off the screens of their computers. Chapter 1403, GU Man's pregnant. Luckily, they didn't suffer any loss, and it was just a warning. Windwheel Technology felt more scared than relieved. It was obvious that High-Speed Tech was at a higher level than Windwheel Technology. During lunch, Ji Yuning received a call from Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng. Both of them shared a piece of exciting news with her that Ji Man was pregnant. Ji Yuning was also thrilled and decided to go see Ji Man right away. She booked a ticket on the earliest flight and went back to City B without Gao Yi and Chao Ya coming with her this time. The plane would take off at 1:50 p.m., and she could arrive at City B at 3 p.m. Ji Yuning didn't tell anyone to pick her up, and instead took a taxi heading straight to the Tang family's house. It was already past 4 p.m. when she showed up. Ji Man felt a little uncomfortable when she got up that morning, so she didn't go to work in her beauty salon. She had a poor appetite at noon, and didn't eat much at lunch, so she went back to her room for a rest. However, she suddenly passed out when she walked upstairs, which frightened everyone else in the Tang family. Their family doctor came right away and gave Ji Man a checkup. And when the result was out, the Tang family was excited, because it turned out that Ji Man was pregnant. Master Tang called Tang Yunfan at once, and Tang Yunfan cancelled his meetings without hesitation and hurried back home. Quan Mingkai drove the car, while Tang Yunfan called Ji Yuning on his way. Ji Man woke up soon after she lost consciousness for a short while, so she heard the good news as well. She was excited, happy, and felt slightly embarrassed, because she wasn't young after all. The Tang family cherished Ji Man very much, and she had become the most important figure now that everyone found out that she had a baby in her belly. She definitely wouldn't work in the beauty salon any longer, so Tang Yunfan arranged for someone else to manage it. Ji Man actually didn't mind working during her pregnancy. This wasn't the first time that she had been pregnant, and she wasn't a weak woman after all, but the Tang family insisted, so she agreed. The Tang family wouldn't allow Ji Man to do whatever she wanted until she had safely passed the first 3 months. Luckily, the Tang family's house was very large and had a big garden, which was enough for Ji Man to take a walk in if she liked. Tang Yunrong and her husband came to visit Ji Man once they heard the news, and although the Tang family didn't lack anything, they still came with many gifts. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, came with empty hands, because she was Ji Man's daughter and she didn't know what a pregnant woman needed. The Tang family would hire an experienced nurse to take good care of Ji Man, and Ji Man could get whatever she wanted in the Tang family. Only in a rich family could a pregnant woman be treated so well, because pregnant women in ordinary families had to work as usual. With the help of Ji Yuning's pills, Ji Man's body was in a much better condition than before, so it wouldn't be very difficult for her to have a second pregnancy. Ever since Ji Man and Ji Yuning had joined the Tang family was filled with happiness and laughter, which seldom happened before. Ji Yuning stayed in the Tang family for 3 days before she went back to City F to see her scores from the National College Entrance Examination. Well, you're not a little girl anymore, and you have your own ideas. There are many good universities in City B as well, but you still want to go to study in the capital. Xiaoting is more attractive than us. Tang Haifeng complained and seemed sad. Ji Yuning was amused. Grandpa, I've always wanted to go study in the capital, it has nothing to do with Xiaoting. In fact, she was determined to take revenge the moment she was reincarnated, so she was sure that she was going to study in the capital. When Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin's wedding began, her revenge would also start. I don't think so, Tang Haifeng said. However, he was just kidding, because Ji Yuning had told him that she wanted to study in the capital university when they first met each other in City Tang. Therefore, Tang Haifeng only felt sad that he couldn't see Ji Yuning as often in the future. Ji Yuning understood his worries and said with a smile, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll visit you when I'm free." "Really? I don't see you often these days. Could you make sure that you can visit me once you're free in the future?" Tang Haifeng said. "I'm just busy dealing with my business now." Ji Yuning argued. "You're too ambitious at such a young age." Tang Haifeng said. Although Ji Yuning was the pride of the Tang family, Tang Haifeng still hoped that she could live a happy life with less pressure. After that, Tang Haifeng arranged for a chauffeur to drive Ji Yuning to the airport. Ji Yuning arrived at City F at 5 p.m. The scores would be released at 12 a.m. that night, then she could begin to apply for her dream university. She could do it on the internet, but the school hoped that they would make their decisions after they had a meeting the next day. Some students didn't know which university they should apply for, and needed their teacher's advice. Chapter 1404. Muke confesses his love to Mixi. Ji Yuning, however, was different from other students because she was too outstanding so she could make the decision on her own. Nevertheless, it would be the last time that she was able to see her classmates, so she decided to meet with them the next day. She wouldn't forget her classmates even though she was very successful. Before Ji Yuning came back to City F, she told Haoran and her other friends the news. So after she arrived at City F, she directly went to meet them at the appointed restaurant. At 5:30 p.m., she arrived and her friends were all present. Muke, Haoran, Chu Peihan, Mixi, Su Anya, and Yi, and Zhang Tianping were all waiting for her, but they didn't begin to order the dishes until Ji Yuning came, because it was still early. Before the dishes were placed on the table, they chatted with each other casually. "The scores will be out at 12 a.m., and I'm so nervous right now," Su Anya said. Although she was an excellent student, she wanted to major in law, which had a high score requirement. Actually, her family wanted her to study abroad, but she convinced them to listen to her, so she had the absolute right to choose now. "I'm nervous too," Mixi agreed. She was determined to study in the capital. She knew that she wouldn't be accepted into the capital university, but she made up her mind to follow Ji Yuning. Even if she couldn't get into a prestigious college, she could study in a qualified university at least. "I don't care about it at all," Chu Peihan said, because she was going to study acting. "Of course you don't. You're good at studying, and the major you chose doesn't have a high requirement for your scores," Haoran said. "I think we don't need to expect to be enrolled in good colleges. As long as there is a school which wants us, we're fine." Haoran gave a glance to Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping. In fact, Haoran and Qin Zixin were smart boys too, but they spent little time and energy on studying. Luckily, they met Ji Yuning last semester, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to get into a university. Muke was an excellent student, so he could definitely get into a good university. In addition, he already had the idea to study in the same university as Mixi. Shortly after the National College entrance examination was over, he confessed his love to Mixi without anyone else knowing. Mixi hadn't known that Muke liked her too, so she was surprised and felt excited. However, she hesitated to accept him at the same time, because she wasn't sure where Muke was going to study in the future. She didn't want to have a long-distance relationship, but she didn't want to force Muke to go to the capital with her. Besides, even though they liked each other, neither of them knew what would happen in the future. She definitely wanted a good result, but she was afraid of possible difficulties ahead of them. Muke understood her feelings very well, so he directly told Mixi that he would follow her to the capital. Since Muke decided to study in the capital as well, Mixi thought that there wouldn't be any serious problems. Mixi said that she would consider it, and that she would give him her answer when their scores were out. Although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, they sometimes hung out together and maintained a close relationship with each other. Because Mixi was an intern in Shenghua real estate now, and was busy during the week, they mostly met each other on weekends. Their friends weren't aware of it, because Mixi hadn't made her decision yet. Haoran and Yi were destined to inherit their family's business, so they chose to major in management like Ji Yuning. And if no accidents happened, they would study in the capital city, City G, in Province G. City G was a first-tier city after all, and wasn't a bad choice. Qin Zixin would major in politics because he was going to serve in the government, and would stay in City G2. Zhang Tianping, Hao Ran, and Qin Zixin always had fun together, and they were close brothers for years. As a result, Zhang Tianping would go where Hao Ran and Qin Zixin went to study. After talking about scores, Ji Yuning asked Yu Mixi, "Mixi, how's your internship in Xianxia real estate? Are you used to it? Is there anyone who treats you unkindly?" "It took me some time to get used to it, because it's my first internship, but I feel much better now. Nobody treats me unkindly, and they're very friendly to me," Yu Mixi said. Actually, some staff members bullied Yu Mixi once in a while at the very beginning, because they thought that she was a newcomer. It wasn't uncommon that old staff members bullied newcomers in a company. Luckily, the bullying wasn't serious, and they simply told her to help them print things and buy coffee. The financial manager noticed and criticized them. He told them that Yu Mixi was only an intern, not a newcomer. In that case, it couldn't be simple. Ordinary people couldn't get an internship in the finance department, because it was a very important department in a company, especially a big company. Therefore, everyone began to believe that Yu Mixi must have powerful support, and nobody dared to take advantage of her afterwards. They also tried to find out who recommended Yu Mixi to work there, but Yu Mixi didn't tell them. They were afraid to annoy the person supporting Yu Mixi, so they changed their attitude towards her. It was an unspoken rule in the workplace that nobody wanted to offend a person of power. Chapter 1405, A Bunch of Hoodlums, Glad to Know. Ji Yuning smiled. "Oh, but if you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to tell me, all right? You have my support." Yu Mixi wasn't only her employee, but was also her close friend, and she was going to protect Yu Mixi if anyone dared to bully her. "I understand." Yu Mixi nodded, but she wouldn't turn to Ji Yuning for help at any time if it wasn't necessary. She understood that competition was everywhere, and she needed to get used to it. In addition, she still needed to go to find a job on her own after she graduated from college without Ji Yuning's help. So it wasn't a bad thing for her to confront difficulties in advance. Nobody knew that Yu Mixi was able to work as an intern in Xianxia real estate because it was owned by Ji Yuning. The others all believed that Ji Yuning must have a close relationship with Anyi's father. Actually, Anyi felt a little uneasy when he got along with Ji Yuning right now, because Ji Yuning and his father were friends in business. When the dishes were finally placed on the table, they began to enjoy it with some wine. They decided to have fun together till 12 a.m. and wouldn't separate until they saw their scores. Therefore, they went to have a walk after dinner, and decided to go to Daihao Clubhouse later. After dinner, many people were enjoying themselves in the park, and it was full of activity. However, accidents always happened where a lot of people gathered. And shortly after Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at the park, an accident happened. Although there were many people on the square, there were only a few people walking by the lanes in the woods. So because Ji Yuning and her friends didn't want to be bothered by the crowd, they went to have a walk in the woods. After which, they saw several hoodlums sexually harassing a woman. Even though they didn't touch her, they were quite annoying, and the woman was angry, but she didn't dare to annoy them. She only shouted that she would call the police. Unfortunately, the bunch of hoodlums didn't care about it at all, and kept on harassing her. "Don't do that. We won't eat you alive. Leave me alone." The woman almost cried from the fear. She regretted walking alone today. If she hadn't done that, she wouldn't have run into those hoodlums. She felt helpless now. In fact, some people around them witnessed the scene, but nobody stepped out to help her. The woman understood that not everyone was kind and many onlookers were indifferent. "Come on, let's have fun together. We're not bad people, you should trust us." Boss. Hao Ran and the other boys were mad. They wanted to take action, but asked for Ji Yuning's opinion first. "Go ahead. You can deal with it," Ji Yuning said, then sat down with other girls. "Sure." Once Ji Yuning agreed, those boys walked towards the bunch of hoodlums. "I thought you would go with them." Ji Yuning looked to Chu Peihen, because Chu Peihen was always excited about fights. "Why?" Chu Peihen laughed. "They're simply a bunch of hoodlums, so I won't bother to fight with them." Ji Yuning smiled and said nothing. She agreed with Chu Peihan. When Hao Ran and the other boys walked over, they shouted, "Hey, you, real men don't harass women. I dare you to bully us." Hao Ran looked arrogant, because he disdained hoodlums. In fact, they could easily beat them up. The woman got excited when Hao Ran stepped out, and she hoped that they could rescue her, while those hoodlums were mad that they were interrupted. One of them said, "You're just a bunch of kids. Stay away." Because Hao Ran and the other boys were very young, the bunch of hoodlums didn't take them seriously. "You're just cowards." Hao Ran challenged them again. The bunch of hoodlums were furious. "Beat them." Without delay, 4 of them ran to Hao Ran and the other boys. Although Yi was comparatively weaker, the other boys were good and experienced at fighting, so they beat those hoodlums up within seconds. The bunch of hoodlums were frightened and begged Hao Ran to let them go. "Please let us go. We won't do it again. We won't do it again, please." To their surprise, these young boys were much stronger than them. "Disappear, now," Hao Ran said. Hao Ran and the boys didn't injure them seriously, and they only had external injuries, so those hoodlums escaped at once. "Thank you so much for your help." The woman thanked Hao Ran when those hoodlums were gone. "You're welcome, and you should go back home now. It's not safe for a woman to stay outside alone at night," Mu Kei said. Thank you so much." The woman still thanked them several times before she left. When the woman walked away, Hao Ran and the other boys went back to Ji Yuning. "Just a bunch of hoodlums, and we beat them up within seconds." Hao Ran sneered with disdain. They often used to fight in their school, but they hadn't fought for a long time now. They grew up over time, and they wouldn't cause others trouble when it wasn't necessary. "Why don't you fight against each other if you want to enjoy it?" Ji Yuning joked. Chapter 1406. Guess scores. "No, we won't do that." They were close friends and they were unwilling to hurt each other, so it was impossible that they would enjoy it. They walked in the park for a while longer, then went to Daihao Clubhouse. A club usually became crowded after 10 p.m., so it would be boring if they went there earlier. Ji Yuning didn't win a prize this time, because she was reluctant to arouse suspicion. Anyway, they didn't lack money, and Ji Yuning would pay the bill. After staying in the private room for half an hour, they went to the underground boxing field to watch the game. And by the time they were back in the private room, it was only 11:30 p.m. "Although the scores will be out in half an hour, I still feel like it's forever," Xianxia said. They could apply for their dream universities once the scores were out, but they already had their ideas. If they could successfully reach the passing marks for admission of their dream universities, it would be the best. If not, they would have to change their targets. Ji Yuning was confident that she could be enrolled in the capital university, so she didn't worry. Xianxia also wanted to go to study in the capital, and her second choice was a famous university in City B. However, there was a gap between a good university in the capital and one in City B. Although Xianxia aimed to study in the capital, she didn't have much confidence, because she wasn't as excellent as Mu Kei and Ji Yuning at studying. Yu Mixi aimed to study in a university of business and economics in the capital, so did Mu Kei. He would go wherever Yu Mixi went. Chu Peihan's target was a film academy in the capital, because it was the best film academy in their country. As long as her scores weren't too low, Chu Peihan was sure to be enrolled. Finally, it was 12 a.m., and they used their phones to check their scores. However, because there were too many students doing that at this time, they had to wait for a while longer. At 12:10 a.m., they read their scores. Yu Mixi was the first one who saw her scores, and her total score was 593. It was 33 points higher than the passing marks of last year. Although the passing marks were different every year, it wouldn't be much higher this year than last year. Yu Mixi was very excited when she saw her total score, because it was beyond her expectation. "Good for you. 593 is very high, and it's highly likely that you'll be enrolled," Ji Yuning said. She felt happy for Yu Mixi. After all, not everyone could be as outstanding as her at studying. "What? 593? Wow, Mixi, you can surely be enrolled in a great university. Let me have a look." The others all approached her. Yu Mixi thought that she might just get enrolled in an ordinary college in the capital, but now she was able to go to her dream university. She felt like crying with excitement, but felt shy to cry in front of her friends, so she forced herself to calm down. After that, and Yi also saw his total score, which was 564. He could also definitely be enrolled in a great university in City G. However, although there were also many great universities in City G, they weren't comparable to those top colleges in the capital. Xianxia's total score was 615, which wasn't enough for her to be acceptable by her dream university, but she was fine with it, because she could still study in a prestigious university in City B. Although it was a shame that she couldn't see Ji Yuning and her other friends very often in the future, it wasn't a bad total score. Hao Ran, Qin Zixin, and Zhang Tianping had basically the same total score, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to be enrolled by their target university. Chu Peihan's total score was 653, while Mu Kei's was 689, so they were very satisfied with their total scores. Ji Yuning was the last one who revealed her total score, but she told her friend to guess first. We can each have a guess about our boss's total score, and whoever is wrong needs to drink a bottle of beer. Chu Peihan proposed. No problem. Everyone agreed. In fact, it wasn't difficult for them to guess correctly about Ji Yuning's total score, because she was well known for her unbelievable performance at studying. I'll do it first. Hao Ran raised his hand. Given that our boss can always have full scores during the past exams back in our school, I think she can have 748 out of 750. I agree with Hao Ran. Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping said at once. They also believed that Ji Yuning could easily have a total score which was very close to the full score. I think it's 749, Chu Peihan said. She had more confidence in Ji Yuning than them, but it wasn't likely for Ji Yuning to have a full score essay after all, so she only deducted 1 point from the full score. Chapter 1407. Full score. I agree with Peihan, Yu Mixi said. Since Yu Mixi believed that Ji Yuning could have a total score of 749, Mu Kei supported her. In the end, only Xianxia guessed that it might be 747. When everyone had his or her guess, Ji Yuning revealed her total score. It turned out to be a full score, 750 points. In that case, nobody guessed correctly. Everyone was shocked, because it was too unbelievable to be true. No one had ever had a full score essay before. Ji Yuning was actually also surprised by the result. 750. Did I hear it right? I can't believe my ears. Boss, you're so amazing. You have my respect. Wow, I must tell my parents. Everyone cheered and celebrated, as if they had the full score themselves. After celebrating for a while, they went back to their own homes. When Ji Yuning was home, she called Leng Xiaoting and shared the good news with him. Leng Xiaoting was astonished by the result and felt proud of her. Ji Yuning told him to keep it a secret from Master Leng for now, because she personally wanted to tell Master Leng when he woke up. When it was finally 7 a.m., Ji Yuning called Tang Haifeng. She knew that Tang Haifeng was usually already up at this time. Tang Haifeng was shocked, so were the other members of the Tang family when Ji Yuning told them her total score. They knew that Ji Yuning was the top student in her school, but they didn't expect that she could get a full score. All the members of the Tang family burst into tears of joy. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Master Leng. Master Leng was enjoying his breakfast along with Leng Yuanchen, his wife, and Leng Yuanjun and his wife. Hi, Ningning, do you want to tell Grandpa a piece of good news? Master Leng laughed once he picked up Ji Yuning's call. Master Leng was sure that Ji Yuning could have a good result. Ji Yuning smiled and said, You're right, Grandpa, but why don't you have a guess about my total score? The full score is 750. Well, I believe you can get 748 or 749 out of 750, Master Leng said with confidence. He didn't think that Ji Yuning could have a full score, because it wasn't likely to have a full score essay in the exam. Actually, nobody would have that idea. Hearing that, Leng Yuanchen snorted. Even though Ji Yuning was the top student in her school, in his eyes, she could only have a total score between 730 and 740. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin were surprised by Master Leng's guess, because they also thought that it was too high. They had never seen a senior high student who could get a total score beyond 745 in the exam before. Very close, but not right, because I have a full score in total, 750 points, Ji Yuning said. Can I have a reward? Although Ji Yuning didn't lack rewards or gifts, she still wanted it from Master Lang, because it was meaningful to her. Master Lang, however, was stunned and couldn't say a word all of a sudden. Leng Yuanchen noticed his reaction and thought that Ji Yuning's total score might be very different from Master Leng's guess. What? You have a full score? Master Leng asked. Although 748 and 749 were only 2 and 1 points less than 750, 750 was the full score after all. Leng Yuanjun and the others around the dining table were astonished. They stared at Master Leng, waiting for his next sentence. Yes, I have a full score of 750 points, Ji Yuning said again on the phone. Good for you. I feel so happy for you. Master Leng laughed loudly with happiness. Do I get any reward? Ji Yuning asked. Sure, come to see me when you're in the capital, and I'll give you a thick red envelope. Master Leng beamed. Great, see you then. Ji Yuning said. See you. Master Leng was excited. Father, did I hear it right? Ningning has a full score of 750 points. Leng Yuanjun asked Master Leng. Right, 750 points. A full score, Master Leng said with a broad smile. He didn't want to eat anymore and went back to his room to call his old friends to share this good news with them. Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu were greatly surprised when they heard the news, and they were also envious of Master Leng because he had such an outstanding future granddaughter-in-law. Although their grandchildren were also outstanding among their peers, they were barely comparable to Ji Yuning. Chapter 1408. Master Leng's threat. After calling Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu, Master Leng gave a call to a man named Kai Qinghua. Leng, why are you calling me this early in the morning? Do you still want that calligraphy from me? Let me tell you what, no matter how much you pay, I won't sell it to you. I'm very busy now, so you can end this call if you don't have anything important to talk to me about, Kai Qinghua said. Kai Qinghua wasn't as close to Master Leng as Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu were, but he was an old friend of Master Leng too. What are you busy with? Master Leng asked. There is a student who has a full score in City F this year, and I need to invite her to have a meeting with me right away. It has never happened before, Kai Qinghua said with great excitement in his voice. Kai Qinghua was the principal of the capital university. Actually, every principal of each prestigious university was attracted by Ji Yuning's total score of the exam. Therefore, Kai Qinghua planned to see Ji Yuning as soon as possible. Do you mean Ji Yuning? Master Leng said with a smile on his lips. How do you know that? Kai Qinghua was surprised. Do you want her to study in your university? Master Leng asked on purpose. Of course, Kai Qinghua said. If you sell that calligraphy to me, I'll help you get her into your university, or you'll lose her, Master Leng said in a threatening tone. He was using Ji Yuning to threaten Kai Qinghua. Although Ji Yuning's dream university was precisely the capital university and nobody could change her mind, Master Leng still purposely said that, trying to get the calligraphy from Kai Qinghua. He knew that that calligraphy was very precious in Kai Qinghua's eyes, so he could only try it without a better idea. Kai Qinghua got anxious. Leng, do you want to threaten that student? It's unacceptable. The girl must have studied very hard in order to have a bright future, and you can't stop her from getting into the capital university. It's not clear whether she'll choose the capital university or not, and there are other highly prestigious universities in the capital as well, Master Leng said with disdain. Kai Qinghua was annoyed, because Master Leng was right. There were other prestigious universities in the capital, so the top students still had choices. Wait a second, do you know the student very well? Kai Qinghua asked. Yes, she's my future granddaughter-in-law, so I'll tell her to study in another prestigious university in the capital if you don't sell the calligraphy to me, Master Leng said with pride. What? Ji Yuning is your future granddaughter-in-law? Are you kidding me? Kai Qinghua couldn't believe it. Ji Yuning was in City F, while the Leng family was in the capital, and Ji Yuning was very young this year. It was normal for a girl of 18 to have a boyfriend, but it was still unbelievable. Do you feel it's hard to believe? She called me early this morning and shared the good news with me, Master Leng said. Believe it or not, Ji Yuning is my grandson's girlfriend, and we're already talking about their engagement. After that, Master Leng hung up the call before Kai Qinghua could say another word. However, a few seconds later, his phone rang and the caller was Kai Qinghua. Master Leng didn't answer it right away, and waited for another few seconds. It torture for Kai Qinghua to wait during these seconds. What? Didn't you refuse to believe it? Master Leng said. Is Ji Yuning really your future granddaughter-in-law? Is she really Xiaoting's girlfriend? Kai Qinghua asked. Right, do you want to learn more about her? You can search her name on the internet yourself. Call me again when you've made your decision, Master Leng said and hung up once more. In order to get that calligraphy, Master Leng made full use of Ji Yuning. However, it wasn't a bad thing for Ji Yuning, because Kai Qinghua would pay more attention to her because of his relationship with the Leng family. Ji Yuning was a student and a businesswoman, so she couldn't stay in their school every day. Therefore, if she didn't have connections, it would be inconvenient for her to run her companies in the future, because although Ji Yuning had indeed achieved a lot, the capital university was a top university in their country. Kai Qinghua immediately searched Ji Yuning's name on the internet, and after reading the news about her, he was totally shocked. He thought that Ji Yuning was already unbelievable when she got the full score, but it turned out that she had done a lot of amazing things before. Chapter 1409, Admiration and Suspicion. She started her business at an early age, and already had over 2 billion yuan in wealth. Her companies included Jade Beauty Jewelry, Kulain, Charm, Fenghua Entertainment, Kuzi, and so forth. Kai Qinghua was familiar with Kulain, because he had many Kulain medicines in his home. His stomach wasn't very well, and he would feel much better every time he took some of Kulain's medicines. To his astonishment, it was owned by a young girl. It was hard for him to believe it. In addition, this girl was also a kung fu master and she had saved many people's lives. He was reluctant to lose such a talented student. Therefore, Kai Qinghua made up his mind and called Master Leng without hesitation. He agreed to sell that calligraphy to Master Leng, but Master Leng had to make sure that Ji Yuning would study in the capital university. Master Leng was very satisfied and agreed. In case Kai Qinghua regretted it when he found out that Ji Yuning's dream university was already the capital university, Master Leng told him to meet Ji Yuning in person. After that, Master Leng went to Kai Qinghua's home for that calligraphy. Shortly after Ji Yuning had the call with Master Leng, her principal called her. Although the principal could check Ji Yuning's total score on the official website, he didn't do that because he thought it was an abuse of his power. Accordingly, he decided to ask Ji Yuning instead. The student meeting would be held at 2 p.m. so the Education Bureau would organize all of the students' total scores before 12 p.m. So the principal would know the result by that afternoon. However, he couldn't wait. The scores were released too late last night, or he would have called Ji Yuning right after it was released yesterday. The principal was shocked as well when he learned that Ji Yuning had a full score of 750 points. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem for Ji Yuning to reach 740, but he was surprised that she could get a full score. It had never happened before. After the principal called Ji Yuning, Zhang Chuhua and more people called Ji Yuning later. As a result, Ji Yuning kept receiving calls and replying to messages the entire morning. And because they sincerely cared about her, Ji Yuning didn't lose her patience. Many of Ji Yuning's followers on Weibo also asked her for her total score for the National College entrance examination. They all hoped that she could tell them, but it was not only Ji Yuning's Weibo. Many of her company's official Weibo accounts also received many messages about her total score. However, Ji Yuning seldom remembered that she had a Weibo account in her daily life, because she was too busy. And those who were managing those official Weibo accounts were just as unaware of her score. At the same time, the Education Bureau of City F noticed Ji Yuning's unusual total score when it was organizing all the students' scores in City F. The Education Bureau was amazed by Ji Yuning's total score. There was no doubt that she got the highest score around the country this year. Normally, the highest total score in City F was around 700, and a full score had never happened before. Nevertheless, although Ji Yu-ning could get a full score, it didn't mean that the National College Entrance Examination was very easy. In fact, it was very difficult for many senior high students to get a high score in the exam. Therefore, Ji Yu-ning's total score shocked everyone in the Education Bureau, and they checked the result many times to make sure of it. After that, the Education Bureau released the result on Weibo, which didn't need Ji Yu-ning's agreement. Within minutes, the news of Ji Yu-ning's total score went viral on the internet. Jesus, she has a full score. She must have the highest score in the country. It has never happened before. Goddess Ji Yu is my idol. I feel so proud of her. Most internet users were amazed by the news, but some still held suspicion. A full score. Seriously. It can't be true. I don't believe it. However, those suspicions didn't get much attention. Although a full score had never happened before, it didn't mean that it wouldn't ever happen. Anyway, most people supported Ji Yu-ning. At 1 p.m. that afternoon, Ji Yu-ning left for her school. There was a long banner hanging on the gate of their school to congratulate Ji Yu-ning for her unbelievable total score. Many students were attracted to it, and they were all shocked. Oh my, Ji Yu-ning is so amazing. I thought 740 would be a very high score, but it turns out that she can get a full score. I'm shocked. They were all complimenting Ji Yu-ning. And other than the students, many reporters gathered together at the gate as well. Ji Yu-ning wore a resigned look, but she knew that an interview was unavoidable. Once Ji Yu-ning showed up, many students recognized her and exclaimed in shock. The next second, reporters surrounded her with cameras. Miss Ji Yu, have you ever thought that you'd get a full score in the exam? Well, I was also surprised by the result, because you know it's very hard to get a full score on an essay, Ji Yu-ning said calmly. Chapter 14:10. The Capital University gets her. Most people already had a good impression of Ji Yu-ning, and her behavior impressed them deeper this time. Reporters then began to ask her questions about her companies, and she replied to them with patience, which helped her gain more fans. While Ji Yu-ning was being interviewed, Qin Zheng and his friends came. They noticed the banner hanging at the gate, and felt embarrassed, so without delay, they quickly walked away in the crowd. Chu Peihan and the others arrived later, and all felt honored for being Ji Yu-ning's friends. Our boss is too noticeable to be ignored. Hao Ran said with great pride. Yeah, but it's stressful sometimes, especially when Ningning doesn't want to attract too much attention, Chu Peihan said. She's at the same age as us, but I always feel that. She's much more mature than us, Qin Zixin said. If she wasn't much more mature than her peers, she wouldn't have what she has achieved today. Mu Ke said. They admired Ji Yu-ning and regarded her as their idol, but they weren't jealous of her because they treated her with sincerity. After a long while, Ji Yu-ning stopped the interview and walked into the school, and Hao Ran and the others caught up to her at once. Along the way, they were the focus of other students' attention. When they entered the teaching building, they went to their own classrooms. Ji Yu-ning's classmates kept on complimenting her once she showed up, and they also congratulated her on her exam result. None of them were jealous of her either, because they knew that Ji Yu-ning was a hard act to follow. Their head teacher came later, and congratulated Ji Yu-ning first before she started the meeting. The meeting aimed to give them advice about their application for universities. They could apply for their dream universities from today. Halfway through the meeting, the Dean of Students showed up and he came to tell Ji Yu-ning to go to the Academic Affairs office in person. Ji Yu-ning followed him, leaving many of her classmates curious about the reason why Ji Yu-ning had to leave all of a sudden. They thought that something terrible might have happened. Thinking of that, they began to be worried about Ji Yu-ning. Only Zhang Chuhua knew the real reason. The principal just told her that some people from prestigious universities around the country wanted to see Ji Yu-ning today. Although the principal knew that Ji Yu-ning was determined to study in the capital university, he couldn't stop the leaders of other colleges from coming. Ji Yu-ning had now become the student that most of the famous universities wanted. Given her total score, she was sure to be enrolled in the best universities in their country. The principal felt really proud of her. Because of Ji Yu-ning, their school had gained much fame. The dean of students led Ji Yuning to the principal's office instead of the academic affairs office. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised at all, because she knew that she was very popular now. She had a full score of 750 points after all, and no one else could have a higher score than her. When Ji Yuning walked into the office, there were 6 people sitting inside. Once she appeared, they all stood up to introduce themselves to Ji Yuning. Some of them represented great universities in City B, while some came from the capital. Although they were willing to provide Ji Yuning with attractive treatments, Ji Yuning turned them down calmly. She told them that her dream university was the capital university, and its representative stepped out at once. He introduced himself to Ji Yuning first, then offered her the same treatment. Although there was no difference among the treatments they offered to Ji Yuning still chose the capital university. The other representatives felt disappointed, but they had to accept this result. The capital university was the top university in their country after all. Although Ji Yuning agreed, the representative of the capital university still signed a written agreement with her and handed her the acceptance letter right away. After it was settled, they would talk with the Education Bureau to confirm Ji Yuning's choice of university. As long as Ji Yuning studied in the capital university, she could major in any major she wanted to. Kai Qinghua was more than happy to hear the good news, although he still felt a little sad after he lost that calligraphy. Anyway, Master Leng already had that calligraphy and it was useless for him to be regretful now. By the time Ji Yuning left the office, the students' meeting was also over, and her classmates gathered together at the gate, waiting for her. Their head teacher had explained the real reason why the dean of students wanted to see Ji Yuning to them, so they understood that it wasn't a bad thing. At the same time, they admired Ji Yuning more than ever. Ji Yuning then shared the good news with them that she already signed an agreement with the capital university. Her classmates all felt happy for her. Since Ji Yuning was already enrolled by the top university in their country, they all asked her to celebrate with them. Ji Yuning smiled and agreed to have a meal together and said that she would pay the bill. In fact, even if there was no good news, she would still be willing to share a meal with them. Because it wasn't time for dinner yet, they found a good place to enjoy some snacks. Representatives of other famous universities also wanted to meet Ji Yuning, but the principal directly rejected it, because Ji Yuning had already signed an agreement with the capital university. The capital university was undoubtedly the best choice a senior high student could have, so they didn't complain. The other top university in their country heard the news later, and felt upset. However, there was nothing it could do now. Chapter 14:11. Qin Zixin's father is in trouble. When Ji Yuning and her friends were drinking coffee in a cafe, Qin Zixin received a call from Qin Yifan all of a sudden. Qin Zixin's father was in trouble and was accused of bribery. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection already took Qin Zixin's father away. Qin Yifan asked Qin Zixin whether he was with Ji Yuning now, because they needed her help. Because Ji Yuning was able to collect solid evidence every time her company was in trouble, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for Ji Yuning to help Qin Zixin's father this time. What? Qin Zixin was scared and couldn't believe his ears. Seeing his reaction, his friends all turned to look at him. Ji Yuning, however, clearly heard their conversation. Even though Qin Zixin was shocked, he still said, "Yeah, I'm with Ji Yuning now." Hearing that, the others turned to stare at Ji Yuning. Ask her whether she's willing to help. If she's willing to help, go home with her and we can talk about it later. If not, it's fine, Qin Yifan said. Sure, Qin Zixin said, then hung up the call. Boss. His voice was trembling when he met Ji Yuning's eyes. I heard. Don't worry, I'll help you. Everyone can go home now or you can dine together, but I need to go to the Qin family's house with Zixin right now. Ji Yuning interrupted Qin Zixin before he could finish his sentence. She knew that it wasn't good news, and they shouldn't make it public. In addition, Qin Zixin was a good friend, so she wouldn't hesitate to help him or his family. If Qin Zixin's father was innocent, she would do everything to help him out. However, if he was really guilty, she probably wouldn't do anything. Just because he was Qin Zixin's father didn't mean that she would help him without any qualms. Although Qin Zixin's father, Qin Haoji, was famous for his honesty, nobody knew what he was really doing. What happened? Hao Ran asked worriedly. We'll tell you later, Ji Yuning said and stood up. Since Ji Yuning said that, they stopped asking her about it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Qin Zixin left. The others lost the mood to share a meal together today, so they also went back to their own homes. The members of the Qin family didn't live together, so Ji Yuning followed Qin Zixin back to his own home. Qin Zixin's father was an upright official, but his family still lived in a high-end living area, because the Qin family was very rich and they didn't lack money at all. In Qin Zixin's home, Qin Zixin's mother, Qin Haojung and his wife, Qin Yifan's parents, and Qin Yifan were all present. They were restless because of what had happened to Qin Haoji, because Qin Haoji was innocent and they knew it much better than anyone else. Only Qin Yifan stayed calm. You don't need to be too worried. My uncle has done nothing wrong, and Ji Yuning can solve the problem as long as she's willing to help us. Will Miss Ji Yu be willing to help us? Qin Zixin's mother was still worried. She was aware of Ji Yuning's unbelievable ability and her close relationship with Qin Zixin, but she wasn't sure that Ji Yuning would help her family this time. Ji Yuning and Zixin are close friends. I believe that she'll do something about it, Qin Yifan said. After a short while, Qin Zixin came with Ji Yuning, and the Qin family welcomed Ji Yuning excitedly. Miss Ji Yu, very nice to see you. Nice to see you too. Ji Yuning smiled at them. There was no time for her to greet them one by one, so she directly asked, may I know more details about it? Qin Yifan said, my father received a call from my uncle's secretary at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, and he was told that my uncle was taken away by the people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Someone accused my uncle of being guilty of bribery, saying that my uncle has taken 200,000 yuan and a house which is worth over 1,000,000 yuan 3 days ago. The people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection found a file folder in a drawer from his office, which is the evidence, but nobody in our family could believe it. Our family doesn't lack money. Miss Ji Yu, I know that you've done perfect counterattacks before when your companies were in trouble, so we hope that you can help us find out who the mastermind who is scheming against my uncle this time is. Qin Zixin stared at Ji Yuning with his eyes full of anticipation. He opened his mouth, seeming to say something, but didn't say it aloud. He definitely hoped that Ji Yuning could help his family, but he wouldn't force her to do so. If Ji Yuning refused to help him, he wouldn't blame or criticize her, but would only feel hurt. They were close friends after all, and they believed that it wouldn't be a serious problem for Ji Yuning. Zixin is my good friend. Since his father is innocent, I will help him without doubt, but let's be candid here. If it turns out that his father is indeed guilty of bribery, I'm afraid I won't be involved anymore, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 14:12. The box in the safe. If Qin Haoji was really guilty, she would be punished as well if she got involved in this crime. Anyway, Ji Yuning tended to believe that the Qin family was innocent. Since Ji Yuning agreed to help, the Qin family was cheered up. They knew that Ji Yuning was kind and helpful, but they didn't feel relieved until they heard her actually saying that she would help. At the same time, they understood Ji Yuning's thoughts, and they also believed that Qin Haoji was innocent. If the file holder showed up in the drawer, someone must have put it inside. If the person isn't Uncle Qin, then it must be someone else. Can't we check the surveillance cameras? Ji Yuning asked. My uncle's secretary took it on behalf of him and put it into his office. It was my uncle's order, but I don't think he knew what was in the folder, Qin Yifan said. It became tricky when Qin Haoji had indeed taken the file holder. What's the name of Uncle Qin's secretary? Ji Yuning asked. Since Qin Haoji's secretary had touched the file holder, he could be a suspect. If Qin Haoji didn't know what was in the file folder, his secretary could be aware of it. Zhou Yang, Qin Yifan said. After knowing the basic details, Ji Yuning walked away to call K. There was nothing Ji Yuning needed to hide from K, so she told him everything about Qin Haoji in order to help him find the truth. Nobody knew the exact time that Qin Haoji had supposedly taken the bribes, but Qin Yifan said it could be 3 days ago. Because many people were involved in this case, it would take some time to find out the truth. Luckily, K had a team himself, and there were about 5 people in his team, so it wouldn't take him much time. Before K got any useful information, Ji Yuning stayed in the Qin family's house, waiting for his reply. During this time, Ji Yuning asked the members of the Qin family about recent visitors. One of Haoji's friends came to see him 5 days ago, Qin Zixin's mother said. What's his relationship with Uncle Qin? Ji Yuning asked again. He was Haoji's schoolmate in college, and his name is Shen Guangli. He's the deputy director of the National Railway Administration and was transferred here from another city not too long ago, Qin Zixin's mother said. Did he stay in the living room the entire time? Ji Yuning asked. It was obvious that she was suspicious of Shen Guangli. Anyone who had recently visited Qin Haoji could be guilty. Hearing that, the Qin family understood Ji Yuning's meaning at once. They didn't think of that before, but now began to think that Qin Haoji's friend might be guilty. They went to talk about something in the study, Qin Zixin's mother said in a serious tone. Great, I think we should look around in the study. After all, one can never be too careful, Ji Yuning said. No problem. Qin Zixin's mother agreed right away. After that, Ji Yuning, Qin Zixin's mother, and Qin Yifan went to Qin Haoji's study, while the others waited in the living room. Once they walked into Qin Haoji's study, they started to search every corner to see whether there was anything hidden somewhere. Ji Yuning didn't miss the safe, but she used her jade eyes so the others didn't know what she was doing. When Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see what was in the safe, she found something strange. It was a wooden box the size of a tablet. Its height was about 10 centimeters, and it had 2 layers. There were 3 gold bars placed on the first layer, but an ownership certificate, a key, and a check for 200,000 yuan were put on the second layer. The Qin family was very rich, so it wasn't strange that it had gold bars. It was also normal if Qin Zixin's father bought a house for him, but why did he put them in such a secret place? When they were searching in those drawers, she saw the ownership certificate of Qin Zixin's family. Besides, Qin Zixin's name was also left on the check, and the date showed it happened about a month ago. Ji Yuning felt like it was very abnormal. Was it possible that Qin Haoji was really guilty of accepting bribes? Mrs. Qin, do you have the key to this safe? May I have a look inside? Ji Yuning turned to ask Qin Zixin's mother. Sure, Mrs. Qin nodded and opened the safe at once. Would you please take the box out? Ji Yuning said again. No problem, Mrs. Qin said and took the box out, then put it on the table. Do you have a key? Ji Yuning asked, because the box was locked. I'm sorry I don't, because the key is in Zixin's father's hands, Mrs. Qin said. If you don't mind, I can directly break it open, Ji Yuning said. The things inside were very important, so she had to open it. Chapter 14:13. The box, of course not, you can do whatever you want, Mrs. Qin said. With Mrs. Qin's permission, Ji Yuning directly damaged the lock with her hands, which shocked Mrs. Qin and Qin Yifan. Once the box was open, the 3 gold bars were shown in their sight. Mrs. Qin was stunned for a moment, then said to Ji Yuning, Haoji exchanged these 3 gold bars from his friend with money. It's not a bribe. Who did he exchange these from? Ji Yuning asked. Shen Guangli, Mrs. Qin said. Did he come with this box along with the 3 gold bars? Ji Yuning continued. Yes, Mrs. Qin nodded. Knowing that, Ji Yuning had an idea that Shen Guangli might not have a close relationship with Qin Haoji, and the bribery scandal might have something to do with him. What was placed on the second layer of this box could have been done by Shen Guangli. Is there a problem with this box? Qin Yifan frowned, looking at Ji Yuning. Mrs. Qin was scared, then focused on Ji Yuning's face. Although she also had the suspicion, she said nothing and waited for Ji Yuning's answer. Ji Yuning remained silent at first. She took the 3 gold bars out, then calmly checked the box as if she knew nothing about what else was inside. After that, she stopped all of a sudden and said, the bottom of this box is too thick so I think it's hollow inside. Hearing that, both Qin Yifan and Mrs. Qin got nervous. I need to pull this layer of wooden board out, Ji Yuning said to Mrs. Chin. Sure, I'll get a knife for you. Mrs. Chin left to get a knife without hesitation. A short while later, she came back with a small knife, but her hand was trembling because she was too nervous. Ji Yuning took the knife and cut the box open. Mrs. Chin and Qin Yifan fixed their eyes on the box. If there really was something inappropriate inside, Shen Guangli had to be guilty. At the same time, they had mixed emotions, because Shen Guangli was Qin Haoji's friend after all. Besides, if Ji Yuning hadn't helped them discover it, their family would be in big trouble. When Ji Yuning removed the wooden board, what was placed on the second layer was exposed. Mrs. Chin and Qin Yifan were astonished and didn't know what to say now. Ji Yuning took them out and asked, "Did you recently buy a house for Qin Zixin?" "No, we didn't." Mrs. Chin denied it at once. "This is the ownership certificate for a house under Qin Zixin's name, and his name is also on this check for 200,000 yuan, Ji Yuning said. How is it possible?" Mrs. Chin refused to believe it. Hao Ji would never accept a bribe, and Shen Guangli must be guilty. Mrs. Chin naturally defended her husband. They had been married for years, and she knew her husband very well. However, even though they were a couple, it was still possible that her husband kept something secret from her. "Ji Yuning, I don't believe my uncle would accept a bribe either, but we already found the evidence. I think we need to find out whether my uncle accepted the bribe on his own or if it's a trap set by Shen Guangli," Qin Yifan said. "Don't worry, I will," Ji Yuning said. Actually, it seemed that Shen Guangli was very likely to be guilty. "I need to keep this box and everything inside with me for the time being. If it's really a trap laid by Shen Guangli, his next step will be to get the evidence back," Ji Yuning said. Sure. Mrs. Chin agreed at once. Ji Yuning already won her trust, and she relied on Ji Yuning to overcome this crisis. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took photos of the ownership certificate, then sent the photos to Kay. She told Kay to find out how this ownership certificate was done. Qin Zixin wasn't aware of it at all, so it must be illegal. As long as this ownership certificate was absent from the Qin family's house, the duty would fall on the land developer and the administration of housing. "Oh, in case those who come to search for evidence are your enemies, I need to set a wireless pinhole camera in your bedroom and study," Ji Yuning said. "No problem." Mrs. Chin agreed. "I'll go buy it," Qin Yifan said and walked out, but he was stopped by Ji Yuning the moment he moved. "No need, I have some with me," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, both Mrs. Chin and Qin Yifan were surprised. Although they didn't understand why she carried wireless pinhole cameras with her, they didn't ask further about it. Ji Yuning then took out 2 wireless pinhole cameras from her backpack. After that, she set one of them in the study and the other in the bedroom. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to scan around the bedroom and study to see whether there were any other strange things. Luckily, she found nothing. Ji Yuning told Mrs. Chin to put the safe away before they walked out. Chapter 14:14. Search Qin Haoji's home before they walked out. Ji Yuning told Mrs. Chin and Qin Yifan to keep it secret from Qin Haojung and other people for the time being, in case they worried. Although they already found the evidence, there could be more of it in their home. Ji Yuning called Kay later and told Kay the basic information about Shen Guangli, because she needed him to collect more useful information about Shen Guangli. Qin Haojung asked them whether they had found anything inappropriate in the study. They said no, and Qin Haojung felt relieved. After that, they sat down in the living room to drink tea together. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection was investigating into this case at this time, but they still wanted Ji Yuning to help them discover the truth. They weren't sure whether the mastermind was Shen Guangli or other people behind his back. It would take a while for them to discover the truth, but Ji Yuning promised to do her best. After a short while, someone rang the bell of Qin Haoji's home. 2 police cars stopped outside, and several people walked towards the door. Qin Zixin went to open the door, and 8 policemen walked inside. Seeing the policemen, everyone was scared, and only Ji Yuning stayed calm. The leading policeman showed them his officer certificate and the search permit, then said, "We just received an order to search Qin Haoji's home for bribes, and we expect your cooperation." Mrs. Qin got nervous again. They just took out the evidence, and the police came the next second. Qin Yifan also felt scared in retrospect, and thanked Ji Yuning in his heart. Because Qin Haozheng and the others weren't aware of the evidence, they didn't have many reactions. Qin Haoji was the suspect now, so they couldn't stop the police from searching for bribes. 2 policemen were left in the living room, while the other policemen began to search the house. Mrs. Qin, Ji Yuning, and Qin Yifan followed them. They mainly searched the master bedroom and the study, especially the study. Luckily, they had manners, and didn't throw stuff around when they were doing their job. After searching around, they still didn't find any bribes. At this time, a policeman wanted to check the safe and told Mrs. Qin to open it. Mrs. Qin did what he told her to do, but the policeman's face changed the second he failed to see what he was looking for. He was told that there were 3 gold bars in a wooden box, but there was no wooden box. Since the wooden box was absent, the police didn't have the evidence. Without evidence, the police could do nothing about Qin Haoji. The police found nothing useful in Qin Haoji's home, and what Ji Yuning worried about didn't happen either. Because the mastermind was too confident, he didn't prepare a plan B. Although the police had already found the file folder in Qin Haoji's office, Qin Haoji insisted on saying that he was innocent, so the police had to come to get more evidence. Qin Haoji admitted that he told his secretary to take the file folder on his behalf, but it wasn't a bribe. It was one of his friend's stuff, and he took care of it for his friend. He had no idea what was in the file folder. In addition, if it was really a bribe, he wouldn't put it in his office. And even if he wanted to accept a bribe, he wouldn't accept a house transferred from its owner. He could directly accept a new house, which was safer. Moreover, cash was better than a check if he wanted to accept money. Undoubtedly, Shen Guangli was the person who told him to take care of the file folder. Qin Haoji thought that Shen Guangli would defend him when he was accused of accepting bribes, but Shen Guangli claimed that he knew nothing about it, which annoyed Qin Haoji. To Qin Haoji, astonishment, Shen Guangli denied the whole thing, so he realized that it must have been a trap set by Shen Guangli. After realizing that, Qin Haoji got more and more nervous, because he had just told Shen Guangli to help him exchange gold bars 5 days ago. There might be a problem with the gold bars too. Shen Guangli was his old friend and schoolmate in university. They also kept in touch with each other throughout the years. However, his old friend still betrayed him. In fact, Shen Guangli indeed had a long friendship with Qin Haoji, but he was also jealous of Qin Haoji. Qin Haoji was always more noticeable than him when they were in the university and the workplace. Shen Guangli couldn't accept it, and his jealousy got the better of him in the end. Even though Qin Haoji had helped Shen Guangli a lot in his life, he still returned kindness with ingratitude. Qin Haoji fell into his trap this time, but he had his connections in politics to help him out. It wasn't easy for Shen Guangli to unseat him without solid evidence. Yuan Jisong also stood out for Qin Haoji this time. Qin Haoji's argument was persuasive, so he wasn't punished yet. However, the investigation was still going on, so he needed to wait for the final result. Shen Guangli was involved in this case, so he was under investigation too. Nevertheless, he wasn't afraid at all, because he had already found a scapegoat. Therefore, he was able to stay free during the investigation, while Qin Haoji was under the control of the police. Chapter 14-15. The house under Qin Zixin's name. In that case, Shen Guangli was able to do whatever he needed to do next. Actually, Shen Guangli was only an accomplice in this case, and the mastermind was someone else who was more powerful. Shen Guangli understood that he needed more evidence to put Qin Haoji in jail, so he planned the exchange of gold bars several days ago. He knew that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection would send the police to search Qin Haoji's home. The mastermind of this scheme had arranged his people in the police, and the police would propose to look inside of the safe. When Shen Guangli was waiting for the good news, he heard the information that the police failed to find the wooden box in Qin Haoji's safe. He was shocked and angry. However, he didn't think that Qin Haoji had found out about what was in the wooden box. Maybe Qin Haoji had thrown it away because he disliked it. It wouldn't cause much trouble as long as the police found out about the house under Qin Zixin's name. Unfortunately, Shen Guangli didn't realize that it was illegal if Qin Zixin didn't show up to sign his name when the house was transferred to him. Even if Shen Guangli got a copy of Qin Zixin's ID card by other means and did it on behalf of him, it was still illegal. After a short time, someone anonymously reported that Qin Haoji's son had a house in a certain living area, but the payer was another person's name, which was highly likely to be a bribe. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection sent someone to investigate it, and it indeed turned out to be a house under Qin Zixin's name with a different payer. The person who accepted a bribe could be severely punished according to the law, while the judge always turned a blind eye on the person who gave the bribe. As a result, those who gave bribes were much more willing than people who accepted bribes to take a bold move. Qin Haoji was questioned again about the house, and he insisted that he wasn't aware of it and it was impossible that his son would accept a house. Although Qin Haoji trusted his son, he was still worried that Qin Zixin might have done that behind his back. He had reminded his son to be careful, because politics was very dangerous. Even though Qin Zixin behaved himself and never broke the law, he could have been trapped by wily old foxes in politics. Since Qin Zixin was involved in this case as well, he was questioned by the police too. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, because the house was under Qin Zixin's name. Before Qin Zixin was taken away by the police, Ji Yuning had a private talk with him about the ownership certificate. Qin Zixin was frightened when he learned there was a house under his name, because he knew it couldn't be simple. His father had told him before not to take anything from people in politics. If he did that, his father's career would be ruined. Unexpectedly, even if he wouldn't take any gifts himself, someone would directly frame him. Ji Yuning told Qin Zixin to tell the truth that he wasn't aware of the house under his name at all. He hadn't shown up or signed any documents either. After that, Qin Zixin was taken away by the police, but because there was no clear evidence to prove that Qin Zixin was guilty, the investigation went on. Luckily, he still had his freedom. The land developer and the administration of housing also had something to do with this case, so they faced the police's inquiry too. There were strict rules as to certificate application, and it was obviously illegal when the property registration and certification was done without the person showing up in person. Qin Zixin went to the administration of housing later with the people of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. A staffer in the administration of housing said that commercial housing didn't need buyers to show up in person, and that the land developer would apply for ownership certificates for them. It wasn't wrong, because it was very normal for land developers to deal with the legal documents with the administration of housing nowadays. Afterwards, they went to the sales hall of the living area. The manager pretended to be responsible, but then told them that the staff member who went through the purchase contract had already resigned for a long time. It was undoubtedly a lie. If only ordinary people were involved in this case, it might not cause much trouble, but this time was different. Therefore, the people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection ordered to see the surveillance videos. The manager, however, told them that the surveillance cameras were broken several months ago. Although everyone knew that it was another lie, nobody could prove it. Qin Zixin was ablaze with fury, but Ji Yuning stayed calm, because the result wasn't beyond her expectations. The mastermind must have a whole set of plans to unseat Qin Haoji, so Qin Zixin was only safe for the time being. Although Qin Haoji was under the control of the police now, he still was able to hear the latest news about Qin Zixin. He was relieved when he heard that Qin Zixin was fine. Shen Guangli, on the contrary, lost his patience. As long as there was no solid evidence, Qin Haoji would only be lightly punished. Chapter 14-16. Zhao Hongwen had finally collected enough useful information at 6 p.m. that afternoon, and he immediately emailed Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was about to have dinner with the members of Qin Zixin's family, but they all stopped to read the email first. Qin Haoji had the file folder in his office, but he didn't open it. However, even though he didn't open it, he still kept it in his office. Unfortunately, they couldn't see Qin Haoji right now, because he was under the control of the police. Only he knew who gave the file folder to him. When Ji Yuning found out that Shen Guangli had something to do with this case, she had a feeling that Shen Guangli must be aware of the file folder. If the file folder was given to Qin Haoji by Shen Guangli, it was understandable that Qin Haoji didn't open it at all. He trusted Shen Guangli and it was Shen Guangli's stuff after all. However, to his astonishment, Shen Guangli framed him. Ji Yuning was right. Kay indeed saw that Shen Guangli told someone to give the file folder to Qin Haoji in the surveillance videos. Other than that, Shen Guangli's wife had several houses under her name, but neither Shen Guangli nor his wife were able to afford so many houses. In addition, Shen Guangli's wife also bought her younger brother a house and a car. It was obviously a bribe. While there were other possibilities, it was highly likely that Shen Guangli and his wife had accepted bribes. Shen Guangli is a corrupt official himself. How dare he try to frame Haoji? Isn't he afraid that he'll get in trouble? Qin Haozheng said. Normally, common workers in a government agency couldn't afford a luxurious life, so they all believed that Shen Guangli and his wife must have accepted bribes. They knew Shen Guangli's family very well, and his family wasn't rich. Qin Haoji's family was angry at Shen Guangli now. Although it was dangerous to be involved in politics, Qin Haoji was an upright official. He was innocent and he hated bribery and corruption the most. Since Qin Haoji was innocent, his family felt furious and hated Shen Guangli more than ever. I don't think he'll succeed this time, Qin Yifan said. As long as they had clear evidence in their hands, it wouldn't be difficult for them to punish Shen Guangli. We must teach him an unforgettable lesson. Qin Zixin clenched his teeth. He actually hoped that Shen Guangli could be killed. It might sound evil, but Qin Zixin wasn't weak at all. His father could be put in jail because of being framed, so it was impossible for him to be kind to their enemies. Shen Guangli was a corrupt worker in the government agency after all, and he should be punished according to the law. Besides, there was other fatal evidence about Shen Guangli's crimes. He paid for sex, and even took many photos of himself with different prostitutes. With the above evidence, Shen Guangli was doomed to be thrown in jail. When they saw those erotic photos, everyone felt embarrassed, especially Qin Yifan's and Qin Zixin's mother. Qin Zixin's mother pulled him away at once, because she thought that he was too young for it. Ji Yuning, however, was too mature to be regarded as a kid in their eyes. Those erotic photos were critical evidence, so they had to look through them. Luckily, they soon finished looking at them. After that, they saw the surveillance video of Shen Guangli and a senior official of a certain province walking together into a clubhouse. Qin Haozheng was greatly surprised when he saw the senior official's face. It's him. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Qin Haozheng. Qin Yifan asked him, "Father, who is he?" "He's Zhao Hongwen, the deputy mayor of City Ji," Qin Haozheng said and put on a serious expression. "Master Qin, is there a grudge between Uncle Qin and Zhao Hongwen?" Ji Yuning asked. Ji Yuning called Qin Haozheng Master Qin and Qin Haozheng Uncle Qin, because there was an age gap between them. Qin Haozheng was already in his 60s, but Qin Haoji was only in his early 40s. Qin Haozheng knew it was unlikely to keep it a secret now, so he said, "Well, Haoji indeed has a long-standing grudge against Zhao Hongwen. Zhao Hongwen used to be an official in City F, and he never got along with Haoji. About 3 years ago, they competed against each other for the position of the Secretary General. In order to get that position, Zhao Hongwen schemed against Haoji, but it was exposed later, so he had to quit. However, because he had powerful support behind his back, he was later transferred to another city and became the deputy mayor last year. It has been years, and we thought it was an old story, but I think Zhao Hongwen must have a big effect on this case. I don't believe that Shen Guangli is able to frame Haoji alone. Shen Guangli's transfer was probably a part of their scheme." Ji Yuning nodded, and agreed with Qin Haozheng. Shen Guangli must have been arranged by Zhao Hongwen to frame Qin Haoji. It must be Zhao Hongwen's idea, Qin Yifan said with determination. They couldn't think of another person. Qin Haoji had many other enemies in politics, because he was an upright official, which wasn't common. However, all the evidence they had collected pointed to Shen Guangli, and Shen Guangli was Zhao Hongwen's man. Zhao Hongwen never liked Qin Haoji, so he was very likely to be the mastermind. Chapter 14-17. Spend the rest life in jail, they're so evil, and Zhao Hongwen should be punished too. Qin Zixin said with hatred. He was aware of what had happened 3 years ago, and he began to hate Zhao Hongwen since then. However, he was too young to pay Zhao Hongwen back at that time. Kay also got the evidence of a crime that Zhao Hongwen had committed. Zhao Hongwen had hit a man with a car at this year's New Year festival, but he escaped and his chauffeur was made a scapegoat. The surveillance video was deleted afterwards. Kay was able to find out about it because he saw a couple dashing towards Zhao Hongwen outside the government several times from the surveillance cameras. The couple disappeared after a short time, but it attracted Kay's attention. Kay was very smart, and he sensed the couple's deep hatred towards Zhao Hongwen. Therefore, he investigated the couple, and it turned out that Zhao Hongwen's chauffeur was the couple's son. Their son was made a scapegoat and put in jail, which was totally unacceptable in their eyes. Zhao Hongwen absolutely wouldn't allow them to damage his career, so he hired a bunch of people to beat them. The couple was scared and didn't dare to cause Zhao Hongwen trouble anymore. Although the surveillance video of the accident scene was deleted, Kay still found the surveillance videos before and after the accident. It was clearly shown in the videos that Zhao Hongwen was alone in the car that day. At the same time, Kay also had evidence to prove that Zhao Hongwen's chauffeur was absent that day. Zhao Hongwen's chauffeur had gone to go for a meal with him, but he told his chauffeur to leave before him, then he went to meet Shen Guangli in a clubhouse. Zhao Hongwen should spend the rest of his life in jail. Qin Zixin was angry. The others were also mad, but they knew that it wasn't an uncommon phenomenon in today's society. Boss, please unseat Zhao Hongwen and punish him severely. I'm begging you, Qin Zixin said to Ji Yuning. He now had the deepest hatred towards Zhao Hongwen. If Zhao Hongwen's scheme really succeeded, Qin Haoji could be sentenced to over 10 years in jail. And that might not be the worst result, because anything could happen when Qin Haoji was behind bars. Sure, as you wish, Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning agreed to help them, she would fulfill her promise. Moreover, Zhao Hongwen was indeed very evil and guilty, so it wasn't wrong for her to interfere in it. Qin Haozheng and the others hated Zhao Hongwen very much as well, and they all hoped that he could be seriously punished. Therefore, they had no disagreement when Qin Zixin begged Ji Yuning for help. Kay also found out that Zhao Hongwen's wife and his brother-in-law had many houses under their names too. His brother-in-law only had a small business, so it was impossible for his brother-in-law to buy so many houses. It was very obvious that it had to be a bribe as well. However, Kay didn't have enough evidence, so he couldn't make sure of it. Nevertheless, it wasn't a big problem, because there was other important evidence to prove that Zhao Hongwen was guilty. When Zhao Hongwen went to socialize with other people, he walked out with a 12-inch black suitcase after the meal, which appeared in another man's hand at the beginning. Zhao Hongwen went back home later, but he didn't get out of his car and walk into his house at once. Instead, he directly opened the suitcase in his car and bundles of cash were exposed to the surveillance cameras. With that clue, Kay began to investigate the man who gave Zhao Hongwen the black suitcase and his connection with this case. The man was the owner of a real estate company, and he bribed Zhao Hongwen, trying to get a piece of land from the local government, and Zhao Hongwen helped him. Although there was no direct evidence to show the connection between the two things, it was quite obvious given their abnormal relationship. Since Kay had the evidence from the surveillance cameras, it wouldn't be hard to find more evidence in real life. Once it was exposed, people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection would conduct an official investigation as well. In that case, Zhao Hongwen was sure to be put in jail this time. Great, I think Zhao Hongwen is doomed this time, Qin Zixin said with satisfaction. Nevertheless, Qin Haozheng looked worried. Seeing his expression, Ji Yuning asked, Master Qin, is there anything wrong with it? Not at all, I'm just worried there might be a more powerful figure behind Zhao Hongwen's back. It wasn't easy to help him out of what happened 3 years ago, Qin Haozheng said. Hearing that, the others also felt concerned. Ji Yuning, instead, simply smiled and said with confidence, Master Qin, you don't need to be worried. If you trust me, I promise that I can put Zhao Hongwen in jail without any accidents. Besides, nobody will dare to rescue him. No matter how powerful the figure behind him is, Zhao Hongwen is doomed to be severely punished according to the law this time. I don't think his supporter is willing to be connected to this trouble. Here is another thing I need to tell you. Chong Bingjian, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the southern district of the capital, was put in jail last week. My people helped me collect evidence about his crimes too. Do you know Chong Bingjian's family background? He's a member of the Chong family in the capital, but even that is useless when he has committed serious crimes. Chapter 14:18. He's too weak. I'm not showing off my ability, because all the evidence is collected by one of my subordinates. I alone am not able to unseat Chong Bingjian, and I simply provided his enemies in politics with clear evidence. All in all, you don't need to be worried, everything will be fine, Ji Yuning said. Knowing that, everyone was shocked. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning was able to unseat a member of the Chong family in the capital. She was right. No one dared to defend Zhao Hongwen in front of solid evidence, unless he wanted to be in trouble as well. The powerful figure behind Zhao Hongwen's back couldn't be an idiot. Wow, boss, you're so amazing. Qin Zixin's eyes lit up with excitement. He admired Ji Yuning more than ever now. Ji Yuning smiled and said nothing. There are too many corrupt officials, and I wish they could all be put in jail, Qin Zixin said. It wasn't a bad idea, but was too naive in today's society. Qin Zixin also understood that it was impossible, and it was only his wish. There are too many corrupt officials in this world, and they'll never become extinct. We can't save the whole world, but we can behave ourselves. Whenever you need my help in the future, feel free to tell me and I'll spare no effort to help you as long as it's legal, Ji Yuning said to Qin Zixin. She cherished Qin Zixin, Chu Peihan, and her other close friends, and she was willing to help them without asking for anything in return. Hearing that, Qin Zixin felt touched and tears welled up in his eyes. Thanks to Ji Yuning, his father was able to get rid of this big trouble. Although his father was still under the police's control now, he believed that his father would be released sooner or later. If they relied on the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to discover the truth and enough evidence, it might take a very long time, but luckily, Ji Yuning also had the criminal evidence of his father's enemies in politics, so his father's enemies would be punished. Qin Zixin was cheered up upon thinking that. The other members of his family were also touched by Ji Yuning's words. Ji Yuning interrupted them in case they suddenly started crying. All right, it's not early now, so I think we should enjoy our dinner. The others didn't realize that Ji Yuning was still hungry until she said that. Right, we should eat first. Mrs. Qin said. They were too worried about Qin Haoji's safety just then, and totally forgot to eat, but since they were aware that Qin Haoji would be fine now, they regained their appetite. Right at the same time, Chu Peihan and Qin Zixin's other good friends learned about what had happened to his family. They asked Qin Zixin and Ji Yuning about the current situation in the WeChat group. They knew that Ji Yuning was reliable, but they were still concerned because Qin Zixin was their good friend. Qin Zixin didn't see the message until he finished dinner. He told them that everything was fine with Ji Yuning's help, and his father was innocent, but he didn't tell them more details because this case was still ongoing. Even if he wanted to share more information with them, he had to wait when it was settled. After reading Qin Zixin's reply, his friends were relieved. Ji Yuning left Qin Zixin's home later, and said that she would come to visit them tomorrow morning. Qin Zixin wanted to drive Ji Yuning home, but Ji Yuning declined, so he didn't insist. Shortly after Ji Yuning left, Qin Yiqing and her husband came. Because they weren't in the city today, they weren't able to come back when they heard what happened to Qin Haoji. Father, how's my uncle now? Qin Yiqing asked with concern once she arrived. Relax, your uncle is fine, and he'll be released in a few days, Qin Haozheng said. The man who schemed against your uncle will be put in jail instead. Really? Qin Yiqing's face lit up at once. Qin Yiqing's husband asked, who schemed against uncle? Shen Guangli, one of your uncle's friends. He was transferred here from City D to be the deputy director of the National Railway Administration not long ago and his supporter is Zhao Hongwen, Qin Haozheng said. What? Zhao Hongwen. Both Qin Yiqing and her husband were surprised. They were aware of the long-standing grudge between Qin Haoji and Zhao Hongwen, so they soon realized that it was revenge taken by Zhao Hongwen against Qin Haoji. Well, since Zhao Hongwen was so easily exposed, he's too weak in politics, Qin Yiqing said with disdain. Although she knew that there must be someone else behind Zhao Hongwen's back too, she knew little about politics. Everyone knew that Zhao Hongwen had tried to scheme against Qin Haoji once 3 years ago, but they didn't have clear evidence, so Zhao Hongwen got away with it. This time, however, was different. Do you think the Qin family or the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection will be able to find out who the mastermind is within such a short time? Qin Haozheng stared at Qin Yiqing. He remembered what Qin Yiqing had done to Ji Yuning before, and felt guilty because Ji Yuning was very tolerant. Neither of them. Qin Yiqing sensed something unusual in Qin Haozheng's tone. Chapter 14:19. Turn to Xiao Chongchun for help. Of course not, it will take a very long time for the Qin family or the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to discover the truth and collect enough evidence. Besides, it isn't sure whether the truth will come out. Qin Haozheng said. Qin Haozheng trusted the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, but he was afraid that there might be someone who didn't want the truth to come out. Then who did this? Qin Yiqing asked with curiosity. Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan said. What? Qin Yiqing was shocked. Ji Yuning. Although she had conflict with Ji Yuning before, she gradually discovered that Ji Yuning was a very outstanding young girl and gave up her bias against Ji Yuning. However, they didn't get along in the past after all, so she felt a little strange when she talked about Ji Yuning right now. Anyway, Ji Yuning had greatly helped her family, so Qin Yiqing felt grateful to her. When Ji Yuning got home, she greeted Ji Yuqing's family first, then went back to her room. Although Ji Yuqing was already aware of Ji Yuning's total score for the exam when she called Ji Yuning this early morning, she was still excited the moment she saw Ji Yuning. She kept complimenting Ji Yuning and even cried with joy. Ji Yuqing regarded Ji Yuning as her own daughter, so she felt proud of Ji Yuning when Ji Yuning became so excellent among her peers. In the afternoon, the Education Bureau also released the good news that Ji Yuning got the highest total score this year. The male student who got second place also had a very high total score of 739 points, and he came from the number 1 high school of the capital. His name was Luo Shuyan. A girl got third place this year, and she came from City B. Her total score was 722 points. There were only about a dozen students whose total score was above 700 points. However, the amount of students who had a total score beyond 700 this year wasn't considered small, because fewer than 10 students were able to have such a high total score in the past. This year's exam wasn't very difficult, so more excellent students could have a very high total score. Nevertheless, a lot of students still didn't pass the exam. Luo Shuyan thought that he would definitely be the first place on the list this year, because his total score was very unusual. To his astonishment, there was a girl who had an even higher total score than him, which was hard for Luo Shuyan to accept it. He was shocked, then got jealous and was full of hatred. He made a promise to teach the girl who was even better than him a lesson if he could meet her in the future. It was obvious that he wasn't kind at all. He was too selfish and self-centered, and couldn't tolerate it when someone got what he wanted. However, nobody knew whether he had the ability to teach Ji Yuning a lesson. The female student who was in third place, on the contrary, didn't show any hatred at all. Instead, she had respect towards Ji Yuning. No one had ever gotten a full score before. She would love to make friends with Ji Yuning if it was possible. Some people were jealous of those who were better than them, while some preferred to learn from those who were more outstanding than them. Ji Yuning called Xiao Chongchun when she was in her own room. Although it wasn't early now, it wasn't very late either, so it wouldn't be a bother if she called him at this time. Ji Yuning only had evidence in her hands, but she still needed a person of power to deal with this case in person. Xiao Chongchun was now promoted to be the governor of Province D, so he definitely had the authority. As long as he wanted to be involved, nobody dared to stop him. It was only 9 p.m., and Xiao Chongchun was watching TV with his wife at home. His 2 daughters were studying in the college, so he lived alone with his wife now. Xiao Changchun also heard the good news about Ji Yuning's total score of the exam, and he sent a message to congratulate her on that too. He had a deep impression of Ji Yuning and Mrs. Xiao also liked Ji Yuning very much. When Xiao Changchun received Ji Yuning's call, he was slightly surprised and picked it up. "Hi, girl Ji Yu. Uncle Xiao, is it convenient for you to answer my call now?" Ji Yuning politely asked. "Yeah, what's up?" Xiao Changchun understood it must be something important. "Is Zhao Hongwen your man?" Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, Xiao Changchun frowned, because he disliked Zhao Hongwen and he knew that Zhao Hongwen wasn't a good man. Since Ji Yuning asked him that question, she must have called him because of Zhao Hongwen. Xiao Changchun was displeased, because he was afraid that Ji Yuning might have a relationship with Zhao Hongwen. "No, what's wrong?" Xiao Changchun said. "Great." Ji Yuning relaxed. Although she was determined to punish Zhao Hongwen even if he was Xiao Changchun's man, she felt better when she heard a negative answer. "Well, the thing is that my friend's father, Qin Haoji, the general secretary of City F, was just schemed against by Zhao Hongwen and Shen Guangli, and was taken away by the people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection today. My friend asked me for help, and I found criminal evidence on Zhao Hongwen and Shen Guangli, but it hasn't been exposed yet. Because Zhao Hongwen is a man of power, I'm afraid the government in City F can't successfully arrest him. Uncle Xiao, I want to report Shen Guangli and Zhao Hongwen to you. Please help us deal with this case," Ji Yuning said. Chapter 1420, How's Our Mother? Ji Yuning was aware that Xiao Changchun was a good upright official, so he wouldn't disregard it once he learned of it. In addition, Xiao Changchun still owed her a big favor, so she believed that he would help her this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned to him for help. However, although she knew that Xiao Changchun wouldn't refuse, she was still very polite. She needed his help after all, and it would be rude if she took it for granted. "What?" Xiao Changchun was surprised, but didn't think that it was an uncommon thing in politics. "Did you just say that you have collected clear evidence of Zhao Hongwen's and Shen Guangli's crimes?" Normally, senior officials hid their dirty secrets very well from other people. Even the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection couldn't easily discover it, but Ji Yuning did it in a very short time. He knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, but her unbelievable ability still shocked him. "Mrs. Xiao immediately turned to look at Xiao Changchun with great surprise. She knew that the caller was Ji Yuning, so she was very surprised. Besides, she had heard of Zhao Hongwen and Shen Guangli, especially Zhao Hongwen. She was aware that they weren't good people, but Ji Yuning was able to collect evidence of their crimes, which amazed her. "Yeah, I have the evidence in my hands right now," Ji Yuning replied. "Since you already have the evidence, I must do something," Xiao Changchun said. Although normally the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection would handle it, he was willing to deal with it in person for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had saved his life before after all, so he couldn't reject it when she needed his help. In addition, Ji Yuning actually did him a favor yet again, because Zhao Hongwen was one of his enemies in politics. "Thanks, Uncle Xiao," Ji Yuning said. "My pleasure, and I should be thanking you." Instead, Xiao Changchun was very honest. Ji Yuning then sent the evidence to him by an email. When Xiao Changchun hung up the call with Ji Yuning, Mrs. Xiao asked him what happened. Xiao Changchun told Mrs. Xiao everything, and Mrs. Xiao had a deeper impression of Ji Yuning. She couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was only 19 this year. After that, Xiao Changchun went to his study to read the email Ji Yuning sent to him. When he read it, he was shocked and angry at Zhao Hongwen and Shen Guangli. He was shocked because the evidence Ji Yuning collected was very persuasive and Ji Yuning's ability impressed him once more. He was angry at them because of what they had done. Even though Xiao Changchun clearly knew that they weren't good people, he was still surprised by their bad and illegal deeds. Because it was late, he decided to deal with it tomorrow. However, he didn't sleep well that night. Zhao Hongwen and Shen Guangli, who had no idea about what would happen to them yet, were still enjoying their success. Their plan didn't go well today, but they still had another plan which they planned to put into action tomorrow. At about 10 p.m., Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning. "I'm missing you," Ji Yuning said. She was printing the criminal evidence in her room. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting's breath suddenly became heavy. "I miss you too." They had only been apart from each other for a few days, but he already missed Ji Yuning very much. "I'll stay in City F for another 2 days before I fly back to City B for a couple of days and go to the capital afterwards," Ji Yuning said. "Do you need to deal with something in City F?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Yeah." Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting what had happened to Qin Haoji. "I found the evidence, and Xiao Changchun agreed to help, so I believe it won't be a problem, but I need to stay in City F to see what will happen next." "Oh, how's our mother now?" Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. "What?" Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, then realized that Leng Xiaoting was talking about Ji Yuman. "We're not engaged yet." She felt a little shy. "Do you want to regret it?" "No way. You're my girl for life," Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning felt very sweet, but still said, "Well, if you dare to treat me badly, I'll leave you." "I won't give you a chance," Leng Xiaoting said. He promised to treat Ji Yuning as well as he could. Ji Yuning beamed with happiness. There was nobody who would cherish her like Leng Xiaoting would. They chatted with each other for about an hour before they went to bed. The next day, Ji Yuning visited Qin Zixin's family in the morning. Qin Zixin and his mother were up very early that morning, so they waited for Ji Yuning's arrival together. Qin Haozheng and Qin Yifan also came at 8 a.m. They cared about Qin Haoji, so they wanted to arrive earlier. Qin Yiqing and her husband came at 8:30 a.m. When Ji Yuning showed up at 9 a.m., all the members of the Qin family were present. Chapter 14:21. Zhao Hongwen is taken away. Qin Yiqing felt a little uneasy when she saw Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning already forgave her for what she had done before. In Ji Yuning's eyes, Qin Yiqing was basically a stranger. "Ji Yuning, have you had breakfast?" Mrs. Qin politely asked. "Yes, I have," Ji Yuning said. "Have you heard any news from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection?" "It's only been a day, and we've heard nothing from it. If they could be as efficient as you, those corrupt officials would be caught already," Qin Haozheng said. He wasn't mad at the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, but simply complained about its efficiency. Sometimes, upright officials were slandered and punished because of the lack of evidence. Although they might be released and cleared after several years, they were mentally damaged. "I already reported it to Governor Xiao, and he agreed to help me. All we need to do now is to wait, and Uncle Qin will be released soon," Ji Yuning said. "Really?" Hearing that, everyone was excited. "Ji Yuning, are you Governor Xiao's friend?" Mrs. Qin asked with surprise. She knew that Ji Yuning had powerful connections, but she was still shocked when Ji Yuning said that Xiao Changchun was willing to help her. Ji Yuning was a young girl after all. "Yeah, there is a story between us," Ji Yuning said. At 9:30 a.m., shortly after Zhao Hongwen arrived at his office, people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection broke in. Zhao Hongwen was struck dumb when he saw them. As a senior official, he absolutely recognized them. "What are you?" Zhao Hongwen opened his mouth. He didn't understand why they suddenly broke into his office. "Zhao Hongwen, you've been reported for bribery and corruption, and you also made someone a scapegoat for a car accident that you caused. You're under investigation now," said a staffer of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. "What?" Zhao Hongwen panicked, because he had indeed done all of the above things, but he soon calmed himself down. "It's slander. Slander." In fact, even Zhao Hongwen didn't believe his own words. Because once people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection came, they had evidence, which worried Zhao Hongwen. Whether the evidence was enough to put him in jail or not, depended on the judge. Most importantly, he had committed many crimes before, so he was scared now. "We'll know afterwards," the staffer said. Zhao Hongwen knew that he couldn't resist, but he was unwilling to be taken away like that. He had to turn to the man backing him for help. "Excuse me, my stomach is a little uncomfortable and I need to use the washroom for a minute," Zhao Hongwen said. "Be quick." The staffer knew what Zhao Hongwen wanted to do, but he didn't mind, because it was useless. There was solid evidence of Zhao Hongwen's crimes, and Xiao Changchun had given an order to deal with it seriously. The second Zhao Hongwen walked into the washroom, he locked the door and took out his phone to dial a number. "What?" A calm male voice sounded. I've been reported by someone, and people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection are in my office now. Help me." Zhao Hongwen's voice was trembling in fear. "What? You were reported?" The man at the other side of the phone was surprised as well. "Do you know who did it?" he asked. "No idea," Zhao Hongwen said. Thinking of the person who reported him, Zhao Hongwen clenched his fists in anger. "What were you reported for?" the man asked again. "Bribery, corruption, hit and run, and that I've made someone else a scapegoat for the car accident that I caused," Zhao Hongwen said. Knowing that, the man became silent. After waiting for a few seconds, Zhao Hongwen got anxious and called, "Secretary." "Go with them, but don't admit to what you've done," the man said. Sure. Zhao Hongwen trusted him very much, so he listened to him. Zhao Hongwen had no idea that Xiao Changchun had taken over this case now. With the evidence Ji Yuning had collected, Zhao Hongwen was certain to go to jail, but they still needed to learn more details, so Xiao Changchun also sent out a group of people to do the investigation. Zhao Hongwen left the washroom later and left with the people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. On his way out, others looked at him with faint excitement. It wasn't a secret that Zhao Hongwen wasn't an honest official. Chapter 1422, Where does the money come from? The man who just received a call from Zhao Hongwen called his friend in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection afterwards and asked about it at once. Actually, there were dishonest officials in any organization, and some members in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection were guilty too. The man's friend was one of them. His friend told him that Zhao Hongwen was taken away because Xiao Changchun already had solid evidence in his hands, and his friend persuaded him not to be involved. He was surprised and curious about who reported Zhao Hongwen to Xiao Changchun, but with that being the case, he had to stay out of it. Zhao Hongwen didn't know that he was already abandoned, so he insisted on denying all the accusations against him. However, he only faced a mocking smile from the staffer who questioned him. "Innocent. Zhao Hongwen, do you really think you're innocent?" Song Zheng, the staffer, asked. "What do you mean?" Zhao Hongwen got nervous. As long as he had enough support, he could be fine even if he was really guilty. Nevertheless, if they got clear evidence, he would be doomed to be put in jail and nobody could help him out. He refused to believe it, because it wasn't easy to find solid evidence. Unfortunately, he encountered Ji Yuning and Kei this time. "What do I mean? You should ask yourself," Song Zheng said. "Do you know who reported you this time?" "Who did that?" Zhao Hongwen asked. He somehow had a feeling that the person who reported him wasn't simple. "I don't know who the person is either, but the person directly reported you to Governor Xiao, and Governor Xiao reported you to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection with clear evidence," Song Zheng said. "What?" Zhao Hongwen was shocked. If Governor Xiao was going to deal with this case in person, he would be in big trouble. Zhao Hongwen panicked, but was still reluctant to accept it. "Show me the evidence." Even though Governor Xiao already had the evidence, he still refused to easily admit to his crimes. "No problem," Song Zheng said. He needed to show Zhao Hongwen the evidence as a part of his job, so he agreed. After that, another staffer showed Zhao Hongwen all the evidence that Ji Yuning had collected. First, the hit-and-run crime. "You said that it was your chauffeur who hit the man, but your chauffeur had already left after the meal, and you hit the man yourself. Although the surveillance cameras at the accident scene are broken, we still can see your face from the surveillance cameras before and after where the car accident happened," Song Zheng said. Zhao Hongwen felt hopeless now. Facing the surveillance video, it was impossible for him to deny it. "You made your chauffeur a scapegoat for the crime you had committed, and your chauffeur's parents were also seriously injured that day. We'll soon know whether those who beat them were sent by you," Song Zheng continued. Zhao Hongwen felt terrified. "Deputy Mayor Zhao, as an official, where does the money come from in your home, since your family doesn't have a business?" Song Zheng pointed at the scene where Zhao Hongwen was checking the money in his car in another surveillance video. Zhao Hongwen didn't know what to say. To his astonishment, the surveillance camera caught the scene when he was checking the money in his car outside his home. "How about the houses under your wife's name?" Song Jung added. "How could your family afford so many expensive houses?" In fact, he already had the answer himself, but he still asked that question. The money was undoubtedly a bribe. Zhao Hongwen opened his mouth, but Song Jung interrupted him. "Don't tell me that your brother-in-law sent them as gifts to you. Your brother-in-law only has millions of yuan in wealth, but those houses are worth dozens of millions of yuan." Zhao Hongwen had to close his mouth. Song Jung then continued to show the evidence of Shen Guangli's scheme against Qin Haoji. "Shen Guangli has a close relationship with you, and he was transferred to City F because of your recommendation. However, shortly after he arrived at City F, he schemed against Qin Haoji, the General Secretary of City F, and reported Qin Haoji for bribery. Although there is no direct evidence to show that you're also involved in it, we'll know the truth later as well." They needed clear evidence for every crime Zhao Hongwen had committed, but anyway, Zhao Hongwen was doomed to be seriously punished according to the law. Zhao Hongwen suddenly had an idea that the report about him might have something to do with Qin Haoji. Chapter 1423, Admit to your crimes. If it had nothing to do with Qin Haoji, he wouldn't have been reported right after Qin Haoji was reported. However, he didn't understand how Qin Haoji was able to do it. Maybe Qin Haoji knew someone who was much more powerful than him, and the person could even report it to Governor Xiao. "All right, as for the criminal evidence of Shen Guangli's crimes, I don't think you need to know." Song Jung stared at Zhao Hongwen. "Deputy Mayor Zhao, what do you want to say now?" Zhao Hongwen remained silent. He was unwilling to admit it, but didn't know how to deny it. Nevertheless, even if Zhao Hongwen said nothing, it was impossible for him to get away with his crimes. In City F, people from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection went to arrest Shen Guangli at the National Railway Administration. Shen Guangli was reported for scheming against Qin Haoji. Shen Guangli was worried, but not too concerned, because he also believed that he still had support from another powerful figure. In addition, he had already made arrangements and someone else would be blamed for his crime. A staffer of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection asked Shen Guangli the same questions again, and Shen Guangli once more denied that he had given the file folder to Qin Haoji. "Shen Guangli, if this file folder has nothing to do with you, how do you explain this?" The staffer turned the computer to face Shen Guangli. On the screen, a video was playing and it showed that Shen Guangli handed the file folder to a man. Seeing that, Shen Guangli was in utter panic and couldn't believe his eyes. There was no house transfer contract or a check in the file folder when I gave it to the man. It must be the man who replaced what was inside. Shen Guangli argued. "Didn't you deny that you gave a file folder to Qin Haoji through someone else?" The staffer asked. Shen Guangli stiffened in shock and realized that he had said something he shouldn't say aloud. Anyway, it was quite clear in the surveillance video that he had indeed given Qin Haoji a file folder through another man. If he had admitted that he had indeed given Qin Haoji the file folder through someone else, he might have been safe for the time being. As long as the man took the blame, Shen Guangli could get away with it. Unfortunately, he made a mistake. Besides, there was other evidence to prove his crimes. "Shen Guangli, do you admit it?" The staffer asked again. There was a camera facing Shen Guangli, so this crime would stand once Shen Guangli nodded. Shen Guangli knew it very well, so he refused to admit it. After that, the staffer showed him other criminal evidence of his crimes. He had taken houses as a bribe and even paid for sex. Shen Guangli rounded his eyes in shock, because all his dirty secrets were exposed now. "So, do you want to admit to your crimes now? Don't think Zhao Hongwen will help you, because he's in big trouble himself. Governor Xiao is dealing with this case in person, so nobody dares to defend you," the staffer said. Finally, Shen Guangli lost hope. If Governor Xiao stood out this time, no one would help him. "Are you going to admit to your crimes or not?" the staffer asked. I admit to them," Shen Guangli said. If he admitted to the crimes on his own, he might get a lighter punishment. Since Shen Guangli admitted to his crimes, Qin Haoji was proven innocent and was released at 11 a.m. However, although he was fine now, the case wasn't settled yet, so he needed to stay at home for a while and he couldn't go back to work until it was done. Once Qin Haoji was free, he called his wife and told her that he was fine. Mrs. Qin burst into tears of excitement when she heard her husband's voice. Qin Zixin asked Qin Haoji whether he needed him to pick him up, but Qin Haoji rejected it. All they needed to do now was to wait till Qin Haoji was home and they would have a good meal to celebrate it. Ji Yuning told them that Qin Haoji would be back home this morning if no accidents happened, so they had already prepared a lot of nice meat and vegetables. At this time, the female members of the Qin family were busy cooking, while Ji Yuning, who was a guest, stayed in the living room and chatted with Qin Haozheng. Qin Haoji called Yuan Jisong later, because Yuan Jisong stood out for him this time as well. Knowing that Qin Haoji was fine now, Yuan Jisong was also relieved. The moment Qin Haoji showed up in his home, his family welcomed him with smiles and hugs. Luckily, Qin Haoji was still in good condition even though he lost his freedom for the past few days. His family was relieved seeing that he was fine. Haoji, you should thank Ji Yuning. Without her help, you might have been kept in the police station for years. Qin Haozheng said. Hearing that, Qin Haoji was surprised, because he always thought that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection had discovered the truth and he was impressed by its efficiency this time. Chapter 1424. Accept your apology. In order to show his sincerity, Qin Haoji gave a formal bow towards Ji Yuning. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu. Thank you so much for what you've done for me and my family. You don't need to do that, Uncle Qin, Ji Yuning said and stopped Qin Haoji. After that, they continued to talk with each other in the living room. Ji Yuning finally had the chance to tell Qin Haoji about everything after he was taken away by the police. Ji Yuning told him that they found a box with several gold bars, an ownership certificate, a key and a check for 200,000 yuan inside in his safe. When she told him that, she took out the box from her backpack telepathic eye space and gave it to Qin Haoji. Qin Haozheng didn't know about that until now, but he didn't blame Ji Yuning for keeping it a secret from him. Qin Haoji, however, was furious the second he saw the familiar box. He regarded Shen Guangli as his old friend, but Shen Guangli betrayed him. At the same time, he felt sad too, because he lost someone he always considered as an old friend. He had to accept that he had no real friends in politics. His old friends could easily betray him to gain advantage. Other than that, Shen Guangli was also guilty of bribery and corruption. He had paid for sex and left many nude pictures. Qin Haoji realized that he had a wrong opinion about Shen Guangli for a long time. Afterwards, Ji Yuning talked about Zhao Hongwen. Zhao Hongwen had a long-standing grudge against Qin Haoji, so Qin Haoji wasn't surprised that Zhao Hongwen tried to unseat him, but he was indeed astonished by the method that Zhao Hongwen used. Anyway, what had already happened couldn't be changed, and Qin Haoji felt lucky that he had Ji Yuning's help this time. Zhao Hongwen is doomed to fail, and the man behind his back doesn't dare to help him out, Ji Yuning said in the end. Well, they asked for it themselves. Although there are still many corrupt officials in our country, not every one of them is harmful. Some still do good things for the people, so the administration turns a blind eye on them, but sometimes they still need a warning, Qin Haoji said. He was clearly aware of the rules in politics. Ji Yuning understood it as well, so did other people, but it was unacceptable in Qin Zixin's eyes and he suddenly had the idea of giving up politics. Miss Ji Yu, I need to thank you again for your help. Qin Haoji repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning, but he didn't think it was enough. You're my close friend's father, so I absolutely have to do something to help you if I can, Ji Yuning said. She left a very good impression on the Qin family. Qin Haoji wanted to thank Ji Yuning with something concrete, but he didn't know what he should send her. Ji Yuning was a very successful businesswoman after all, so it would be meaningless if he gave her money. Therefore, Qin Haoji decided to talk about it with his family later when Ji Yuning was gone. After a short while, the meal was ready, and they enjoyed it together. During lunch, every member of the Qin family thanked Ji Yuning with wine. Ji Yuning told them not to be so polite, but they insisted on doing that. When it was Qin Yiqing's turn, she took a long breath in and seemed stressed, but she still stood up and said to Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu, I should apologize for what I've said and done to you before. I was too stupid back then. I know that you're very kind and tolerant, and you probably don't mind it at all, but I still need to make an apology. I'm sorry. After that, Qin Yiqing made a bow to Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning didn't stop her. Although she indeed didn't mind it, she was willing to accept Qin Yiqing's apology so that Qin Yiqing could feel better. I accept your apology, and please don't blame yourself anymore. Let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu. Qin Yiqing felt relieved and smiled. Oh, I should thank you again for saving my uncle this time. Ji Yuning raised her glass and clinked against Qin Yiqing's glass, then had a drink. After lunch, they went to have a rest. Qin Zixin shared the good news with Chu Peihan and his other friends in case his friends were still worried about him. Knowing that Qin Zixin's father was fine now, Chu Peihan and the others felt happy for him, but they still wanted to gather together with Ji Yuning once before she left City F. Ji Yuning agreed to have a meal together with them today, because she needed to leave City F the next day. She left the Qin family later, and planned to have a nap at home before she went to meet her friends this afternoon. She believed that Xiao Chongchun would handle the case well, so there was no need for her to be involved any longer. Qin Yifan wanted to drive Ji Yuning home, but Ji Yuning said that she could take a taxi herself. On her way back home, she saw a group of people outside a shopping mall. It aroused her curiosity, so she used her jade eyes to see what was in the center of the crowd. Then she noticed a woman squatting in the middle and onlookers were discussing it. Two naughty kids were even throwing rubbish to her, but nobody stopped them. The woman was scared and cried in fear. Ji Yuning recognized her by a simple glance. The woman was Lin Liwan. Ji Yuning frowned. Why was Lin Liwan alone here without her family by her side? Chapter 1425. Ji Yuning stands out. Although Ji Yuning never got along with Lin Liwan was mentally ill now and Ji Yuning didn't want to see her being bullied in public. Therefore, Ji Yuning told the taxi driver to stop the car and she paid him the fee and got out of the car. Stop it, now. Ji Yuning snapped at the two naughty kids. The two naughty kids were scared by Ji Yuning's angry tone and cried loudly. What are you doing? My kids are scared by you. A woman was mad and shouted at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning turned to coldly look at her. Your kids are throwing trash at this woman, and you don't stop them, instead you support them to do it. The woman felt a little embarrassed, but didn't think that it was a big deal. So what? They're just kids, and they won't hurt her. Right, kids aren't strong anyway. Can kids bully others as they want? Kids should be educated to behave themselves too. Other people stood by and expressed their opinions. Ji Yuning said, You're a mother with bad manners, it's no wonder your kids are so rude. If you don't think their behavior is bad, can I do the same thing to you? How can you say that? It's none of your business what my kids are doing. The woman was angry. Your kids are throwing rubbish to my aunt, so it is my business to stop them. To be honest with you, my aunt is mentally ill, but that doesn't mean that you can bully her, Ji Yuning said. She didn't mind admitting her relationship with Lin Liwan. The woman didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, a naughty kid was about to throw another marble at Lin Liwan. Ji Yuning noticed it, but she couldn't beat a kid, so she pulled the kid's mother to protect Lin Liwan from being hit. The next second, the marble ball hit the woman's eyes, and she shouted from the pain. How do you feel now? Don't you think it's not a big deal? You were hit by your own son, Ji Yuning mocked. Other people all laughed at the woman. The woman was ablaze with fury. How dare you pull me over to protect her? How dare your son throw trash to my aunt? Ji Yuning said. My kids didn't hurt you. The woman didn't think that Ji Yuning should be involved because her kids only hurt Lin Liwan. She was unkind and stupid. Fine, you can let your kids continue to do that, but they'll end up in jail one day, Ji Yuning said. She hated naughty kids, but naughty kids' mothers were even more hateful. Kids weren't dumb, they were simply spoiled by their parents. In other words, naughty kids needed to learn a lesson to behave themselves. How dare you curse my kids? The woman pointed a finger at Ji Yuning in great anger. With a loud sound, Ji Yuning slapped her hand away. She hated it when unkind people pointed their fingers at her. Don't point your finger at me. You're a bitch. The woman went crazy, and wanted to slap Ji Yuning. However, the moment she approached Ji Yuning caught her hand and she wasn't able to escape at all. Let me go. Let me go. Other people were also shocked by Ji Yuning's strength. Mom, Mom. The two naughty kids burst into tears when they saw that their mother was caught by a stranger. Ji Yuning coldly warned the woman. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll call the police. Afterwards, she let the woman go. In fact, if the woman didn't have two kids, Ji Yuning wouldn't let her go so easily. The woman was terrified by Ji Yuning's sudden movement, and had to listen to her. Even though she was unwilling to give it up, she still took her kids and left in a hurry. This woman is so rude and lacks manners. Her kids are as rude as her. I think her kids might really break the law in the future if she doesn't teach them to behave. Right, if kids are used to causing trouble when they are young, they might commit serious crimes when they grow older. It's not easy to be parents. People continued talking about them when they were gone. Ji Yuning relaxed after seeing that Lin Liwan was fine. She called Ji Yuqing at once and told her that she encountered Lin Liwan outside the shopping mall. Because Ji Yuning didn't have Ji Yuqingxiang's phone number, she could only call Ji Yuqing. In 5 minutes, Ji Yuqing came and on her way, she gave Ji Yuqingxiang a call. Chapter 1426. I'm on my period. Your eldest uncle just told me that the nurse took her eyes off your eldest aunt for a while, and then your eldest aunt ran away from home. They are searching for her right now, and we're about to call the police. Ji Yuqing told Ji Yuning. Before long, Ji Yuqingxiang and the nurse came. The nurse blamed herself for it, but Ji Yuqingxiang had no intention to criticize her, because Lin Liwan was mentally ill now and behaved like an ignorant kid. In addition, the nurse took good care of Lin Liwan and didn't treat her badly because she was mentally ill. Even though Lin Liwan was mentally ill now, she didn't shout or damage things, but remained silent all day long. Ji Yuning could cure her, but didn't want to, because it wasn't good for Lin Liwan to recover. Once Lin Liwan recovered, she would remember the terrible rape she had been through, which might completely ruin her life. Now Lin Liwan was at least still alive and treated well. Ji Yuqingxiang thanked Ji Yuning the second he came, because Ji Yuqing told him that it was Ji Yuning who found Lin Liwan. Ningning, thank you. He thanked Ji Yuning with great sincerity, because Ji Yuning had helped him a lot. It's fine. Ji Yuning gave him a smile. She didn't know that Ji Yuqingxiang thanked her not only because she had helped them find Lin Liwan, but also because she had helped him settle an important business deal. Thanks to Ji Yuning, Ji Yuqingxiang's company had gone back to normal now, and even made more money than before. More and more people learned that he was Ji Yuning's eldest uncle, so they were willing to do business with him. Ji Yuqingxiang didn't talk about it himself, because he still felt guilty for what he had done to Ji Yuning's family before, but the news went abroad within a very short time. Ji Yuning didn't mind that Ji Yuqingxiang's business became better because of her. As long as he didn't do any bad deeds with her influence, she wouldn't stop him from making more money. I heard that you got the highest total score in the exam this year. Congratulations, Ji Yuqingxiang said. Thanks. Ji Yuning was very polite. After that, Ji Yuqingxiang brought Lin Liwan home. He treated Lin Liwan like a kid now, but even though Lin Liwan was mentally ill, he didn't abandon her. Ji Yuning also walked away later, and Ji Yuqing went back to her store. When Ji Yuning finally arrived home, it was already 3 p.m. After having a nap, Ji Yuning booked a ticket to fly back to City B for the next morning. She planned to go to the capital the day after tomorrow, because Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin's wedding was only 3 days away. Yu Mixi was still at work at 5 p.m., when the others all left for the appointed place. It was still early, so they enjoyed the tea before the meal started. When Ji Yuning passed by Xianxia Real Estate, she thought for a while, then told the driver to stop the car. She wanted to see Yu Mixi and go to meet their friends along with her. Although Xianxia Real Estate was her company, she seldom came here, but because Ji Yuning had the director certificate of Xianxia Real Estate, nobody dared to stop her. The staff didn't know that there were only 2 directors in Xianxia Real Estate, Ji Yuning and Guangyao. They saw Ji Yuning's director certificate, but weren't aware that she was the real owner of the company. When Ji Yuning saw Yu Mixi at the finance department, she noticed that Yu Mixi didn't look well. Her face was pale, and she seemed in a bad condition. "Who are you?" "This is the finance department, and outsiders are not allowed to come inside." A staff member stopped Ji Yuning when she opened the door. The staff member was just doing her job, so Ji Yuning didn't show any dissatisfaction. Ji Yuning showed her the director certificate at once, and the staff member was astonished and apologized. "Sorry, Director Ji Yu, I didn't know it was you." It was very normal that she didn't have a chance to meet the senior management of Xianxia Real Estate. Nevertheless, she was very surprised that they had such a young director in their company. "No worries." Ji Yuning didn't mind and walked to Yu Mixi. Other staff members were surprised too, but they all stood up and greeted Ji Yuning with great respect. "Nice to see you, Director Ji Yu." Yu Mixi heard the noise, and looked surprised as well. "Ningning, what are you doing here?" Yu Mixi didn't know that Director Ji Yu was Ji Yuning, and she wasn't aware of Ji Yuning's relationship with Xianxia Real Estate either, so she didn't think further and directly called Ji Yuning's name. Her colleagues, however, were shocked. It was obvious that Yu Mixi was very close to Director Ji Yu. "Mixi, are you all right? You don't look well," Ji Yuning asked with concern. "Ningning, I'm on my period now, and my stomach is sore." Yu Mixi lowered her voice. She was having menstrual cramps. "Why don't you ask for leave and have a rest at home? Go buy some medicine for yourself," Ji Yuning said and took out a power crystal for Yu Mixi to take. Yu Mixi took it without hesitation and felt much better in seconds. She was too shy to leave the company earlier, and she would get off work in half an hour, so she decided to tolerate it. "Go buy Kalain medicine for your cramps later, you can take it whenever you have menstrual cramps again," Ji Yuning said. Chapter 1427, Chairwoman. Although there were no Kalain stores in City F, Kalain medicines were on shelves of many big pharmacies in every major city. "I will," Yu Mixi said. Other female staff members remembered it as well, and they decided to buy Kalain medicine for menstrual cramps too. They subconsciously believed that the Kalain medicine recommended by Ji Yuning was very effective. Within a minute, the pain went away and Yu Mixi went back to normal and her face became ruddy. "You can have a rest and I'll have a tour outside. We can go to meet the others together when you are done," Ji Yuning said to Yu Mixi. "Sure." Yu Mixi nodded. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked out. Once she was gone, the staff in the finance department all surrounded Yu Mixi and asked about their relationship. Yu Mixi hesitated for a while, then told them that she and Ji Yuning were classmates and both of them had just written the National College Entrance Examination this year. Nobody believed that Ji Yuning was able to become a director of Xianxia Real Estate on her own, so they all believed that Ji Yuning's family must be very rich. They also asked Yu Mixi for Ji Yuning's total score in the exam. When Yu Mixi told them that Ji Yuning got the highest total score around the country this year, everyone was shocked. In case that they didn't believe it, Yu Mixi told them to check it on the internet. Several people ran to search for the news at once. However, they got to know more shocking information about Ji Yuning on the internet. Ji Yuning wasn't only the top scorer with a full score this year, but also had billions of yuan in wealth. And she was only 19. Actually, they had heard of some of Ji Yuning's companies before, but they didn't pay much attention to them. Now it turned out that the owner of those companies was a 19-year-old girl. The girl was also a director of their company. "OMG!" a female staffer exclaimed in shock. Right at this moment, their finance manager walked inside. "What are you doing? It's work time, so you shouldn't waste time on gossiping." He snapped at them. "You should have a look." A staff member waved his hand towards their finance manager. Their finance manager was a very kind man, and they got along well. "What's wrong?" He walked over at once. "Read the news yourself." A staffer pointed at the screen of his computer. After reading the news, the finance controller was shocked too. "I thought that she was just a director of our company, but it turns out that she has many other companies under her name." Another staffer said with excitement. "What? She's a director of our company. The finance manager rounded his eyes in shock. Other junior staffers might not know it, but he knew that there were only 2 directors in Xianxia Real Estate. Ji Yuning was the chairwoman of Xianxia Real Estate. He wouldn't believe it if someone told him that earlier on, but now, after knowing that Ji Yuning actually had many other successful companies under her name, he had to accept it. However, he was still amazed by the truth, because Ji Yuning was too young in his eyes. Yu Mixi was also surprised when she heard their discussion, and she understood why Ji Yuning arranged for her to have the internship in Xianxia Real Estate. Ji Yuning already had many businesses under her name, so it wasn't very shocking that she was also a director of Xianxia Real Estate. However, she still didn't know that Ji Yuning was the owner of Xianxia Real Estate now. Well, she just came here, a staffer suddenly said. Where is she right now? The finance controller asked. No idea, she said that she would have a tour outside, and... The staffer turned to point at Yu Mixi. She's Yu Mixi's classmate, and they'll be leaving together later. They were all envious of Yu Mixi now. If Ji Yuning was her friend, she could have much support and help from Ji Yuning. They also realized that it was Ji Yuning's arrangement that allowed Yu Mixi to work as an intern in their company. The finance manager stared at Yu Mixi with surprise. He thought that Yu Mixi might be the daughter of Nguangyao's friend, but it turned out that she was Ji Yuning's friend. Ji Yuning was obviously more successful than Nguangyao. Yu Mixi felt a little uneasy when so many people were looking at her. Is Ji Yuning a director of Xianxia Real Estate? The finance manager asked Yu Mixi. If Ji Yuning was really the other director of Xianxia Real Estate, she must be the chairwoman. I just found out from their discussion, Yu Mixi said with sincerity. Hearing that, the finance manager looked confused. Oh, I just stopped her when she walked inside, and she showed me her director certificate, a staff member said. The finance manager was now very sure that Ji Yuning was the chairwoman of Xianxia Real Estate, because other than Nguangyao, the other director was the owner of Xianxia Real Estate. Unexpectedly, their real boss was a young girl. All right, go back to your work now. The finance manager urged them to work, then walked back to his own office to digest this piece of shocking news. Chapter 1428. The owner of Xianxia Real Estate Ji Yuning went to Nguangyao's office and they talked about business for a while before Ji Yuning left. Yu Mixi was only an intern, so she could get off work earlier than the others, and could leave at 5:30 p.m. The financial controller thought that Ji Yuning would come back to the finance department, but Ji Yuning directly left. She directly called Yu Mixi and told her that she would wait for her at the door. Yu Mixi walked outside and left with Ji Yuning. Because she already took the power crystal Ji Yuning gave her, she felt better and joined in the gathering with her friends. Ningning, are you a director of Xianxia Real Estate? Yu Mixi asked Ji Yuning all of a sudden. Yeah, but I'm actually its owner if you want to be specific, Ji Yuning said. Since Yu Mixi had that question, Ji Yuning decided to tell her the truth. What? Yu Mixi was shocked. To her astonishment, Ji Yuning was the owner of Xianxia Real Estate. Does that mean you helped Yi's family? Yu Mixi asked again. Yes, it was me, Ji Yuning said. Yu Mixi took a long breath in with surprise. Am I the only one who's aware of it till now? Yu Mixi asked. She was talking about Chu Peihan and their other friends. Yeah, but I don't know whether Yi is aware of it or not, Ji Yuning said. Knowing that, Yu Mixi's eyes lit up with excitement. Can I tell them? Yu Mixi asked worriedly, because she might blurt it out. It's fine. I didn't tell them because nobody brought it up, Ji Yuning said. So I can tell them, right? Yu Mixi said. Yeah, Ji Yuning smiled. Great, I'll tell them later to surprise them. Yu Mixi got excited. Ji Yuning was amused by her reaction, but wouldn't stop her. When they arrived at the appointed place, the others were all present. The second they walked into the private room, Yu Mixi said, Everyone, I just found out a secret about Ningning. Do you want to know? What is it? Tell us. The others were curious and urged Yu Mixi to tell them. Ningning is, Yu Mixi said, then deliberately stopped to make them more curious about it. Say it. Tell us, now. Yu Mixi felt satisfied and said, Ningning is the owner of Xianxia Real Estate. Boss is the owner of Xianxia Real Estate. Although they knew that Ji Yuning was very outstanding and that she had many other companies they didn't know about, they were still surprised when they heard that Xianxia Real Estate was also owned by her. If they weren't familiar with Ji Yuning's companies, they wouldn't be surprised. It wasn't a secret that Xianxia Real Estate had a new owner, but they were greatly surprised that Ji Yuning bought it. And Yi's father was now the executive of Xianxia Real Estate. Yu Mixi laughed seeing their shocked faces. "Boss, is that true?" Hao Ran asked Ji Yuning. "Yes, it's true," Ji Yuning said. "Why didn't you tell me?" Chu Peihan complained. "You know we're familiar with Xianxia Real Estate," Xianxia said. They began to criticize Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning didn't mind. "All right, I know it's my fault, so I'll pay the bill tonight," Ji Yuning said. Normally they shared the bill, unless it was a meaningful meal and someone wanted to pay the bill on his or her own. For example, the others were dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's behavior this time, so Ji Yuning needed to pay the bill. "Of course you should. You can't keep it a secret from us." They were close friends after all, and there was no need for them to be too polite towards each other. In fact, no one was more shocked than Yi. He couldn't believe his ears when Ji Yuning gave them an affirmative answer. In that case, Ji Yuning had done his family a very important favor without him knowing it. Ji Yuning noticed Yi's reaction and expression. "Yi, do you blame me for keeping it a secret from you all this time?" Ji Yuning asked Yi. Actually, Ji Yuning saved Yi's family by buying Xianxia Real Estate from his father, and he should be grateful to her. Chapter 1429. Were boyfriend and girlfriend now. However, Yi and Ji Yuning were close friends, but Ji Yuning suddenly became his father's boss, which made him feel very strange. Ji Yuning cared about Yi's feeling, so she asked him that question. "No, of course not. I should thank you for helping my family out. Without your help, I honestly don't know what would have happened to me and my father," Yi said. He regarded Ji Yuning as one of his best friends, so he didn't hide his real feelings from her. Although he wasn't talkative, he got along well with his friends. In fact, he was willing to help his friends whenever they needed him, as long as it was legal. For example, when Yu Mixi's family was in trouble last time, he also stood out to do what he could to help her family. "You don't need to think too much about it. I'm your father's boss, not yours, and we're still close friends. You know me very well, and you don't need to keep a distance from me," Ji Yuning said. She was unwilling to see Yi staying away from her. "Right, Yi, you don't need to think much about it. We're close friends no matter who we are." The others all comforted Yi and persuaded him to cheer up before they continued to enjoy the meal together. Only when Ji Yuning was with Chu Peihan and her other friends did she feel like she was a teenager. Her psychological age was as old as her age in the previous incarnation. After dinner, they didn't adjourn to a bar to drink. Even though they were all adults this year, they didn't think that it was good to drink often. Therefore, they went to have fun in a tea house and played some games. They were on a vacation now, and they were free all day long, so they played games to kill time. Hao Ran, Qin Zixin, and Zhang Tianping only went to V5 bar at night, and were free the rest of time. During this time, they were attracted to battle in the sky, but they couldn't reach a very high level. Hao Ran and Chu Peihan were the best among them, while the others were at a lower level. It took time for them to get familiar with this new game. "Hey, boss, how long have you played this game? Your level is much higher than ours," Hao Ran asked with curiosity. 3 days I think, Ji Yuning said. To be specific, she had only played it 3 times to reach a high level when she was bored. It indeed wasn't easy to reach a high level in that game, but Ji Yuning was much better than other players, so she spent very little time on the game. "Wow, but I'm not surprised." Hao Ran shrugged. In their eyes, Ji Yuning was always much better than anyone else they knew. "I must reach as high a level as Ningning, so I can team up with her." Chu Peihan made a decision and took out her phone. "Me too," Hao Ran said. "I'm in." Qin Zixin joined them. Hao Ran, Qin Zixin, Zhang Tianping, Chu Peihan, and Yi began to play the game together. The others who didn't play the game went to play Sick Bo, mainly Mu Ke, Yu Mixi, Xianxia, and Ji Yuning. Since they played Sick Bo, losers would have a punishment, otherwise the game would be boring. However, because they didn't drink alcohol tonight, they chose tea. Ji Yuning wouldn't use her jade eyes when she played with her friends and depended on her luck to win. However, even if she simply relied on her luck, it was still hard for her to lose. Yu Mixi, on the contrary, lost many times and drank a lot of tea. She felt a little uncomfortable when she drank too much tea, so Muke proposed to take the punishment for her. It happened many times, so Ji Yuning asked, "Don't you want to tell us why?" Hearing that, Su Anya turned to focus on Muke's and Yu Mixi's faces. Even though they weren't aware of how close Muke and Yu Mixi were now, they knew that they were much closer to each other than before. In addition, Muke didn't hesitate to protect Yu Mixi tonight, making it quite obvious that their relationship was different now. Anyway, if they didn't want to say it aloud right now, Ji Yuning wouldn't force them. Muke and Yu Mixi were struck dumb for a second, and Yu Mixi flushed a little. Muke was the boy, so he was able to stay calm. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now." Hearing that, neither Ji Yuning nor Su Anya were surprised, because it met their expectation. "Well, it's your personal affair and we shouldn't be involved, but I hope that you won't betray each other." "I hate betrayal the most," Ji Yuning said. As their friend and the leader in the group, Ji Yuning had a great influence on them. Even if they had to break up one day in the future, Ji Yuning still hoped that they could have a friendly breakup and not because of betrayal. If one of them betrayed the other, she couldn't promise that she would still be friends with the betrayer. Chapter 1430, The Woman Who Fell from a Higher Floor. "Boss, I know it's hard and unrealistic to make a commitment right now, because nobody knows what will happen in the future, but I can promise that I sincerely like Mixi, and I do hope that we can be together forever," Muke said. Ji Yuning knew Muke very well now, but she had no idea whether he would change in the future. It was easy to fall in love, but much harder to maintain love. However, since nobody knew what would happen in the future, they should just enjoy their life right now. "Well, you mustn't forget to keep studying even when you're in love. Love will only last based on enough materials," Ji Yuning said. Although Muke's family was rich, it didn't mean that he could rely on his family for the rest of his life. Even if he was destined to take over his family's business, he still needed to have the ability to manage it. "I understand," Muke said. He agreed with Ji Yuning on that, and he clearly knew that love would die without bread. Yu Mixi was also a smart girl, who understood what she wanted and what she was doing. After that, they continued playing and Muke publicly protected Yu Mixi. Chu Peihan and the others were absorbed by the game, so they didn't hear their conversation and missed the important information. Su Anya lost many times later, and suddenly felt sad. "Ningning seldom loses, and Mixi has Muke's help, but I can only drink for myself." She sighed and sounded hurt. "You can find someone to drink it for you as well," Ji Yuning joked. "Forget it, I prefer to do it myself," Su Anya said. They left the tea house at 11 p.m., because it would be closing in an hour. Because the tea house was on a bar street, there were many drunk people wobbling along the street. So because many people wanted to take a taxi by the road, they had to go to the entrance of the street to get an available taxi. Unfortunately, they suddenly heard a scary scream from above while they were on their way. A woman was falling from a 5-story building, heading towards Ji Yuning and her friends. She weighed a lot and fell fast. If they couldn't avoid her body in the few seconds they had, many of them would be hit and seriously injured. Luckily, except for Su Anya, the others all had been trained by Ji Yuning, so they moved away without delay. Su Anya was also pulled away by Chu Peihan, but Ji Yuning stood still. Chu Peihan and the others weren't worried about Ji Yuning, because they knew that Ji Yuning wanted to save that woman, and given Ji Yuning's ability, there was no need for them to be worried. Onlookers, on the other hand, thought that Ji Yuning was too shocked to move and they all felt sad for her. To everyone's surprise, right as the woman was about to hit Ji Yuning reached out her hands and directly grabbed the woman. With the help of her magical power, Ji Yuning's hands were unusually strong and her arms were protected well. However, the woman fell from a very high place after all, so Ji Yuning was still slightly injured. The scene shocked everyone around them. Nobody could believe that a young girl easily caught the woman. The woman didn't know what happened and she believed that she was going to die, so she tightly closed her eyes in despair. Chu Peihan and the others were also astonished. They knew that Ji Yuning was unbelievable, but they didn't know that she would directly catch the woman. "Hey, are you all right?" Ji Yuning asked the woman in her arms. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, the woman got her mind back and stared straight at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning helped her sit on the floor, because it looked strange for her to carry the woman in her arms all the time. The woman burst into frightened tears. She just jumped down from such a high place, and thought that she was going to die, but she survived. However, she didn't know whether it was a good thing or not. Everyone knew that she was terrified, so nobody stopped her. After crying for a while, the woman stopped all of a sudden and knelt down before Ji Yuning and begged her. "Please help me. I must leave here and go back home. I don't want to be sent to a man in the Qing gang by my boyfriend." She came to City F to meet her boyfriend from afar, but her boyfriend planned to send her to a man in the Qing gang to pay his debt. She was absolutely unwilling to do that, but she was left no choice, so chose to jump down from the tall building. She was heartbroken now, and couldn't understand why her boyfriend treated her like that. Hearing her story, everyone was furious. "What? How could he do that to you? I'll beat him for you," Chu Peihan said in anger. "He isn't qualified to be a man at all." Hao Ran was also mad. Chapter 1431, Zhaolin, he should learn a lesson to be a real man. Mu Ke said. He loved his girlfriend deeply, but here was another man who treated his girlfriend so badly. They knew that there were all kinds of people in this world and clearly birds of a feather flock together. Ji Yuning didn't stop them, because she agreed with them on that. I'm scared of those men from the Qing gang." The woman was still trembling in fear. She was grateful for what Ji Yuning had done, but she didn't want Ji Yuning to be hurt because of her. "It's fine. They can't hurt us," Ji Yuning said to comfort the woman. Given Chu Peihan's and Ji Yuning's relationship with the Qing gang, nobody in the Qing gang was willing to act against them. Hao Ran and the others were also aware of that, so they weren't worried at all. After that, they went into the building with the woman. The woman was still terrified, but it was out of her control now. This building was a hotel, and the receptionist tried to stop them but failed, so she called her manager at once. She had no idea what had happened earlier. Without delay, they took an elevator to the 6th floor. Once the door of the elevator was open, the woman's boyfriend showed up. He was about to go downstairs to find her, but unexpectedly she returned by herself. "Zhaolin, you scared me. Are you all right?" The man was mad at the woman, because the woman almost ruined his plans, but he had to pretend to care about her in front of other people. Although the man was shocked that the woman could still be alive and fine, he now needed to pay his debt with Zhaolin first. The woman, whose name was Zhaolin, instead, was shaking in fear and hid herself behind Ji Yuning's back. "Relax, we can protect you." Ji Yuning comforted her and walked out of the elevator with her friends. Hao Ran and the other boys wanted to beat the man the moment they saw him, but it wasn't the right time and they needed to wait for a while longer to learn more about the truth. "Do you plan to send Zhaolin to a man in the Qing gang?" Ji Yuning directly asked the man. The man was struck dumb for a second, then realized that Zhaolin had told them everything, so he gave Zhaolin a glare. Since it wasn't a secret now, the man didn't bother to hide his real intention, because Ji Yuning and her friends were simply a bunch of students. However, he totally forgot that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl since she was able to catch Zhaolin with her arms. Therefore, he said, it's Zhaolin's honor that Ping Jie likes her. She can live a good life after becoming Ping Jie's woman. What's wrong with that? In other words, he admitted it. With a loud sound, Chu Peihan punched him and said in anger, "Ridiculous. You don't have the right to send a woman to another man." The man felt great pain and was ablaze with fury. He didn't think that he had done anything wrong and shouted, "What's your problem? It has nothing to do with you." The next second, Hao Ran punched him too. "Damn it. Don't you know it's illegal?" The man was furious, but Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping went to beat him before he could struggle. He was only an ordinary man, so it was impossible for him to fight them back. Xiaolin felt a little terrible when her boyfriend was beaten by them, because she really liked him before, but she told herself to get over it. Their argument attracted a lot of attention from passers-by, but nobody dared to stop them because it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Alright, let's go to the room now. Ji Yuning stopped Hao Ran and the other boys after a while. Hao Ran and Qin Zixin then dragged the man walking into the room. Xiaolin had told them the room number when they went upstairs. Ji Yuning knocked on the door and Ping Jie came to open it. He thought that Xiaolin was brought back by the man, but was astonished to see Ji Yuning's and Chu Peihan's faces. Miss Ji Yu, Miss Chu. Ping Jie greeted them with respect. Almost every member of the Qing gang in City F was familiar with Ji Yuning's and Chu Peihan's faces. Ping Jie was a junior leader after all, so he recognized them at first glance. Both the man and Xiaolin were shocked when they saw Ping Jie's attitude towards Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. At the same time, Xiaolin felt relieved. Since Ping Jie showed great respect towards them, it meant that they weren't simple and she could be safe. The man, on the other hand, was scared. He told us that you want Xiaolin, but Xiaolin is unwilling to be your woman. What should we do now? Ji Yuning asked Ping Jie. Miss Ji Yu, the thing is that he owes me a lot of money and he proposed to send his girlfriend to me to pay me back. I didn't force him to do that. Since Xiaolin isn't willing to listen to him, I have no problem with that, Ping Jie said at once. In fact, Xiaolin was still a virgin because she stayed in her hometown for a long time while the man worked in City F. Ping Jie had asked the man for Xiaolin's photo and was satisfied with her appearance. Although Xiaolin wasn't very attractive, she was still a pretty girl. Therefore, Ping Jie agreed. Xiaolin, however, refused to do it. Before he could force Xiaolin to be his girl, she jumped from the building. To his surprise, Xiaolin was caught by Ji Yuning and survived. Ping Jie felt that he had bad luck these days. Chapter 1432, A night luminescent pearl is stolen, he owes you money, so you should ask him for your money back. Xiaolin is innocent and she shouldn't pay the bill, Ji Yuning coldly said. I understand. It's all my fault, and I shouldn't have agreed to that. Ping Jie apologized in a hurry. If I hadn't caught Xiaolin by accident, she could have lost her life because of you. Shouldn't you compensate her for it? Ji Yuning said. Ping Jie had a good attitude and apologized on time, so she was willing to give him a chance to make up for what he had done. In addition, Xiaolin was fine now, and it was meaningless even if she beat Ping Jie right now. It would be better if Xiaolin could have something as the compensation. Oh, right, of course I should compensate Xiaolin. Ping Jie understood Ji Yuning's meaning at once. He took out 30,000 yuan and handed it to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, I only have 30,000 yuan with me right now. If you think it's not enough, I can withdraw some later. Ping Jie only had 30,000 yuan with him today, because he didn't have time to deposit it in the bank before he met Ji Yuning. He was unwilling to lose it, but he was left no choice. Seeing that, Xiaolin opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but still said nothing. She was satisfied that she was safe, and didn't dare to ask for compensation. Great. Ji Yuning took it and didn't ask for more money. Ping Jie felt relieved. All right, Xiaolin will leave with me, and you can deal with the man yourself. I don't want to see him hurt Xiaolin again, Ji Yuning said and gave Ping Jie a glance. Ping Jie nodded and watched Ji Yuning walking out with her friends. After walking forward for a few steps, Xiaolin suddenly remembered that her handbag was still in the room. Oh, my handbag. I'll get it for you. Ping Jie ran to pick up Xiaolin's handbag and gave it to her. Ji Yuning then put the 30,000 yuan into Xiaolin's handbag. Miss Ji Yu, Xiaolin didn't think that she should take the money, but Ji Yuning interrupted her. Take it. You deserve it. She almost lost her life, and 30,000 yuan was nothing. Ji Yuning was quite persuasive, so Xiaolin thanked her and took the money. The receptionist witnessed everything in the surveillance cameras before the owner of the hotel arrived. Although the man was beaten heavily by Ping Jie's people, he was left alive. No one in the hotel dared to stop them, because they looked very aggressive. Ji Yuning told Zhaolin to stay in a good hotel for the night, or said that she should go back home tonight by plane. Zhaolin hated to stay in City F for any second longer, so she decided to go back home. She didn't care about what would happen to her ex-boyfriend. She repeatedly thanked them before she left, because without their help, she might have already lost her life. When Zhaolin was gone, Ji Yuning and her friends also left. After a short while, Ping Jie also brought the man away. The owner of the hotel came later, but no one was left at the scene, and his hotel was fine, so he didn't bother to call the police. It was already 12 a.m. when Ji Yuning was finally home. Leng Xiaoting didn't call her tonight, so she thought that he might be busy now. Leng Xiaoting was indeed very busy at this time. It was very late at night. Leng Xiaoting and 3 other members of the Red Flame had just arrived at a cave in a distant mountain. They were going to catch a thief who stole a night luminescent pearl from the National Museum. A few days ago, a night luminescent pearl arrived at the National Museum. It was presented today, but was stolen at 7 p.m. tonight, and 2 staffers were also seriously injured. Because Xu Jinchen was free today, he went back to the capital and went to see the night luminescent pearl along with Master Xu, Master Leng, and Zhang Zongyu. The museum not only had a night luminescent pearl today, but also many other valuable objects that were stored in the warehouse for a long time. Because these objects weren't cleaned yet, they were still stored in the warehouse. When they were about to leave, they heard that the night luminescent pearl was stolen, so Xu Jinchen went to chase the thief at once. However, he escaped very fast, making it impossible for Xu Jinchen to catch up to him, which made him think that the man could be a member of the evil practice that Ji Yuning had told him about before. Without delay, Xu Jinchen called Leng Xiaoting, and they checked the surveillance cameras at once. Leng Xiaoting, Xu Jinchen, Ai Weishan, and Chen Meng teamed up this time. They saw the man's appearance from the surveillance cameras, but they weren't sure whether he was a mortal or a member of the evil practice, because there was no obvious difference between the appearances of a mortal and a member of the evil practice. Only those who were familiar with members of the evil practice could tell the differences. The man took a taxi towards the west after he left the museum. There were surveillance cameras along the way, so they traced him down through them. The man ended up stopping in front of a small village 50 kilometers to the west of the capital, then disappeared into thin air. Although the place around the village was very large, Leng Xiaoting and his teammates still decided to search for him. What made Leng Xiaoting feel strange was that he somehow could sense a touch of faint magical power, and he followed its traces. Leng Xiaoting didn't think further about it. It was probably because he had eaten a lot of the power crystals that Ji Yuning gave him, that he was able to sense magical power. As a result, Leng Xiaoting arrived at the outside of a cave, which was far from the small village. This place was even more isolated than Phoenix Mountain. Chapter 1433, Leng Xiaoting is injured. Although Leng Xiaoting could sense magical power, he didn't tell his teammates. He was sure that the man who stole the night luminescent pearl was a member of the evil practice. It was easy to meet members of the evil practice now, and he had encountered them many times. In the cave, the man of the evil practice couldn't wait to practice his cultivation with the night luminescent pearl. He had to focus on the whole process. If anyone approached within 5 meters of him, he could feel it, but he couldn't stop right away, or he might be hurt. Therefore, cultivators hated to be interrupted when they were practicing their cultivation. Leng Xiaoting and his teammates didn't know what was happening in the cave, but they had to go inside to have a look. Without hesitation, they walked into it. It was very dark and they needed some light, but they couldn't disturb the man, so they turned the light of their flashlights very dim. They walked ahead for about 20 meters, before they saw the light of night luminescent pearl in front of them. They continued to walk ahead lightly and turned off their flashlights. As they moved forward, the light of the night luminescent pearl became brighter. They were sure that the night luminescent pearl was in the cavern, which was 5 meters away from them. This night luminescent pearl was smaller than Ji Yuning's and it had poor light with less magical power, but it was still something that cultivators wanted most. Because a night luminescent pearl could absorb the essence of the sun and the moon as its own, a cultivator could gain endless magical power through it. The man of the evil practice felt that they were coming when the distance between them was shorter than 5 meters. He stayed alert with a frown. He had to stop practicing his cultivation, even though the ongoing magical power might hurt him. The moment he stopped, the night luminescent pearl fell to the ground as well. His cultivation was forcibly interrupted, so the magical power circulating in the meridians was suddenly blocked and there was no way out. It went backwards and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had an internal injury, but it wasn't serious. No matter who interrupted his cultivation, the man was determined to kill them. Leng Xiaoting and his teammates reached the cavern the next second, and met the man's eyes. Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen were very sure that the man was a member of the evil practice when they saw him, but Chen Meng and Ai Weishan weren't aware of it. They didn't believe in ghosts and monsters after all. The man glared at them with strong hatred in his eyes. "Damn you, stupid mortals! How dare you interrupt my cultivation?" The man shouted and began to attack them. Even though he was injured, he wasn't weak at all, so except for Leng Xiaoting, it was hard for others to fight with him. They didn't understand why the man called them mortals, nor did they understand what he meant about cultivation, but they had to focus on the fight for now. Chen Meng and Ai Weishan were shocked, because the man was able to fight against the four of them at the same time. He was unbelievably strong. During this time, Leng Xiaoting suddenly felt uncomfortable in his body and found it hard to control his body. He had that feeling often these days, and he was running out of the power crystals Ji Yuning gave him. Because of the uncomfortable feeling, Leng Xiaoting became much weaker than usual, and the man got the chance to hit him badly. He was pushed away by a great force and knocked his back against the wall, then fell to the ground. The man was much stronger than them, so Leng Xiaoting was seriously injured this time. "Boss." The others were astonished by the scene. They also sensed that something was very unusual today, because Leng Xiaoting was the strongest member of their team. However, even Leng Xiaoting was no match for the man. They realized that it was impossible for them to win the fight today. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me," Leng Xiaoting shouted at them, in case they were distracted because of him. Hearing that, Chen Meng and the others kept on fighting against the man. They didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was running out of the magical pills, so they thought that he could be fine within a minute. The three of them were able to win some time in the fight with the man. They had to be very careful, or they would be badly injured once they were hit by the man. All of a sudden, the man got a chance and hit Chen Meng. Although the man was also injured, his fist was still very heavy. Luckily, Chen Meng had magical pills with him too, which were shared with them by Leng Xiaoting. He took out a pill and was about to take it. Unfortunately, once he opened the porcelain bottle, the man sensed the strong magical power from it. He was shocked by the pure magical power. Chapter 1434, Hurt the man. The man looked greedy and wanted to grab the magical pill away from Chen Meng. Although the power crystal wasn't comparable to the night luminescent pearl, it was very useful. Members of the evil practice wouldn't miss anything that was useful to them. Luckily, Xu Jinchen and Ai Weishan noticed his expression and stopped him at once. Although it was very difficult for them to stop him, they gained enough time for Chen Meng to take the pill. Because Chen Meng was seriously injured, it took time for his wound to heal, but he still got back to his feet and joined in the fight again. Once Leng Xiaoting felt better, he tried to stand up. All of a sudden, he touched the night luminescent pearl and felt something cold flowing into his body. It felt the same when Ji Yuning was putting her magical power into his body. He was surprised and didn't know what was happening. Before Leng Xiaoting could figure it out, the man answered his question in his mind. "How could you absorb the magical power?" The man rounded his eyes in shock when he saw the magical power flowing into Leng Xiaoting's body. In his eyes, Leng Xiaoting was a mortal, and it was impossible for a mortal to absorb magical power. The others didn't understand what the man was talking about, and they didn't see anything strange. They were mortals, so they naturally couldn't see anything. Even Leng Xiaoting could only feel it, but couldn't see what the magical power looked like, and he was greatly surprised too, because he wasn't a cultivator. Either way, he didn't have time to figure it out now. As the magical power flowed into his body, Leng Xiaoting soon felt that his body changed. The man was anxious when the magical power of the night luminescent pearl was being absorbed by Leng Xiaoting. He ignored Xu Jinchen and Ai Weishan, then turned to attack Leng Xiaoting. He needed to get the night luminescent pearl back as soon as possible. Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng, and I Weishan were all injured, so they weren't able to stop the man now. Xiaoting. They wanted to help Leng Xiaoting at any cost, because Leng Xiaoting had saved them many times before when they were fulfilling dangerous missions. However, to their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting regained a lot of strength within a few seconds, and quickly jumped up to fight against the man. The night luminescent pearl was clenched in Leng Xiaoting's hand, its light escaping through the gaps between his fingers. Xu Jinchen and the others felt relieved when they saw that Leng Xiaoting was fine. Without delay, they seized the chance and took a pill to help them recover. They soon felt much better, but it was impossible for their wounds to heal right away. Even though they wanted to stand up to help Leng Xiaoting, they had to rest for a while. At the beginning, it wasn't easy for Leng Xiaoting to fight against the man and he kept withdrawing, but he gradually became stronger and stronger with the help of the night luminescent pearl. As time went by, he was equally as strong as the man. The man felt it too, and became angrier. "Who are you? Why can you absorb the magical power so fast?" The man shouted. Leng Xiaoting absorbed magical power at a fast speed, and took no time to transform it into strength, which the man had never seen before. "I can't tell you," Leng Xiaoting coldly said. "No matter who you are, you're doomed to die today." The man used greater force to attack Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting was becoming increasingly strong as well, so he was still able to fight against the man. Besides, it seemed that he would be stronger than the man in minutes. The man couldn't believe his eyes, because Leng Xiaoting was only a mortal. Xu Jinchen and the others stayed calm when they saw that it wasn't difficult for Leng Xiaoting to deal with the man now. Nevertheless, the man wasn't weak at all, so both he and Leng Xiaoting were injured in the fierce fight. The man wasn't seriously injured by Leng Xiaoting, but left terrible injuries on Leng Xiaoting. The next second, an accident happened when the man hit Leng Xiaoting once more. This time, the man hit Leng Xiaoting's stomach, which made Leng Xiaoting feel great pain. His stomach shrank, then swelled and gave an impact. The man was pushed away by the force and hit the wall of the cavern before he collapsed to the ground. This scene shocked everyone, and they turned to stare at Leng Xiaoting in great surprise. Even Leng Xiaoting couldn't believe it. This strange situation happened again, but he still couldn't figure it out. "Why you?" The man glared at Leng Xiaoting. He was a mortal, but he was able to use the magical power that only cultivators knew how to use. However, Leng Xiaoting looked surprised too, so it was obvious that he didn't understand why it happened. Chapter 1435. The man escapes. The man knew that he had to escape now, or he might lose his life, so without hesitation, he held Xu Jinchen, who was the closest to him, hostage. Because Xu Jinchen was injured and he was still in shock from when Leng Xiaoting made that impact, he was easily caught by the man. Jinchen. The others were scared, but didn't dare to move right away, because the man might hurt him. "Give me the night luminescent pearl, or I'll kill him." The man threatened Leng Xiaoting. "Sure, I can give the night luminescent pearl to you, but you must let him go," Leng Xiaoting said. Although he didn't know whether the man would keep his promise, he couldn't put Xu Jinchen's life in danger because of a night luminescent pearl. The man held Xu Jinchen while moving towards the exit. "No problem. Give me the night luminescent pearl, and he'll go free." As long as he could get the night luminescent pearl back, he was willing to give up. He could take revenge after he had made a full recovery. "We can count to 3. You throw the night luminescent pearl over, and I'll let him go," the man said. 1, 2, 3. The man counted down to 3, and Leng Xiaoting threw the night luminescent pearl to him as they agreed. The man also let Xu Jinchen go and caught the night luminescent pearl. Xu Jinchen rolled aside at once, in case the man held him hostage again. Right at this moment, Leng Xiaoting dashed ahead and pointed his gun at the man, and the next second, a bullet flew at the man's hand. The man felt the danger, but wasn't able to move as fast as usual because of his injuries, and the bullet accurately hit his hand, causing him to miss the night luminescent pearl. When he wanted to catch it with the other hand, Leng Xiaoting shot him again, and he had to avoid the bullet, so the night luminescent pearl fell to the ground. "You!" The man was furious. Leng Xiaoting was about to reach him, and he had to make a decision right now. It was a hard decision, but the man decided to give up the night luminescent pearl too and escaped right away. Leng Xiaoting didn't chase him, because his teammates were still injured now, and he couldn't leave them behind. Luckily, the night luminescent pearl was left here. Leng Xiaoting picked it up. He still felt that the magical power was flowing into his body once he touched it, but there was only a little left. Although Xu Jinchen and the others were injured, they all had taken a power crystal, so they could go back after taking a rest for a while. Leng Xiaoting was out of power crystals now, but he felt much better with the help of the magical power from the night luminescent pearl. Xiaoting, who is that man? He looks very strange, and why was he suddenly pushed away from you earlier? Chen Meng asked with confusion. Ai Weishan was also confused about it. Xu Jinchen, however, remained silent, because Ji Yuning had told him to keep it a secret. I don't know either, Leng Xiaoting said. You can't tell other people until I figure it out. If you encounter anyone like him again in the future, don't fight with him and tell me first. Actually, he needed to ask Ji Yuning to figure it out. They were too weak compared with members of the evil practice. Sure, they nodded. Since Leng Xiaoting told them to keep it secret from other people, they would listen to him. Xu Jinchen also nodded in case his teammates found that he reacted differently. I need to do some research about this night luminescent pearl. Just tell them that we didn't find it if anyone asks you about it, Leng Xiaoting said. He needed to figure out the reason why he could absorb the night luminescent pearl's magical power. After they had a rest, they left together. The next morning, Ji Yuning went back to City B. When she arrived at City B, she turned on her phone and saw a missed call from Yuzi, who she called back at once. Hi, boss. Yuzi greeted her excitedly. Do you have any good news to tell me? Ji Yuning smiled. Yes. Didn't I tell you that I participated in the clothing design competition in Paris? I'm among the top 10 now, and ranked 8th. Although it isn't very high, it's not easy for a new competitor to win a position in such an international competition. My design will be shown at the Paris Fashion Week. Yuzi said. Her greatest wish was that more and more people would like her designs and that she could live a better life. Her life completely changed ever since she met Ji Yuning. Chapter 1436, A Driver with a Bad Intention, Congratulations. Ji Yuning felt happy for her. Boss, my teacher told me that many famous clothing brands will try to sign a contract with me once I become popular, but I won't sign any contracts with them. My designs belong to Charm, so I'll introduce myself as the clothing designer of Charm when I receive interviews, Yuzi said. Great, Ji Yuning said. She was very satisfied with Yuzi's attitude. After the call with Yuzi, Ji Yuning walked into the arrival hall and noticed a familiar face among the crowd. It was Chu Yuxin, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Chu Yuxin didn't see Ji Yuning, but they were acquaintances after all, so Ji Yuning walked towards her. Oh, hi, Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Chu Yuxin saw Ji Yuning when she walked closer. Hi, did you come here to pick someone up? Ji Yuning asked, even though it was quite obvious. Yeah, I just came back from a foreign country, and Seeming is free these days, so he came to City B to see me. We decided to meet each other at the airport, but his flight was delayed for half an hour, Chu Yuxin said. Because of her job, Chu Yuxin frequently traveled abroad. When they were chatting with each other, some people recognized Ji Yuning. Oh, isn't she Goddess Ji Yu? She is. OMG. She is the top scorer this year. Ji Yuning was more famous than Chu Yuxin now. Chu Yuxin was only famous in the modeling and fashion industry, so people who didn't pay much attention to fashion weren't familiar with her face. Who's the woman talking with Goddess Ji Yu? She's gorgeous too. Yeah, and she looks a little familiar. Oh, I think she's a model. I saw her face on a magazine. Many girls, who were Ji Yuning's fans, took out their phones to take photos of her. However, there was a distance between them, so the photos weren't very clear. Ji Yuning noticed their discussion, but didn't mind it. Great, I won't bother you any longer. See you, Ji Yuning said. Bye. Chu Yuxin smiled. Once Ji Yuning was gone, those girls posted the photos out on social media and attracted a lot of envy. Some people also recognized Chu Yuxin, who was a fashion model. After a year of working, Chu Yuxin had gained a lot of fame in the fashion industry. Ming soon arrived, and Chu Yuxin left with him without delay. Ji Yuning directly went back to the Tang family's house when she left the airport. However, because the airport was far from the Tang family's house, Ji Yuning took a nap in the taxi. Unfortunately, the taxi driver had a bad idea. He was a man about 30 years old. He didn't recognize Ji Yuning, but thought that she looked too beautiful and kept glancing at her in the rearview mirror. All of a sudden, he had a bad idea. When they reached an exit, the taxi driver left the main road and went to an isolated place. Ji Yuning sat on the rear seats with her eyes closed, so she didn't know, but she felt that the car made many turns on the way. She immediately opened her eyes and found that they were on the wrong road. However, she wasn't a weak girl, so she stayed calm and confident. "Hi, are you sure that we're on the right road?" Ji Yuning asked and didn't sound nervous at all. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, the taxi driver was struck dumb for a second. To his surprise, she suddenly opened her eyes. There is too much traffic on the main road, so I take this shortcut," he said. Ji Yuning sneered and lost her patience. "Really? I think you're taking the opposite road." The taxi driver stiffened and began to sweat. Before he could say something else, Ji Yuning continued, "There is a way which leads back to the main road, and you should get back to it." She gave the taxi driver a chance to change his mind, or she would punish him. The taxi driver hesitated for a while, then got his reason back. If he really hurt her, he could be put in jail. "You're right. I'm sorry for this terrible mistake, and we'll be back on the main road soon," the taxi driver said and apologized. Since the taxi driver changed his mind, she was willing to forgive him. The taxi driver gave up his bad idea and went back to the main road later as he had promised. Ji Yuning paid him when they arrived at the outside of the Tang family's house. The taxi driver felt scared in retrospect when he saw Ji Yuning walking into the Tang family's house. Chapter 1437. Ji Yuman's old schoolmate. This place was the Tang family's house. The girl must be a member of the Tang family or at least had a relationship with it. If he really had hurt her, he would be severely punished. The taxi driver was terrified and drove his car away at once. Ji Yuman stayed home all day long recently, and felt very bored. Since Ji Yuning came today, she asked her to go for a ride together for fun. Therefore, Ji Yuning went for a ride with Ji Yuman after lunch. In Ji Yuning's company, Ji Yuman felt safe and Tang Haifeng didn't have to worry about her. They went to buy maternity clothes in a shopping mall. Although the Tang family had prepared many for Ji Yuman still enjoyed going shopping herself. Although Ji Yuman's belly wasn't obvious yet and it was a little early to buy maternity clothes now, they shopped for fun. When Ji Yuman was shopping in a maternity clothes store in company with Ji Yuning, a middle-aged woman kept glancing at Ji Yuman curiously. There was a young girl who was about 13 by the middle-aged woman's side. Ji Yuning noticed their behavior, but said nothing. After a short while, the middle-aged woman suddenly called Ji Yuman, Ji Yuman. Ji Yuman was surprised when someone called her and turned to look at the person. Hu Zhirong. Ji Yuman's sight fell on the middle-aged woman who had covered herself in designer brands. "Oh, you're really Ji Yuman." Hu Zhirong couldn't believe her eyes. "You look so young. It's unbelievable." They were the same age, but Ji Yuman looked much younger than her, making her jealous of Ji Yuman. Ji Yuning caught the jealousy in her eyes, and frowned. Hearing that, Ji Yuman smiled, but didn't know what to say, because it was the truth. "Oh, do you live in City B now?" Ji Yuman changed the topic. "Yeah," Hu Zhirong said, then her sight fell on Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance amazed Hu Zhirong and Hu Zhirong got jealous once more. "Is this girl your daughter?" Hu Zhirong was Ji Yuman's schoolmate, and they were in a good relationship back then. She knew that Ji Yuman had a very handsome and smart boyfriend in university and she was always jealous of Ji Yuman. She even tried to steal Ji Yuman's boyfriend, but failed. Afterwards, Ji Yuman's boyfriend had a terrible accident and Ji Yuman quit school. As Ji Yuman's good friend, Hu Zhirong knew that Ji Yuman was pregnant. It was a scandal in the old days, so Hu Zhirong deliberately spread the news abroad in their school and ruined Ji Yuman's reputation. Ji Yuman didn't know that Hu Zhirong had started it, because many people were doing that back then. Besides, Ji Yuman also thought it was shameful, so she didn't blame those who made it public. No matter what, she had already made the decision to quit school when she chose to give birth to her kid. Hu Zhirong purposely asked that question right now in order to humiliate Ji Yuman again. Yeah, this is my daughter, Ji Yuning, Ji Yuman said. She didn't see through Hu Zhirong, because she never realized that Hu Zhirong didn't treat her with sincerity. Ji Yuman then introduced Hu Zhirong to Ji Yuning. Ningning, this is my schoolmate from university, Hu Zhirong. Nice to see you, Ms. Hu. Ji Yuning politely greeted her. Nice to see you too. How old are you this year? Hu Zhirong asked and seemed kind. 19, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Hu Zhirong sighed. It's been 19 years since we saw each other last time. I almost couldn't recognize you earlier. Unfortunately, you got pregnant during the first year in the university, or we could have made more good memories. You were an excellent student in our college, but unfortunately quit school too early. Hu Zhirong observed Ji Yuman's expression when she said that, and hoped to see embarrassment from Ji Yuman's face. However, she was disappointed, because Ji Yuman already got over it. Well, what a twist of fate, Ji Yuman said. If she had an abortion that year and found a good job after her graduation, she wouldn't have lived a hard life in the past. It wasn't easy to get a college certificate in the old days, and Ji Yuman was very smart. However, if she really had an abortion, she couldn't have such an outstanding daughter and wouldn't have met Tang Yunfan again. She had no interest in Tang Yunfan's family background, but she never forgot to love him. Hu Zhirong thought that Ji Yuman must be living a bad life now because of what Ji Yuman said. Yes, what a twist of fate. Oh, how's your life now? She asked on purpose. Not bad, how about you? Ji Yuman said. Hu Zhirong didn't think that Ji Yuman could really have a good life, so she believed that Ji Yuman had to be pretending. In addition, although Hu Zhirong was rich and covered herself in designer brands, she couldn't recognize the brands that Ji Yuman was wearing. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.